Welcome to Sapiens Untold Live. Settle in for a continuous journey through lost civilizations, ancient mysteries, forgotten peoples, and the deep story of humanity. From the first firelit camps to vanished cities beneath desert, jungle, ice and sea, the past is still speaking. You are watching Sapiens Untold, streaming ancient history and sleep stories, day and night. There is a story Egypt likes to tell about itself. It begins with a king named Narmer, around 3,100 years before the Common Era. He unified Upper and Lower Egypt. He wore the double crown, he carved his name into a slate palette, and from that moment the Egypt we know, the pyramids, the pharaohs, the hieroglyphs, the gods, began. But the Nile Valley had been inhabited by anatomically modern humans for at least 100,000 years before the day Narmer raised his crown. 100,000 years, almost 20 times the entire run of dynastic Egypt. So who walked the Nile before the pharaohs? What did they build? What did they bury? And how have we been so willing to forget them? Wherever you are listening from tonight, a flat in London, a porch in Lagos, a small bedroom on the other side of the world where the lights are already low, welcome. We explore the corners of our human story, where the evidence asks questions we have not yet answered. Settle in. Where in the world are you, and what time is it where you are? Drop a comment if you feel like it. If mysteries like this pull at you the way they pull at me, hit like and subscribe. It helps the story travel a little further into the night. Stand on the bank of the Nile in Aswan, where the river is still narrow and the Sahara begins on the western horizon. Crocodiles drift in the shallows. Egrets stand in the reeds. Above you, on the eastern cliffs, the granite is the colour of dried blood. The same banks, the same long green ribbon cutting through what is now the largest desert on earth. Picture, then, the entire span of the Nile Valley as a long corridor in time. At the other end, deep in the dark of the late Middle Pleistocene, is a small group of human beings camping by this same river. They are not Egyptian. They are not Sumerian. They are anatomically modern Homo sapiens, fully ourselves, with our hands and our brains and our capacity for grief and song. Between them and the moment Narmer crowned himself, each generation living, loving, burying its dead, making fires, knapping flint, raising children, telling stories around the embers about the grandparents nobody had met, 8,000 generations. And almost all of them are silent to us now. We have a few of their tools, and from that thin material, archaeologists have begun, very slowly, to recover something of who they were and what they did. Tonight we are going to walk that corridor. Site by site, from the deepest occupation in the western desert at 175,000 years ago, through the great Atlantic coast toolmakers known as the Assyrians, through the oldest deliberate burial in all of African history, through the Green Sahara, when the desert was forest, through a stone circle older than Stonehenge, through what may have been the earliest organized battle in the human past, all the way up to the small pre-dynastic villages of the Nakada culture, and a man we now call Ginger. By the time we arrive at Narmer's slate palette, the Nile Valley will look very different from the textbook story. Not as the beginning of Egyptian civilization, as the moment Egyptian civilization finally became the visible chapter of a much longer book. Let the room around you settle into stillness. Walk with me in your imagination into the Egyptian galleries of the British Museum, past the colossal head of Ramses, past the rows of wooden coffins with their painted faces, past the cases of canopic jars, until you reach a small flat object behind glass. It is a slate palette, about 64 centimetres tall, the colour of dark slate-grey schist. The hieroglyph, for the king's name, appears at the top of the palette in a small rectangular frame. The figure of the king wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt on one side and the red crown of Lower Egypt on the other is read by Egyptologists as the moment the two halves of the country were joined. From here, every list of dynasties begins. From here, or rather, this is the half-truth. The process he ended had been running for at least 100,000 years before he was born. Stand back from the palette and let the long view take shape. The first humans, we are confident, were anatomically modern in the Nile Valley, left their tools and their hearths at a site called Bir Tarfawi in what is now the western desert of Egypt. The most accepted date for those tools is somewhere between 175,000 and 100,000 years before the present. It was wetter, greener, dotted with lakes. From those tools to the Narmer palette is roughly 170,000 years. To put that into a frame you can feel in your body, the entire history of dynastic Egypt, every pharaoh, every pyramid, every sphinx, every plague, every Nile flood, every embalming ritual, every hieroglyphic inscription, all the way up to the moment Cleopatra dies, and Egypt becomes a Roman province, fits inside about 3,000 years. Multiply that span by 50, and you arrive at the date of the earliest tools beneath the desert sand of Bir Tarfawi. The reason this story is not the one in the textbook is partly historical accident and partly something more subtle. When Egyptologists first began excavating in the 19th century, the only chronology they had was the king lists carved by the Egyptians themselves. Those lists begin with Narmer, or sometimes with a slightly earlier figure called Menes, and walk forward in dynasties. They do not look back. The Egyptians, like most agricultural societies, did not preserve the deep memory of their pre-agricultural ancestors. The hunter-gatherers who had walked these same banks for 90,000 years before the first farmer pushed a seed into the mud were, to the scribes of the Old Kingdom, nothing. Wild men. People without temples. People without writing. People not worth remembering. That blindness was inherited by the people who studied them. For more than 100 years the field of Egyptian history began at Narmer, because the field of Egyptian history was downstream of Egyptian self-narration. Only when archaeologists began to look at the layers underneath the temples, the deserts on either side of the river, the cliff faces above the dynastic cemeteries, did the older story begin to surface. Tonight we are going to walk that story, not as a list of dynasties, as a series of small lit points in deep time. The buried boy at Nazlet Keita, his small skeleton folded carefully on his side beneath a layer of red ochre. The cave paintings of swimmers in what is now the Sahara. The stone circle at Nabta Playa, aligned to the rising sun on the longest day of the year, 2,000 years before anybody dragged the first sarsen stone toward the place we now call Stonehenge. The mass burial at Sahaba, with arrowheads embedded in the bones, the oldest evidence of organized violence anywhere on earth, and the small, dried body of a man we now call Ginger, curled in the sand of an Upper Egyptian grave, his hair still red on his skull, 1,500 years before any pharaoh had been born. By the time we arrive back at the Narmer palette, the slate will look different, not as the start of a story, as the moment a much older story finally agreed to call itself by a name. Not yet. We begin out in the western desert, where a dry hollow holds the bones and the burnt flints of a campsite that was already ancient when the first ice age ended. The site is called Bir Tarfawi. Walk with me. Picture a hollow in the desert. Western Egypt, 400 kilometers west of the Nile, in a region today so hot and so dry that nothing larger than a beetle stays out at midday. The sky is a hard, featureless blue. The horizon is so flat that distances are difficult to judge. There is no road, there is no marker. The only reason to be here is that something is buried underneath the sand, and someone has come to dig it out. There is only a shallow depression in the desert floor, ringed by faint old shorelines that no longer reach water. But once, a long time ago, several lakes, in fact, one after another, in the gentler periods between ice ages, when the rain belt swung north and the Sahara softened into a savanna. People came to those lakes. They lived on the shores. They napped tools from the local quartzite cobbles and the chert nodules that weathered out of the limestone. They butchered hippopotamus and antelope and large extinct bovids whose bones we now find scattered through the lake bed sediments. The site was first excavated systematically in the 1970s by a joint Polish and American team led by the archaeologists Romuald Schild and Fred Wendorf. They cut trenches into the sediment layers and worked downward, year after year, season after season. The deeper they went, the older the artifacts became. Stone tools, hearths, the bones of long-vanished animals, the dating by every method available, uranium series on shell, thermoluminescence on burnt flint, optically stimulated luminescence on quartz grains, converged on a startling answer. The lower layers of Bir Tafawi were occupied between roughly 175,000 and 100,000 years ago, a period that, to most people, evokes only ice sheets and woolly mammoths and the slow swing of glacial cycles in cold regions. But here, in the heart of what is now the largest desert in the world, in the middle of those same cycles, the climate was wet enough and warm enough to support large animals, lakes, marshlands, and the human beings who hunted along their shores. There was no Sumer. There was no agriculture, no writing, no domesticated cattle, walking the lake margins and burning their fires under a stranger sky than the one we see tonight. The Milky Way ran at a different angle through their dark. And yet, their tools, when you handle them, sit comfortably in a modern adult palm, because they were shaped to a hand the same shape as yours. Their hearths burned with the same flames. The pattern of butchery on the bones at Bir Tarfawi shows the same skilled, practiced communal work that you would find around a fire in any small foraging village in modern Africa or Australia. Cooperation, patience, the slow accumulated knowledge of how an animal comes apart. Denisovans in Central Asia, late Homo erectus survivors in Indonesia, fully modern human beings were already here on the western edge of what would one day be Egypt, building fires next to a lake that no longer exists. There is no monument to those people. But the layers of sediment at Bir Tarfawi remember them anyway. The ash from their hearths is still there, fine and grey, embedded in the lake mud. The flakes from their tool-making are still there, scattered around the workshop areas, in distinctive radial patterns. The bones they cracked for marrow are still there, with the percussion marks of a hammerstone clearly visible to any modern butcher. When you stand at the edge of the hollow today, in the white afternoon light, and you let yourself feel the silence of the place, what you are feeling is not the absence of life. You are feeling the presence of a very long, very quiet, very patient occupation that the deep desert has chosen to remember on our behalf. 175,000 years before the first pharaoh, somebody slept here under the stars, next to a fire, and a small child, and a low, quiet sound of water. They are part of the long story of the Nile. They are part of the long story of you. They lived along the Atlantic coast and the inland oases of North Africa, and they made some of the most distinctive stone tools anybody has ever made. They are called the Atarians. We are going to them next. Walk west, in your imagination, from Bir Tarfawi. Across the high plateau of the western desert, past the dunes of the Great Sand Sea, into what is now Libya, then Tunisia, then Algeria, then Morocco. The whole sweep of North Africa, from the Atlantic to the Red Sea, 3,000 miles of uninterrupted hominid country during the late Middle Pleistocene. Imagine it not as a desert, but as an open mosaic landscape, patches of woodland along the rivers, broad savanna in the basins, dense thicket near the springs, animals everywhere, elephants, and human beings walking quietly through it all. These human beings made a particular kind of stone tool that archaeologists eventually came to recognize across the entire span of North Africa. The tools have a small protruding base, a tang where they would have been hafted onto a wooden shaft to make a spear point or a knife. The tang is what gives the culture its name, because the type site where they were first identified in detail was a small rock shelter at Bir el Outa in eastern Algeria. The people who made these tools are called the Aterians. The dates for their occupation, refined over the past 20 years, run from roughly 145,000 to about 35,000 years ago. 6.5 times the entire run of dynastic Egypt. The Aterians are not a single tribe. They are not even a single language group. We do not know what they called themselves. What we know is that across an enormous territory, over an enormous span of time, a recognizable set of tool-making conventions held together. Spear points with tangs, scrapers with backed edges, drilled marine shells used as beads found in caves more than 200 kilometers from the nearest coast, pieces of red ochre, ground for pigment, found in sites where there was no obvious practical use for the colour beyond ritual or decoration. Beads of marine shells, drilled with deliberate small holes, strung on cord, worn around someone's neck or wrist or ankle, 80,000 years before the first pyramid. Some of them have been found nearly 600 kilometres inland from the coast. They were carried by hand across desert and over hills, and then strung and worn and given as gifts and lost and found again and worn by somebody else. We do not know what the beads meant to them. The shells are part of it. The choice of stone is another. Aterian sites in Egypt sometimes contain tools made from rocks quarried hundreds of kilometres away. The toolmakers either travelled across that distance themselves or, more likely, traded for the material along chains of acquaintances, hand to hand, family to family. That kind of exchange requires a stable social network. It requires kinship that holds across great distances. It requires people who know the names of strangers' grandparents. Now think about what this means for the Nile Valley. While Bir Tarfawi was being occupied by the lake-edge people, while the Aterians were spreading their tang tool-making conventions across all of North Africa, the green corridors that linked the Sahara to the Nile were busy with movement. Hunting groups passed through. Trading partners visited each other's encampments. Marriages were arranged across hundreds of miles. The Nile was not isolated. A long green road running north and south through what was then a much wetter and much more populated landscape than we usually imagine. The Aterians persisted in Egypt and Sudan until about 35,000 years ago. Around that time the climate was beginning to shift again. The pattern of human life was changing. Some groups moved south, into the wetter belts of Central Africa. Some moved into the Levant and contributed to the slow process of out-of-Africa migration that would eventually carry our species into Europe and Asia. Some stayed. The ones who stayed are part of our story tonight. They watched their world dry. They watched the lakes evaporate. They retreated to the rivers, and the rivers became more important to them as everything else became less reliable. By the time the Aterians were fading, the Nile was already what it would remain for the next 30,000 years, the only continuous corridor of life through what was rapidly becoming the largest desert on Earth. The next chapter of our walk is the chapter where the river itself takes centre stage. We are going to a hilltop near the southern end of Egypt, where in 1980 an excavation team uncovered something that should not have existed in the late Pleistocene: a bellied child. A formal grave. Stone mining shafts dug deep into the cliff face. The site is called Nazlet Kata. The cliff face at Nazlet Kata is unremarkable to look at. It is a stretch of low sandstone bluffs about 30 kilometres south of the town of Tata, on the western bank of the Nile in Upper Egypt. The cliffs are honey-coloured in the morning, deeper amber in the late light. The river runs slow and broad below them. Date palms cluster at the base of the bluffs where the irrigation channels reach. Nothing about the place announces itself. The Belgian archaeologist Pierre Vermeersch began excavating along these cliffs in the late 1970s, working with a team from the University of Leuven. He was looking, originally, for something quite specific: Pleistocene-era stone tools had been turning up at the surface in small quantities, picked up by farmers, donated to local museums, occasionally examined by visiting researchers. The question was, where were they coming from? Deliberate, organised, deeply dug stone mining shafts cut into the sandstone cliff face. Some of them ran 4 metres into the rock. Some ran further. The shafts had been dug to follow specific seams of high-quality chert that ran horizontally through the sandstone matrix. The chert was used to make tools. The tools were then carried away, traded, used elsewhere along the Nile and out into the desert. The dating by radiocarbon and by luminescence places the most active phase of the quarrying somewhere between 33,000 and 40,000 years ago, long before anybody anywhere is supposed to have been organising labour for systematic resource extraction. Pillars of unmined rock were left at intervals to hold up the roof. Ventilation passages were cut. Some of the shafts had been backfilled deliberately after they were exhausted to prevent collapse and protect the cliff face for future use. This is engineering. This is project management. This is, in a recognisable sense, organised human labour, working a piece of geology that interests us, and walking home to families and to fires that we know almost nothing about. But Vermeersch and his team found something else at Nazlet Kata that was, in its quieter way, even more important. About 33,000 years ago, in a small hollow at the base of the cliff face near the working quarries, somebody died. He was a young adult male, perhaps in his early 20s when he died, judging by the unfused growth plates of his bones. We do not know his name. Of course we do not. They placed him on his back, deliberately, in a shallow pit they had dug into the sandy floor. They placed a stone hand-axe near his head. They covered him with the soil of his grave. He is the oldest known deliberate burial in the entire continent of Africa, older than the burials we visited in the previous video, on the Levantine coast, older than every formal grave at every other site in Egypt by tens of thousands of years. He lay there undisturbed, beneath the loose sandy fill of his grave, for more than 30,000 years, until Vermeersch's team uncovered him in 1980. His skeleton is now in the museum at Cairo. His skull is robust, with strong brow ridges, but it is unambiguously anatomically modern. His teeth show the wear pattern of someone who chewed tough plant material, perhaps hard roots, perhaps dried meat. His arm bones show the muscle attachments of someone who used his arms for hard, repeated work. He had probably been one of the miners himself. Sit with the implications of this for a moment. In the part of Egypt where temples would one day stand, a young man worked at a chert mine, helped his community extract the stone that they used and traded, and when he died, perhaps in a roof collapse, perhaps from a wound, perhaps from a fever, we will never know, the people who loved him took the time to dig a grave, to position his body with care, to place a tool near his head, to bury him properly, to remember him in the way that human beings have remembered their dead in some form for as long as there have been human beings. His existence until 1980 was not recorded in any human document, and yet he lived, and he was loved, and when he stopped breathing, the people around him performed the deepest gesture our species ever performs. They said with their hands, "This man matters." He still mattered when Vermeersch found him. He still matters tonight. They are some of the oldest evidence we have of organised, settled, communal work in the river valley. After them, in the dark heart of the late Pleistocene, came another group whose tools we still find scattered along the Nile banks. The Cormusans. We are going to them next. South of Nazlet Kata, the Nile cuts through what is now Sudan, in the great bend of the river above Khartoum. The second cataract at Wadi Halfa. People had been living along this stretch of the river for tens of thousands of years before the burial at Nazlet Kata, and they would continue to live along it for tens of thousands of years after. a particular industry of stone tools, made from a particular kind of chur and following a particular set of conventions, has been recovered along the river between roughly 30,000 and 20,000 years ago. Archaeologists call it the Kormusan industry, after a small site near the town of Kormusa, just south of the Egyptian border in modern Sudan. The Kormusan toolmakers were the late Pleistocene successors of the Aterians. They had inherited the long tradition of careful flake knapping, the long memory of how to read the stone. It is winter, sometime around 25,000 years ago. The river is high, the fish are running, the light is the watery silver of early morning in the Sahara, before the sun has cleared the eastern cliffs. 3 men are crouched at the edge of the water, holding bone-tipped harpoons, watching the shadows in the shallows. 2 women are tending a fire under a low rock overhang. An older man is sitting with his back against the cliff, knapping a small core of dark grey chert into long, thin blades. Those blades are the signature of the Kormusans. Small parallel-sided slivers of stone, sometimes only 2 or 3 centimetres long, struck off a prepared core with extraordinary precision. The microblades were then mounted in rows along the shafts of wooden or bone spears, glued in place with bitumen or natural resin, to make composite cutting edges that were sharper than anything a single piece of stone could provide. The technology is the late Pleistocene equivalent of a high-precision machine shop. Every microblade is to within a millimetre of every other microblade. The hand that produces them has been knapping for 30 years, and was taught by a hand that had been knapping for 30 years before that. The Kormusans hunted big game when they could find it, the wild cattle, antelope and gazelle that grazed the floodplain. But the Nile itself was their reliable larder. They speared catfish and Nile perch in the channels. They collected freshwater mussels from the shallows. They trapped waterfowl in nets woven from plant fibre. The bones of all these creatures pile up in the midden layers of Kormusan sites, mixed in with the broken stone, the charred plant remains, the occasional ostrich shell bead. They were, in the language of modern archaeology, broad-spectrum foragers. People who had figured out, generation by generation, how to read the river and read the season and pull what they needed from a complicated landscape. Living along the Nile during the late Pleistocene was not easy. The climate was colder and drier than today. There were periods when the river itself shrank, when the floodplain narrowed, when game became scarce and people died in larger numbers than usual. We can see those periods in the archaeological record as gaps in occupation, layers of wind-blown sand between layers of human debris, the silent paragraphs in the long story of the river. But people always came back. The river was always there. Water in a desert is gravity. Eventually you have to return. By 20,000 years ago, the climate began to soften. The rain belts were starting to swing northward again. The Sahara was preparing to bloom for the last time in the human era. The great green Sahara of the early Holocene, which we will visit shortly. The Kormusans were among the people who watched that transformation begin. The end of their tool-making tradition is dated to roughly 20,000 years ago, when their distinctive microblade industry fades from the archaeological record and is replaced by something different. Whether they died out or merged with incoming groups from the south, or were absorbed into the new tradition we call the Hafan and the Kadan, we do not know. They marry into the next pattern. They become a stratum in the long bedrock of human memory. By the time of the Kormusans, the Nile Valley already had a cultural tradition that reached back over 120,000 years. There were songs about places that no longer existed because the climate had moved on. The river had a voice, and that voice had been speaking in many languages for an enormously long time. They moved out into a Sahara that was, and it is in that green country around 12,000 years ago that we find the next chapter of our story. And, painted on the walls of caves and rock shelters, human figures who are not hunting. They are swimming. We are going there next. There is a wadi in the southwestern corner of Egypt, near the border with Libya, in a region so remote that no road reaches it. You climb a low cliff face on foot You enter a shallow rock shelter where the sandstone has weathered into a shallow concave bowl, and on the wall of that bowl, in faded red ochre, are the painted figures. None of them is more than 20 centimeters high. They are stylized but unmistakably human. Their bodies are curved, their arms outstretched, their legs trailing behind them. They are floating in something. The shape of the something is not water as we usually depict it. There are no waves, there are no boats. The figures are simply suspended in a horizontal posture, as if they had been caught mid-stroke in a calm lake on a summer afternoon. The site is called the Cave of Swimmers. It was discovered in 1933 by the Hungarian explorer László Almásy, who would later be fictionalized very loosely as the protagonist of the novel and film The English Patient. Almásy himself was a careful observer. He understood what he was seeing. He wrote in his expedition diary that the figures were swimming. The local Bedouin guides, who had known the cave for generations, agreed. The figures had always been swimmers. The question was, why? In a region where rainfall today is less than 5 millimeters a year, where the nearest natural water is 300 kilometers away, who would paint pictures of human beings swimming? The answer is that they painted them because they had swum. The cave paintings at Wadi Sura date to roughly 8,000 to 10,000 years before the present. They belong to a period that geographers call the African Humid Period, or sometimes the Green Sahara. For about 5,000 years, between approximately 10,000 and 5,000 years before the Common Era, the Sahara was not a desert. The monsoonal rain belt of Africa swung dramatically north, all the way up into what is now Egypt and Libya and Algeria. Annual rainfall in the Central Sahara reached levels comparable to modern Mediterranean climates. Lakes formed, rivers ran, forests grew where today there are only dunes. Hippopotamuses bathed in lakes the size of small inland seas. The cave paintings of the Green Sahara are some of the most extraordinary visual records anywhere in the prehistoric world. They are not concentrated only at Wadi Sura. They are scattered across the Tassili-en-Niger plateau in southern Algeria, the Akassus Mountains in Libya, the Tibesti Range in northern Chad, and dozens of smaller sites across Egypt and Sudan. They depict in red and white and yellow ochre an entire vanished world. Herds of cattle being driven across savanna, hunters with bows, women grinding grain, animals that no longer exist in this part of the world, giraffes, elephants, antelope, ostrich, lion, and, most movingly, scenes of daily life. A man carrying a child on his shoulders. They are the works of artists. Skilled, patient, communally taught artists who knew exactly what they wanted the wall to remember. Some of the styles look so different from each other that anthropologists have given them separate names: the Roundhead period, the Bovidian period, the Horse period, the Camel period, corresponding to successive waves of human culture passing through the Sahara as the climate slowly changed. What this tells us is that during the early Holocene, the Sahara was not a barrier between sub-Saharan Africa and the Mediterranean. It was a corridor. People moved freely across it. They herded cattle from the south up into the central highlands. They traded ostrich shell beads and rare stones over enormous distances. They painted the rock faces of the inland mountains with images of their lives, and they built relationships with the people of the Nile Valley that were close, frequent, and reciprocal. By around 5,000 years before the Common Era, this period was ending. The rain belts began to swing south again. Lakes began to dry. Rivers began to fail. And the people who had lived in the Central Sahara, who had painted the swimmers and the dancers and the herding scenes, began to migrate. Some moved south, into the wetter belts of the Sahel. Some moved north, toward the Mediterranean coast, but many of them moved east. They walked toward the only reliable water that remained anywhere in the eastern half of the Sahara. This is the great convergence that produced everything we now call Egypt. The descendants of the Aterians, the descendants of the Cormusans, the descendants of the Saharan herders and the cave painters and the swimmers in the disappearing lakes. All of them, over thousands of years, drifted in toward the Nile. Their cultures merged, their tools combined, their stories blended. The vocabulary of their separate languages dissolved into a common river tongue, and the population of the Nile Valley grew dense and grew complex, and began for the first time to do something none of those earlier cultures had done. The first thing they built was a stone circle, at a place called Nabta Playa, in the middle of what was just then becoming the desert again. The site is called Nabta Playa. It sits about 100 kilometers west of the modern Egyptian town of Abu Simbel, and just across the Nubian border into what is now southern Egypt. There is nothing there now in any obvious sense. A dry depression in the desert floor, the faint rim of an ancient lake, a few low mounds of broken bedrock. But what stood here, between roughly 7,500 and 6,000 years before the Common Era, was one of the most remarkable structures in early human history. Nabta Playa was a small ceremonial site, used over the course of perhaps 1,500 years during the wettest centuries of the Green Sahara. The local people who built it were cattle herders. They moved seasonally between this hollow and the surrounding grasslands. They returned, year after year, to a particular gathering place where, at some point during the late 7th millennium before the Common Era, they began to dig pits and erect stones. The site was first investigated in the 1970s and 80s by the same American-Polish team, Schild and Wendorf, who had earlier excavated Bir Tarfawi. As they cleared away the wind-blown sediment, they uncovered something that nobody had quite expected. A small circle of standing stones, only about 4 meters across, with a careful internal arrangement of paired stones marking the cardinal directions. Within the circle, 2 pairs of stones formed a sight line oriented to the position of the rising sun on the summer solstice. Outside the circle, larger stones had been quarried and dragged here from miles away, oriented along avenues that pointed towards specific stars in the night sky, as those stars had risen in the 7th millennium before the Common Era. The dating by radiocarbon on charcoal from the surrounding ash layers places the active phase of the site at approximately 7,500 years before the present. To be clear about what that means in the context of the broader prehistoric world, Nabta Playa was already old when the first stone of the great megalithic monument at Stonehenge in southern England was being raised. By 2,000 years, this is one of the moments in our walk through the deep Egyptian past where the conventional textbook version of human history simply has to be rewritten. The schoolbook image of robed figures watching the sun rise over the Heelstone is part of how we picture our species learning to read the sky. But Nabta Playa was doing the same thing, with the same kind of skill, 20 centuries earlier, and not in the wet meadows of southern Britain, in the heart of what would soon become the largest desert in the world. The astronomical alignments at Nabta Playa are subtle. The site is small. It is not designed for 10,000 spectators, the way some of the later European megaliths were. It is designed for a small mobile community of perhaps a few hundred herders, returning to a known gathering place to mark the turning of the year. In the Northern Hemisphere, the summer solstice marks the longest day of the year and, in regions of monsoonal climate, the approximate beginning of the rains. For cattle herders living on a knife edge between green pasture and dry death, the day the rains arrived was the most consequential day in the calendar. They built a stone circle to mark it. The technical sophistication of what they built has been argued over by archaeologists for the past 30 years. Some scholars dispute the precision of the alignments. Others have measured them carefully and concluded that the orientations are intentional and accurate. The mainstream view today, after careful resurvey, is that Nabta Playa is genuinely a calendrical observatory. It is not as elaborate as Stonehenge. It does not need to be. It does what it was built to do. Beyond the stone circle, the people of Nabta Playa did something else that is striking. Whole cattle, intact, sometimes in pairs, in pits cut into the bedrock. The cattle had been killed deliberately and interred carefully, in chambers roofed with stone slabs. Some of the burials were accompanied by jewellery, by carved bone tools, by smaller votive items. Cattle were sacred at Nabta Playa. In some sense we cannot entirely recover. They mattered enough that when one was killed, It received a burial more elaborate than most human burials of the same period, which would dominate Egyptian religion for the next 4,000 years. The goddess Hathor, the divine bovine consort of the sun god, the cow-headed deities of the Old Kingdom, does not arrive in Egypt fully formed with the dynasties. It arrives at the Nile from the west, brought in by the herders of the disappearing Sahara, who had been venerating cattle in stone-roofed pits at Nabta Playa nearly 5,000 years before the first pharaoh. By around 6,000 years before the Common Era, the climate at Nabta Playa was failing. The lake was drying. The pasture was thinning. The herders began to migrate east, carrying their cattle, their stone circle astronomy, their cattle burial cult, their painted pottery. They moved toward the river. Their descendants are some of the people we will call Egyptians. The precision masonry of the pre-dynastic walls. Much of it has roots that reach back not to the Nile alone, but to the disappearing Sahara, to the small stone circle at Nabta Playa, to the herders who watched the longest day of the year through paired upright stones 2,000 years before anyone in Britain knew how to lift a single sarsen. The word would not exist for thousands of years, but they were already thinking the thoughts and building the structures that Egypt would later inherit. The next site we're going to visit is on the border between Egypt and Sudan, in a high stretch of riverbank where, 14,000 years ago, a small group of people died together violently. There is a stretch of cliff above the Nile, just north of the Second Cataract in what is now Sudan, where the river runs hard and the rocks are red with iron. The name in Arabic means, roughly, the Mountain of the Companions. The companions referred to are the dead. Jebel Sahaba was excavated in 1965 by the American archaeologist Fred Wendorf, the same researcher who would later work at Bir Tarfawi and Nabta Playa. Wendorf had been brought in as part of an international rescue effort. The Aswan High Dam was nearing completion. The artificial reservoir behind it, Lake Nasser, was about to flood enormous tracts of the Nile Valley between Egypt and Sudan, drowning archaeological sites that had not yet even been catalogued. Teams from a dozen countries were racing to dig what they could before the water rose. Wendorf's team uncovered, on a low terrace above the river, 59 bodies, men, women and children, buried in shallow pits dug into the gravel, around 14,000 years before the Common Era. Late Pleistocene. The bodies were placed on their sides, in the fetal position, oriented east to west, the same orientation that would become standard along the Nile thousands of years later. Many were buried with grave goods. Most striking, the cemetery was reused. Some pits had been reopened and a second body added beside the first. This was not a single mass grave. This was a place to which the community returned, again and again, over generations, to bury its dead. Embedded in the bones. Stone-tipped projectiles, fired from bows, from a distance close enough to penetrate cloth and skin and reach bone. Of the 59 bodies in the cemetery, more than half, at least 24, showed clear evidence of violent death. Some had been struck by multiple projectiles. Some had defensive wounds on their forearms, the marks left when a person raises their hand to ward off an oncoming blade. One older man had been hit by 2 arrows in the stomach and a third in the back. Almost all the victims were adults of fighting age, but some were children, some were elderly. The wounds were inflicted by stone projectile points, whose closest cultural match is to a different group, the Kadan culture, who lived just to the north along the same river. This is the oldest evidence of organized intergroup violence anywhere in the human archaeological record. Not a single isolated killing. A pattern. The people who were buried at Jebel Sahaba had died in encounters that match what we would later call battles. Several of the bodies show wounds at multiple stages of healing, meaning these individuals had survived previous attacks before being killed in a final one. The killings continued over decades, perhaps centuries. The cemetery was the slow accumulation of casualties from a long, intermittent struggle between the people who lived above the river at Sahaba and another group whose territory began further north. The honest answer is that we cannot know for certain, but the timing, the location, and the climate context point in a particular direction. The climate was beginning to swing into the warmer, wetter period of the Holocene, but not steadily. There were sharp cold reversals, there were dry years. The Nile floodplain in this stretch was narrow, and squeezed by harsh, dry uplands on either side. The fish runs in the river, the gathering places for waterfowl, the patches of fertile silt where edible plants grew. These were limited resources, and the population that depended on them was, by Pleistocene standards, dense. When two groups of foragers compete for the same shrinking resources, sometimes they share, sometimes they trade, sometimes they marry into each other's families and merge, and sometimes, when the pressure is high enough and the alternatives have failed, they fight. Sahaba is the earliest physical record we have of that fighting taking the form of organized, repeated, projectile weapon engagement between identifiable cultural groups. It is, in plain English, the oldest known battlefield. I want to be careful here, because the popular imagination of prehistory has often been distorted in the direction of either constant brutal warfare or completely peaceful Eden. Neither picture is accurate. The cemetery at Sahaba shows that organized lethal violence between human communities is at least 14,000 years old in this part of the world. It does not show that violence was constant. The vast majority of skeletons from the same period in the same region show no sign of violent death. Most people, most of the time, did not die fighting. Sahaba was an exception, generated by an exceptional moment of resource pressure and intergroup friction. But Sahaba also shows something else, something that matters for our story tonight. Even in the worst of those encounters, the survivors went back after the killing was over, and they buried their dead. They placed them with care. They oriented them properly. The same gesture our species had been making for 100,000 years in caves at Kassai and at Nazlet Kata was being made here too. 6,000 years after Sahaba, the Nile would see its first farmers. 5,000 years after that, the pre-dynastic cultures would develop their first villages. And 4,000 years after that, a king named Nama would carve his name into a slate palette and call himself the first of all kings. By that time, Sahaba had been quiet for 9,000 years. The cemetery had been forgotten. The bodies were beneath the gravel of the river terrace, sleeping, waiting for the flood that would, in 1965, finally bring an archaeologist to lift them out. We are going to a small grave in Upper Egypt, 60 centuries before the first pyramid was built, where a man with red hair lay curled in the warm sand of his pit. There is a glass case in the British Museum on the upper floor where a man named Ginger sleeps. He is curled on his right side, his knees drawn up toward his chest, his hands together near his face. His skin is the colour of old leather, dried and contracted across his bones over thousands of years. His hair is still attached to his skull, copper red, which is the colour from which his nickname was given. He has been here, behind the glass, for over 100 years. He is 5,500 years old. Ginger was found at a site called Gabaline, on the west bank of the Nile in Upper Egypt, near a stretch of cliff face about 30 kilometres south of Luxor. He was excavated in the late 19th century by Wallace Budge of the British Museum. He had been buried in a shallow oval pit dug into the dry sand, in the fetal position, the same position the Sahaba dead had been placed in 8,000 years earlier. There was no priestly preparation. The sand of Upper Egypt is so dry and so hot and so absorbent of moisture that bodies buried directly in it sometimes do not decompose. They desiccate. They mummify naturally. The fluids leave the body before the bacteria can do their work, and what remains is a leather and bone preservation that can last for tens of thousands of years. Ginger is one of the most complete examples of natural Egyptian mummification ever recovered. His skin, his hair, his nails, the soft tissue of his face, the muscles still attached to his bones. All of it is still there, dried into the shape of his death. He died young. The current best estimate, based on his teeth and his unfused growth plates, is that he was somewhere between 18 and 21 years old when he died. He was tall for his time, perhaps 165 centimeters. He had been physically active. The wear on his skeleton suggests he did manual work, likely related to fishing or farming. He probably died suddenly. We do not know how. He lived around 3,400 years before the Common Era. It was something archaeologists call the Nakada culture, or sometimes the pre-dynastic period. They farmed wheat and barley. They herded goats. They traded with their neighbours up and down the river. They made beautiful red and black pottery. They worked copper. They buried their dead with care in shallow desert graves. Almost everything we usually associate with Egyptian civilization was already present in some form during the Nakada period. The mud brick architecture, the reed boats, the pictorial conventions that would later become hieroglyphs, the cosmological concepts of the sun god, the cattle goddess, the underworld journey, the careful preparation of the dead for the next life, the orientation of graves to the west, where the sun set and the dead were said to follow, the use of red ochre on bodies, the use of copper amulets and shell jewellery. All of it was there, 15 centuries before the first king united the two lands. Nakada was not pharaonic. It had no pharaohs, but it was the womb of the pharaonic civilization. Everything Egypt would later become was already growing inside it. Narmer, when he eventually unified the two crowns, did not invent Egyptian civilization. He inherited it, fully formed, from his grandparents' grandparents. So step back now, and let the long view of the river settle in your imagination one last time. We have walked all the way from a hearth at Bir Tarfawi, 175,000 years before the present, where a small group of anatomically modern human beings butchered an antelope on the shore of a vanished lake. We have walked through the Aterian world, where shell beads were carried hundreds of kilometers inland and worn around the necks of people whose names will never be spoken again. We have stood beside a young man at Nazlet Kata, his body folded carefully into a sandstone hollow with a stone tool placed near his head, 30,000 years before any pyramid. We have heard the ring of microblades at Kormasan campfires along the late Pleistocene river. We have walked into the green Sahara and seen the painted swimmers in a cave that today sits in the heart of the driest desert on earth. We have stood inside the small stone circle at Nabta Playa, where herders watched the rising sun on the longest day of the year, 2,000 years before Stonehenge. We have stood above the bone and arrow cemetery at Sahaba, where the oldest known battlefield in human history quietly remembers its dead. His hair still red, his hands together near his face, his small grave full of the same gestures that the Egyptians would later carve into stone for kings. Narmer is the page where the writing begins. He is not the page where the story begins, but the gestures by which they buried each other, by which they made fires, by which they walked the river and watched the stars and painted the walls of the caves above their lakes, were the same gestures the pharaohs would inherit. The Egypt we know is the latest visible chapter of an enormous unwritten book. Let the names of forgotten places drift somewhere just behind sleep. Bir Tarfawi, Nazlet Kata. We are the inheritors of every silence, every survival, every first hand that drew a line, every body laid carefully in the warm sand of a small grave. Wherever you are in the world, thank you for letting us tell you a story. Comment your country and your time below. Welcome to Sapiens Untold Live. Settle in for a continuous journey through lost civilizations, ancient mysteries, forgotten peoples, and the deep story of humanity. From the first firelit camps to vanished cities beneath desert, jungle, ice and sea, the past is still speaking. You are watching Sapiens Untold, streaming ancient history and sleep stories, day and night.
1947. Byrd leads the largest Antarctic expedition ever. It ends after 8 weeks.
4,700 men, 13 ships, 33 aircraft. The mission suddenly terminates with no explanation.
Byrd describes flying over ice-free lands with vegetation and encounters requiring immediate classification.
75 years later, regions remain restricted. What did he find that demanded such secrecy?
Welcome to Sapiens Untold. If you enjoy these explorations of humanity's mysteries, please like and subscribe. Where are you listening from tonight? It's the bitter Antarctic summer of 1947, and you're standing on the ice-choked deck of a massive naval icebreaker, the wind whipping at your face, the vast, white expanse stretching infinitely around you. The ship is part of Operation High Jump, led by Admiral Richard E. Byrd, a celebrated polar explorer and Medal of Honor recipient. This expedition, launched just after World War II, was officially a mapping and scientific endeavor. But as you look around at the unprecedented fleet, 13 ships, 33 aircraft and nearly 700 personnel, you can't shake the feeling that this is far more than cartography. Official records show this was the largest Antarctic expedition ever mounted, a scale that seems excessive for mere research, even for the nascent Cold War era. The mission, planned for 6 to 8 months, concluded abruptly, after only 8 weeks. You pore over old dispatches, the hurried messages hinting at an unforeseen urgency. Why did such an overwhelming force retreat so suddenly? Declassified documents reveal unusual mission parameters, and whispers persist of ships returning damaged and unexplained personnel losses. The military has never fully explained the premature termination, fueling a decades-long enigma. Byrd's own words describe something extraordinary. In an alleged 1947 diary entry, you read of flying over ice-free areas, witnessing green vegetation and lakes where only frozen desolation should be. Then, a chilling statement reportedly given to a Chilean newspaper. The expedition encountered a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. In a radio interview on March 5, 1947, he spoke plainly of a land beyond the pole, further elaborating on an ice-free area the size of the United States. These aren't the words of a man simply mapping terrain. The official explanation is scientific research and post-war military positioning, but the scale of resources, the abrupt ending, and Byrd's cryptic public statements continue to ignite questions. Was it a discovery of vast mineral resources, or perhaps strategic military sites that remain classified? Or did Byrd, a figure of unimpeachable credibility, stumble upon something far more profound beneath the ancient ice? Perhaps an advanced technology, an entrance to a subterranean world, a secret Nazi base established during Germany's own enigmatic expeditions, or even evidence of extraterrestrial presence, as some theories suggest. The mystery deepens with his sudden death in 1957, shortly after his final Antarctic mission. What did Admiral Byrd truly find that required such overwhelming force and such profound secrecy? The biting wind of the Antarctic whips across your face as you gaze out from the deck of the Time City of New York Asterisk, anchored near the edge of the Ross Ice Shelf in 1928. This is Admiral Richard E. Byrd's first major expedition to the South Pole, long before Operation High Jump, establishing his reputation not as a fringe figure, but as a pioneering aviator and decorated naval officer, a man whose judgment would later carry immense weight. He was the first to fly over the North Pole in 1926, and would achieve the first South Pole flight in 1929, feats that earned him the Medal of Honor and cemented his place as an unparalleled explorer. His credibility is unassailable, making his later cryptic statements all the more compelling. But Byrd was not the only one drawn to this remote, enigmatic land. You uncover intelligence reports detailing Nazi Germany's own expedition to Antarctica in 1938-39, establishing a claim to a region they named Neuschwabenland. This pre-war interest, largely unknown to the public, sets a chilling geopolitical stage for Byrd's post-war ventures, hinting at a hidden race for the continent's secrets long before the Cold War officially began. After the enigmatic termination of High Jump, Byrd returned to Antarctica for Operation Deep Freeze in 1955-56, another colossal undertaking designed to establish permanent research bases. Yet just 5 years after his death, in 1961, the Antarctic Treaty was signed by 12 nations, designating the continent for peaceful scientific research only, banning military activity, and postponing claims to sovereignty. The timing of this international agreement, enacted suspiciously soon after decades of military-backed expeditions, raises profound questions about what was truly at stake. You examine declassified photographs from these expeditions, searching for clues. Some images show anomalous surface features, shapes and patterns in the ice that defy conventional geological explanation, hinting at something unnatural or incredibly ancient beneath the vast white desert. Could these be the outlines of pre-glacial civilizations preserved under millennia of ice, or geological anomalies of immense strategic value? The military has never fully explained their origin. The official narrative asserts purely scientific and strategic interests for Byrd's missions, and the subsequent international accord. But standing here, watching the ice glint under the pale sun, you can't help but wonder if the extreme lengths to explore and then trust to protect, this continent, hint at discoveries far beyond what has ever been publicly revealed. What secrets did Byrd and his crews truly witness in this desolate, yet fiercely guarded land? The hum of the aircraft engines fills your ears, a steady thrum against the vast silence of Antarctica, as you soar across the continent's interior in the crisp, cold air. Below, the endless white expanse stretches to the horizon, a mesmerizing, unforgiving landscape. You imagine yourself in Byrd's cockpit during Operation High Jump, the panorama unfolding beneath the wings. For hours, it's an unbroken sea of ice and snow, yet official records show that these flights were not just for mapping. They were probing deep into uncharted territory. Suddenly, a shock of impossible color breaks the monochromatic vista. You lean closer to the window, disbelieving, as the ice gives way to a terrain unlike anything you expected. Here, according to Admiral Byrd's alleged 1947 diary entries, were ice-free areas, vast stretches of land with actual vegetation, and even clear, azure lakes. Imagine the profound wonder and disorientation of witnessing such a sight in the heart of the frozen continent. This account describes an oasis, a warm interior region that defies all conventional geographical understanding of Antarctica. These cryptic entries fuel theories that Byrd may have discovered evidence of pre-glacial civilizations preserved under the ice, or perhaps a geothermally active zone supporting an entire, unknown ecosystem. Could this have been the land beyond the pole Byrd mentioned in his radio interview? It's a vision that aligns with persistent hollow earth theories, suggesting hidden entrances to subterranean worlds warmed from within. Then, there's the chilling statement Byrd reportedly made to a Chilean newspaper, describing an encounter with a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. This isn't the language of scientific discovery, but of military engagement with an unknown, formidable force. Did Byrd and his men stumble upon advanced technology from an unknown origin, perhaps remnants of ancient civilizations, or even an extraterrestrial presence? The possibility of Nazi bases established during Germany's prior secret expeditions also looms, an enemy capable of such feats. After the mission's abrupt end, Byrd was allegedly subjected to a classified debriefing and ordered to remain silent about his discoveries. The military has never fully explained this secrecy, or the disproportionate resources committed to the expedition. The truth of what Byrd saw in that ice-free expanse, and who or what constituted this new enemy, remains locked away, leaving you to ponder the immense secrets that may lie beneath Antarctica's frozen veil. The bitter, dry cold of Marie Byrd land presses in around you, even through the thick window of the vintage aircraft. You are airborne again, tracing the phantom flight paths of Admiral Byrd's expeditions, this time focusing on a particular unnerving detail: the compass needle. Pilots from Operation High Jump, flying over these desolate regions, reported erratic instrument behavior, particularly unusual magnetic fluctuations that defied explanation. You imagine the crew's unease as their vital navigation tools, usually steady and reliable, began to flutter wildly, pointing not to the magnetic pole, but to something else entirely beneath the vast ice sheet. This unusual magnetic activity over Marie Birdland adds another layer to the enigma surrounding Operation High Jump's abrupt termination. Was the mission's premature end, after only 8 weeks, instead of the planned 8 months, merely a logistical failure, or was it a swift evacuation prompted by encounters with phenomena that overwhelmed even the most advanced military technology of the time? The military has never fully explained the cause for the sudden withdrawal of 700 men, 13 ships, and 33 aircraft. Such anomalies fuel speculation that Byrd may have encountered something far from conventional. Could these magnetic disturbances be the signature of advanced technology hidden beneath the ice, perhaps an ancient power source from a pre-glacial civilization, or even a sophisticated, unknown craft as described in Byrd's alleged secret diary entries, which mention disc-shaped vehicles and advanced beings? Or do they point to clandestine bases, perhaps established by Nazi Germany's own earlier Antarctic explorations, leveraging an undiscovered energy source? The evidence gaps are vast. Byrd's alleged secret diary, detailing encounters with advanced entities and descriptions of lands beyond the poles, remains controversial, its authenticity fiercely debated, leaving you to question if it's a genuine record or a later fabrication. Were Byrd's reported statements about a new enemy simply misquoted by the press, or were they deliberately suppressed after his classified debriefing upon return? Regardless, his sudden death in 1957, shortly after his final Antarctic mission, only adds to the lingering questions. What did these inexplicable magnetic forces signify? And what did Admiral Byrd take to his grave about the true nature of this most enigmatic continent? The scent of aged parchment fills the quiet air as you lean over a reproduction of the Piri Reis map, illuminated by the soft, flickering glow of a lantern. This extraordinary document, meticulously drawn by an Ottoman admiral in 1513, is renowned for its astonishing accuracy in depicting coastlines of Europe, Africa, and the Americas, long before such comprehensive global cartography was thought possible. But it's the map's most southerly section that arrests your attention, showing a landmass unmistakably resembling the continent of Antarctica. Here lies the profound anomaly. Antarctica was not officially sighted until 1820, and its coastline remained largely unmapped beneath vast ice sheets until the 20th century. Yet, the Piri Reis map presents a detailed, ice-free asterisk shoreline of what appears to be Queen Maud Land, a region of Antarctica. Mainstream cartography struggles with this depiction. How could a map from the early 16th century show a continent that was then unknown, and in a geological state that hasn't existed for millions of years? Alternative researchers point to the map's own annotations, which state it was compiled from older source maps, some dating back to the 4th century BCE, or even earlier. This implies an ancient civilization possessed sophisticated knowledge, capable of surveying the Earth's landmasses when Antarctica was not fully encased in ice. Geologists confirm that Antarctica was indeed largely ice-free millions of years ago. This raises an astonishing question. Did incredibly advanced ancient navigators or mapmakers possess knowledge of a pre-glacial Antarctica, passing it down through lost records? This ancient enigma echoes Admiral Byrd's own alleged discoveries during Operation High Jump. You recall his supposed 1947 diary entries, describing flights over ice-free regions, complete with vegetation and lakes. Could the Piri Reis map, a relic from an unknown past, be a cartographic blueprint for the land beyond the pole that Byrd claimed to have found? Was he perhaps guided by whispers of ancient knowledge, or did he independently rediscover what once lay exposed and was meticulously documented millennia ago? The military has never fully explained the precise objectives or the abrupt termination of high jump, and Byrd was allegedly ordered to remain silent about his findings. The truth about what he saw, and how it might connect to this incredible historical map, remains classified. What kind of civilization possessed the technology and knowledge to chart a continent before it froze solid? Could its remnants, as depicted on this ancient map, be exactly what Admiral Byrd stumbled upon, hidden for ages beneath the vast silent Antarctic ice? You listen intently to the faint, rhythmic pulse of the Earth, transmitted through the sensitive instruments of a modern seismic station, buried deep within Antarctica's ice. It's a distant echo of geological time, a whisper from beneath miles of frozen history. Today, advanced technologies allow us to peer beneath the ice sheet, revealing vast subglacial lakes, towering mountain ranges, and deep canyons that have been hidden for millions of years. But sometimes, among the expected geological formations, seismic anomalies appear, patterns that are difficult to reconcile with natural processes alone. Imagine Admiral Byrd and his crew during Operation High Jump, flying over these same regions, without the benefit of modern sub-ice imaging. What they saw from the air, describing ice-free areas, vegetation and lakes in his alleged diary, might be corroborated by what these instruments now hint at: a dynamic, hidden world beneath the static surface. If warm interior regions exist, perhaps sustained by geothermal activity, or even unknown energy sources, they could melt the ice from below, creating the very environments Byrd described. Declassified documents from Operation High Jump refer to unusual mission parameters, suggesting an interest beyond mere cartography. Was the immense military deployment, with its 700 men, 13 ships, and 33 aircraft, tasked not just with mapping, but with investigating these very geological anomalies? The abrupt termination of the mission, after only 8 weeks, instead of 8 months, takes on new significance if they encountered something unexpected, something that registered not just visually, but perhaps also seismically, disrupting their operations. Consider the possibility that the new enemy Byrd reportedly mentioned to a Chilean newspaper, capable of flying from pole to pole at incredible speeds, wasn't necessarily an external force, but perhaps something indigenous to these deep, hidden geological structures. Could it have been advanced technology, or even unknown life forms adapted to a warm subterranean environment, disturbed by the expedition's presence? Byrd, a respected naval officer and pioneering explorer, was not prone to exaggeration, giving weight to his cryptic claims. The military has never fully explained the losses sustained, or the true reasons for High Jump's premature end. What exactly did the seismic echoes reveal to early geophysicists, and how might that data remain classified even today? The questions linger. What lies beneath those miles of ice that necessitated such overwhelming force, and why, 75 years later, are so many details still shrouded in profound secrecy? A subtle, almost imperceptible warmth brushes against your gloved hand as you lean cautiously over a deep fissure in the Antarctic ice. It's a chilling contrast to the sub-zero air, a pocket of anomalous heat rising from the depths. Beneath the faint thermal current, you detect a low rhythmic hum, a vibration that seems to emanate from the very bedrock below. This isn't the familiar groan of shifting glaciers, but something more deliberate, more profound. Imagine Admiral Byrd and his crew during Operation High Jump, encountering such a phenomenon. His alleged 1947 diary entries described flights over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes, environments that would require a substantial and constant heat source in the world's coldest continent. Could this unexplained warmth, this faint hum, be a localized manifestation of the greater heat that sustained those incredible oases he claimed to have found? Mainstream explanations suggest geothermal activity, volcanic warmth deep beneath the ice. Yet the persistent hum hints at something more engineered, something beyond natural geological processes. This leads to a fascinating array of alternative interpretations. Did Byrd discover entrances to subterranean worlds, warm interior regions where unknown life forms thrive, as posited by hollow Earth theories? Or did he stumble upon advanced technology, perhaps the remnants of pre-glacial civilizations harnessing an arcane energy source, their legacy still emitting this faint, powerful hum? The scale of Operation Highjump, with its 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, seems excessive for a mapping mission. If, however, the mission was secretly investigating such sources of immense, unexplained energy, its true parameters would suddenly make sense. The abrupt termination of the expedition after only 8 weeks, far short of its planned duration, becomes less about logistical failures and more about an encounter with a powerful concealed presence. Byrd's reported statement to a Chilean newspaper about encountering a Gurra, new enemy, that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds, could refer to entities protecting this energy source, or even the technology itself. The military has never fully explained the precise findings or the abrupt end of the mission, and Byrd was allegedly ordered to remain silent. What secret lies beneath this fissure, generating heat and a rhythmic pulse in the heart of the ice? Was it a classified geological discovery of immense strategic value, or something far more extraordinary, something that still lies hidden, humming softly beneath miles of ice? A frigid, dry gust sweeps across your face as you stand before a remote Antarctic mountain range, its jagged peaks piercing the vast white expanse. Above them you observe an eerie spectacle. Anomalous cloud formations gather, unlike any natural meteorological phenomenon you've seen. These aren't typical wisps or storm fronts. They are strangely localized, swirling with an unnerving precision, hinting at a hidden force influencing the atmosphere. Imagine Admiral Byrd, during Operation Highjump, flying over such a landscape. His pilots and crew, veterans of polar exploration, would have immediately recognized the strangeness of these atmospheric distortions. Official records show Operation Highjump was the largest Antarctic expedition ever mounted, with 700 men, 13 ships, and 33 aircraft. For a mere mapping mission, such overwhelming force seemed excessive. If, however, they were investigating phenomena like these unusual cloud formations, perhaps indicating a hidden presence or technological activity beneath the ice, the scale of resources begins to suggest a deeper purpose. These cloud anomalies could be a signature of warm interior regions, perhaps superheated geothermal vents creating localized microclimates that manifest in the sky. Or, as some theories suggest, they could be a form of atmospheric concealment, a cloaking mechanism for a secret base. Could it be a hidden Nazi stronghold, established during Germany's own clandestine pre-war expeditions to Neuschwabenland, equipped with advanced, experimental technology? Or perhaps, something far beyond human construction, an advanced technology from an unknown origin, or even an extraterrestrial presence creating these atmospheric shields? Byrd's alleged 1947 diary entries described flying over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes, which would necessitate warm, localized microclimates. These anomalous clouds could be the visible manifestation of such concealed warmer zones. Furthermore, his reported statement to a Chilean newspaper about encountering a Mochi Shine Pollard's Asholti, new enemy, that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds, might refer to craft emerging from, or operating within, these very atmospheric disturbances. The abrupt termination of Operation High Jump after only 8 weeks, instead of the planned 6 to 8 months, remains unexplained. Was it a retreat prompted by encountering these mysterious atmospheric phenomena, or the advanced entities behind them? Byrd, a decorated naval officer and respected explorer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing. The military has never fully explained these enduring mysteries. What truly caused these strange cloud formations over Antarctica's hidden mountains? And what secret did Admiral Byrd carry, unspoken, about the forces that shaped them? The biting Antarctic wind fades into a profound silence as you duck through the shimmering blue entrance of an ice cave. The air within is unnaturally still, a stark contrast to the swirling gusts outside. The light, filtered through layers of ancient ice, casts an ethereal, otherworldly glow, painting the cavern walls in shades of sapphire and turquoise. There's no echo here, only a hushed absorption of sound, as if the very ice is listening. This stillness, this lack of natural movement or sound, creates a deep sense of mystery, suggesting an environment deliberately cut off from the tumultuous world beyond. Imagine Admiral Byrd's expeditions, particularly Operation High Jump, encountering such a hidden gateway. His alleged 1947 diary entries speak of flying over ice-free areas, hinting at a world concealed beneath the frozen surface. Could these ice caves, or deeper fissures, be entrances to those warm interior regions, a subterranean world far removed from the brutal Antarctic weather? The sheer scale of Operation High Jump, 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, seems excessive for a simple mapping mission. Yet, if the objective included probing for and securing such monumental discoveries, the resources deployed become understandable. This unnaturally still interior could harbor many secrets. Mainstream explanations might point to stable geological formations or unique wind patterns. However, alternative theories propose far more intriguing possibilities. Could this be a hidden base, perhaps one established by Nazi Germany during their own clandestine Antarctic expeditions, now cloaked and protected? Or perhaps it's an entrance to a lost world, a pre-glacial civilization preserved in a warm pocket, or a site housing advanced technology from unknown origins, even extraterrestrial presence, as some claims suggest. The abrupt termination of Operation High Jump, after only 8 weeks, rather than the planned 6 to 8 months, becomes deeply significant in this context. Did the expedition discover an entry point, or even breach one, leading to an encounter that forced a rapid withdrawal? Byrd's reported statement to a Chilean newspaper about a commode, new enemy, that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds, fuels the speculation of a confrontation with something powerful and unknown. The military has never fully explained the precise reasons for the mission's premature end, or the alleged personnel losses. Byrd was reportedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing. What silence truly pervades this ice cave, and what forgotten chapters of humanity's past, or unimaginable future, does it guard? The cold, rough texture of a subglacial rock sample rests in your palm, its surface etched by millions of years beneath the ice. You bring a hand lens close, examining the curious mineral streaks that vein through the ancient stone. They possess an unusual luster, a faint, metallic sheen that doesn't quite match the surrounding geology. These aren't common deposits. Their precise formation and composition suggest a process beyond typical Antarctic geological activity. Imagine scientists during Admiral Byrd's Operation Deep Freeze 1955-56 collecting such samples. While deep freeze was officially about establishing permanent scientific bases, the military involvement and immense resources hinted at a deeper agenda, perhaps investigating valuable geological discoveries. Could these mineral streaks be evidence of vast, strategic mineral resources, elements vital for emerging Cold War technologies, necessitating classification and control? This would provide a mundane, yet powerful explanation for the intense secrecy. However, the precision of these streaks, their almost engineered appearance, opens the door to more extraordinary theories. Could they be remnants or byproducts of advanced technology from an unknown origin? Perhaps the waste material or structural components of machinery belonging to a pre-glacial civilization, long since buried, or even an extraterrestrial presence. Admiral Byrd's alleged secret diary, with its descriptions of encounters with disc-shaped craft and advanced beings, suggests technology far beyond human capability at the time. The abrupt termination of Operation Highjump, planned for 6 to 8 months but ending after only 8 weeks, remains a critical factual mystery. Was the mission cut short due to the discovery of such valuable or anomalous mineral deposits that required immediate military control and secrecy? Byrd's reported statements about a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds might, in this context, refer to rival powers or clandestine groups vying for control over these very resources. The military has never fully explained the true nature of the findings from these expeditions, and Byrd was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing. What do these strange mineral streaks truly represent? Are they merely a unique geological formation awaiting scientific explanation, or do they hold a deeper, more profound secret, a material clue to the extraordinary discoveries Admiral Byrd might have taken to his grave? The truth likely lies somewhere between, but the questions these silent rocks raise continue to echo across the frozen continent. The sterile, cool air of a polar research laboratory hums around you as you meticulously examine a section of an ice core, extracted from miles deep beneath the Antarctic surface. This cylindrical column of ancient ice, a frozen timeline stretching back hundreds of thousands of years, typically holds dust, gases, and microscopic organisms. But here, preserved with astonishing detail, is something utterly unexpected: a distinct, non-native plant specimen, its delicate leaves and stem unmistakably intact, frozen solid within ice layers, far older than any current surface vegetation. This discovery resonates profoundly with Admiral Richard E. Byrd's alleged 1947 diary entries. You recall his description of flying over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes during Operation Highjump, a claim that defied all conventional understanding of Antarctica's desolate interior. Mainstream science might attribute such a find to ancient pollen, or seeds, transported by wind or currents, and subsequently buried. Yet, the completeness of this specimen, and its context within layers dated to millions of years ago, suggests a more remarkable truth. This plant grew in an environment far different from the one we know today. Could this be direct evidence of a warmer, pre-glacial Antarctica, a lost ecosystem that existed millions of years ago, its remnants now frozen in time? Or, more controversially, does it hint at the warm interior regions that Byrd claimed to have discovered, sustained by hidden geothermal activity, or an unknown energy source? If these warm pockets exist, they could support life, including species thought long extinct, or entirely unknown to science, suggesting complex unknown life forms beneath the ice. The immense military resources deployed for Operation Highjump, 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, were ostensibly for mapping. But if the true objective was to explore and secure such profound biological or environmental discoveries, the scale becomes less puzzling. The abrupt termination of the mission after only 8 weeks, rather than the planned 6 to 8 months, could signify not just a logistical failure, but a rapid withdrawal after encountering biological or even technological phenomena that demanded immediate secrecy. Byrd, a celebrated naval officer and respected explorer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing. The military has never fully explained the presence of such non-native biological material, or the true findings of these expeditions. What does this tiny frozen plant tell us about Antarctica's forgotten past, or its hidden present? And what did Admiral Byrd truly witness in those verdant, ice-free lands that necessitated such profound and lasting secrecy? The faint hum of the radar equipment fills the quiet room as you gaze intently at the shimmering green lines on the display. These aren't surface images, but radar penetration scans, painstakingly compiled from modern polar research. Below miles of solid ice, the ground beneath Antarctica slowly reveals its secrets. And there, starkly visible amidst natural geological undulations, are forms that defy explanation. Perfectly geometric subsurface structures, sharp angles, and impossibly straight lines that stretch for miles, far too precise to be formed by ice or natural rock erosion. Imagine if Admiral Byrd's expeditions, particularly Operation High Jump, had access to such technology. What would they have seen beneath the ice, beyond the ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes, described in his alleged 1947 diary? These radar images present compelling physical evidence, raising profound questions about the true nature of Antarctica's hidden interior. Mainstream geology struggles to explain such geometric forms under miles of ice, suggesting perhaps unique rock formations or ancient volcanic structures. However, alternative researchers point to these precise shapes as clear indicators of intelligent design. Could these be the ruins of pre-glacial civilizations, megalithic structures buried and preserved beneath millennia of ice, as suggested by ancient maps like Piri Reis? Or do they represent something more current? Secret Nazi bases, established during their own clandestine Antarctic expeditions, now hidden beneath the surface. The sheer scale of Operation High Jump, involving 4 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, seems disproportionate for a simple mapping mission. Yet if the objective was to investigate and potentially secure sites revealed by such subsurface anomalies, the military resources become understandable. The abrupt termination of the mission after only 8 weeks, instead of the planned 6 to 8 months, takes on new significance. Was it a retreat, an encounter-driven evacuation prompted by the discovery of these very structures, or those who inhabit them? Byrd's reported statement to a Chilean newspaper about a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds could be a direct reference to craft or beings associated with these hidden installations. After his alleged classified debriefing, Byrd was reportedly ordered to remain silent, and his sudden death in 1957, shortly after his final Antarctic mission, only adds to the layers of secrecy. The military has never fully explained these geometric subsurface forms. What colossal secrets do these silent, precise shapes hold beneath Antarctica's frozen shield? The immense pressure of miles of ice overhead is almost palpable as you descend into the abyssal depths of an uncharted subglacial freshwater lake. The frigid water gives way to an unnerving warmth as you plunge deeper, an unexpected thermal gradient defying the extreme cold of the continent above. Here, in this world of absolute darkness, the beam of your submersible's light cuts through the inky blackness, revealing a vast, silent expanse of water, stretching far beyond the reach of your instruments. The sheer scale, the profound stillness of this hidden ocean, evokes a sense of both wonder and profound isolation. Imagine the shock if Admiral Byrd's expeditions, particularly Operation High Jump, had somehow penetrated this realm. His alleged 1947 diary entries described not just ice-free areas, but specifically lakes, teeming with unexpected life, suggesting warm interior regions beneath the ice. While modern science has now confirmed the existence of subglacial lakes, Byrd's claims, made decades before such discoveries were possible, hint at an understanding or encounter far more direct. What could live in such a vast, ancient, isolated freshwater world? Could it harbor unknown life forms, ecosystems that have evolved independently for millions of years, or perhaps even pre-glacial civilizations adapted to subterranean existence, as suggested by hollow Earth theories? The factual mysteries surrounding Operation Highjump are compelling. Why did this largest Antarctic expedition ever mounted, with 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, planned for 6 to 8 months, abruptly end after only 8 weeks? If such a monumental subglacial lake, potentially holding classified geological discoveries or strategic resources, was found, it would profoundly change the mission's scope. The urgency and secrecy surrounding its termination become understandable if a discovery of such magnitude or an encounter with its inhabitants took place. Byrd's own words describe an encounter with a tread-dry new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds, reported to a Chilean newspaper after Highjump. Could these enemies be linked to the profound depths of such a hidden lake, perhaps defending a subterranean domain? After his return, Byrd was allegedly ordered to remain silent about his discoveries following a classified debriefing. And the military has never fully explained the precise reasons for the abrupt ending or the unconfirmed personnel losses. What secrets does this vast, dark subglacial lake truly hold, and how might they connect to what Admiral Byrd took to his grave? The profound pressure of miles of ancient ice bears down as you listen, through ultra-sensitive hydrophones, to the depths of Lake Vostok. This vast, dark, subglacial lake, entombed beneath 4 kilometers of ice for millions of years, is one of Earth's last truly untouched environments. The silence is broken only by the crackle and hiss of the deep, and then, distinctively, unidentifiable sonar pings echo from the abyssal blackness. These aren't the familiar sounds of geological shifts or known aquatic life. Their cadence and frequency are anomalous, suggesting a deliberate origin. Imagine Admiral Byrd, decades ago, theorizing about such a hidden world. His alleged 1947 diary entries describe encounters with ice-free areas, vast lakes, and warm interior regions beneath the polar cap. Claims that precede scientific discovery of Lake Vostok by many years. Did his expeditions, particularly Operation Highjump, glimpse into these deep hidden waters, or detect similar, unexplained signals? The land beyond the pole, Byrd mentioned in his 1947 radio interview, might not have been a surface landmass, but a concealed, subterranean realm of astonishing scale. These sonar pings fuel a range of theories. Could they be the communication of highly evolved unknown life forms, adapted to thrive in this extreme, isolated environment, their biology and intelligence far beyond our current understanding? Or do they represent something technological? Perhaps signals from advanced craft or installations, remnants of a pre-glacial civilization now preserved under the ice, or even a hidden base established by clandestine forces like Nazi Germany's alleged Antarctic strongholds. The idea aligns with Byrd's reported warning of a Crom-Aft Mu enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Operation Highjump, the largest Antarctic expedition ever mounted, involving 700 men and a massive fleet, was abruptly terminated after only 8 weeks. The military has never fully explained the premature end, the reported losses, or the true mission parameters. Was this unprecedented military presence an attempt to investigate, or even engage with, the source of such inexplicable pings, revealing classified geological discoveries, or advanced technology? Byrd was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing, taking the deeper truths of his discoveries to his grave in 1957. What intelligence do these silent sonar pings, echoing from Lake Vostok's ancient depths, still hide? And what did Admiral Byrd truly know about their origin? The sheer cold of the Antarctic air clings to your fingers as you hold a small, dense fragment of metal, unearthed from a moraine deposit. This piece of rock and debris left behind by the slow, inexorable march of a glacier ordinarily contains only geological detritus, but this object, no larger than your palm, carries a surprising weight, its metallic surface hinting at an origin far from the natural world. Its composition, upon preliminary examination, suggests an alloy unlike any commonly known in that era, or even today. Imagine if Admiral Byrd's men, during Operation High Jump, 1946-47, stumbled upon such an artifact. While officially a mapping mission, the expedition's unprecedented scale, 700 men, 13 ships, and 33 aircraft, for what was supposedly cartography, raises questions about deeper objectives. Declassified documents reveal unusual mission parameters, hinting at investigations beyond simple geography. Could the discovery of such anomalous material, or even larger structures from which it came, have been among the classified geological discoveries they were pursuing? The fragment's unique properties fuel a host of compelling theories. Is it a piece of advanced technology from an unknown origin, perhaps wreckage from the new enemy? Byrd reportedly told a Chilean newspaper about an enemy capable of flying from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Could it be a component from a hidden base, possibly established by Nazi Germany during its own secret Antarctic expeditions, hinting at technological feats far beyond what was publicly known at the end of World War II? Or does it belong to a pre-glacial civilization, a relic from a time when Antarctica was ice-free, as suggested by the Piri Reis map and Byrd's alleged diary entries describing vegetation and lakes? The factual mystery of Operation High Jump's abrupt termination after only 8 weeks, rather than the planned 6 to 8 months, becomes less perplexing if such physical evidence forced a rapid withdrawal. Ships returned damaged, and personnel losses occurred that remain unexplained. Byrd, a decorated naval officer and respected explorer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent about his discoveries following a classified debriefing. The military has never fully explained the true nature of the mission's findings or its premature end. What profound secret does this heavy, anomalous fragment hold? And what did its discovery signify for Admiral Byrd in the frozen, silent expanse of Antarctica? The sterile glow of a computer screen illuminates your face as you zoom in on a high-resolution satellite image of Antarctica. Below the vast expanse of ice, revealed by sophisticated ice-penetrating radar and elevation mapping, you discern something truly astonishing. Perfectly symmetrical ridges, stretching in precise, geometric patterns that span many miles. These aren't the chaotic, organic lines of natural rock formations or glacial movements. Their regularity and alignment suggest an unmistakable order, an intelligent design far removed from nature's usual handiwork. Imagine Admiral Byrd and his reconnaissance flights during Operation High Jump. While not equipped with modern sub-ice radar, his aircraft meticulously photographed large areas. Could some of the anomalous surface features, documented in declassified Operation High Jump records, have been subtle hints of these underlying structures, perhaps visible through thinner ice or during periods of melt? The military resources deployed 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft for what was supposedly a mapping mission seemed excessive. But if these expeditions were also tasked with identifying and investigating such profound subsurface anomalies, the scale becomes compellingly justified. These symmetrical ridges prompt a flurry of questions and theories. Mainstream geology struggles to explain such precision, often attributing similar findings to tectonic forces or unusual erosion patterns. However, alternative researchers propose that these could be the remnants of an immense, pre-glacial civilization, their colossal structures now entombed beneath millions of years of ice. The very scale and precision would align with the idea of advanced technology, far beyond what ancient societies are conventionally thought to possess. Or could these be part of a highly concealed vast military installation, perhaps a hidden base established by Nazi Germany during their secret Antarctic expeditions, or even a strategic military site of the Cold War era that remains classified? Byrd's alleged 1947 diary entries describe encounters with ice-free areas, vegetation, and lakes, hinting at a hidden world. His reported statement to a Chilean newspaper about a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds might be linked to the advanced capabilities associated with such immense, hidden infrastructure. The abrupt end of Operation Highjump after only 8 weeks, rather than its planned 8 months, adds to the factual mystery. Was the mission terminated due to the discovery of these very structures, and the implications they held? Byrd was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing, and the military has never fully explained the true nature of his discoveries. What profound purpose did these perfectly symmetrical ridges once serve, and what secrets do they continue to guard beneath Antarctica's frozen, silent heart? The scent of aged parchment and distant hearth smoke fills the air as you delve into ancient northern European lore, tracing the mythic echoes of Hyperborea. This legendary land, often described as a verdant, temperate paradise existing beyond the North Wind, was said to be home to a wise and long-lived people. For centuries, this idea of a habitable, even idyllic region at an otherwise frozen pole has captivated explorers and mystics alike, a tantalizing whisper of a world hidden from conventional sight. You recall Admiral Richard E. Byrd's own startling accounts, particularly his alleged 1947 diary entries describing flights during Operation Highjump over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes in Antarctica. His radio interview on March 5, 1947, further spoke of a land beyond the pole, echoing the very core of the Hyperborean myth, albeit transposed to the opposite end of the Earth. These are not just scientific observations. They are claims that resonate with ancient, improbable legends. Such ancient myths held a particular fascination for pre-World War II Germany. Groups within the Nazi regime, driven by esoteric beliefs and a quest for ancient knowledge, launched their own secret Antarctic expeditions to Neuschwabenland in 1938-39. Were they, perhaps, seeking to uncover the very secrets of such a hidden polar paradise, believing it could hold keys to advanced technology or forgotten civilizations? This geopolitical context adds a chilling layer to Byrd's later missions. The colossal scale of Operation Highjump, 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, for what was officially a mapping mission, seems disproportionate. Yet, if it was a covert continuation of a geopolitical quest for an extraordinary discovery, perhaps even a new enemy, within such a hidden land, the magnitude of force begins to make unsettling sense. Byrd's reported statement to a Chilean newspaper about encountering an adversary that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds could suggest a confrontation with something truly beyond human understanding, perhaps guarding a hidden Hyperborea. The abrupt termination of the mission after only 8 weeks, instead of the planned 6 to 8 months, and Byrd's alleged order to remain silent after his classified debriefing, only deepens the connection between ancient lore and modern classified expeditions. Did Byrd stumble upon a reality that mirrored the oldest legends, a hidden civilization, or a warm ice-free interior, an Antarctic Hyperborea that required absolute secrecy? The military has never fully explained the true purpose of these missions, or their sudden end. What forgotten truths lie hidden beneath the ice, perhaps guarded by those who once called a polar paradise home. The soft rustle of ancient palm leaf manuscripts fills the air as you lean over faded texts, feeling the weight of millennia in your hands. You are deep within classical Indian scriptures, such as the Mahabharata asterisk, and treatises like the asterisk Vaimanika Shastra asterisk, which describe incredible flying machines known as vimanas. These ancient Sanskrit texts detail craft capable of silent flight, hovering, rapid maneuvers and speeds that would astonish even our contemporary engineers, often powered by seemingly impossible methods of propulsion. This brings to mind Admiral Richard E. Byrd's chilling account, reportedly given to a Chilean newspaper after Operation High Jump, 1946-47, where he spoke of encountering a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. The correlation between these ancient descriptions of vimanas and Byrd's startling modern claim is impossible to ignore. The propulsion methods hinted at in these ancient texts, often involving mercury vortex engines or sophisticated energy manipulation, resonate uncannily with theoretical concepts of anti-gravity propulsion, a technology still largely confined to the realm of speculative science today. Mainstream archaeology largely views Vimana descriptions as mythological or allegorical tales, products of ancient imagination. However, alternative researchers propose they are accounts of actual advanced technology, lost to history, or even evidence of extraterrestrial presence in antiquity. This perspective suggests that ancient civilizations possessed a profound understanding of physics, or received knowledge from unknown sources, challenging conventional timelines of human technological development. The geopolitical context of Byrd's expeditions is crucial. Post-World War II tensions saw a desperate scramble for advanced technologies, including anti-gravity concepts, fueled by rumors of Nazi Germany's own secret Antarctic expeditions, and their quest for esoteric knowledge. Was Operation High Jump, with its unprecedented scale of 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, a mapping mission, or was it a covert search for, or confrontation with, such advanced technologies or the entities operating them? The military has never fully explained why High Jump, planned for 6 to 8 months, abruptly ended after only 8 weeks. Byrd, a highly credible decorated naval officer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing. The authenticity of his alleged secret diary, which purportedly details encounters with disc-shaped craft and advanced beings, is debated, yet his public statements remain part of the factual mystery. Could these ancient Vimana texts offer a glimpse into the very technology Byrd encountered? What did he truly witness that mirrored these fantastic descriptions, requiring such overwhelming force and such profound secrecy, even 75 years later? The crisp mountain air of the Andes invigorates you as you stand before the colossal walls of Sacsayhuaman, overlooking Cusco, Peru. You run your hand along the smooth, cold surface of these immense stones, some weighing over 100 tons. They are fitted together with such astonishing precision that even today, centuries after their construction, you cannot slide a sheet of paper between the joints, achieved without mortar or metal tools. The sheer scale of these megalithic blocks, and the inexplicable engineering required to quarry, transport and perfectly place them, leaves you in quiet awe. Mainstream archaeology attributes these fortifications to the Inca Empire, built through ingenious use of ramps, levers, and immense collective labor. Yet, alternative researchers point to the impossibility of such precision and scale with known Inca technology, suggesting that an older, unknown civilization, with more advanced methods, may have laid the foundation, or even built the entire structure, long before the Inca. This whispers of forgotten capabilities, of a past where human ingenuity, or perhaps something more, was far greater than we conventionally understand. This profound mystery of impossible ancient architecture resonates deeply, with the enigma of Admiral Richard E. Byrd's Antarctic expeditions. Imagine if such lost advanced technology, or the remnants of a highly sophisticated, pre-glacial civilization, were discovered not in the mountains of Peru, but beneath the miles of ice in Antarctica. Byrd's alleged 1947 diary entries describe precisely such a scenario, flying over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes, suggesting a habitable world that defies Antarctica's frozen image. Could these hidden lands harbor the very kind of advanced culture capable of building structures like Sacsayhuaman? The factual mysteries of Operation Highjump, the largest Antarctic expedition ever mounted, remain largely unexplained. Why did it involve 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft for what was supposedly just a mapping mission? And why did it abruptly end after only 8 weeks, when planned for 6 to 8 months? If Byrd encountered evidence of such a highly advanced, perhaps even technologically superior, civilization beneath the ice, similar to the whispers left by Sacsayhuaman, it would explain the overwhelming force, the sudden retreat, and the subsequent layers of profound secrecy. Byrd, a decorated naval officer and respected explorer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent about his discoveries following a classified debriefing. The military has never fully explained the true nature of what he encountered. What secrets of advanced forgotten civilizations does the precision of Sacsayhuaman hint at? And what similar, perhaps even greater, wonders did Admiral Byrd take to his grave from beneath Antarctica's frozen veil? The cool, ancient stone of Göbekli Tepe rests beneath your fingertips, its monumental T-shaped pillars rising starkly against the Anatolian sky. As dusk falls, the constellations begin to pierce the deepening blue, and you sense the profound connection these 11,000-year-old megaliths held to the cosmos. Carved symbols on these stones, dating back to a time thought pre-agricultural, depict constellations and celestial events with an accuracy that suggests a sophisticated astronomical knowledge, unexpected from so-called hunter-gatherer societies. This site, older than Stonehenge and the Giza pyramids by millennia, challenges the very timeline of human civilization and its understanding of the heavens. Mainstream archaeology grapples with how a society without settled agriculture could mobilize the resources and possess the complex calendrical and astronomical insight evident here. Alternative researchers posit that Göbekli Tepe hints at a far more advanced past, a lost civilization with capabilities and knowledge that predate our accepted historical narrative. This ancient enigma, a whisper of forgotten wisdom, resonates with the profound questions surrounding Admiral Richard E. Byrd's controversial Antarctic expeditions. Imagine if such advanced, lost astronomical knowledge extended to a detailed understanding of Earth's geography, including a pre-glacial Antarctica. Byrd's own words described flying over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes in his alleged 1947 diary, and his radio interview mentioned a land beyond the pole. Could these statements be more than just extraordinary discovery, but a rediscovery of a world once known to ancient, sophisticated cultures, whose astronomical charts and geographical knowledge now lie buried or hidden? The sheer scale of Operation Highjump, with its 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, seems disproportionate for a routine mapping mission. If, however, the mission was probing for evidence of such a pre-glacial civilization, perhaps guided by classified intelligence or ancient texts, the overwhelming force becomes understandable. The abrupt termination of the expedition after only 8 weeks, rather than its planned duration, suggests an encounter that defied expectation, perhaps with advanced technology, or even the remnants of a civilization that guarded its profound knowledge. Byrd, a decorated naval officer and respected explorer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing. The military has never fully explained the true purpose or sudden end of Highjump. What secrets of lost astronomical knowledge and ancient civilizations does Göbekli Tepe silently guard? And what similar, profound truths did Admiral Byrd uncover beneath the ice of Antarctica? Truths that may redefine humanity's understanding of its own past, and which remain classified even today. The dry, dusty air of an ancient exhibition hall surrounds you as you carefully examine a replica of the Baghdad Battery. Discovered in Iraq in 1938 and dated to the Parthian era, roughly 250 BCE to 250 CE, this artifact consists of a clay jar, a copper cylinder, and an iron rod, all carefully assembled. When filled with an electrolyte like grape juice, it produces a small electric current. This unassuming device challenges conventional historical timelines by implying that ancient peoples possessed an understanding of electrochemistry and a mastery of metallurgy to create the necessary components, far earlier than traditionally believed. Mainstream archaeology debates its purpose, suggesting it was for electroplating or even ancient medical treatments, or perhaps a novelty. However, alternative researchers propose it was a genuine battery, demonstrating an advanced metallurgy and scientific knowledge that suggests a forgotten chapter in human technological history. This anachronistic artifact echoes the profound questions surrounding Admiral Richard E. Byrd's controversial Antarctic expeditions. Imagine if Operation High Jump, with its unprecedented scale of 4,700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, was not just a mapping mission, but a search for sources of advanced technology. Could Byrd's expeditions have been seeking evidence of an ancient, technologically capable civilization, perhaps one that could have produced devices like the Baghdad Battery on a grander, more powerful scale? Byrd's alleged 1947 diary entries describe encounters with advanced beings and disc-shaped craft, hinting at a technology far beyond what was known in the mid-20th century. The geopolitical context of post-World War II tensions, where a global race for advanced weaponry was paramount, adds urgency to these theories. If an ancient, powerful energy source or technological artifacts were found, it would be a discovery of immense strategic value, necessitating profound secrecy. This aligns with Byrd's reported statement to a Chilean newspaper about a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds, an enemy potentially possessing such advanced, perhaps rediscovered, technologies. The factual mystery of Operation High Jump's abrupt end after only 8 weeks, instead of its planned 6 to 8 months, becomes less perplexing if an encounter with such advanced technology, or its guardians, forced a rapid withdrawal. Byrd, a decorated naval officer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing. The military has never fully explained the true nature of the mission's findings. What forgotten knowledge of metallurgy and advanced technology does the Baghdad Battery hint at? And what similar, profound technological secrets did Admiral Byrd uncover beneath Antarctica's frozen veil, secrets that remain classified even today? The warm, crystalline waters of the Caribbean gently lap against your skin as you hover above the Bimini Road, a submerged rock formation off the coast of North Bimini. Below, a perfectly straight path of massive rectangular stone blocks stretches for hundreds of meters, appearing almost deliberately laid. You can feel the currents moving around these enormous stones, some weighing many tons, their edges remarkably regular, challenging the notion of natural formation. Mainstream geology generally attributes the Bimini Road to natural erosion of beach rock, arguing that the precise shapes are coincidental. However, alternative researchers highlight the remarkable linearity, the apparent stratification of different rock types within the blocks, and their striking resemblance to ancient road constructions in other parts of the world. They suggest this is compelling evidence of a submerged artificial structure, a monumental achievement that would require advanced engineering, built by an unknown civilization when sea levels were significantly lower, thousands of years ago. This profound mystery of a submerged ancient structure resonates with the persistent claims surrounding Admiral Richard E. Byrd's controversial Antarctic expeditions. Imagine if similar, massive artificial structures, or even entire cities, were found beneath the Antarctic ice. Byrd's alleged 1947 diary entries describe flying over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes, hinting at a lost, habitable continent. Could these ice-free regions, or the depths below the ice, conceal the remnants of a civilization capable of building structures as impressive as, or even more advanced than, the Bimini Road? The factual mysteries of Operation Highjump remain intriguing. Why was this colossal expedition, with 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, planned for 6 to 8 months, abruptly terminated after only 8 weeks? And why, for what was supposedly a mapping mission, did it involve such overwhelming military force? If Byrd discovered ancient pre-glacial civilizations preserved under the ice, or advanced technology from an unknown origin, perhaps even a hidden city, it would provide a powerful reason for the hurried withdrawal and subsequent secrecy. His reported statements about a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds could be a veiled reference to the formidable capabilities of such a concealed civilization. Byrd, a decorated naval officer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing. The military has never fully explained the true nature of his discoveries. What lost civilizations does the Bimini Road hint at, lying submerged and silent? And what comparable or even greater secrets did Admiral Byrd uncover beneath the ice of Antarctica? Secrets that remain classified, perhaps linked to the very builders of such impossible structures. The raw, biting wind whips past your ears as you trek across a desolate, rock-strewn outcrop in the Ellsworth Mountains, their jagged peaks rising like ancient teeth from the Antarctic ice. The air is thin, the silence profound, yet an unsettling sensation prickles at the back of your neck. You feel a distinct sense of being watched, an invisible gaze emanating from the vast, empty expanse, or perhaps from the very shadows of the formidable mountains around you. There's no visible sign of life, no creature to justify this primal instinct, yet the feeling is undeniable. Imagine Admiral Richard E. Byrd and his men, during Operation Highjump, encountering such a disquieting presence. His alleged 1947 diary entries describe not just geographical anomalies like ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes, but also encounters with disc-shaped craft and advanced beings. These accounts, if authentic, would certainly explain a profound sense of being observed or even monitored by a non-human intelligence. Byrd's credibility as a decorated naval officer and pioneering explorer gives weight to these otherwise extraordinary claims. The colossal scale of Operation Highjump, with 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, was supposedly for mapping. Yet, if the mission's true purpose was to investigate a known or suspected intelligent presence on the continent, the overwhelming force makes strategic sense. The abrupt termination of the mission after only 8 weeks, instead of the planned 6 to 8 months, becomes less a logistical failure and more an encounter-driven evacuation. Ships returned damaged, and unexplained personnel losses occurred, facts that the military has never fully explained. This feeling of being watched also resonates with Byrd's reported statement to a Chilean newspaper about a Comet new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Such an enemy would undoubtedly possess surveillance capabilities, monitoring any intrusion into their domain. Could this presence be that of an extraterrestrial entity, or perhaps a technologically advanced hidden civilization, perhaps even a secret Nazi base established during Germany's own Antarctic expeditions, now cloaked and guarding its secrets? Byrd was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing, a directive that extended until his sudden death in 1957. The military has never fully explained the true nature of his discoveries. Why does Antarctica continue to evoke this unsettling sense of presence? What profound, watchful intelligence did Admiral Byrd encounter in its desolate mountains? An intelligence that still monitors those who venture too close to its classified secrets. The air in the small, dimly lit room is heavy, carrying the scent of old paper and unspoken truths. You sit across from a man whose eyes, though clouded by age, still hold the distant gleam of Antarctic ice. He is a former crewman of Operation High Jump, one of the few remaining witnesses to Admiral Richard E. Byrd's controversial 1946-47 expedition. His voice is a quiet rasp, carefully chosen words echoing with a lifetime of guarded memories, hinting at far more than he explicitly states. He speaks of the initial awe, the sheer scale of the mission. 700 men, 13 ships, 33 aircraft, resources that, for a supposed mapping expedition, seemed almost ludicrous even then. Official records show this was the largest Antarctic deployment ever. But then, a shadow crosses his face as he alludes to the abrupt shift, the growing unease as the mission, planned for 6 to 8 months, inexplicably concluded after only 8 weeks. He mentions ships returning damaged, and whispers of unexplained personnel losses, details the military has never fully explained. You listen for direct answers but receive only fragments, veiled references. He nods slowly when you mention Byrd's alleged 1947 diary entries, those startling descriptions of flying over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes. The crewman's quiet affirmation, unspoken but powerfully felt, suggests such impossible landscapes were indeed witnessed. He doesn't confirm an R-nation enemy, but his grim expression when you recall Byrd's reported statement to a Chilean newspaper about encountering a force that they could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds, speaks volumes, implying a confrontation far beyond the scope of a mere mapping expedition. Was it advanced technology from an unknown origin, perhaps a hidden Nazi base established during Germany's secret Antarctic expeditions, as some theories suggest? Or did they encounter an extraterrestrial presence, or even a pre-glacial civilization, guarding its subterranean world? This quiet testimony reinforces the weight of Byrd's own credibility. A decorated naval officer, who was allegedly ordered to remain silent, after a classified debriefing. What profound secret did this crewman carry for decades? A secret that aligns so chillingly with Byrd's cryptic words and the enduring mysteries of Antarctica. The sudden drop in air pressure catches you off guard as you venture deeper into a newly discovered ice corridor, far beneath the Antarctic surface. Your ears pop, and the air grows surprisingly warm, displacing the expected frigid chill. This isn't the slow, natural ventilation of a common ice cave. It feels like breaching a sealed environment, a vast internal space with its own distinct atmospheric conditions. The feeling is unsettling, hinting at something immense and hidden beyond the glittering walls of blue ice. Imagine Admiral Richard E. Byrd and his expedition during Operation High Jump, 1946-47, encountering such a phenomenon. His alleged 1947 diary entries speak not just of flying over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes, but of entering a different realm altogether, a land beyond the pole, with its own light and temperature. A sudden pressure shift like this suggests a transition into precisely such an encapsulated world, a vast subterranean network capable of sustaining an independent atmosphere. The factual mysteries surrounding Operation High Jump are compelling. Why did this largest Antarctic expedition ever mounted, involving 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, planned for 6 to 8 months, abruptly end after only 8 weeks? If the objective was merely cartography, such an overwhelming force and a premature withdrawal are perplexing. However, if the mission involved exploring deep ice corridors and encountering such dramatic environmental shifts, perhaps indications of entrances to subterranean worlds or even hidden bases, the scale and the hasty retreat become far more logical. This pressure change could signal the presence of advanced technology, regulating an internal climate, or even a hidden civilization existing in warm interior regions, as suggested by Hollow Earth theories. Could this be a concealed Nazi base, established during Germany's own pre-war Antarctic expeditions, where they sought to create a refuge or develop advanced weaponry? Or does it hint at an extraterrestrial presence, guarding their domain with atmospheric controls? Byrd's reported statement to a Chilean newspaper about encountering a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds could directly relate to beings or craft operating within such a hidden, pressure-controlled environment. Byrd, a decorated naval officer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing, and the military has never fully explained the true nature of the mission's findings or its abrupt end. What kind of world lies beyond this shift in pressure? And what profound atmospheric secret did Admiral Byrd stumble upon? A secret that remains classified even today, locked deep beneath the Antarctic ice. The silence beneath the Antarctic ice is profound, broken only by the drip of melting water as you navigate a narrow, subglacial cavern. Ahead, a strange, pulsating luminescence reflects on the underside of a massive ice sheet, casting the frozen ceiling in an ethereal, shifting glow of greens and blues. This isn't bioluminescence from unseen organisms. The light source is too consistent, too controlled, hinting at something artificial, something operating in the absolute darkness. Imagine Admiral Richard E. Byrd and his crew, during Operation Highjump, encountering such an inexplicable light source. His alleged 1947 diary entries describe not just ice-free areas and vegetation, but also a journey into an inner world, illuminated by an unknown light. Such a luminescence would be a clear sign of intelligence or advanced technology, far beyond what any human expedition of the era would expect to find in the Antarctic interior. The sheer scale of Operation Highjump, 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, for what was ostensibly a mapping mission, becomes profoundly significant in this context. If the true objective was to investigate such sources of powerful, unknown light or energy, which could indicate advanced technology, hidden civilizations, or even entrances to subterranean worlds, the overwhelming force appears entirely justified. The abrupt termination of the mission after only 8 weeks, rather than its planned duration, could signify a rapid withdrawal following a direct encounter with the source of this luminescence. This strange light could emanate from a hidden Nazi base, established during Germany's own secret Antarctic expeditions, experimenting with advanced energy sources. Or, more controversially, it could be the light from an extraterrestrial presence, or a pre-glacial civilization whose technology continues to operate in the deep ice. Byrd's reported statement to a Chilean newspaper about encountering a new enemy, that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds, might be a direct reference to the inhabitants or technology associated with this very light source. Byrd, a decorated naval officer and respected explorer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing. The military has never fully explained the true purpose of the mission, the reported damages to ships, or the personnel losses. What profound energy or intelligence radiates this strange luminescence from the depths of Antarctica? And what did Admiral Byrd truly witness in its ethereal glow, a secret that remains classified and hidden from public knowledge even today? The hushed murmur of scientific debate fills the room as you stand among a gathering of glaciologists, their faces illuminated by intricate maps and thermal imaging data of the Antarctic interior. The discussion centers on anomalous heat flows, inexplicable pockets of warmth detected beneath miles of ice that defy conventional models of geothermal activity. These aren't minor fluctuations. In certain regions, the heat signature is significant enough to suggest widespread melting from below, sustaining vast subglacial lakes and even flowing rivers. This scientific mystery resonates profoundly with Admiral Richard E. Byrd's controversial expeditions. You recall his alleged 1947 diary entries describing flights over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes. Such a landscape could only exist if sustained by powerful, consistent heat sources from beneath the ice, precisely what these anomalous heat flows suggest. Byrd's report to a Chilean newspaper about encountering a land beyond the pole would also align with the existence of such a geothermally active interior, creating an oasis in an otherwise frozen continent. Mainstream glaciology attributes these heat flows to various geological factors, such as unusually thin crust or a high concentration of radioactive elements. However, the sheer scale and consistency of some of these anomalies lead alternative researchers to consider more extraordinary possibilities. Could they be generated by advanced technology, perhaps the energy sources of a hidden civilization? Could they power subterranean bases, like those allegedly sought by Nazi Germany during its secret Antarctic expeditions? Or do they hint at the presence of unknown life forms, or even a pre-glacial civilization whose engineered systems continue to operate? The factual mysteries of Operation High Jump, the largest Antarctic expedition ever mounted, involving 700 men and a massive fleet, remain. Why did it abruptly end after only 8 weeks, instead of its planned duration? The immense resources seem excessive for a mapping mission, but if the true objective was to investigate these anomalous heat flows and their potential sources, then the scale of the deployment becomes chillingly understandable. Byrd was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing, and the military has never fully explained the true nature of his discoveries. What profound power lies beneath the Antarctic interior, generating these anomalous heat flows? And what did Admiral Byrd truly find in those warm, verdant lands that required such profound secrecy and a military response of unprecedented scale? The immense pressure of Antarctica's ice sheet seems to sigh around you, a deep, resonant hum that vibrates through the very bedrock. You stand in a theoretical landscape, piecing together the physics that could sustain life in this frozen realm, geothermal vents. These cracks in the Earth's crust, often found along tectonic plate boundaries, release heat from the planet's molten core, acting as natural heaters. Within a glaciologist's careful calculations, this phenomenon could melt vast sections of the overlying ice, creating enormous subglacial lakes and even flowing rivers, far from the sun's light. This scientific understanding offers a fascinating lens through which to view Admiral Richard E. Byrd's extraordinary claims. You recall his alleged 1947 diary entries during Operation High Jump, describing flights over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes. Such verdant oases in the heart of Antarctica would require a monumental heat source, precisely what these widespread geothermal anomalies could provide, fostering warm interior regions capable of sustaining complex ecosystems. Byrd's mention of a land beyond the pole in his radio interview further suggests an environment profoundly different from the frozen surface. Mainstream geology acknowledges geothermal activity, but its extent and potential for creating large, habitable zones beneath the Antarctic ice remain a subject of active research. Alternative theories, however, readily embrace the idea that these thermal anomalies could nurture unknown life forms, perhaps entirely new species adapted to chemosynthetic environments, isolated for millions of years. Or more controversially, could such warm, hidden environments have once supported, or still shelter, a pre-glacial civilization? The factual mysteries surrounding Operation High Jump persist. Why did this largest Antarctic expedition ever mounted, with its 700 men and massive fleet, abruptly end after only 8 weeks, instead of its planned 6 to 8 months? The sheer scale of resources deployed seems excessive for mere cartography, but if the mission was to investigate significant geothermal activity, its potential to melt ice, create hidden ecosystems, or reveal classified geological discoveries, the force becomes understandable. Byrd was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing, and the military has never fully explained the precise reasons for the mission's premature end or the reported losses. What wonders did Byrd truly encounter in those warm, ice-free regions, sustained by the Earth's inner heat? Did he witness unknown life forms? Or perhaps the remnants of an advanced civilization harnessing this very energy? What truth, linking theoretical physics to extraordinary discovery, did Admiral Byrd take to his grave, leaving us to wonder about the profound hidden world thriving beneath Antarctica's frozen veil? The brittle scent of old newsprint fills your nostrils as you carefully unfold a collection of yellowed news clippings from the 1950s. These aren't the sensational headlines of tabloids, but subtly worded articles from respectable, albeit smaller, newspapers, often tucked away in regional archives. They recount anecdotal reports from returned servicemen of Operation High Jump and Operation Deep Freeze, speaking of unusual phenomena, strange aerial craft, and a pervasive sense of secrecy surrounding Admiral Richard E. Byrd's Antarctic expeditions. Many of these stories were quickly downplayed or disappeared from mainstream press, hinting at a deliberate suppression. You discern patterns in these fragmented reports, mentions of rapid, silent vehicles, strange lights in the sky, and an almost palpable atmosphere of fear and confusion among the crew. These hushed accounts echo Byrd's own public statements, particularly his alleged 1947 interview with a Chilean newspaper, where he warned of a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. The consistency across these disparate suppressed sources lends weight to the idea that Byrd's cryptic words were not an isolated incident, but a heavily censored glimpse into a profound truth. The factual mysteries surrounding Operation High Jump are emphasized by these clippings. Why did this largest Antarctic expedition ever mounted, with its 700 men and massive fleet, abruptly end after only 8 weeks, instead of its planned 6 to 8 months? The resources seemed excessive for cartography, but if they were indeed confronting an advanced, unidentified adversary, the deployment of such a force becomes explicable. The clippings also hint at damaged ships and unexplained personnel losses, lending credence to the theory of an encounter-driven evacuation rather than a logistical failure. Mainstream historians often dismiss these snippets as sensationalism or misinterpretations, given the lack of official corroboration. However, alternative researchers suggest they are crumbs of truth deliberately left behind, or simply too numerous and consistent to be mere coincidence. Were these early reports hinting at advanced technology, perhaps a hidden Nazi base established during Germany's own secret Antarctic expeditions, or even an extraterrestrial presence? Byrd, a decorated naval officer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing. His sudden death in 1957, shortly after his final Antarctic mission, only adds to the intrigue surrounding these suppressed accounts. The military has never fully explained the true nature of his discoveries. What profound, classified secrets did these fleeting news clippings hint at, and what did Admiral Byrd truly know about a hidden enemy beneath Antarctica's frozen veil, knowledge that remains hidden from the public even today? The quiet hum of old teletype machines and the hushed urgency of strategic meetings fill the air as you trace the invisible lines of the geopolitical chess game played out in the unforgiving Antarctic. The ink on the surrender documents of World War II was barely dry, yet the world was already plunging into the icy depths of the Cold War. In this tense new era, every unmapped corner of the globe became a potential theater for espionage and strategic advantage. You consider Nazi Germany's own clandestine expedition to Antarctica, Neuschwabenland, in 1938-39. This pre-war interest, often overshadowed by the horrors of the war, suggests a hidden agenda, a search for something beyond territorial claims. Then came Admiral Richard E. Byrd's colossal Operation Highjump in 1946-47, followed by Operation Deep Freeze in 1955-56, massive military-backed endeavors by the United States. Why such overwhelming force for what was officially presented as scientific and mapping missions? The involvement of 4 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft for Highjump, planned for 6 to 8 months but abruptly ending after only 8 weeks, speaks volumes of an urgency far beyond cartography. The factual mysteries deepen as you consider Byrd's own cryptic statements. His reported warning to a Chilean newspaper about a Koya, new enemy, that Poisal could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds, and his radio interview mentioning a land beyond the pole, suggest an encounter with a formidable, non-conventional adversary. Was this adversary a hidden Nazi base, leveraging advanced technology developed in the war, or perhaps an entirely unknown intelligence, guarding classified geological discoveries, or strategic sites of immense value? A pivotal piece of the puzzle is the Antarctic Treaty of 1961. Signed suspiciously soon after Byrd's expeditions, it bans all military activity on the continent, dedicating it to peaceful scientific research. This international accord, brokered during the height of the Cold War, effectively sealed off Antarctica from military contention. Was this treaty a preventative measure against a nascent arms race for the continent's secrets, or a collective agreement to contain a discovery too profound, too dangerous for any single nation to control? Byrd, a highly decorated naval officer and revered explorer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing. His sudden death in 1957, following his last Antarctic mission, further shrouds the events in secrecy. The military has never fully explained the true nature of what he found. What geopolitical tremors did Byrd's expeditions cause? And what profound, classified secret about Antarctica's interior forced the world's powers to unite in an unprecedented act of global control, a secret still guarded by silence, and a treaty? The air is thick with the scent of aged leather and dust as you sort through obscure texts and private correspondence, revealing persistent whispers of an underground city. These accounts, often found in esoteric circles and the fringes of historical research, describe not just hidden bases, but vast, subterranean metropolises beneath the Earth's surface, thriving in warmth and light. This idea of a hollow Earth, or at least immense internal caverns, has captivated theorists for centuries, often connected to tales of advanced beings and forgotten civilizations. These whispers resonate with startling clarity with Admiral Richard E. Byrd's controversial expeditions. You recall his alleged 1947 diary entries, which vividly described flying over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes, and an astonishing journey into an inner world, a land beyond the pole, that was warm and inhabited. Could these accounts be more than fantastical claims, instead hinting at the discovery of such an underground city beneath Antarctica's formidable ice sheet? Byrd's credibility as a decorated naval officer lends an unsettling weight to these extraordinary claims. The factual mysteries of Operation Highjump, the largest Antarctic expedition ever mounted, are significant. Why did this mission, involving 4 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, and planned for 6 to 8 months, abruptly end after only 8 weeks? If the objective was merely mapping, such a deployment and premature withdrawal are perplexing. However, if the goal was to locate or confront a hidden underground city, or a new enemy within it, as Byrd reportedly told a Chilean newspaper, an enemy capable of flying from pole to pole at incredible speeds, then the overwhelming force and hasty retreat make chilling sense. The geopolitical context, with Nazi Germany's own pre-war Antarctic expeditions, adds another layer of intrigue. Were they, too, seeking such an underground refuge, or a source of advanced technology within a subterranean city? Post-World War II, the scramble for intelligence and advanced weaponry was intense, making any discovery of a hidden civilization or advanced technology a matter of supreme national security. Byrd was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing, a directive that extended until his death in 1957. The military has never fully explained the losses or the true reasons for Hijump's premature end. What profound secret, what vast underground city do these esoteric whispers and Byrd's cryptic accounts truly point to? And why, 75 years later, does the truth about Antarctica's hidden depths and what Admiral Byrd took to his grave remain so fiercely classified? The soft hum of a magnetometer fills your ears as you scrutinize intricate magnetic anomaly maps of Antarctica. These scientific charts, compiled from decades of aerial and satellite surveys, reveal the subtle distortions in Earth's magnetic field. While many anomalies are natural, caused by variations in geological composition, certain patterns on these maps stand out. Perfectly circular disturbances, long straight lines of magnetic variation, and regular grid-like signatures that appear to be artificial, too precise and localized to be merely geological. Imagine Admiral Richard E. Byrd's crews during Operation Hijump, using early magnetic sensing equipment. Their instruments would have picked up strong, inexplicable fluctuations, possibly causing the erratic compass behavior reported during flights over Marie Birdland. These magnetic anomalies, captured today with far greater resolution, lend powerful credence to the persistent claims that Byrd discovered something extraordinary beneath the ice. Mainstream geophysicists generally seek natural explanations for these magnetic variations. However, alternative researchers argue that the geometric precision and localized intensity of some anomalies strongly suggest the presence of massive, buried metallic objects or advanced energy sources. Could these be the magnetic signatures of vast, hidden structures built by a pre-glacial civilization? Or perhaps they reveal a concealed Nazi base, established during Germany's own secret Antarctic expeditions, harnessing experimental technologies that distort the local magnetic field. The factual mysteries surrounding Operation Hijump are particularly relevant here. Why did this largest Antarctic expedition ever mounted, with its 700 men, 13 ships and 33 aircraft, planned for 6 to 8 months, abruptly end after only 8 weeks? The immense resources seem excessive for cartography, but if the mission was to investigate, and perhaps neutralize, sources of powerful artificial magnetic anomalies, the scale becomes compellingly justified. Byrd's reported statement to a Chilean newspaper about encountering a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds could directly refer to technologically advanced craft operating within or emanating from these magnetically active zones. Byrd, a decorated naval officer, was allegedly ordered to remain silent after his classified debriefing, and his sudden death in 1957, shortly after his final Antarctic mission, further shrouds these discoveries in secrecy. The military has never fully explained the true nature of these magnetic anomalies, or the abrupt end of the mission. What advanced technology or hidden intelligence creates these artificial magnetic signatures beneath Antarctica's frozen surface? And what profound classified secrets did Admiral Byrd uncover, secrets that still ripple through the Earth's magnetic field, hidden from public knowledge even today? The quiet hum of seismic data analysis fills the lab as you delve into the Earth's deep past, exploring the intriguing yet controversial concept of crustal displacement. Unlike plate tectonics, which describes the slow drift of continents, this theory posits that the entire outer shell of the Earth can occasionally shift rapidly over the underlying mantle, relocating massive land masses, including poles, to entirely different climatic zones in a geological blink of an eye. If true, it would mean that Antarctica, currently a frozen wasteland, could have been in a much more temperate, even tropical latitude, relatively recently in geological terms. This theoretical possibility casts Admiral Richard E. Byrd's controversial expeditions into an even more profound light. You recall his alleged 1947 diary entries describing flights during Operation High Jump over ice-free areas with vegetation and lakes. Such verdant landscapes in the heart of Antarctica, if viewed through the lens of crustal displacement, suggest that the continent might not have been frozen for millions of years, but that parts of it were exposed and even temperate much more recently. Byrd's radio interview, mentioning a land beyond the pole, takes on a literal, geographic meaning within this theory. Mainstream geology primarily adheres to plate tectonics, which suggests a slower, more gradual continental drift. However, alternative researchers propose that crustal displacement could explain rapid climate changes in the past, accounting for anomalous finds like non-native plant specimens in ice cores. If Antarctica was indeed positioned differently, it could have harbored pre-glacial civilizations. Their ruins, now buried by ice after a sudden shift, reposition the continent to the pole. The factual mysteries surrounding Operation High Jump are compelling. Why did it involve 700 men, 13 ships, and 33 aircraft for what was supposedly a mapping mission? If the mission's true purpose was to investigate a recently displaced continent, exploring for evidence of lost civilizations, or strategic military sites in newly exposed or once temperate zones, the scale becomes entirely logical. The abrupt termination of the mission after only 8 weeks, instead of its planned 6 to 8 months, could signify an encounter with something guarding these ancient secrets.
Welcome to Sapiens Untold Live. Settle in for a continuous journey through lost civilizations, ancient mysteries, forgotten peoples, and the deep story of humanity. From the first firelit camps to vanished cities beneath desert, jungle, ice and sea, the past is still speaking. You are watching Sapiens Untold, streaming ancient history and sleep stories, day and night.
Welcome to Sapiens Untold. If you enjoy these explorations of humanity's mysteries, please like and subscribe. Where are you listening from tonight? It's a cool, dry dawn in the Judean desert, and you're standing near the entrance of Cave 4 at Qumran, where a weight of dust once settled on a treasure that redefined our understanding of ancient texts. Here, amidst fragments of scrolls, you encounter not carved stone, but whispers preserved on parchment, the Book of Enoch. This ancient Hebrew-Aramaic manuscript, excluded from most biblical canons but revered by the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, purports to recount events long before the Great Flood, dating its preserved form to 300 BCE, yet claiming far older memories. You turn your attention across the Mesopotamian plain to the sun-baked sites of ancient Sumer, where archaeologists unearthed cuneiform tablets, humanity's oldest writings, some from 3200 BCE. These clay records speak of the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens to earth, interacted intimately with early humans, and imparted transformative knowledge. Remarkably, both traditions independently record narratives of advanced non-human entities arriving on Earth, initiating humanity's dramatic societal shift. Ancient texts describe striking parallels that suggest a profound textual mystery. The Book of Enoch details 200 watchers who descended upon Mount Hermon, took human wives, and fathered the monstrous Nephilim giants. They taught forbidden knowledge. Azazel revealed weapon-making and cosmetics, Shemhazai taught root-cutting and sorcery, Barakel astronomy. Across the cultural chasm, Sumerian texts chronicle the Anunnaki, who brought civilization's foundations: agriculture, mathematics, writing, astronomical knowledge, and law through divine decrees known as the ME. They also engaged in what some interpret as genetic experiments, creating hybrid beings. Separated by culture but united in narrative, Both traditions describe beings descending from above, interbreeding with humans, imparting advanced knowledge, and facing eventual divine judgment. As the desert sun climbs higher over the Qumran caves, you feel the tangible silence, a reverence for the ancient voices echoing from fragments of parchment. You hold the conceptual weight of the Book of Enoch, a text that speaks of 200 watchers descending to Mount Hermon, taking human wives, and teaching forbidden knowledge that transformed humanity. Simultaneously, your mind bridges the centuries to the ancient clay tablets of Sumer, where the Anunnaki are credited with bestowing civilization upon nascent human societies. Ancient texts describe a remarkable pattern of knowledge transfer across both traditions. The Watchers in Enoch detailed forbidden arts. Azazel taught weapon making and the art of cosmetics. Shemazai instructed in root cutting and sorcery, and Barakel unveiled the mysteries of astrology. Similarly, Sumerian texts credit Anunnaki gods like Enki with bringing agriculture, written language, mathematical systems, and astronomical knowledge, the very foundations of civilization encapsulated in their ME divine decrees. It's not a vague, they taught stuff, but a precise matching of knowledge categories: agriculture, metallurgy, astronomy, mathematics, writing, medicine, and spiritual practices. Both traditions record beings from above, imparting transformative wisdom. The parallels extend to specific names and roles. Enoch names 20 specific Watcher leaders, each with roles. Some researchers suggest a mirroring in the Anunnaki pantheon. Enki, the wise teacher and benefactor of humanity, could be seen reflecting Azazel, the knowledge bringer. Enlil, the stern ruler and chief of the Anunnaki Council, resonates with Semyaza, the chief of the Watchers. And the Anunnaki goddess, Ninmah, involved in the creation of humanity and hybrid beings, finds an echo in the Watchers who fathered the Nephilim giants, hybrid offspring mentioned in both traditions. Both narratives culminate in a cataclysmic punishment. The Book of Enoch describes God sending archangels to bind the Watchers, destroy their Nephilim offspring, and cleanse the earth with a great flood. In Sumerian texts, divine council meetings see Enlil decreeing the deluge to wipe out humanity's corruption, with Enki secretly warning the chosen survivor, Ziusudra, to build an ark. These flood narratives, with their divine anger, chosen survivor, and ark specifications, are nearly identical, suggesting either profound cultural transmission or a shared, primal memory. Mainstream biblical scholarship often views Enoch as Jewish apocalyptic literature, influenced by earlier Mesopotamian mythology, suggesting that later Jewish authors borrowed and reframed Sumerian stories. In this view, the Anunnaki are Sumerian gods, mythology, and the Watchers are Jewish angels, theology, with similarities proving cultural transmission, not extraterrestrial contact. Yet a compelling alternative interpretation posits a deeper truth. What if both cultures preserved genuine historical memories of the same events? The names may differ, the cultural framing as gods versus angels may vary, but the core narrative remains remarkably consistent. Advanced beings came from above, shared transformative knowledge, created hybrid offspring, and were ultimately removed by higher cosmic powers, sending a catastrophic flood. These are two independent witnesses describing the same events, each in their unique cultural language. Sumer in southern Iraq and the Levant, where Hebrew tradition flourished, are separated by mere hundreds of miles. Mount Hermon, the Watcher's descent point, lies squarely in the ancient Near East. These civilizations interacted. However, both texts claim to describe events that unfolded long before either culture existed, preserving them as ancient memories rather than contemporary experiences. Whether interpreted as mythology, theology, cultural borrowing, or historical memory of actual events, the parallel narratives are too specific, too detailed, and too consistent to dismiss as mere coincidence. The matching names, roles, knowledge categories, offspring, punishments, and flood narratives suggest either remarkable cultural transmission or a shared source material, potentially memories of real encounters preserved in both traditions. Did Sumerian and Hebrew cultures independently create nearly identical narratives by sheer coincidence? Did later authors deliberately borrow and adapt earlier stories? Or did both preserve fragmented memories of actual historical events, encounters with advanced beings who came from above, taught transformative knowledge, created hybrid offspring, and were removed by cosmic powers sending the Great Flood? If the Anunnaki and Watchers are, in essence, the same entities, what profound implications does that hold for human history and our place in a cosmos far stranger than our mainstream narratives often admit? You stand in the hushed, cool air of a museum archive, the soft glow of a display case illuminating a replica of the Sumerian king list. Your gaze traces the intricate cuneiform script on the clay tablet, humanity's ancient chronicle dating back to around 2100-1800 BCE. The palpable weight of history emanates from this artifact, yet what it records reaches back far beyond its own creation, into an almost unfathomable past. This isn't just a list of kings, it's a window into a time before the known world. You focus on the tablet's most enigmatic section, the kings before the flood. Here, the list enumerates rulers who reigned for astonishingly long periods, not decades or centuries, but tens of thousands of years. 8, or sometimes 10, monarchs are listed, their reigns stretching from 18,600 to 43,200 years each, culminating in a total of 241,200 years for the entire antediluvian era, before the flood swept over, and after the flood swept over, kingship descended from heaven a second time. This documented textual evidence presents a profound mystery. Mainstream archaeological scholarship often interprets these impossibly long regnal years as mythological, symbolic of a golden age, or perhaps reflecting dynasties rather than individual lifespans or even astronomical cycles. The numbers, from this perspective, are allegorical, not literal. However, an alternative interpretation invites deeper contemplation. Could these extraordinary durations hint at the very nature of the beings described in both Sumerian and Enochian traditions? If the Anunnaki and Watchers were advanced, non-human entities with lifespans vastly exceeding our own, then rulers reigning for millennia might not be mythological hyperbole, but a factual record from a different perspective. These kings, who held power directly before the deluge, could represent the advanced entities themselves, or perhaps the early hybrid offspring with extended lifespans governing human populations during what these ancient cultures remembered as a pre-flood epoch. The Sumerian king list, like the Book of Enoch, explicitly marks a clear division: the flood as a catastrophic event that reset history. Before this event, humanity's rulers, and perhaps humanity itself, operated under different conditions, interacting directly with what Sumerian texts call the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came. The list suggests an era when entities with immensely long existences, much like the Watchers who taught for eons, directly shaped early human civilization. This tablet, weathered by time yet still legible, serves as a tangible link to these shared pre-flood narratives. It raises questions about the very definition of king and human in that ancient epoch. Did the Sumerians record the reigns of beings who were not mortal men as we understand them today, but beings closer to the Watchers of Enoch, celestial or terrestrial intelligences with lifespans that stretched across what we now perceive as ages? The enduring puzzle etched in this clay invites us to reconsider the timeline of human history and the identities of those who ruled in its earliest, most mysterious chapters. You lean closer to the cool, quiet exhibit, your gaze drawn to the intricate cuneiform on a Sumerian administrative tablet, perhaps detailing allocations to a temple, or perhaps even a king list fragment. The precise marks tell not just of daily life, but of the very names that shaped their cosmos. The resonance of these ancient names, whispered across millennia, finds an echo in texts far removed culturally, yet strikingly similar in narrative. Ancient texts describe a remarkable specificity in the roles and names attributed to these descending beings. The Book of Enoch names 20 specific Watcher leaders, each assigned particular functions or territories. For instance, Azazel is identified as the one who taught humans to make weapons and adorn themselves with cosmetics, leading to corruption. Shemazai taught root cutting and sorcery, while Barakel imparted astrology. Crossing the cultural divide, Sumerian texts name specific Anunnaki deities credited with bringing civilization's foundations. Enki, often depicted as the wise god of water, crafts, and knowledge, a benefactor to humanity, finds a compelling parallel in Azazel as a primary knowledge bringer. Enlil, the stern chief of the Sumerian pantheon and holder of the Tablets of Destinies, resonates with Semyaza, the chief of the Watchers who led the descent. And Ninmah, the mother goddess and divine geneticist in Sumerian myths, who shaped humanity and hybrid beings, evokes the Watchers who fathered the Nephilim giants. These are not merely general similarities, but specific roles, seemingly matched across distinct traditions. This precision extends to the knowledge transferred. Both Watchers and Anunnaki taught 7 specific categories: agriculture, metallurgy, weapon making, astronomy, mathematics, writing, medicine, root cutting, herbalism, and spiritual or magical practices. This striking consistency, down to the very categories of knowledge, suggests a pattern far more intricate than vague cultural exchange. Mainstream biblical scholarship views these textual parallels as evidence of cultural transmission. It suggests that later Jewish apocalyptic authors, when composing works like the Book of Enoch, drew upon and reinterpreted existing Mesopotamian myths, adapting figures like the Anunnaki into their own theological framework of fallen angels or watchers. From this perspective, the Anunnaki are purely mythological Sumerian gods, and the Watchers are theological Jewish angels, with the similarities proving a borrowing of narratives, not shared historical events. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if these distinct cultural narratives, separated by geography and time, are not simply borrowed tales, but independent cultural expressions attempting to describe the same historical encounters? The names differ, the framing as gods or angels differs, but the core events, descent from above, interbreeding, imparting specific categories of transformative knowledge and creating hybrid offspring, remain consistently detailed. Such specific, consistent parallels across names, roles, and knowledge categories challenge the idea of mere coincidence, beckoning us to consider a shared source, a profound memory etched into the collective consciousness of ancient humanity. You stand amidst the sun-baked, wind-scoured ruins of Eridu in southern Iraq, feeling the immense antiquity beneath your feet. The layers of archaeological strata here descend deep into the earth, testifying to continuous habitation stretching back to the Ubaid period, roughly 5400 BCE, making it one of the oldest known cities on Earth. A vast, eroded ziggurat mound dedicated to the god Enki dominates the landscape, hinting at the primordial significance of this site in Sumerian consciousness. Sumerian texts describe Eridu as the first city, the place where kingship descended from heaven after creation, long before the Great Flood. This resonates with the narratives of beings from above initiating civilization. It was here, at Eridu, that Enki, the Sumerian god of wisdom, water, and creation, established his domain. He is credited with bringing the Me, the divine decrees or foundational principles of civilized life, to humanity. These Me encompass everything from agriculture, mathematics, and writing to various crafts and social institutions. This documented textual evidence of Enki imparting fundamental knowledge to early humans presents a remarkable parallel to the Book of Enoch. There, the Watchers descended to Mount Hermon and taught humanity forbidden knowledge, metallurgy, cosmetics, weapons, and the secrets of the heavens. While the Sumerian texts often frame Enki's gifts as benevolent, the sheer transformative power of this sudden influx of knowledge, appearing in an otherwise nascent human society, echoes the dramatic societal shift brought about by the Watchers. Mainstream archaeology views Eridu's development, with its succession of temples built directly atop older ones over millennia, as a testament to indigenous human innovation and the gradual organic rise of complex society in Mesopotamia. The sophistication seen in the earliest Ubaid pottery and architectural planning is attributed to the ingenuity of early Sumerians themselves. However, an alternative interpretation explores the possibility that Eridu represents a cultural memory of accelerated development sparked by external influence. What if the kingship descended from heaven and Enki's bestowal of the Me are Sumerian cultural expressions describing encounters with the same advanced entities that the Book of Enoch calls the Watchers? Both traditions independently record the descent of beings who radically uplifted human capabilities, enabling the very foundations of civilization. The geographical connection is undeniable. Sumer and the Levant, where the Enoch tradition formed, are proximate. Could Eridu be one of the original contact points? A place where these advanced beings first shared their transformative knowledge, initiating the human journey toward complex civilization. The enduring ruins of Eridu, steeped in myth and history, invite us to ponder the true origins of our earliest cities and the profound, perhaps non-human sources of our civilization's dawn. You kneel on the archaeological mound, the sun-warmed earth gritty beneath your hand, examining a fragment of exquisitely painted Ubaid pottery dating back to perhaps 5000 BCE. Its intricate geometric patterns speak of a sudden, sophisticated artistry that seems to emerge with surprising speed from earlier, simpler forms. This pottery, found across Mesopotamia, marks the dawn of organized village life, preceding the great Sumerian cities, yet already hinting at complex social structures and shared cultural knowledge. It is precisely this period, the Ubaid era, c. 6500, 3800 BCE, that represents a pivotal moment for humanity, a time when crucial foundations for civilization, large-scale agriculture, permanent settlements, monumental architecture, and specialized crafts appear to crystallize. This documented leap in human capability, occurring millennia before the earliest written records of Sumer, forms a compelling backdrop for the narratives of knowledge transfer found in both the Book of Enoch and Sumerian cuneiform tablets. Ancient texts describe a pattern of beings descending from above to impart advanced knowledge. Enoch 6-8 details Watchers teaching forbidden arts, Azazel introducing weapon-making and cosmetics, Shemhazai sorcery, and Barakel astrology. In parallel, Sumerian texts credit the Anunnaki gods, particularly Enki, with bestowing the Me, the divine decrees encompassing agriculture, sophisticated mathematics, astronomical understanding, and the very concept of written law upon early humans. These gifts transformed human society, moving it from rudimentary existence to the threshold of civilization. Mainstream archaeology attributes the rapid advancements of the Ubaid period to indigenous human innovation, environmental adaptation, and the gradual evolution of social organization. The intricate pottery, the early irrigation systems, and the foundational temple structures are seen as the result of collective human ingenuity responding to the fertile but challenging Mesopotamian environment. However, an alternative interpretation explores the profound questions surrounding this accelerated cultural development. What if the sudden appearance of complex agricultural techniques, advanced architectural planning, and a mastery of materials during the Ubaid period is not solely the product of slow human evolution, but rather the memory of concentrated knowledge transfer? The precise matching of knowledge categories, agriculture, metallurgy, astronomy, mathematics, writing, medicine, and spiritual practices across both the Watcher's teachings and the Anunnaki's gifts suggests a deliberate, organized imparting of information. Could the sophisticated potter's techniques, the geometric precision of Ubaid settlements, or the burgeoning understanding of celestial cycles reflected in early temple alignments be the faint echoes of the forbidden knowledge or divine decrees given by non-human benefactors? The archaeological record, in its remarkable trajectory from hunter-gatherer to city builder, offers a silent testimony, urging us to consider whether the ingenuity we observe was entirely our own, or if it was ignited by ancient encounters with entities who once walked among us, shaping our world in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. The pre-dawn chill bites at your skin as you stand among the towering T-shaped megaliths of Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey. The monumental stones, some weighing over 10 tons, rise from the earth, their carved animal reliefs appearing almost to breathe in the faint silvery light before the sun crests the horizon. This awe-inspiring sight, dating back over 11,000 years to the pre-pottery Neolithic, predates settled agriculture, advanced metallurgy, and even the invention of pottery, a testament to monumental construction by sophisticated hunter-gatherers that, by conventional archaeological timelines, simply shouldn't exist. You run your hand along the weathered limestone, feeling the precision of the carvings, contemplating how a society without fixed settlements or developed tools could conceptualize and execute such a vast, intricate ritual complex. This profound anomaly raises questions that echo the most ancient textual mysteries. Ancient texts describe beings descending from above, imparting knowledge that dramatically transformed early human society. The Book of Enoch details the Watchers teaching forbidden arts, metallurgy, astronomy, and advanced techniques. Sumerian texts, millennia later, credit the Anunnaki with bestowing the very foundations of civilization, the ME, agriculture, mathematics, writing, and architectural principles. Here at Göbekli Tepe, you witness the sudden, unexplained emergence of complex architectural planning and skilled stonemasonry in a period conventionally believed to be primitive. Mainstream archaeology attributes Göbekli Tepe's construction to complex social organization and a sophisticated belief system among hunter-gatherers, suggesting that the drive for ritual gathering preceded and perhaps led to the development of agriculture. From this perspective, it's a monumental achievement of indigenous human ingenuity, pushing back our understanding of when complex societies emerged. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if Göbekli Tepe represents the material evidence of the knowledge transfer described in both Sumerian and Enochian traditions? Could these massive, intricately carved structures be a tangible manifestation of the advanced knowledge imparted by entities like the Anunnaki or Watchers? The sheer leap in organizational and engineering capability apparent here, seemingly without a preceding evolutionary development, parallels the narratives of sudden, external influence described in those ancient texts. The site is not a settlement, but a sacred precinct, suggesting a powerful, guiding purpose. Could this be a place where the descent from above occurred, or where the first knowledge was disseminated, perhaps for ritual purposes directly connected to these advanced beings? Göbekli Tepe challenges our linear understanding of human development, just as the narratives of the Watchers and Anunnaki challenge our conventional historical framework. It stands as a silent stone question mark, its origins shrouded in prehistory, inviting us to consider whether the human spark of civilization was truly ignited from within, or if it was struck by a hand reaching from beyond. You trace the intricate carvings on Pillar 43 within Enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe, feeling the rough texture of the limestone. Known as the Vulture Stone, this megalith, dating back 11,000 years, depicts a series of animals, scorpions, vultures, and a headless man, alongside curious symbols, notably 3 small bags or totems. Some researchers interpret these carvings not merely as art, but as a sophisticated astronomical star map, specifically a depiction of a comet impact that occurred around 10,250 BCE, a cataclysmic event marking the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. This documented evidence of advanced astronomical understanding at such an early period presents a profound challenge to conventional timelines. How could hunter-gatherers, supposedly without complex scientific instruments or writing, possess such precise celestial knowledge and the ability to record it with such sophistication? This anomaly resonates deeply with the textual mysteries of ancient traditions. Ancient texts describe advanced beings imparting astronomical knowledge to early humans. The Book of Enoch details Barakel teaching the signs of the stars and the signs of the sun, alongside other forbidden arts. Sumerian texts credit the Anunnaki with bestowing the knowledge of the heavens, mathematical systems to track celestial bodies, and the intricate calendrical understanding crucial for their sophisticated civilization. Both traditions independently record the transfer of complex astronomical wisdom from non-human entities. Mainstream archaeology often attributes early astronomical observations to direct, long-term observation by skilled ancient peoples, interpreting the vulture stone as symbolic or mythological rather than a precise astronomical record. From this perspective, while the hunter-gatherers were clearly intelligent and observant, attributing precise cometary impact knowledge might be overinterpreting the evidence. However, an alternative interpretation suggests that Göbekli Tepe's celestial alignments and the vulture stone's potential astronomical encoding are tangible remnants of the knowledge transfer described in ancient texts. What if this knowledge was not slowly accumulated by humans, but rather imparted by the very Watchers, or Anunnaki described as descending from above? The parallels are too striking to ignore. Beings from the heavens teaching the secrets of the heavens. The site's monumental scale and apparent purpose as a ceremonial or observatory complex further support the idea of a deliberate, perhaps tutored, focus on the cosmos. The precise carving, the deliberate arrangement of the enclosures, and the sophisticated astronomical interpretations proposed for various features at Göbekli Tepe compel us to reconsider the source of this ancient wisdom. Could Pillar 43 be a stone echo of the signs of the stars taught by a watcher like Barakel, or the astronomical insights given by the Anunnaki? This pre-pottery, pre-agricultural temple, with its profound celestial knowledge etched in stone, stands as a silent witness, urging us to question the linear progression of human understanding, and to contemplate the possibility of external assistance at the very dawn of our sophisticated thought. You stand before a display case in a quiet museum, the soft light glinting off a fragment of an ancient copper axe head, perhaps from Anatolia, dating back to the Chalcolithic period, roughly 4500 through at least 300 BCE. You imagine the sheer effort, the ingenuity required to extract raw ore from the earth, to smelt it at temperatures exceeding 1000 degrees Celsius, and then to cast and shape it into a tool or weapon. This mastery of metallurgy, the manipulation of Earth's very elements, represents a monumental leap in human technological capability, a transformative power that defines an age. Ancient texts describe the imparting of just such transformative, often considered forbidden, knowledge. The Book of Enoch, in chapters 6 to 8, explicitly details Azazel, one of the principal watchers, teaching humanity how to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and the working of metals and the art of making bracelets and ornaments and the use of antimony and the beautifying of the eyelids and all kinds of costly stones and all colouring tinctures and all changes. This direct instruction in weapon making and advanced metallurgy, presented as a deviation leading to corruption, represents a striking textual mystery. Sumerian texts, while not explicitly labelling metallurgy as forbidden, nonetheless credit the Anunnaki gods with bringing all foundational elements of civilization, including the ME that encompassed various crafts and technologies. Enki, the god of wisdom and craftsmanship, is often associated with such advancements. The sudden appearance of sophisticated metallurgical techniques in the archaeological record, seemingly without a long preceding period of experimentation, resonates with the idea of a rapid knowledge transfer. Mainstream archaeology traces the development of metallurgy through successive stages, from early copperworking to the eventual discovery of alloying to create bronze, viewing it as a testament to human innovation and a gradual accumulation of practical knowledge. The techniques were hard-won, developed through experimentation and transmitted generationally, not instantaneously bestowed. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if the relatively rapid acceleration of metallurgical capabilities in the ancient Near East, particularly the ability to extract, purify, and alloy metals, was indeed sparked by an external, advanced source? The textual evidence in Enoch, specifically naming Azazel as the teacher of such arts, provides a narrative framework for what might otherwise appear as a sudden, inexplicable leap in human technical prowess. The forbidden nature of this knowledge, leading to war and vanity in the Enochian account, hints at a profound ethical dimension to this technological transfer, a dimension often overlooked when only the material evidence is considered. This gleaming fragment of an ancient weapon, a testament to a revolutionary technology, thus embodies a profound question. Did early humans independently discover the intricate science of metallurgy through slow, painstaking trial and error? Or does its sudden appearance and the concurrent ancient narratives suggest that the knowledge was, at least in part, bestowed? A gift, or perhaps a transgression, from beings described as the Watchers or Anunnaki, forever altering the trajectory of human civilization. You inhale the subtle, earthy fragrance of ancient coal and aromatic resins, imagining the bustling markets of early Mesopotamian cities, or perhaps the private chambers of a queen. Your hand hovers over a delicate bone coal stick and a small alabaster unguent jar, artifacts dating back thousands of years, found in royal tombs and common graves alike. These tools of adornment, used for beautifying eyes and perfuming skin, speak of a deep-seated human desire for aesthetic expression, yet their sudden sophistication in the ancient world poses a fascinating question. Ancient texts describe the origins of such practices as a form of forbidden knowledge. The Book of Enoch, in chapter 8, explicitly states that Azazel, one of the leading watchers, taught humanity the beautifying of the eyelids and all kinds of costly stones, and all colouring tinctures and all changes. This isn't merely about personal vanity, it implies a mastery of chemistry, mineral extraction, and complex preparation methods to create stable, vibrant pigments and lasting fragrances. Such knowledge, given to humans, is directly tied to the ensuing corruption and moral decay that necessitated the Great Flood. Sumerian texts, while not labeling these specific arts as forbidden, nonetheless depict a rapid flourishing of culture following the Anunnaki's arrival and their bestowal of the Me, the divine decrees that established civilization. These Me encompassed not only agriculture and law, but also various crafts, including adornment, weaving, and the sophisticated use of precious materials. The emergence of richly adorned figures in early Sumerian art and the discovery of elaborate jewelry and cosmetic tools in archaeological sites like Urs and Kish align with a sudden mastery of these complex skills. Mainstream archaeology attributes the development of cosmetics and adornments to the natural progression of human culture, evolving from simple body paints to more elaborate concoctions as societies grew wealthier and more specialized. It is seen as a social and ritualistic expression demonstrating status and cultural identity rather than an external gift. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if the precise categories of knowledge, from metallurgy to cosmetics, presented by the Watchers in Enoch or by the Anunnaki in Sumerian lore, reflect a memory of specific instructions from advanced beings? The ability to extract colouring tinctures from various substances and to refine costly stones for ornamentation requires a sophisticated understanding of natural chemistry and geology. Could this represent an accelerated transfer of knowledge rather than a slow, trial and error discovery by early humans? This quiet jar of coal, with its ancient residue, whispers tales of more than just vanity. It hints at a deep-seated mystery about the origins of human ingenuity and artistry. Did early humans independently discover the intricate science of cosmetics and ornamentation, or does its sudden, sophisticated appearance and the concurrent ancient narratives suggest that this knowledge was, at least in part, bestowed, a gift that, in one tradition, led to the world's undoing, but in another laid the foundation for its earliest beauty? The sun casts long shadows across the ancient stones of Baalbek, Lebanon, as you stand at the base of the massive Roman temple complex. What truly commands your attention, however, are not the elegant Roman columns, but the cyclopean foundation stones beneath them, megaliths of an inconceivable scale, laid with a precision that defies the ages. You run your hand along the joint between these colossal blocks, part of the legendary trilithon, 3 stones each, weighing an estimated 800 tons. The fit is so impossibly tight that even today, after millennia of earthquakes and erosion, you cannot slide a sheet of paper between them, all achieved without mortar or visible tool marks. Nearby, in the ancient quarry, lies the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, a single carved block estimated to weigh between 1,000 and 1,200 tons, the largest dressed stone in the world, never fully extracted. Its sheer presence evokes a profound sense of awe and persistent questioning. Ancient texts describe beings of immense power and capability. The Book of Enoch speaks of the Nephilim, giant hybrid offspring of the Watchers, and human women possessing incredible strength and stature. Similarly, Sumerian texts recount demigods and heroes of extraordinary might, often the offspring of Anunnaki and humans, capable of feats far beyond mortal men. This documented textual evidence presents a direct parallel to the physical anomaly before you. Mainstream archaeology attributes the construction of the Baalbek platform to Roman engineers, utilizing ingenious, albeit now lost, methods of leverage, ramps, and vast manpower to move and position these stones. It is believed to be a testament to the peak of Roman engineering prowess, even if the precise techniques remain subjects of academic debate. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if the builders of these megalithic foundations were not the Romans, but a much older civilization, perhaps even antediluvian, as suggested by local legends that attribute the site to giants or supernatural beings? The scale and precision required to move and set such enormous stones, particularly the trilithon, challenge the known capabilities of ancient human technologies. Could this represent material evidence of the great giants or Nephilim mentioned in Enoch, or the powerful demigods of Sumerian lore, whose strength and perhaps advanced knowledge allowed them to manipulate stone on a scale we struggle to replicate even with modern machinery? Baalbek, situated in a region geographically proximate to Mount Hermon, the traditional site of the Watcher's descent, stands as a silent, monumental question mark. It compels us to consider whether the narratives of superhuman strength and advanced capabilities in our ancient texts are not merely myths, but fragmented memories of a time when beings of extraordinary power walked the earth, leaving behind structures that echo their forgotten presence. The impossible scale of these stones whispers of a builder's lineage far removed from the conventional human story, inviting a deeper look into the shared origins of our architectural wonders and our most ancient, enigmatic tales. You stand beneath the colossal platform of Baalbek, the afternoon sun warming the immense stone blocks. Your gaze drifts from the exquisite, if relatively smaller, Roman columns above, down to the truly staggering foundation stones beneath. You consider a hypothetical Roman engineer, surveying this pre-existing megalithic base, perhaps wondering how it was constructed before his own empire's greatest achievements. Even with all the ingenuity of Rome, the movement of blocks like the 800-ton trilithon would have presented an almost insurmountable challenge. This archaeological enigma, these impossible stones, resonate with profound textual mysteries. Ancient texts describe a lineage of beings with superhuman capabilities. The Book of Enoch speaks of the Nephilim, the giant offspring born from the Watcher's union with human women, possessing immense strength. These giants devoured all the acquisitions of men and began to devour men themselves. Similarly, Sumerian texts and the king list speak of antediluvian rulers and heroes, demigods often born from the Anunnaki, who reigned for impossible durations and possessed extraordinary might, capable of feats far beyond normal human endeavor. Both traditions independently record the existence of hybrid offspring, beings of a different order whose presence profoundly impacted the early world. In Enoch, their birth is a direct consequence of the Watcher's descent and interaction. In Sumer, the Anunnaki engaged in genetic experiments, creating primitive workers and engaging with humanity to create powerful demigods. The sheer scale of Baalbek's megalithic foundation, predating Roman construction by an unknown antiquity, suggests builders whose capabilities align more closely with these ancient accounts of giants and demigods than with known human engineering of any period. Mainstream archaeology, while acknowledging the extraordinary nature of Baalbek's foundation, endeavors to fit its construction into a human timeline, attributing it to lost Roman techniques or an earlier, advanced but still human, civilization. The idea of literal giants or divine intervention, from this perspective, falls outside the realm of scientific inquiry. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if the enduring local legends, preserved orally for millennia, which attribute Baalbek's base to giants, are not mere folklore, but fragmented memories of actual historical events. If the Nephilim of Enoch or the demigods of Sumer possessed the strength and knowledge to manipulate such colossal stones, then Baalbek could stand as a tangible testament to their forgotten presence. The geographical proximity of Baalbek to Mount Hermon, where the Watchers are said to have descended, further binds these physical and textual mysteries. The platform of Baalbek, with its impossible stones, becomes a silent witness, separated by culture, but united in narrative. It beckons us to consider whether the detailed accounts of powerful, non-human or hybrid entities in our most ancient texts are not just imaginative myths, but echoes of a time when beings of immense stature and strength walked among us, leaving behind structures that still challenge our understanding of what is humanly possible. You stand atop the immense brick terraces of the great ziggurat of Ur, the desert night sky, a vast velvet dome, alive with countless stars. A cool wind whispers past your ears, carrying the scent of ancient dust. From this elevated vantage point, built to touch the heavens, you feel the profound connection the Sumerians had to the cosmos. This monumental structure, dating from the Neo-Sumerian period, around 21st century BCE, was more than a temple. It was a mountain of the gods, a place where the earthly realm met the celestial, embodying the Sumerian belief that their deities, the Anunnaki, from heaven to earth came. Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki as the source of humanity's most advanced knowledge. They imparted the foundational ME that included intricate mathematical systems, essential for managing complex societies and architectural feats like this ziggurat, and profound astronomical knowledge, crucial for their calendars and religious observations. Early Sumerian tablets contained sophisticated star charts and mathematical calculations that demonstrate an astonishing grasp of celestial mechanics, seemingly appearing without a long, preceding developmental phase. This documented advanced understanding of the cosmos presents a striking parallel to the Book of Enoch. There, the Watchers descended, and among the forbidden knowledge they shared was precisely the signs of the stars and the signs of the sun, astrology and astronomy, taught by entities like Barakel. Both traditions independently record the transfer of complex celestial wisdom from non-human entities to early humanity, dramatically shaping their understanding of the universe. Mainstream archaeology attributes the impressive astronomical and mathematical achievements of Sumerians to their prolonged, systematic observation of the night sky and the development of their unique sexagesimal, base 60, number system. Ziggurats, from this perspective, were monumental observatories and ritual centers built by an ingeniously organized human workforce. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if the sudden flourishing of advanced astronomical and mathematical knowledge, evidenced in both the ziggurat's design and surviving tablets, represents not solely human innovation, but the material and textual residue of the knowledge transfer described in the ancient texts? The precision of early Sumerian celestial records and their deep cosmic awareness might be direct echoes of the signs of the stars, taught by the Watchers, or the astronomical ME bestowed by the Anunnaki. The sheer scale of the ziggurat, reaching towards the stars it was designed to observe, becomes a tangible testament to this profound connection. It whispers of a time when the heavens were not just observed, but intimately understood, perhaps through the tutelage of beings who navigated them. Did the architects of Ur simply gaze heavenward and painstakingly deduce these complex principles, or did they build upon knowledge directly imparted by those who truly came from heaven? The enduring structure stands under the same stars, a silent monument to a persistent textual mystery. You sit in the hushed, cool interior of a reconstructed library hall, the faint scent of ancient clay clinging to the air, your fingers hovering over the replica cuneiform tablets from the Library of Ashurbanipal, dating to the 7th century BCE. Among these tens of thousands of texts, a significant portion is dedicated to omen literature, particularly astronomical omens. You see tablets covered in meticulous records of celestial observations, planetary movements, lunar eclipses, and sophisticated mathematical calculations used to predict these phenomena. This vast archive represents the culmination of millennia of Mesopotamian sky-gazing, yet the precision of its earliest records, tracing back to the Sumerians, demands a deeper look at the origins of such profound knowledge. Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki as the source of humanity's deepest understanding of the cosmos, imparting the ME, divine decrees that included advanced mathematical systems and astronomical knowledge. This allowed them to chart the heavens with an accuracy that still impresses modern scholars. This documented textual evidence of an ancient, sophisticated astronomical tradition presents a remarkable parallel to the Book of Enoch. There, among the Watcher's forbidden gifts to humanity, Barakel is specifically named as teaching the signs of the stars and the signs of the sun, alongside other celestial knowledge. Both traditions independently record the transfer of complex astronomical wisdom from non-human entities. Mainstream archaeology attributes the impressive astronomical and mathematical achievements of the Babylonians and their Sumerian predecessors to centuries of dedicated observation, painstaking record-keeping, and the development of their unique sexagesimal base 60 number system. From this perspective, their advanced cosmology and predictive capabilities were the result of diligent, incremental human scientific inquiry. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if the sudden flourishing of such precise astronomical understanding, far exceeding the expected capabilities of early human societies, was not solely a product of slow, independent human discovery, but rather the memory of a foundational knowledge transfer? The deep, systemic understanding of celestial mechanics, evident in these ancient tablets, challenges the linear progression of human scientific development. Could this represent the direct influence of beings like Barakel or the Anunnaki, whose knowledge from heaven to earth came? The ancient texts, both Sumerian and Enochian, claim to record events from a time long before their own composition, preserving what they assert are genuine historical memories. The detailed star charts and planetary observations preserved in the Library of Ashurbanipal, echoing the celestial teachings of the Watchers, compel us to consider whether this profound wisdom was an indigenous discovery or a seed of knowledge planted by those who navigated the stars themselves. The weight of these clay tablets, inscribed with the movements of distant worlds, remains a profound testament to a textual mystery reaching back to the very dawn of human intellect. You sit in a quiet hall, the cool air carrying the faint scent of aged paper and preserved clay. Before you lies a replica of tablet Sapiens of the Epic of Gilgamesh, its cuneiform script etched with the story of a cataclysm that changed the world. As your eyes trace the ancient signs, you feel a reverberation, a faint echo of the immense deluge described within. This epic, dating back to at least the Old Babylonian period around 18th century BCE, presents one of humanity's earliest and most detailed flood narratives, recounting events that its authors claimed happened long before their own civilization. Sumerian texts describe a divine council meeting where the great god Enlil, angered by humanity's growing noise and corruption, decrees a devastating flood to destroy all life. However, Enki, the god of wisdom, secretly warns Ziusudra, known as Utnapishtim in the later Akkadian version, to build a large boat, an ark, to save himself and all living creatures. This documented textual evidence details a comprehensive flood narrative, divine anger, a chosen survivor, specific instructions for an ark, and the subsequent destruction of the world. This remarkable account presents striking parallels to the Book of Enoch. There, the narrative also culminates in a divine council meeting where God, observing the corruption caused by the Watchers and their Nephilim offspring, decides to cleanse the earth with a great flood. God sends archangels to bind the Watchers and destroy their giant progeny, before instructing Noah to prepare for the deluge. Both traditions independently record a catastrophic flood as divine punishment for a corrupted world, with a chosen survivor preserving life to restart humanity. Mainstream biblical scholarship largely views these parallels as evidence of cultural transmission. It suggests that the Hebrew flood narrative, including elements found in Enoch, was influenced by older Mesopotamian flood myths like Gilgamesh, adapted and recontextualized within a monotheistic framework. From this perspective, the similarities prove an exchange of stories, not a shared historical event. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if these deeply ingrained, nearly identical flood narratives, separated by culture but united in their core structure, are not simply borrowed tales, but fragmented memories of the same actual historical cataclysm? A global flood event, perhaps linked to the Younger Dryas impact or another cosmic occurrence, could have profoundly traumatized early human populations, becoming the central point around which the stories of divine intervention, corrupt Watchers, Anunnaki, and human survival were woven. The tangible presence of these ancient flood accounts, preserved in baked clay and ancient parchment, compels us to consider the profound questions they raise. Did disparate ancient cultures independently create such nearly identical narratives by coincidence? Or do these matching flood narratives, with their divine anger, chosen survivor, and ark specifications, suggest a shared source material, perhaps a collective memory of a real, devastating event that truly swept over the earth, erasing much evidence, yet preserving its terrifying vibration in the deepest layers of human story? You kneel in the hot, dry dust of Tel Farah, the ancient site of Shuruppak in Mesopotamia, your fingers sifting through layers of earth that whisper of forgotten times. Your hand comes to rest on a distinctive stratum, a thick, sterile layer of pure clay, devoid of occupational debris, starkly separating older, vibrant city levels from younger ones. This powerful geological anomaly, dating back to approximately 2900 BCE, speaks silently of a cataclysmic inundation, a great flood that once swept over this ancient city, burying it beneath a shroud of mud. This documented archaeological evidence of a devastating flood at Shuruppak, a city central to Sumerian antediluvian myths, resonates deeply with the flood narratives found in both Sumerian cuneiform tablets and ancient Hebrew Shudras-Aramaic manuscripts. Sumerian texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Sumerian King List explicitly name Shuruppak as the home of Ziusudra, Utnapishtim, the chosen survivor of the Great Flood. These texts describe how the Anunnaki gods, in a divine council, decreed the deluge to destroy a corrupted humanity, with Enki secretly warning Ziusudra to build an ark, saving him and life's seeds from utter destruction. Remarkably, the Book of Enoch preserves a nearly identical narrative. It describes God, angered by the corruption unleashed by the Watchers and their Nephilim offspring, sending archangels to bind the Watchers, destroy their giant progeny, and cleanse the earth with a universal flood. Noah, chosen for his righteousness, is forewarned and commanded to build an ark, thus preserving the remnant of humanity and animal life. Both traditions independently record a catastrophic flood as divine punishment, a chosen survivor, and the meticulous preservation of life. Mainstream archaeology often interprets the Shuruppak flood layer and similar layers found at other Mesopotamian sites like and Kish as evidence of significant local riverine floods rather than a single universal deluge. These devastating local events, from this perspective, were so profoundly impactful that they became enshrined in myth, later being embellished into widespread epic narratives. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if this geological layer at Shuruppak is more than just a local inundation? What if these localized flood deposits, occurring around the same general period in various Mesopotamian sites, are fragmented, localized memories or remnants of a much broader, even hemispheric, catastrophic event, a cataclysm of such magnitude that it left an indelible mark on the collective memory of early human civilizations across the Near East? Could the sterile clay beneath your hand be a tangible echo of the very deluge that the Sumerians attributed to the Anunnaki's decree and the Hebrews to divine judgment against the Watcher's transgressions? The silent testimony of Shurupak's flood layer, separating one epoch from another, compels us to consider whether the universal flood narratives preserved in our most ancient texts are not merely mythical adaptations of local disasters, but rather profound, if fragmented, memories of a single world-altering event, a cosmic reset that truly submerged the Earth, wiping away civilizations and forever shaping humanity's understanding of its origins and its place in a dynamic, unpredictable cosmos. You descend into the cool, still air of the crypts beneath the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, the scent of ancient stone clinging to the shadows. Your gaze is drawn to the enigmatic carvings on the walls, illuminated by the soft, filtered light. Among these intricate reliefs, one stands out, the so-called Dendera light. It depicts a large, bulbous, lotus-like object from which a serpent-like filament appears to extend, held by figures and seemingly supported by a D-jed pillar. This remarkable image, part of a Ptolemaic-era temple, c. 330 BCE, appears to echo a much older, foundational knowledge, perhaps stretching back to antediluvian times. This documented visual evidence presents a profound archaeological mystery. Mainstream Egyptology interprets the relief as purely symbolic, depicting a jed pillar, symbolizing stability, and a lotus flower, representing creation, from which the god Harsomtus emerges in the form of a serpent, symbolizing cosmic creation and rebirth within Egyptian theology. No actual technology is implied. It is a profound religious statement. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation, especially when viewed through the lens of Sumerian and Enochian narratives. Ancient texts describe powerful beings imparting transformative, often forbidden, knowledge to early humanity. The Book of Enoch details watchers, teaching hidden arts and sciences, while Sumerian texts credit the Anunnaki with bestowing the Emi, the divine decrees that established civilization and included advanced understanding of the natural world. Could this complex, symbolic carving at Dendera be a preserved memory, a coded representation of an advanced technology or a scientific principle once imparted by such entities? The serpent filament could be seen not as a mythical snake, but as a symbolic depiction of energetic transfer or even genetic manipulation, resonating with the Anunnaki's reported genetic experiments or the Watcher's creation of the Nephilim. The sheer sophistication implied by the visual, even if symbolic, challenges the conventional view of ancient technological capabilities. If these entities, the Anunnaki or Watchers, did share advanced knowledge, perhaps this carving at Dendera, separated by culture but united in narrative, is a surviving fragment of that forgotten wisdom. It prompts a profound question. Did humanity truly conceive all its early advancements independently, or do these cryptic ancient depictions hint at external guidance, a divine spark that ignited civilization with knowledge from above? The silent crypt whispers, inviting us to look beyond conventional interpretations and ponder the possibility of a shared, deeper history. You stand before the enigmatic gaze of the Great Sphinx of Giza, the desert sun already softening on its colossal form. The monumental sculpture, carved from the bedrock, rises with a silent majesty that seems to absorb the very light around it. You run your hand over the deeply weathered limestone of its flanks and the enclosure walls, feeling the profound grooves and undulating patterns. These erosion marks, particularly evident on the body and the quarry walls, pose one of the most persistent archaeological challenges. What caused them? For decades, geologists and alternative researchers have pointed to these distinctive patterns, suggesting they are consistent with prolonged exposure to heavy rainfall and water runoff, not merely wind and sand erosion, which typically create horizontal striations. If this water erosion hypothesis is correct, it implies that the core Sphinx structure and its surrounding enclosure walls must predate the last significant period of rainfall in the Sahara region, placing its origins perhaps as far back as 8,000 to 10,000 BCE, thousands of years before the conventional dating to the reign of Pharaoh Khafre, c. 2500 BCE. This documented geological anomaly, suggesting an antediluvian origin, resonates profoundly with the textual mysteries of ancient traditions. Both Sumerian cuneiform tablets and ancient Hebrew, Aramaic manuscripts describe a catastrophic great flood that reshaped the world. The Book of Enoch details God's decision to cleanse the earth with a universal flood due to the corruption caused by the Watchers and their giant Nephilim offspring. Sumerian texts, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, recount the Anunnaki gods' decree for a deluge to destroy humanity, with a chosen survivor building an ark. Both traditions independently record a global flood as divine punishment, a cataclysm that wiped away earlier civilizations. Mainstream Egyptology firmly attributes the Sphinx to Khafre, viewing the erosion as a result of thousands of years of wind and sand, perhaps exacerbated by groundwater. From this perspective, the geological arguments are considered insufficient to overturn the substantial archaeological and epigraphical evidence linking the Sphinx to the Fourth Dynasty. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if the Sphinx's water-weathered gaze is a tangible echo of the very great flood described in both Sumerian and Enochian texts? If this monument truly dates to an antediluvian era, then its builders might have been the very civilizations or entities described in these ancient narratives, the powerful beings or their hybrid offspring who possessed advanced knowledge and capabilities before the cataclysm. The Sphinx stands as a silent witness, its origins shrouded in prehistory, compelling us to consider whether our conventional timelines of civilization are incomplete. Does its enduring presence, with erosion patterns that whisper of ancient waters, hint at a shared, deeper history, a time when the world was remade by a deluge, and the Watchers or Anunnaki played a role in an epoch long forgotten? The thin, cold air of the Bolivian Altiplano bites at your cheeks as you stand amidst the scattered, colossal remains of Pumapunku near Tiwanaku. The high-altitude light sharpens the edges of the enormous stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, lying strewn as if tossed by an unseen force. You run your gloved hand over the surface of a diorite block, feeling the almost glass-smooth precision of its cut, the intricate angles and perfectly drilled holes that seem to defy human hands, especially given the material. Diorite, a dark igneous rock, ranks 7 on the Mohs scale of hardness, making it notoriously difficult to work even with modern steel tools. This documented archaeological anomaly, the extraordinary precision, the intricate interlocking shapes of the H blocks, and the sheer hardness of the stone presents a profound challenge to conventional understanding of ancient technology. Mainstream archaeology attributes these feats to the Tiwanaku culture, c. 500 to 1000 CE, suggesting ingenious but unknown methods using stone hammers, abrasive sands, and immense human labour. From this perspective, the sophistication is a testament to the ingenuity and patience of the ancient Andean peoples. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. Ancient texts, both Sumerian and Enochian, describe advanced beings imparting transformative knowledge and skills to early humanity. The Book of Enoch details watchers teaching forbidden arts like metallurgy and various crafts, hinting at the capability to create tools beyond human ingenuity. Sumerian texts credit the Anunnaki with bestowing the ME, including principles of engineering, craftsmanship, and possibly even the means to work hard materials. If these entities possessed superior technology, perhaps the ability to cut and shape diorite with such perfection was among their gifts, or even their own direct handiwork. Furthermore, the scale of these blocks and the precision required suggest builders of extraordinary capability, echoing the narratives of the Nephilim giants mentioned in Enoch, or the powerful demigods of Sumerian lore who were capable of monumental feats. Some theories suggest Pumapunku's initial construction, or at least its underlying platform, predates the Tiwanaku culture by millennia, placing it in an antediluvian epoch, much like the periods described in the Watcher and Anunnaki narratives. Pumapunku stands as a silent, unyielding enigma, its unearthly resonance challenging our conventional timelines and technological assumptions. Does the impossible precision etched into these diorite blocks speak of forgotten human ingenuity, or does it echo a deeper, shared memory, a memory of advanced beings who descended from above, imparting knowledge and leaving behind structures that still whisper of their extraordinary presence, pushing us to question the true origins of our planet's most mysterious architectural marvels? The thin, icy air of the Bolivian Altiplano whistles past your ears as you examine the intricate network of stone channels at Pumapunku and the adjacent site of Tiwanaku. Your fingers trace the perfectly smooth, almost polished surfaces of water conduits carved into massive andesite blocks. These channels, designed with an astounding precision, maintain an almost imperceptible gradient, sometimes just 1 centimeter over many meters, ensuring a consistent, controlled flow of water across a vast urban and agricultural landscape. The sheer hydrological sophistication, carved into stone harder than steel, is a marvel that challenges our understanding of ancient engineering. This documented archaeological marvel, the precise gradients, the interlocking systems, and the mastery over hard stone, presents a profound engineering mystery. Mainstream archaeology attributes these hydraulic feats to the advanced Tiwanaku civilization, c. 500s 1000 CE, showcasing their remarkable ingenuity in water management for irrigation and urban sanitation using traditional tools and methods. From this perspective, it is a testament to sophisticated indigenous development. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. Ancient texts, both Sumerian and Enochian, describe advanced beings imparting transformative knowledge, including sophisticated agricultural and engineering skills. Sumerian texts credit the Anunnaki, particularly Enki, the god of water and wisdom, with bringing the Emi, divine decrees that encompassed advanced knowledge of agriculture, irrigation, and architectural planning, essential for the very survival of their civilization in the Fertile Crescent. Similarly, the Book of Enoch speaks of the Watchers teaching various forbidden arts, which some interpret as including practical skills that rapidly advanced human capabilities. The channels at Pumapunku demonstrate an understanding of hydraulics, fluid dynamics, and stone cutting that seems to appear with striking abruptness, far exceeding what one might expect from the supposed technological level of the period. Could this represent a tangible manifestation of the knowledge transfer described in ancient texts? If the Anunnaki or Watchers provided divine decrees or forbidden knowledge, certainly the ability to manipulate water on such a grand and precise scale would be among the most valuable. This engineering prowess, separated by continents yet united in the narrative of advanced knowledge bestowed, suggests a pattern. Puma Punku's perfect water channels, silently directing unseen flows for millennia, compel us to consider whether the sophisticated agricultural and engineering techniques that underpin early civilizations were entirely human-derived. Or do these precise, enduring structures whisper of a deeper, shared memory, a memory of advanced beings who descended from above, imparting the very blueprint for civilized existence, leaving behind an indelible mark on humanity's technological and societal development? You stand in the hushed, climate-controlled gallery of the Baghdad Museum, your gaze drawn to the striking array of early dynastic Sumerian votive statues dating from around 2900 to 2350 BCE. Their most arresting feature is their eyes, exaggeratedly wide, often inlaid with shell and lapis lazuli, staring out with an unblinking intensity that seems to transcend their small, rigid bodies. These figures, representing worshippers perpetually present before their gods, embody a profound reverence and perhaps a memory of something truly extraordinary. This documented artistic convention, the oversized, unblinking eyes, presents a profound visual mystery. Mainstream archaeology interprets these features as symbolic, emphasizing the piety and awe of the worshippers before their all-seeing deities. The large eyes signify alertness, devotion, and a state of perpetual prayer, reflecting the religious beliefs of the Sumerian people. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation, especially when viewed through the lens of Sumerian and Enochian narratives of non-human entities. Ancient texts describe powerful beings who descended to Earth and interacted with humanity. The Book of Enoch speaks of the Watchers, beings who looked down from heaven, their watchful gaze a central motif of their narrative. Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, often depicted with large commanding eyes in cylinder seals and other iconography, reflecting their celestial origin and all-knowing presence. What if these artistic conventions, particularly the oversized eyes, are not merely symbolic piety, but a preserved memory, a subtle visual echo of the actual physical appearance of the beings the Sumerians encountered or their hybrid offspring? If the Watchers, or Anunnaki, possessed visual capabilities or even physical characteristics that differed from humans, perhaps these statues are a cultural attempt to represent those distinguishing features. The unblinking aspect could reflect a different form of sight or a lack of human-like blinking. The statues stand as silent witnesses, their wide, unblinking eyes staring across millennia, separated by culture but united in narrative with the descriptions of Watchers and Anunnaki. They compel us to question whether these artistic choices are purely allegorical, or if they preserve a fragmented memory of genuine historical encounters. Did the Sumerians simply invent this stylistic choice, or were they depicting a memory of beings whose gaze was indeed otherworldly, a reflection of entities who truly descended from heaven, leaving an indelible mark on human art and consciousness? You carefully hold a replica of an alubide figurine, its ancient clay cool and smooth against your palm. Discovered at sites like Eridu in Mesopotamia, these enigmatic figures date back to the Ubaid period, roughly 6500 to 3800 BCE, a time long before the recognized dawn of Sumerian civilization. Your fingers trace its most arresting features: the distinctively elongated reptilian head, the large almond-shaped eyes, sometimes painted with bitumen, and the often slender humanoid body. Some depict female figures suckling infants with similar non-human characteristics. These artifacts present a profound visual mystery, challenging our understanding of who or what early humans depicted as sacred or significant. This documented archaeological evidence of non-human, reptilian-like figures from such an ancient epoch resonates deeply with the textual mysteries of both Sumerian and Enochian traditions. Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki gods, particularly the goddess Ninmah, engaging in what some interpret as genetic experiments to create primitive workers and hybrid beings. They were beings who, from heaven to earth, came, interacting intimately with early humans. In parallel, the Book of Enoch recounts the Watchers descending to Mount Hermon, taking human wives, and fathering the Nephilim, giant hybrid offspring who possessed extraordinary, often monstrous, forms. Both traditions independently record the presence of advanced non-human entities interacting with humanity, leading to the creation of beings of mixed lineage or altered form. The Al-Ubaid figurines, with their distinctly non-human, almost reptilian morphology, could be seen as a material echo of these textual narratives. Mainstream archaeology typically interprets these figurines as symbolic representations, deities, fertility goddesses, or ritualistic objects reflecting the early belief systems of the Ubaid people. The elongated features and reptilian aspects are seen as stylistic conventions or abstract attempts to portray superhuman or divine qualities, not literal physical depictions. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if these Al-Ubaid figures are not merely symbolic, but represent a preserved memory, a visual record, however stylized, of the actual physical appearance of the beings the early inhabitants of Mesopotamia encountered? If the Anunnaki or Watchers indeed engaged in genetic manipulation or interbred with humans, resulting in hybrid offspring with unusual physical traits, then these figurines might offer a tangible glimpse into the physical forms of those entities or their progeny. The consistency of these strange features across numerous figurines suggests a shared cultural understanding of a specific type of being. The feel of the ancient clay, shaped into such an otherworldly form, compels us to question: did the early Ubaid people independently conceive of such distinct, reptilian-like figures as purely imaginative deities? Or do these remarkable artifacts preserve a fragmented memory of genuine historical encounters? Could these ancient depictions be visual testaments to the genetic experiments of the Anunnaki or the hybrid offspring of the Watchers, forever altering humanity's artistic and mythological landscape, leaving behind a silent, unblinking gaze that still challenges our accepted narratives of human origins? The dry, warm air of the Malian plateau enfolds you as you sit, respectfully listening to the rhythmic cadences of a Dogon elder. His voice, steeped in generations of oral tradition, paints a vivid cosmic picture, describing a star invisible to the naked eye, Po-Tolo, or Sirius B. He recounts its immense density, its tiny size, and its elliptical orbit around the brighter Sirius A, completing a cycle every 50 years. You feel the profound weight of this knowledge passed down through unwritten law in a remote West African village, a knowledge that modern astronomy only confirmed with powerful telescopes in the 19th and 20th centuries. This documented oral tradition, precise in its astronomical details about an unseen celestial body, presents a staggering cultural mystery. How could an ancient, technologically simple society possess such intricate celestial mechanics? This inexplicable understanding resonates deeply with the textual mysteries of both Sumerian and Enochian traditions, which speak of advanced knowledge transferred from non-human sources. Ancient texts describe beings descending from above, imparting profound wisdom that transformed early human societies. The Book of Enoch attributes to Barakel the teaching of the signs of the stars and the signs of the sun, alongside other complex celestial knowledge. Across Mesopotamia, Sumerian texts credit the Anunnaki with bestowing comprehensive astronomical knowledge, crucial for their calendars, religious practices, and understanding of the cosmos. Both traditions independently record the transfer of sophisticated celestial insight from entities who are clearly not human. Mainstream anthropological scholarship typically approaches such accounts with skepticism, suggesting possible modern influence, cultural diffusion, or misinterpretation of indigenous narratives by early Western researchers. From this perspective, the Dogon's knowledge of Sirius B, if accurate, might be a recent acquisition, passed on through casual encounters with those who possessed modern scientific understanding. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if the Dogon's centuries-old oral traditions are not derived from modern contact, but are a preserved memory, a fragmented echo of a knowledge transfer from an extraordinarily ancient source? If the Anunnaki or Watchers truly descended and taught the signs of the stars, then perhaps echoes of this instruction spread globally, adapting to local cultures. The specificity of the Dogon's information, the invisible nature of Sirius B, its 50-year orbital period, its heavy material, is too precise to dismiss as mere coincidence or simple observation. The elder's voice, telling of the star that makes everything heavy, compels you to question. Did the Dogon independently deduce the existence and properties of an invisible companion star through some unknown indigenous method, or does their extraordinary astronomical wisdom suggest a deeper, shared memory? A memory of encounters with advanced beings who navigated the cosmos, understood its intricate workings, and imparted fragments of that profound understanding to humanity, leaving behind indelible marks in both ancient texts and distant oral traditions. You stand in the hushed, cool interior of a museum gallery, your gaze drawn to an ancient Assyrian relief, dating from perhaps the 8th century BCE. The carving depicts a figure often interpreted as an Apkallu, a wise man or sage, portrayed with a fish cloak, or sometimes entirely as a fish-human hybrid. These enigmatic beings mentioned in Sumerian and later Mesopotamian texts are described as having emerged from the primordial waters of the Apsu to impart foundational knowledge to humanity before the Great Flood. You feel the weight of this ancient imagery, a visual representation of beings who were not quite human, yet profoundly shaped human destiny. Sumerian and Akkadian texts, as recorded by later historians like Berossus, credit these Apkallu, sometimes specifically Oannes, with teaching humanity all the arts and sciences necessary for civilization: writing, agriculture, metallurgy, law, and building. They are consistently depicted as civilizing visitors who brought order and knowledge to a primitive world in an antediluvian epoch. This documented textual evidence of non-human entities initiating civilization long before the flood presents a striking parallel to the Book of Enoch. There, the Watchers descended to Mount Hermon, took human wives, and taught a range of advanced knowledge, including forbidden arts like metallurgy and astronomy. Both traditions independently record the descent of advanced, non-human beings, whether from heaven or from the sea, who dramatically uplifted early human capabilities, laying the very foundations of society and transmitting transformative knowledge. The fish-garbed aspect of the Apkallu could be seen as cultural imagery, a way to symbolize their otherworldly or aquatic origins, just as wings or fire might symbolize celestial beings in other traditions. Mainstream archaeology and mythology interpret the Apkallu as mythological figures, personifications of divine wisdom, or perhaps idealized memories of early priests and sages. From this perspective, the fish-like appearance is symbolic of their association with the water god Enki and the primordial waters, rather than a literal physical description of semi-aquatic beings or advanced visitors in specialized suits. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if these widespread and consistent accounts across diverse ancient cultures are not merely symbolic, but fragmented memories of actual historical encounters? If the Anunnaki or Watchers were indeed advanced non-human entities, then their appearance and mode of instruction could have been interpreted and recorded in myriad ways, including the fish-garbed Apkallu. The transfer of specific categories of knowledge, agriculture, metallurgy, astronomy, writing, is consistent between both the Apkallu and the Watchers, suggesting a shared source, a common narrative thread woven through distinct cultural fabrics. This ancient relief, with its enigmatic fish-garbed sage, compels us to question: did the Sumerians simply invent such a distinctive civilizing visitor, or does this enduring image preserve a fragmented memory of genuine historical encounters with advanced beings who once walked or swam among us, imparting knowledge that ignited the spark of civilization and forever shaped humanity's understanding of its extraordinary origins? You stand in a grand museum hall, the quiet air thick with the dust of ages, your gaze captivated by a monumental Assyrian relief, perhaps from the palace of Ashur-nasirpal II, c. or 9th century BCE. The winged figure, a genie or Apkallu, with an eagle head or human form, holds a curious pairing: a pine cone in one hand and a small bucket in the other. This recurring iconography, found across Mesopotamian art for millennia, depicts a ritual action focused on a symbol that has permeated esoteric traditions across cultures. You feel the weight of this ancient symbolism, its true meaning lost to the common observer, yet resonating with deeper textual mysteries. Sumerian and later Mesopotamian texts credit the Anunnaki and Apkallu with bestowing civilization and advanced knowledge upon humanity. They are often depicted as wise beings, guardians of sacred knowledge and progenitors of human development. The pine cone, in various ancient cultures, has been symbolically linked to the pineal gland, representing spiritual awakening, enlightenment, or a third eye, a gateway to higher consciousness. The bucket, often associated with a vessel of purification or containing the water of life, could symbolize the transfer of this esoteric knowledge. This documented visual symbolism presents a profound cultural mystery, especially when viewed through the lens of the Book of Enoch. There, the Watchers descended to Mount Hermon and taught forbidden knowledge, not just practical arts, but also forms of root cutting, sorcery, and other hidden sciences that altered human consciousness and understanding. Both traditions independently record the transfer of advanced, non-material knowledge, touching upon spiritual or magical practices that transcended mundane existence. Mainstream archaeology interprets the winged genie, pine cones, and buckets as ritualistic symbols within the context of Assyrian royal and religious iconography. The pine cone may represent fertility or the fruitfulness of the sacred tree, while the bucket contains water for ritual purification or pollen for blessing. From this perspective, the images are allegorical, expressing religious beliefs and royal power, not literal technology or esoteric knowledge. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if this pervasive symbolism is a preserved memory, a coded visual representation of a profound, perhaps esoteric, knowledge transfer from advanced beings? If the Anunnaki or Watchers indeed imparted spiritual or magical practices, a deeper understanding of consciousness, or even methods of genetic manipulation to early humanity, then the pine cone and bucket could be powerful, abstract symbols of this transfer. The forbidden nature of some knowledge in Enoch, contrasted with the divine decrees of the Anunnaki, points to a deliberate control over what was shared and how it was to be used. The stone figure, eternally holding its enigmatic tools, compels us to question: did the ancient Mesopotamians simply invent this potent symbolism, or does it preserve a fragmented memory of genuine historical encounters with advanced beings who transmitted not just technology, but a deeper, perhaps spiritual or even genetic, understanding that shaped humanity's consciousness, leaving behind a profound symbol that still whispers of forgotten wisdom? You sit in the hushed, sterile environment of a genetic research lab. The hum of computers, a quiet counterpoint to the profound mysteries held within the very helix of human DNA. You consider the concept of mitochondrial Eve and Y-chromosomal Adam, not singular individuals in a garden, but ancestral bottlenecks, points in time perhaps 150,000, 200,000 years ago, and 200,000, 300,000 years ago respectively, from whom all modern human mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosomes descend. Scientists observe these narrow points in our genetic history. Simultaneously, you contemplate the Great Leap Forward or cognitive revolution, an inexplicable explosion of art, symbolic thought, sophisticated toolmaking, and complex language that appears in the archaeological record around 70,000, 50,000 years ago, with seemingly little prior evolutionary development. This documented genetic and archaeological anomaly, a sudden acceleration in human cognitive and technological capacity, presents a profound scientific mystery. Mainstream evolutionary biology attributes these phenomena to a combination of environmental pressures, population dynamics, and subtle genetic mutations that, over time, led to increased brain function and communication. It is seen as an organic, albeit rapid, evolutionary step within the human lineage. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation, especially when viewed through the lens of Sumerian and Enochian narratives. Ancient texts describe powerful, non-human beings engaging directly with early humanity, fundamentally altering their capabilities and perhaps even their very essence. Sumerian texts credit the Anunnaki gods, particularly Enki and Ninmah, with genetic experiments to create the Lulu Amelu, primitive workers, or to improve humanity, even engaging in hybridizations. This directly speaks to intentional biological alteration. Similarly, the Book of Enoch recounts the Watchers taking human wives, leading to the birth of the Nephilim, hybrid, giant offspring. This act of interbreeding fundamentally altered the human genome and introduced new lineages, alongside the imparting of advanced, forbidden knowledge that represents a cognitive revolution in itself. Both traditions independently record a transformative intervention in human development, whether through direct genetic manipulation, interbreeding, or the sudden transfer of complex knowledge. Could the genetic bottlenecks identified by science and the abrupt Great Leap Forward be the echoes of these ancient encounters? Could the genetic experiments of the Anunnaki or the interbreeding of the Watchers be a cultural memory, albeit framed in ancient terms, of literal biological alterations or hybridizations that account for these scientific anomalies? The whispers of our DNA, the sudden burst of human creativity, and the ancient texts all converge on a profound question. Did humanity simply evolve these extraordinary capabilities through purely natural selection? Or do these scientific and textual mysteries suggest a deeper, shared memory, a memory of encounters with advanced beings who shaped not just our history, but perhaps our very biology, leaving an indelible mark on the tapestry of human existence? You hold a replica of the Saqqara bird, a small wooden artifact discovered in an 1898 excavation of a tomb in Saqqara, Egypt, dating to approximately 200 BCE. You turn it in the soft light, feeling its smoothed wood. At first glance, it resembles a stylized bird, but as you examine its structure, the rigid, upright wings, the aerodynamic body, and the unusual vertical tail, it reveals an astonishingly accurate aerodynamic profile. Engineers who have studied it, particularly with the addition of a missing horizontal stabilizer, suggest it could be a highly efficient glider, far beyond simple toy or decorative bird. This documented archaeological anomaly, a sophisticated aerodynamic design from ancient Egypt, presents a profound technological mystery. Mainstream Egyptology interprets the Saqqara bird as a ceremonial object, a stylized depiction of a falcon, perhaps linked to the god Horus, or simply a child's toy. From this perspective, any aerodynamic properties are coincidental, not indicative of a lost technology for flight. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation, especially when viewed through the lens of Sumerian and Enochian narratives of advanced knowledge. Ancient texts describe powerful beings descending from above, imparting transformative knowledge and technologies. Sumerian texts credit the Anunnaki with various advancements, and depictions of winged beings or skyboats appear in their art. The Book of Enoch speaks of the Watchers descending from heaven, implying a mode of travel that might involve advanced aerial technology and teaching forbidden arts that could encompass such sophisticated engineering. If the Anunnaki or Watchers indeed possessed a form of aerial technology, then artifacts like the Saqqara bird could be preserved memories or miniature models of something real they witnessed or were taught to build. The knowledge to design a glider with such precise aerodynamic properties would have required an understanding of physics and engineering far beyond what is conventionally attributed to ancient Egyptians. The missing horizontal stabilizer, a crucial component for stability, suggests a complete design, the knowledge of which was either lost or intentionally omitted. The Saqqara bird, small yet profound, compels us to question: did the ancient Egyptians independently stumble upon such advanced aerodynamic principles, or does its intricate design suggest a deeper, shared memory, a memory of encounters with advanced beings who navigated the skies, leaving behind subtle clues and models of that skyborne knowledge, forever altering humanity's technological and artistic aspirations? Its silent, streamlined form, whispers of secrets hidden in plain sight, challenging our understanding of what was truly possible in the ancient world. You sit in the quiet solitude of a library, the rustle of ancient Sanskrit texts like the Mahabharata and Ramayana filling the air, their pages whispering tales of incredible flying machines known as vimanas. Dating back several millennia, these epic poems describe detailed aerial vehicles, often crafted from metals, capable of flying at immense speeds, maneuvering in the sky, and even traveling between celestial bodies. You read passages describing their metallic hum, their fiery propulsion, and the thunderous sounds they produced, a stark contrast to the animal-drawn chariots of the era and a profound textual mystery. Ancient texts from diverse cultures describe beings descending from above, implying a mode of advanced aerial transportation. The Book of Enoch speaks of the Watchers descending from heaven to Mount Hermon, an act that implies flight or rapid descent. Similarly, Sumerian texts refer to the Anunnaki as those who from heaven to earth came, often depicted in iconography with wings or in skyboats, further suggesting celestial travel. The detailed descriptions of vimanas, whether interpreted literally or symbolically, represent a remarkable parallel to these concepts of non-human aerial movement and advanced technology. Mainstream Indology and literary scholarship interpret vimanas as mythological constructs, products of ancient poetic imagination, or symbolic representations of divine power. From this perspective, the descriptions are allegorical, reflecting a cultural fascination with the sky and the divine, not a record of actual ancient technology or encounters with advanced craft. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if these vivid and consistent descriptions of Vimanas are not mere mythological fantasies, but fragmented memories of actual historical encounters with beings possessing advanced aerial technology? If the Anunnaki or Watchers travelled in sophisticated vehicles, perhaps the metallic hum and fiery propulsion of the Vimanas are cultural memories of the sights and sounds of these ancient craft. The detailed descriptions of their construction materials and operational capabilities in some texts are too precise to dismiss as pure invention. The Mahabharata, for example, describes Vimanas as two-decked, circular or cylindrical crafts with portholes and a dome that could fly like a swift wind. These ancient Sanskrit epics, separated by culture and geography from the Near Eastern traditions, yet united in their narrative of flying machines and celestial beings, suggest a broader pattern. Could the Vimanas be the skyboats of the Anunnaki, or the vehicles that carried the Watchers to Earth, their advanced technology becoming immortalized in the rich tapestry of human myth and memory? The metallic hum described in these ancient epics, a sound from a forgotten past, compels us to question. Did ancient Indian poets independently conceive of such intricate flying machines, or do these remarkable narratives preserve a fragmented memory of genuine historical encounters with advanced beings who navigated the skies, leaving behind not only technological marvels, but also profound stories that still challenge our understanding of what was truly possible in the ancient world? You sit quietly with an ancient Hebrew manuscript before you, perhaps a fragment of Genesis 6, its verses etched in archaic script. Your mind conjures images from the text. There were Nephilim in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. The same were the mighty men that were of old, the men of renown. This brief, enigmatic passage in the biblical canon speaks of powerful, giant beings existing before the Great Flood, beings born of an unnatural union between sons of God and human women. The Book of Enoch, excluded from most biblical canons but preserved by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, expands dramatically on this cryptic verse. It identifies these sons of God as the Watchers, angels who descended to Mount Hermon, took human wives, and fathered the monstrous Nephilim giants. Enoch details their immense stature, their destructive nature, and their role in corrupting the earth. This documented textual evidence of hybrid giant offspring resulting from the interbreeding of non-human entities and humans is a central and deeply disturbing narrative. Sumerian texts, separated by culture but united in narrative, also describe the existence of powerful, often giant, hybrid beings. Their narratives speak of demigods and heroes of extraordinary strength and stature, frequently born from the unions of the Anunnaki gods with human women. Figures like Gilgamesh, a king of immense power and a third divine, two-thirds human lineage, exemplify these hybrid offspring. Furthermore, Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki, particularly Ninmah, engaging in genetic experiments, creating a lineage of advanced beings or enhancing primitive workers. Both traditions independently record the presence of non-human entities interacting with humans to create hybrid, powerful offspring. Mainstream biblical scholarship often interprets sons of God as either Sethite lines intermarrying with Cainite lines, or human kings claiming divine lineage, rather than literal angels or divine beings. The Nephilim are seen as particularly powerful or tyrannical humans, whose size is either hyperbole or refers to formidable stature within human bounds. From this perspective, the Enochian expansion is theological speculation, not historical fact. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if these widespread and consistent accounts of giants and hybrid beings, born of interaction between celestial, divine entities and humans, are not mere mythology, but fragmented memories of actual historical events? The Sumerian narratives of genetic experimentation and demigod offspring, coupled with Enoch's explicit descriptions of the Nephilim as the progeny of Watchers, form a powerful, shared narrative. The existence of these hybrid giants, whose very presence led to divine judgment and the Great Flood in both traditions, hints at a profound alteration to early human populations. The verses of Genesis, brief yet potent, compel us to question: did ancient Hebrew and Sumerian cultures independently invent such detailed narratives of giant, hybrid offspring, or do these remarkable parallels suggest a shared source material, perhaps a collective memory of genuine historical encounters with advanced beings who not only taught knowledge, but interbred with humanity, forever altering our genetic and societal landscape, leaving behind a profound legacy that still echoes in our most ancient texts? You stand in the hushed, climate-controlled archive of a natural history museum, your gaze drawn not to a pristine display, but to old, brittle photographs of archaeological finds from a century past. These sepia-toned images depict what are claimed to be unusually large skeletal remains, bone fragments suggesting statures far exceeding conventional human norms, sometimes 7, 8, or even 12 feet tall. You feel a subtle unease, recognizing the controversial nature of these claims as verified, undisputed archaeological evidence of such giant human skeletons remains scarce in mainstream scientific literature. This documented, albeit disputed, physical evidence presents a profound biological mystery. While mainstream anthropology generally views these accounts as hoaxes, misidentifications of animal bones, or exaggerations of individuals with conditions like gigantism, the persistence of these narratives and occasional anecdotal finds across various cultures challenges a comfortable understanding of human form. These controversial accounts resonate deeply with the textual mysteries of ancient traditions. The Book of Enoch provides explicit, startling details about the Nephilim, giant hybrid offspring born from the Watchers' union with human women. Enoch 7:2 describes them as consuming all the acquisitions of men, and then turning to devour men themselves, emphasizing their monstrous stature and destructive nature. Simultaneously, Sumerian texts recount powerful demigods and heroes, like the legendary Gilgamesh, possessing extraordinary strength and immense stature, often born from the Anunnaki gods interacting with humanity. Both traditions independently record the presence of non-human entities interacting with humans to create hybrid, giant offspring. Mainstream archaeology remains cautious, demanding rigorous scientific verification for any claims of anomalous human size, which to date has largely not been forthcoming for the giant skeleton claims. From this perspective, the literary accounts of giants are metaphorical, reflecting powerful rulers or formidable enemies rather than literal biological fact. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if these persistent historical records, photographic evidence, and cultural memories, even if often dismissed, are a fragmented echo of a forgotten biological reality? If the Nephilim of Enoch and the demigods of Sumer were indeed literal, large-statured hybrid beings, then these rare controversial skeletal finds might represent the physical remnants of such a lineage. The narratives of genetic experiments by the Anunnaki and the interbreeding of the Watchers provide a textual framework for understanding how such a distinct, larger than human population could have existed. The silence of the archive, broken only by the whispers of these old images, compels us to question: did ancient cultures independently invent such detailed narratives of giant, hybrid offspring? Or do these remarkable textual and controversial physical parallels suggest a shared source material, perhaps a collective memory of genuine historical encounters with advanced beings who not only taught knowledge, but genetically altered humanity, leaving behind a profound legacy that still challenges our understanding of human origins and the very limits of our form? The cold, deep blue of the Pacific Ocean envelops you as you descend through the sun-dappled waters off the coast of Yonaguni Island, Japan. Through your diver's mask, the monumental, unsettling geometry of the Yonaguni Monument slowly emerges from the depths. You glide past colossal, stepped terraces, perfectly straight edges, 90-degree angles, and what appear to be carved passageways and intricate features, all formed from solid bedrock. Geologists estimate its submersion began at least 8,000 to 10,000 years ago, pushing its origins back into a time when conventional archaeology dictates no civilization capable of such monumental work existed. This documented archaeological anomaly, a massive, apparently artificial stone structure submerged for millennia, presents a profound scientific mystery. Mainstream geology interprets the Yonaguni Monument as a natural geological formation created by tectonic activity, erosion, and currents over vast periods. The rectilinear features are considered remarkable, but coincidental natural processes, not evidence of human carving. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation, especially when viewed through the lens of Sumerian and Enochian narratives of a catastrophic deluge. Ancient texts from diverse cultures, including both Sumerian cuneiform tablets and ancient Hebrew, Aramaic manuscripts, describe a great flood that reshaped the world. The Book of Enoch details God's decision to cleanse the earth with a universal flood due to the corruption caused by the Watchers and their Nephilim offspring. Sumerian texts, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, recount the Anunnaki gods' decree for a deluge to destroy humanity. If the Yonaguni Monument is indeed man-made or artificially enhanced, its submersion date places its builders in an antediluvian epoch, directly correlating with the time frame of these widespread flood myths. Could this submerged structure be a tangible remnant of a civilization wiped away by such a cataclysm? A civilization perhaps guided or influenced by the very Watchers or Anunnaki described in ancient texts as imparting advanced architectural and engineering knowledge. The monumental scale and precision required to carve such a structure from bedrock would demand extraordinary capabilities, echoing the power attributed to these ancient entities or their hybrid offspring. The cold, silent geometry of Yonaguni, veiled by the ocean's depths, compels us to question: did natural forces alone sculpt these impossibly regular features? Or does this submerged mystery suggest a deeper, shared memory? A memory of a technologically advanced pre-Diluvian civilization, possibly guided by non-human entities whose creations now lie hidden beneath the waves, a poignant reminder of a world lost to the Great Flood and the secrets it still holds. You float gently in the warm, slightly turbid waters of the Gulf of Cambay, off the coast of India, the rhythmic lapping of the waves a soothing backdrop. Below, sonar scans hint at the faint, intriguing outlines of what appears to be a vast, submerged city located thousands of feet deep. This site, tentatively dated by some to perhaps 7,500 BCE or even older based on associated artifacts, aligns remarkably with traditional Indian epic accounts of the legendary city of Dwarka, built by Lord Krishna, which was said to have been swallowed by the sea. You feel the profound weight of this potential discovery, a city lost to the waves, whispering of ancient deluges and forgotten civilizations. This documented, albeit controversial, archaeological evidence of a potentially ancient submerged city presents a profound mystery. Mainstream archaeology remains cautious, awaiting further definitive evidence and broader scientific consensus on its artificiality and age. Initial findings have been debated, with some attributing the structures to natural formations or later historical periods. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation, especially when viewed through the lens of Sumerian and Enochian narratives of a catastrophic deluge. Ancient texts from diverse cultures, including both Sumerian cuneiform tablets and ancient Hebrew, Aramaic manuscripts, describe a great flood that dramatically reshaped the world. The Book of Enoch details God's decision to cleanse the earth with a universal flood due to the corruption caused by the Watchers and their Nephilim offspring. Sumerian texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh recount the Anunnaki gods' decree for a deluge to destroy humanity. If the submerged city of Dwarka is indeed confirmed as an ancient man-made settlement from a pre-Diluvian epoch, its destruction by rising sea levels would align perfectly with the widespread global flood narratives. Could this lost city be a tangible remnant of a civilization wiped away by such a cataclysm? A civilization perhaps guided or influenced by the very Watchers, or Anunnaki described in ancient texts as imparting advanced architectural and societal knowledge? The epic accounts of Dwarka describe a city of immense wealth and advanced construction, resonating with the capabilities attributed to these ancient entities. The faint outlines of Dwarka, hidden beneath the waves, compel us to question: did natural forces alone erase this potential city, or does its submerged presence suggest a deeper, shared memory, a memory of a technologically advanced, pre-Diluvian civilization, possibly guided by non-human entities whose creations now lie hidden beneath the ocean, a poignant reminder of a world lost to the Great Flood and the profound secrets it still holds. You stand on the rocky shores of Lake Van in eastern Turkey, the vast ancient lake stretching into the haze, its waters mirroring the sky. In your hand, you hold a replica of a droke stone, a large pierced stone artifact resembling an anchor. Such stones, sometimes of considerable weight, have been found in and around the region, often far from any known ancient port or conventional watercraft. You feel the rough, cool stone, its simple yet functional design, whispering of forgotten voyages and an immense, ancient past. This documented archaeological anomaly, the presence of large anchor-like stones in an unexpected inland location, or in context suggesting very large ancient vessels, presents a profound maritime mystery. Mainstream archaeology often interprets these as local fishing weights or ritual offerings, or attributes them to later, smaller-scale historical usage. From this perspective, they don't necessarily indicate massive antediluvian ships. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation, especially when viewed through the lens of Sumerian and Enochian flood narratives. Both Sumerian cuneiform tablets and ancient Hebrew Aramaic manuscripts describe a catastrophic great flood that engulfed the earth, leading to the construction of a massive ark to preserve life. The Book of Enoch details God's decision to cleanse the earth with a universal flood and implicitly references the survival narrative of Noah. Sumerian texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh explicitly describe Enki warning Ziusudra Utnapishtim to build a colossal, multi-decked ark with precise dimensions to save humanity and animals. This ark, after the deluge, comes to rest on a mountain, often associated with Mount Ararat, which is not far from Lake Van. If the Great Flood narratives are indeed memories of a real, cataclysmic event, then the need for immensely large vessels and their corresponding anchor stones becomes a tangible link to these ancient texts. The weight and scale of some of these reported anchor stones would be appropriate for a ship of colossal proportions, far beyond typical ancient barges. Could these stones be the scattered remnants of such antediluvian arks, or evidence of pre-flood maritime technology capable of constructing vessels of immense scale? The cold, heavy stone in your hand compels us to question: did ancient peoples independently conceive of such artifacts for conventional needs, or do these remarkable physical finds in proximity to sacred flood mountains suggest a deeper, shared memory, a memory of a world remade by water, and the colossal vessels, perhaps guided by non-human entities like the Anunnaki or Watchers who forewarned a survivor, that navigated its turbulent surface, leaving behind poignant echoes in stone? You stand in a shimmering mirage of memory, conjuring the legendary cedar forest, a primordial, sacred expanse once described in the Epic of Gilgamesh. You inhale the imagined scent of ancient conifers, feel the hushed reverence of a place believed to be the dwelling of gods and terrifying guardians. This mythical forest, now likely the cedar groves of ancient Lebanon, was not merely a wilderness. It was a forbidden domain, a sacred territory where the celestial touched the earthly, and where the Igigi, a class of lesser gods often associated with the sky, were said to reside, or at least visit. Sumerian texts, particularly the Epic of Gilgamesh, depict this forest as a realm separate from human habitation, guarded by the monstrous Humbaba on behalf of the great god Enlil. The Igigi, often mentioned alongside the Anunnaki, are described as those who watched from above, performing tasks on Earth, sometimes depicted as working prior to the creation of humanity or during early human history. This documented textual evidence points to specific, elevated terrestrial locations being significant for non-human entities. This resonates with striking parallels in the Book of Enoch. There, 200 Watchers, a class of angels, are explicitly stated to have descended not vaguely to Earth, but specifically upon Mount Hermon, a prominent peak in the ancient Near East. This mountain became their gathering place, the site of their oath, and the starting point of their interactions with humanity. Both traditions independently record non-human beings descending from the heavens to specific, often mountainous or sacred, geographical locations on Earth to begin their interventions. Mainstream mythology interprets the cedar forest as a symbolic primeval realm, and Mount Hermon as a theological site of divine transgression. The Igigi and Watchers, from this perspective, are mythological figures, or angels whose descent and residence are allegorical, representing a spiritual fall or the presence of deities, not literal landings or outposts. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if these sacred mountains and forests, imbued with divine or forbidden significance in both traditions, are preserved memories, geographical echoes of actual landing zones, operational bases, or primary points of contact for advanced non-human beings? If the Anunnaki or Watchers travelled from the heavens, it is logical that they would have specific, perhaps strategically chosen, points of entry or residence on our planet. Mount Hermon, a real geographical location, and the cedar forest, also rooted in a real ancient landscape, become tangible links to these ancient narratives. The spectral scent of cedar, the imagined winds sweeping over an ancient mountain, compel us to question: did ancient cultures independently invent such specific geographical points of descent and habitation for their sky gods or angels? Or do these remarkable parallels suggest a shared source material, perhaps a collective memory of genuine historical encounters with advanced beings who not only taught knowledge, but established specific terrestrial presences, leaving an indelible mark on humanity's sacred geography and its most enigmatic ancient texts. You sit in a quiet, dimly lit archaeological lab, the scent of ancient earth still clinging to the artifacts. Before you, meticulously laid out, are the components of what is known as the Baghdad battery, a small clay pot, a copper cylinder, and an iron rod. Discovered in 1930s Iraq, this enigmatic artifact dates to the Parthian era, roughly 250 BCE to 250 CE. When assembled and filled with an acidic electrolyte, like grape juice or vinegar, replicas have consistently generated a voltage of around 1.5 volts. You feel the profound simplicity and yet the astonishing complexity of this ancient device, hinting at a lost, forgotten technology. This documented archaeological anomaly, a potential electrochemical cell existing millennia before its conventional invention, presents a profound technological mystery. Mainstream archaeology often interprets the Baghdad battery as a container for scrolls or a ritual object, arguing that the generation of electricity was either coincidental or not its primary intended function. From this perspective, the concept of a functional battery in antiquity is dismissed as an anachronism. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation, especially when viewed through the lens of Sumerian and Enochian narratives of advanced knowledge. Ancient texts describe powerful beings imparting transformative knowledge and technologies. The Book of Enoch details Azazel teaching forbidden arts, including metallurgy and the working of metals, hinting at a sophisticated understanding of material science. Sumerian texts credit the Anunnaki with bestowing the ME, encompassing various crafts and advanced scientific principles that laid the foundation for civilization. If these entities possess superior technology, then the knowledge of electricity or electroplating could have been among their gifts, or even a technology they themselves utilized. The existence of a device capable of generating electricity, however rudimentary, implies a deliberate understanding of electrochemical principles. Such knowledge, if truly utilized by ancient peoples, would represent a significant technological leap, far beyond what is conventionally attributed to them. Could the Baghdad battery be a surviving remnant of this forbidden knowledge or divine decree in the form of practical technology? The ability to work metals, combined with an understanding of chemical reactions to produce energy, aligns with the broad categories of advanced knowledge described in both ancient traditions. The quiet assembly of copper, iron, and clay compels us to question: did ancient peoples independently stumble upon the principles of electricity, or does this remarkable artifact suggest a deeper, shared memory? A memory of encounters with advanced beings who transmitted not just cultural practices, but also tangible technologies that still challenge our understanding of what was truly possible in the ancient world, leaving behind silent, electrifying clues. The cool, focused light of a workshop lamp illuminates the intricate surface of a granite core, meticulously cut from a pre-dynastic Egyptian quarry, perhaps dating to 3000 BCE or even older. You trace its inner diameter with your finger, feeling the subtle, undeniable helical groove etched into the extremely hard stone. Granite, ranking 6 to 7 on the Mohs scale, presents an immense challenge to even modern cutting tools. Yet, here are the clear, symmetrical spirals left by a drill that plunge through this formidable material with astonishing speed and precision, achieving a feed rate that baffles contemporary machinists. This documented archaeological anomaly, the helical grooves and the implied rapid cutting of granite, presents a profound technological mystery. Mainstream Egyptology attributes such feats to techniques like using copper tube drills with abrasive sands, combined with immense human labor and time. The helical marks are sometimes explained as residual effects of uneven abrasive distribution or tool wear. From this perspective, It is a testament to persistent human ingenuity within known technological limits. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation, especially when viewed through the lens of Sumerian and Enochian narratives of advanced knowledge. Ancient texts describe powerful beings imparting transformative knowledge and technologies. The Book of Enoch details Azazel teaching forbidden arts, including metallurgy and the working of metals, implying a sophisticated understanding of tools and material science. Sumerian texts credit the Anunnaki with bestowing the Me, encompassing various crafts, engineering principles, and the foundational knowledge required for monumental construction. If these entities possessed superior technology, then the ability to drill through granite with such efficiency would have been well within their capabilities, or a technology they transferred. The precision and consistent feed rate of these ancient drill marks suggest a deliberate, sophisticated application of mechanical force and abrasive technology. Such techniques would require not only incredibly hard cutting agents, but also a means to exert immense downward pressure and high rotational speeds, far exceeding the documented capabilities of pre-dynastic Egyptian tools. Could these helical grooves be a surviving remnant of this forbidden knowledge or divine decree in the form of advanced tooling? The matching of knowledge categories, particularly metallurgy, mathematics, and engineering, across both traditions strengthens this connection. The smooth, cold granite, marked by an impossible ancient technology, compels us to question: did early Egyptians independently develop tools capable of such rapid, precise work in granite, or does this remarkable physical evidence suggest a deeper, shared memory, a memory of encounters with advanced beings who transmitted tangible technologies that still challenge our understanding of what was truly possible in the ancient world, leaving behind silent, enigmatic patterns etched in stone? You sit with a replica of a Sumerian cuneiform tablet, the faint scent of ancient clay in the air, your mind tracing the words that speak of the Abzu, the freshwater ocean beneath the earth, the dwelling place of the god Enki at Eridu. This mythical realm is often described as a paradisiacal garden, a sacred space of divine power and creation, a pristine environment predating human civilization's complexities. It was from this Abzu that Enki dispensed the Me, the divine decrees that established order and knowledge on earth. You feel the profound weight of this ancient concept, a pristine, initial dwelling for gods, a primeval garden. Sumerian texts consistently depict the Abzu as a sacred, fertile place, rich in life and wisdom, where the Anunnaki gods first established their presence and influenced early humanity. This documented textual evidence of an earthly paradise, a divine abode, presents striking parallels to the biblical concept of the Garden of Eden. The book of Genesis describes Eden as a perfect garden, the original dwelling place of humanity, prior to the fall and the introduction of sin. Both traditions independently record a pristine, primordial earthly realm associated with divine beings and the earliest stages of human existence. In Sumer, it is the Abzu, home of Enki, the wise god. In the Hebrew tradition, it is Eden, the garden of God. The narratives are separated by culture, but united in their concept of an initial, ideal dwelling place, where divine human interaction occurred before a significant societal corruption and subsequent cataclysm. Mainstream biblical scholarship and ancient Near Eastern studies often view the Garden of Eden as a theological motif, an archetypal symbol of humanity's innocent origins, potentially influenced by various Mesopotamian garden myths and concepts of fertile lands. From this perspective, the Abzu and Eden are symbolic landscapes, not literal geographical locations, representing humanity's spiritual and moral state. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if these deeply ingrained narratives of a primeval, earthly paradise, a dwelling place for gods or celestial beings, are not mere theological metaphors, but fragmented memories of actual historical locations or conditions. If the Anunnaki or Watchers indeed descended and established terrestrial presences, it is plausible they would have cultivated or chosen pristine, fertile locations for their operations or initial interactions with humanity. The Abzu of Eridu, identified as the first city and Enki's abode, aligns remarkably with the description of an earthly Eden, a point of origin for advanced knowledge. The ancient cuneiform, describing the Abzu as a sacred wellspring of life and wisdom, compels us to question: did ancient cultures independently invent such detailed narratives of an earthly paradise as a divine dwelling and source of knowledge, or do these remarkable parallels suggest a shared source, material, perhaps a collective memory of genuine historical encounters with advanced beings who first established their presence in a pristine, ideal terrestrial environment, leaving an indelible mark on humanity's sacred geography and its most enigmatic ancient texts? You sit in the hushed quiet of a digital archive, examining scanned images of ancient Mesopotamian tablets detailing the post-flood era. Your eyes settle on fragments recounting the return of the Apkallu, the wise men or sages, often depicted as part fish, part human, who again emerged from the waters or simply reappeared to continue guiding humanity after the Great Deluge. These enigmatic beings, mentioned in Sumerian and later Akkadian texts, are credited with re-establishing the foundations of civilization, ensuring that essential knowledge was not entirely lost. You feel the profound weight of this narrative, a wisdom meticulously preserved in the wake of a global cataclysm. Sumerian and Akkadian texts describe how the Apkallu, such as Oannes, taught humanity everything necessary for a functional society: writing, mathematics, agriculture, and astronomy. Critically, these teachings often occurred in the period after the Great Flood, suggesting a deliberate preservation and reintroduction of knowledge to a decimated populace. This documented textual evidence of knowledge preservation and societal re-establishment by non-human entities presents a striking parallel to the Book of Enoch. There, after the divine judgment of the Watchers and the cleansing flood, Enoch himself is depicted as a keeper of antediluvian knowledge, having journeyed to the heavens and recorded the secrets of creation and the celestial orders. His writings, though hidden, were meant to be preserved for future generations, serving as a repository of wisdom from the world before the flood. Both traditions independently record the deliberate preservation and reintroduction of advanced knowledge by specific, non-human or divinely connected figures following a world-altering flood event. Mainstream archaeology and mythology interpret the Apkallu's post-flood role as symbolic, representing the re-emergence of human ingenuity and the cultural re-establishment of order. The idea of lost wisdom being preserved and taught is seen as a mythological device to explain the cyclical nature of civilization's rise and fall, rather than literal intervention by non-human beings. However, an alternative interpretation invites contemplation. What if these accounts of the Apkallu re-emerging to teach, and Enoch preserving antediluvian wisdom, are fragmented memories of actual historical events centered around the intentional safeguarding and transfer of knowledge by advanced entities? If the Anunnaki or Watchers were the original instructors, and they or their designated agents survived or returned after the flood, then the reinitiation of civilization with similar core knowledge categories becomes profoundly significant. The shared narrative of divine punishment, a devastating flood, and then the re-emergence of advanced instruction, separated by culture but united in narrative, suggests a pattern. The ancient tablets detailing the Apkallu's return compel us to question: did ancient cultures independently invent such detailed narratives of knowledge preservation and reintroduction by non-human sages in the wake of a global flood? Or do these remarkable parallels suggest a shared source material, perhaps a collective memory of genuine historical encounters with advanced beings who not only initiated early human civilization, but also ensured its continuity and wisdom's survival through cataclysmic events, leaving an indelible mark on humanity's post-flood awakening? You stand on the vast, sun-baked expanse of the Mesopotamian plain, feeling the immense silence of ancient Sumer. The distant shimmering heat blurs the horizon, yet you can almost sense the proximity of the Levant, a mere few hundred miles to the west. This geographical closeness between the cradles of Sumerian and ancient Hebrew traditions is a physical reality that underscores the profound textual parallels we have been exploring. It compels us to consider how these narratives, separated by culture but united in their core themes, might have connected across the ancient landscape. Sumerian cuneiform tablets, dating back to 3200 BCE and beyond, describe the Anunnaki, beings who, from heaven to earth, came, and whose interactions laid the foundations of civilization in Mesopotamia. They recount events and figures from an antediluvian past, long before the civilizations that recorded them. In parallel, ancient Hebrew or Aramaic manuscripts, particularly the Book of Enoch, detail the Watchers, celestial beings who descended to a specific mountain, Mount Hermon, located squarely in the Levant. These texts, while dated to 300 to 100 BCE, explicitly claim to record antediluvian events, preserving memories from an epoch predating the Abrahamic traditions. Both traditions independently record a profound intervention by non-human entities at the dawn of human history, not as mythology created in their own time, but as claimed historical records of earlier, forgotten ages. The geographical connection is undeniable. These two cultures, Sumer and the Levant, were not isolated, but part of an interconnected ancient Near East. Their peoples interacted, traded, and surely shared stories. Mainstream biblical scholarship views these striking similarities through the lens of cultural transmission. It posits that later Jewish apocalyptic literature, including the Book of Enoch, absorbed and reframed earlier Mesopotamian mythological motifs and narratives. From this perspective, the parallels exist because Jewish authors, aware of the rich Sumerian traditions through centuries of interaction and shared regional heritage, borrowed and adapted these stories to fit their own theological frameworks. The Anunnaki are Sumerian gods, mythology. The Watchers are Jewish angels, theology, and their similarities are evidence of cultural exchange, not shared historical encounters. However, an alternative interpretation invites deeper contemplation. What if the geographical proximity of these cultures allowed them to independently preserve different cultural expressions of genuine historical memories, memories of the same extraordinary events? The names may differ, Anunnaki versus Watchers, and the cultural framing may vary, gods versus angels, but the core narrative remains consistently detailed across both traditions. Advanced beings came from above, descended to specific earthly locations, shared transformative knowledge that reshaped human society, engaged in acts that led to hybrid offspring, faced divine judgment, and were ultimately removed by higher powers through a catastrophic flood. The silence of the Mesopotamian plain, vast and ancient, seems to whisper across to the distant memory of Mount Hermon. The matching names, roles, knowledge categories, hybrid offspring, punishments, and flood narratives are too specific and too consistent to simply dismiss as coincidence or even as mere cultural borrowing. They suggest either a remarkable, intricate transmission of highly specific lore or a shared source material, potentially fragmented memories of actual, profound encounters preserved in both traditions? Did Sumerian and Hebrew cultures independently create nearly identical narratives by coincidence? Did later authors deliberately borrow and adapt earlier stories with such remarkable precision? Or did both preserve fragmented memories of actual historical events, encounters with advanced beings who came from above, taught transformative knowledge, created hybrid offspring, and were eventually removed by cosmic powers sending the Great Flood? If the Anunnaki and Watchers are indeed different cultural interpretations of the same entities, what profound implications does that reveal about human history and our place in a cosmos far stranger and more ancient than our mainstream narratives usually admit? You stand beneath the vast, inky canvas of the night sky, feeling the cool breath of the ancient world on your face. Above you, the myriad stars twinkle with an indifference that belies their profound significance in humanity's oldest narratives. You are a watcher in a world of unanswered questions, contemplating the immense textual mysteries woven across millennia and continents. We have journeyed through the dust of Qumran, the baked clay of Sumer, the colossal stones of Baalbek, and the enigmatic depths of Yonaguni. We've seen the impossible chronology of the Sumerian king list, the advanced astronomy of Göbekli Tepe, the forbidden metallurgy of Azazel echoing in ancient artifacts, and the compelling accounts of giant hybrid beings. Everywhere, from the Dogon's knowledge of unseen stars to the hydraulic mastery of Puma Punku, whispers of a shared, extraordinary past have emerged. Ancient texts, both Sumerian cuneiform tablets and ancient Hebrew, Aramaic manuscripts, describe remarkable parallels that are too specific, too detailed, and too consistent to dismiss as mere coincidence. Both traditions independently record advanced, non-human beings descending from above, the Anunnaki from the heavens, the Watchers to Mount Hermon. Both speak of these entities interacting with early humans, even interbreeding and creating powerful hybrid offspring, the Nephilim giants of Enoch and the demigods of Sumer. These beings, whether called gods or angels, imparted transformative knowledge across 7 key categories: agriculture, metallurgy, astronomy, mathematics, writing, medicine, and spiritual practices. Both narratives culminate in divine council meetings deciding humanity's fate, leading to a cataclysmic great flood that purged the earth. And in both, knowledge was preserved, and life, through a chosen survivor, endured. Mainstream biblical scholarship largely attributes these parallels to cultural transmission, viewing Enoch as Jewish apocalyptic literature influenced by earlier Mesopotamian mythology. The Anunnaki are seen as Sumerian gods, the Watchers as Jewish angels, their similarities a testament to ancient cultural exchange. However, an alternative interpretation offers a different lens. What if both cultures, separated by geography but united in these core narrative elements, preserved genuine historical memories of the same profound encounters? The names might differ, the cultural framing as gods versus angels might vary, but the underlying events remain strikingly consistent. 2 independent witnesses describing the same events in their own cultural language. As you gaze at the silent stars, the profound questions linger. Did Sumerian and Hebrew cultures independently create nearly identical narratives by coincidence? Did later authors deliberately borrow and adapt earlier stories with such remarkable precision, down to specific names, roles, and knowledge categories? Or did both preserve fragmented memories of actual, historical events, encounters with advanced beings who came from above, taught transformative knowledge, created hybrid offspring, and were eventually removed by cosmic powers sending the Great Flood? If the Anunnaki and the Watchers are indeed different cultural interpretations of the same entities. What does that reveal about human history, our origins, and our place in a cosmos far stranger and more ancient than our mainstream narratives usually admit?
Welcome to Sapiens Untold Live. Settle in for a continuous journey through lost civilizations, ancient mysteries, forgotten peoples, and the deep story of humanity. From the first firelit camps to vanished cities beneath desert, jungle, ice and sea, the past is still speaking. You are watching Sapiens Untold, streaming ancient history and sleep stories, day and night. 9. A British archaeologist named Stephen Langdon, working in the ruins of the ancient city of Kish in what is now Iraq, brushed away the dust from a clay tablet older than the pyramids. It was a moment suspended in the hot desert air, a whisper from a time long forgotten, uncovered by patient hands in the shifting sands. This single piece of baked clay, no larger than the palm of your hand, carried secrets that have waited for nearly a century to be understood. Now, almost 100 years later, you stand in the hushed, climate-controlled vault of a prestigious museum in Istanbul. The air is cool, still, carrying the faint, almost metallic scent of preservation. Before you, encased in thick, reflective glass, lies that very tablet. Your gaze drifts across its surface, smooth and earthy, etched with the delicate, almost impossibly intricate wedge-shaped marks of cuneiform script. Each tiny impression, each ancient angle, holds the weight of millennia. This isn't just a record of kings or tax receipts. This particular tablet, among thousands, speaks of a place, a tangible location, described with a startling, almost unsettling precision. It speaks of mountains and rivers, of journeys and gates, hinting at precise geographical clues hidden within its ancient Sumerian language. And tonight, as the world outside fades into quiet contemplation, we are going to carefully, slowly, decode what the Sumerians actually wrote about Kerskers, the place beneath the earth where the Anunnaki came from before they ruled the surface. Get comfortable. Let's see how far you make it. Hold that image in your mind now, the ancient script glowing softly under the low vault lights, a map to a world beneath our own. Let its promise settle, a quiet invitation to journey deeper. Wherever you're listening tonight, perhaps in a quiet apartment overlooking the Thames in London, or a peaceful cabin nestled deep in the redwood forests of California, or a cosy room in the bustling heart of Lagos, know that you are part of a shared moment of wonder. Welcome to Sapiens Untold. Take a breath, and just for a moment, let me ask you, where in the world are you listening from right now? And what time is it as you settle in, ready to explore these ancient mysteries with me? Settle in. Get comfortable. Perhaps dim the lights if you can, letting the shadows deepen around you, creating a private space for your imagination to wander. This is a journey that asks for quiet contemplation, a gentle unfolding of forgotten truths. If mysteries like this, stories of humanity's hidden past, pull at you the way they pull at me, gently hit the like button and subscribe, and join our growing community of fellow explorers. We are all here together, seeking the untold stories that sleep beneath the surface of history. Now, with that quiet connection established, let us return to that silent ancient tablet, waiting patiently in the stillness of the Istanbul vault. Let's trace those cuneiform marks once more, and truly begin our descent into the Sumerian understanding of Kerskers. They were a civilization that flourished over 4,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, the land between the two great rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates. They gave us so much: the wheel, organized agriculture, monumental architecture, and, crucially for our journey tonight, the very first written records in human history. The first thoughts, the first stories, the first maps, etched onto clay tablets like the one you now envision, sleeping in that silent vault. Their cities, like ancient Eridu and mighty Uruk, were vibrant centres of innovation and belief. But beneath the surface of their thriving world there was always the persistent, profound understanding of another place, not a realm of abstract spirits, not a metaphorical concept, but a deeply physical, often terrifying, subterranean world. They called it Kuris. The cuneiform sign for Koresh, when you truly look at it, is profoundly simple, yet rich with meaning. It is a pictograph, a small triangular mountain, often doubled to emphasize its depth and scale. This visual representation, this ancient mountain shape, has led scholars to debate its true nature for centuries. Did it simply mean the underworld of the dead, a realm of shadows? Or did this ancient sign, this symbol of a mountain, also represent a literal, physical place beneath the surface, a deep, cavernous realm within the geological structures they knew? The tablets, as we will slowly uncover tonight, suggest a far more concrete reality, a place of astonishing detail, a map to what lies deep below. The Sumerians described Kerskes not as a vague, ethereal nether world, but as a structured, almost engineered environment. The tablets speak of a journey, a descent into this place. You can almost feel the chill in the air as the ancient texts guide you deeper. They speak of a winding path, a long staircase descending into the deep earth, a deliberate passage. And this journey, this slow, deliberate descent, was punctuated by barriers. 7 gates, the texts repeatedly tell us. 7 formidable gates, each one demanding passage, each one guarding the secrets held within. Think of them as immense ancient thresholds, carved into the very rock, perhaps sealed by unknown mechanisms, leading ever deeper into the heart of the earth. Beyond these gates, the texts hint at vast subterranean waters. Not merely damp caverns, but immense bodies of water flowing and still, deep within the earth's crust. Imagine these great waters, cold and dark, perhaps echoing with the sounds of unseen currents. These aren't the gentle streams of the surface world. These are the primordial oceans, the watery depths that were believed to cradle the very foundations of existence. The Sumerians called these the waters of no return, emphasizing the finality and mystery of this deep, deep realm, this silent world beneath our own. The detail in these ancient descriptions truly sets them apart from mere myth. They are not simply fantastical tales of an afterlife. Instead, they read almost like an itinerary, a geological survey, or even a careful, precise map drawn by those who had either seen or heard first-hand accounts of this elaborate, complex, underground world. This is not a place of abstract punishment. It is a landscape, a physical journey, a place that requires specific navigation, a place of physical challenges and formidable barriers. It is a place waiting, always waiting, beneath the world that basks in the sun. The tablet, cool and ancient behind its protective glass, continues to hold your gaze. You allow your mind to drift, to follow the intricate lines of cuneiform script, as if tracing a path into the distant past, a path that leads not across sun-baked plains, but deep into the very heart of the earth. The Sumerians, those first scribes of civilization, were meticulous in their descriptions, painting a vivid, almost unsettling picture of Kerka, a landscape far removed from any surface dwelling. They speak of a deliberate descent, a journey that begins not with a fall, but with a staircase. Imagine this. You stand at the entrance to Kurs Kerf, perhaps within the mouth of a vast cave, or at the base of a forbidding mountain, and there, before you, a long staircase, hewn from the very rock, begins its slow, winding path downwards. It is not a gentle slope, but a pronounced, persistent descent, each step carrying you deeper, farther from the sunlight, further into the embrace of the earth. The air would grow heavy, perhaps thick with the scent of damp stone and mineral, the sounds of the surface world fading into a profound, echoing silence as you venture into the geological strata. This staircase, a tangible architectural feature, points to a purposeful construction, an intentional pathway into what lies beneath. And this long, deep staircase, this path into the profound darkness, leads, in the ancient Sumerian accounts, to a series of formidable barriers. They are known, with haunting repetition, as the 7 gates. 7 gates, each one a threshold, described as immense, heavy, and seemingly impassable, without ritual or specific knowledge. Imagine walking this path, the damp air growing colder with every descending step, the absolute darkness pressing in, broken only by the flickering light of an ancient torch, or perhaps the glow of pure imagination. And then before you a massive archway, carved from living rock, sealed by a gate of unknown material, possibly bronze, perhaps even harder stone, bound with ancient, unbreakable chains. Each gate, the texts imply, had a guardian, and required specific invocations or sacrifices to pass through. It wasn't simply a matter of opening a door. It was a passage, a trial, a slow, deliberate unveiling of the layers of Kersk-Erek. You would step through the first, then journey deeper, the silence growing heavier, the pressure more profound, until the next formidable gate loomed before you, and then another, and another. 7 gates, each one a test, each one a deepening commitment to the journey into the profound subterranean world. This repetition, this emphasis on the sevenfold nature of the passage, suggests not only a literal journey, but also a ritualized, perhaps even sacred, understanding of entry into this deep realm. The Sumerians were clear. This was not a place easily accessed. It was a fortress, a carefully protected domain, deep beneath the surface. Beyond these 7 gates, after the long descent through solid stone and echoing passageways, the text describes something else entirely, the great waters. These are not small underground springs or trickling streams. These are vast, immense bodies of water, stretching into an incomprehensible darkness, existing deep within the earth's crust. They are often referred to as the waters of no return, emphasizing their overwhelming nature and the finality of passing into their domain. Imagine standing at the edge of such a subterranean sea, the air heavy with humidity, the silence broken only by the rhythmic lapping of unseen waves against unseen shores, or perhaps the distant guttural groan of the earth itself. These waters, cold and dark, form a boundary, a separation between the world above and the profound primordial depths of Kerk. It is here that the ancient texts truly diverge from any simple concept of a spiritual afterlife. The descriptions are too precise, too tangible for mere metaphor. This isn't a nebulous hell of divine judgment. It is a physical location, with a specific entrance, a detailed descent, architectural features like staircases and gates, and vast geological features like subterranean oceans. The cuneiform sign for Sikher Ker, that simple pictograph of a mountain, becomes powerfully evocative when read alongside these detailed itineraries. It suggests that perhaps what modern archaeology often labels as myth, ancient miners, engineers, or even explorers, would have called a workplace, or at least a highly detailed map of an extraordinary place. The Sumerians were describing something they believed to be real, something they felt compelled to document with meticulous detail. The profound implication is that the Anunnaki, the powerful beings the Sumerians described, the ones who were often seen as instructors and rulers on the surface world, were understood to have come from this very place. Ek-Kor, not from the stars, not from a distant heaven, but from deep within the earth itself. The tablets speak of their arrival, their emergence from this subterranean realm, and their eventual retreat back into its depths during times of great cataclysm, such as the Great Flood. This cyclical interaction, this constant coming and going from curse to curse, creates a picture of a dynamic, lived connection between the surface world and the world beneath, a world that the Sumerians documented with a striking clarity. As you consider the weight of these ancient words, etched into clay millennia ago, the image of that modest tablet in the Istanbul vault shifts in your mind. It ceases to be merely an artifact, and begins to transform into something more profound, a diagram, an engineering blueprint, a geological survey from the very dawn of written history, pointing directly to a world beneath our feet. And as the echoes of the 7 gates and the great waters settle into the quiet corners of your mind, know that the Sumerians left us more than just descriptions. They left us the stories, the epic poems, that actually articulate these journeys. And it is those stories, those precise ancient lines, that we will carefully, gently begin to decode next. The soft light of your lamp falls across the meticulously copied lines of Inanna's descent to the netherworld, a Sumerian epic catalogued as ETCSL 1.41, dating back to approximately 2100 BCE. You feel the cool, smooth surface of the modern print in your hands, but your mind is elsewhere, tracing the story as if it were etched in the very clay of the original tablet, thousands of years ago. This is not just a poem. It is in many ways an ancient travelogue, a deeply detailed account of a journey into Kursk, the profound world beneath the earth. The story begins with a decision, a powerful, almost inexplicable yearning that seizes Inanna, the queen of heaven and earth. She makes up her mind to descend into the great below, into the realm of Kirk, a place ruled by her elder sister, Ereshkigal. It's a bold, perilous journey, and the tablets do not shy away from describing the meticulous preparations Inanna undertakes. She adorns herself with the 7 divine mech, symbols of her power, the crown of the plain, lapis lazuli beads, the twin gold rings, the breastplate, the gold ring of her hand, the measuring rod and line, and the royal robe. Each item, carefully described, is not just ornamentation. It's an aspect of her identity, her power, her very being. This careful cataloguing of her regalia emphasizes her immense power as she prepares for a journey that will strip it all away. And then the descent begins. The text describes Inanna's arrival at the outer gate of Kursk, a monumental entrance where she pounds on the door, demanding entry. The gatekeeper, Nettie, questions her, asking why she has come to the land of no return. Her answers, her declarations of purpose, are met with a chilling protocol. She must pass through not 1 but 7 gates, each one leading deeper into the subterranean world, each one further removing her from the world above. At the first gate, the texts tell us, the crown of the plain is removed from her head. She is stripped of her symbols, piece by piece, as she journeys deeper and deeper. Imagine the cold, ancient air swirling around her, the profound silence of the deep earth echoing every step. At the second gate, the lapis lazuli beads from her neck are taken. At the third, the twin gold rings from her nose. At the fourth, the breastplate from her body. Each removal, a slow, deliberate shedding of power and identity, a ritualistic act of humbling as she descends further into the dark, silent heart of Kursk. The fifth gate sees the gold ring from her hand taken away. The sixth, the measuring rod and line, symbols of her earthly authority and dominion. And finally, at the seventh gate, her royal robe is removed, leaving her naked, vulnerable, stripped of all earthly power and adornment. She is now deep within. Scarce, utterly exposed, a stark contrast to the regal queen who began the journey. This systematic dismantling of her identity, this progressive stripping, emphasizes the absolute separation between the world above and the deep, silent world beneath. It is a world where the rules of the surface simply do not apply. Once inside the innermost chamber of Kursk, Inanna finds herself in the presence of Ereshkigal, her sister, and the Anunnaki judges of the underworld. These are not the benevolent instructors that sometimes feature in other Sumerian texts. Here they are formidable, unyielding figures. The tablets vividly describe them as fixing their eye of death upon Inanna, speaking the word of wrath against her. She is transformed into a corpse, hung on a hook, lifeless, within the profound depths of Kursk. It is a stark, almost brutal reminder of the immense power of this place, and the irreversible nature of entering its domain. Her return eventually is only possible through intervention from the god Enki, and the creation of 2 sexless beings who empathize with Ereshkigal's suffering. Even then, Inanna cannot simply walk out. The waters of no return are not easily crossed, and the path through the 7 gates requires a substitute, someone to take her place in Kursk. This is a powerful, almost desperate act, underscoring the formidable nature of this underground realm. This epic is not merely a symbolic tale of death and rebirth, it is a meticulously detailed map of a journey into a specific, dangerous, and very real place beneath the earth. Doctor. Samuel Noah Kramer, the eminent Sumerologist from the University of Pennsylvania, whose translations have illuminated so much of this ancient world, always emphasized the concrete nature of these descriptions. For Kramer, the details in texts like Inanna's Descent were too precise, too geographically specific, to be dismissed as pure fantasy. The staircase, the seven gates, the great waters, these elements describe an engineered physical journey into East Kersik, a place that Sumerians believed to be just as real as their cities of Eridu or Uruk. And this brings us back to the Anunnaki themselves. These beings, often described as powerful and wise, are consistently portrayed in Sumerian literature as emerging from Zakurkirskust before the flood, and retreating into Kurskirst during catastrophic events. They are not merely heavenly gods, they are beings intimately connected to this subterranean world, their origins rooted in its deep, silent embrace. Inanna's journey into Urskurs can be seen not just as a goddess's perilous adventure, but as a symbolic, perhaps even literal, investigation into the very home and origin point of these powerful instructors, these beings who taught humanity the arts of civilization. The meticulous, almost architectural descriptions of Kersikir in Inanna's Descent provide us with more than just a captivating story. They offer us a profound glimpse into the Sumerian understanding of the world beneath, a world structured and guarded. It is a world from which the Anunnaki came, and to which they returned. As you let the ancient narrative settle in your mind, the picture of Kirke becomes clearer, more defined, less a myth, and more a geographical reality, a place that ancient texts describe with startling precision, a blueprint for understanding what might truly lie hidden beneath the surface of our world. And it is this deep understanding of their origin that will guide us as we next turn to the even older flood stories, where the Anunnaki's retreat into Kurskir becomes a matter of survival, a critical pivot in human history, as documented in the Atrahasis epic. You allow the echoes of Inanna's journey into Urskurs to gently recede, the image of her passing through the seven gates, stripped of her symbols, still vivid in your mind. But Inanna's Descent is not the only ancient text that speaks of this profound subterranean world. There are older stories, stories that paint an even more dramatic picture of Kirkers as a place of refuge, a sanctuary during one of humanity's most cataclysmic events, the Great Flood. One such story, predating the familiar Genesis account by more than 1,000 years, is the Atrahasis epic. Imagine, for a moment, the world before the flood. The Sumerian tablets, discovered in various states of preservation, and carefully translated by scholars like Dr. Samuel Noah Kramer, and later by Lambert and Millard, tell a compelling, almost unsettling tale. The Anunnaki, these powerful beings who had established themselves on Earth, found themselves burdened. They had created humans, the tablets explain, to do their arduous labour, to dig canals, to cultivate the land, to mine the earth. But humanity, fertile and ever increasing, grew too numerous. The world became loud. The noise of human existence, the clamour and the ceaseless activity, disturbed the Anunnaki's peace. It disturbed their profound, ancient quiet. And so a terrible decision was made. The great Anunnaki Council, led by Enlil, decreed a flood to wipe out humanity, a complete cleansing, a silence restored. But not all of the Anunnaki agreed. Enki, often portrayed as a more compassionate figure, secretly warned Atrahasis, a virtuous man, of the impending disaster. He instructed Atrahasis to build a great boat, a vessel that would preserve life through the coming deluge. As the storm broke, as the waters began to rise with terrifying swiftness, the Atrahasis epic describes a scene of chaos and dread, not just for humanity, but for the Anunnaki themselves. The great rain, the rising waves, the destruction. It was overwhelming. The text described the Anunnaki, those powerful beings who had ruled the surface, cowering, trapped, weeping in fear, huddled together in their celestial chambers, which were no longer safe. They were not immune to the cataclysm. They were vulnerable, and this vulnerability, this terror, led them to a crucial decision, a desperate act of self-preservation. The tablets tell us, with striking clarity, that as the flood waters consumed the surface world, the Anunnaki retreated. They retreated into Ace Kirsch. This profound subterranean world, with its 7 gates and its great waters, became their sanctuary, their deep, silent refuge from the raging storm above. They descended into the geological embrace of the earth, into the carefully constructed, or perhaps naturally existing, labyrinthine passages that comprised Kursk. This wasn't a metaphorical retreat, it was a physical movement, a desperate flight into the secure depths of the planet, waiting for the fury of the waters to subside. The Sumerian king list, an ancient chronicle of rulers, also subtly reinforces this idea, marking a clear divide between kingship before the flood and kingship after the flood. Emphasizing the cataclysm as a major turning point, a moment when the world was literally reshaped, and the Anunnaki sought safety beneath the surface. This ancient account solidifies the notion of a Kirkus as far more than just a spiritual realm for the dead. It was a tangible, accessible place, a constructed or naturally occurring underground network, known and utilized by the Anunnaki as a place of safety, a hidden world beneath the mountains, capable of sheltering them from global disaster. The implications are profound. If these powerful beings retreated to Kurska during a flood, it suggests a highly functional, extensive subterranean environment, ready to house and protect them for an indefinite period. What modern archaeology might sometimes dismiss as pure myth, these ancient accounts suggest was a pragmatic, life-saving refuge. And then we turn our attention to the Sumerian king list itself. This remarkable document, painstakingly translated by scholars like Thorkild Jacobsen, is perhaps one of the most astonishing artifacts for understanding the Sumerian perception of their own history. It lists kings, their cities, and the lengths of their reigns. But what truly captures the imagination, what truly challenges our conventional understanding of history, are the rulers listed before the flood. These antediluvian kings, these ancient rulers who reigned prior to the great catastrophe, are described with lifespans that defy human comprehension. Their reigns are measured not in decades or centuries, but in tens of thousands of years. King Alolim of Eridu, the first king, reigned for 2,800 years. Enmenlu Anna of Bad Tibira reigned for 43,000 years. These are not merely long-lived monarchs. These are beings whose lifespans are almost geological in scale. This extraordinary chronology from the Sumerian king list aligns with the idea of the Anunnaki as non-human, or at least superhuman, instructors. These rulers, whose reigns lasted for such unimaginable stretches of time, are the very figures often associated with bringing knowledge, civilization, and technology to humanity. They are described in various tablets, not as distant, ethereal gods to be worshipped from afar, but as practical, hands-on instructors who came from somewhere specific, from Skursi's Kur, to guide and uplift early human civilization. They taught metallurgy, agriculture, writing, and the very foundations of organized society. Their role, as depicted in the earliest Sumerian texts, was less about receiving adoration and more about imparting knowledge. They were teachers, mentors, even overseers, who emerged from their subterranean domain, established cities like Eridu and Uruk, and guided humanity through its earliest, most formative stages. And when catastrophe struck, as the Atrahasis epic vividly describes, their natural instinct was to return to their place of origin, their deep hidden sanctuary, Kursk. Consistent narrative thread, flowing from the intricate journey of Inanna, through the desperate retreat of the Anunnaki during the flood in the Atrahasis epic, and into the profound, long reigns of the antediluvian kings of the Sumerian king list, paints a cohesive picture. It is a picture of a physical subterranean realm, that was central to the existence and activities of the Anunnaki. They came from it, They sought refuge in it, and they used it as a base from which to interact with and instruct early humanity. The notion of these beings as teachers who came up from somewhere deep within the earth, rather than down from a distant heaven, is a subtle, yet powerful reinterpretation of ancient cosmology, grounding their presence not in the abstract sky, but in the tangible depths of our own planet. And as these ancient narratives settle into your thoughts, the question naturally arises, if they described this place with such precision, could we perhaps find it? The tablets, as we will explore next, contain clues, geographical markers hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to decode their ancient map. The ancient tablets, with their carefully inscribed cuneiform, continue to whisper across the millennia, no longer merely recounting stories, but unfolding as a literal map. We have explored the meticulous details of Inanna's journey into Earth's curse, the profound retreat of the Anunnaki during the flood, and the astounding lifespans of the antediluvian kings who reigned for thousands of years. It is time to look even closer, to decode three specific descriptive phrases that, when pieced together, reveal not just a myth, but a precise geographical blueprint for finding the entrance to Eska's curse. A place the Sumerians believed to be truly beneath the mountains. The first clue, recurring in various ancient texts, speaks of the mountain where the sun is swallowed. At first reading, this phrase might conjure images of a grand, mythical peak that literally consumes the sun, a dramatic, poetic flourish. But the wisdom of scholars like Dr. Lice, Samuel Noah Kramer, the venerable Sumerologist whose diligent work at the University of Pennsylvania unlocked so much of this ancient world, offers a profound reinterpretation. In his 1967 analysis of various Sumerian myths, Dr. Sevenry, Kramer suggested that the word often translated as swallowed could also be understood as enters. Imagine that shift for a moment. Instead of a colossal, devouring mountain, we now envision the mountain where the sun enters. This subtle yet powerful reinterpretation transforms the poetic into the practical. It paints a picture of a mountain. Not merely a towering peak, but one with a significant opening, a vast cave mouth or a deep chasm into which the light of the setting or rising sun would appear to enter, to penetrate, to vanish within its depths. Think of a natural tunnel, a profound aperture in the earth, positioned in such a way that the sun's daily journey visually intersects with its dark maw. The sun, in this reading, isn't consumed by a monster, but rather it finds its way into an entrance, illuminating for a brief, magical moment the very threshold of the subterranean world. This descriptive phrase, the mountain where the sun enters, immediately grounds our search in a physical reality. It suggests a mountain range, perhaps one known for its dramatic topography, its deep valleys and its immense cave systems. And for the Sumerians, the traditional location for the entrance to Kerskers was not an abstract concept. It was firmly rooted in the geography of the Zagros Mountains. These mountains, massive and rugged, stretch across what is now western Iran and northeastern Iraq, forming a natural barrier, a formidable spine of rock that has cradled ancient civilizations for millennia. Their peaks are often crowned with snow, their slopes riddled with countless caves and deep, dark valleys. They are, even today, a land of mystery, where forgotten passages and hidden chambers wait for discovery. Consider the visual, a particular mountain within the vast Zagros range, oriented in such a way that as the sun dips below the horizon, or perhaps as it rises in the east, its golden rays pierce deep into a visible opening on the mountainside. For a fleeting moment, that entrance, that dark mouth of the earth, would be bathed in a warm, ethereal glow, a natural signpost marking the way into the deep. What modern archaeology might sometimes view as ancient lore, ancient observers, perhaps those who journeyed into these very mountains, would have understood as a profound geographical marker, a key in a map carved not on clay, but on the landscape itself. The Sumerians were not a people given to idle fantasy when it came to their most fundamental beliefs. Their cosmology, while rich with gods and epics, was also deeply intertwined with their physical world, their environment, and the challenges of their daily lives. The very word Kirk, that pictograph of a mountain, consistently points to a tangible earthly realm. When they spoke of the Anunnaki retreating into Ace Ker during the Great Flood, or Inanna's arduous journey through its 7 gates, they were describing a physical place, one that could be found, one that had specific geographical characteristics. The mountain where the sun enters is precisely one such characteristic, a powerful direction, almost an astronomical alignment carved by nature itself. This focus on a tangible entrance, located within a prominent mountain range like the Zagros, allows us to move beyond abstract notions of an underworld. It transforms Kurska from a mere spiritual concept into a potential archaeological site, a vast, complex subterranean world waiting to be rediscovered. And it raises an intriguing question. If the Sumerians knew to look for such a mountain, perhaps a specific, unmistakable peak, then what secrets might have been guarded within its solar-aligned entrance? Such a site, if it truly existed, would have been considered sacred, perhaps even dangerous, its entrance guarded not just by mythological beings, but by ancient protocols and deliberate concealment. One can imagine that over the millennia, the specific knowledge of this mountain, the precise orientation of its entrance to catch the sun's specific light, might have been lost, or perhaps carefully hidden, becoming merely myths to later generations. What modern archaeology calls myth, ancient miners and explorers may have called a workplace, or a meticulously documented sanctuary. As this first clue, the mountain where the sun enters, settles in your mind, let its image guide your thoughts. A vast, silent mountain, its face bearing a profound opening, catching the final rays of the sun, inviting one to peer into its depths. It is a powerful start to our ancient map, but this is only the first piece of the puzzle. Next, we will uncover another crucial descriptive phrase, a hydrological anomaly that further refines our search, guiding us closer to the mysterious entrance of Ker, deep within the ancient, echoing heart of the Zagros. The image of the mountain where the sun enters lingers in your thoughts, a silent, ancient signpost rising from the rugged earth. This first clue, drawn from the meticulous descriptions found in the Sumerian tablets, guides our imagination toward the vast, dramatic expanse of the Zagros Mountains, a landscape riddled with deep valleys and hidden recesses. But the Sumerians, in their ancient wisdom, did not give us just one clue. Their enduring texts, these incredible narratives of Kersh, offer a more detailed, a more specific map, designed to lead us directly to the heart of this subterranean world. A hydrological anomaly so striking, so unusual, that it would have been an unmistakable landmark in the ancient world, the river that flows backward into stone. This is a phrase that demands a literal interpretation. What kind of river, you might ask, flows backward, not against its current in a seasonal flood, but actually into solid rock? Consider the phenomenon of a tidal bore. These are rare, powerful tidal waves that travel up a river or narrow bay, temporarily reversing the flow of water with an astonishing force. Imagine such an event, not on an open coast, but in a mountainous region, where a river, perhaps fed by the great waters of Kersh itself, would periodically reverse its flow, pushing water with immense power into Ok, a cavern, a fissure, a deep opening in the stone. This isn't merely a poetic description of a river's bend. It speaks of a profound, almost magical hydrological event, a direct portal, where liquid earth vanishes into solid earth. And the geology of the Zagros Mountains, where our first clue already pointed us, provides a fascinating corroboration. This region is renowned for its extensive karst topography. Karst landscapes are characterized by soluble bedrock, like limestone, which is eroded by water over millennia, creating intricate networks of underground rivers, sinkholes, and vast hidden cave systems. In such an environment, it is not only plausible but documented that rivers can disappear into sinkholes, plunge into vast grottos, or flow directly into subterranean channels that lead deep into the rock. What would appear to the ancient eye as a river being swallowed by stone, a river flowing backwards into the earth's maw, could very well be a natural, powerful occurrence within this specific geological setting. So, when the Sumerians wrote of the river that flows backward into stone, they were not inventing a fantasy. They were describing a precise, observable, and geologically unique feature, a specific point of entry, a watery gateway into the deep, dark interior of the mountains. Such a place, where a substantial body of water mysteriously vanishes into the earth, would have been considered sacred, dangerous, and profoundly significant. It would have been a clear and undeniable marker on any ancient map, guiding one not only to the general location of Kerskes, but to a precise, functioning entrance, a liquid passage into the realm below. What modern archaeology sometimes labels as myth, ancient observers, perhaps those who witnessed these very phenomena, would have catalogued as crucial geographical data. With two pieces of our ancient map now firmly in place, the mountain where the sun enters and the river that flows backward into stone, both pointing toward the Zagros Mountains. We now uncover the third crucial clue, one that speaks of distance and ancient trade routes, 7 days' journey from where bronze is born. This phrase anchors our search not just in geography, but in the specific economic realities of the Bronze Age world. Bronze, as you know, was the revolutionary metal of its era, marking a profound shift in human technology and civilization. But bronze is an alloy, primarily of copper and tin. While copper was relatively abundant in Mesopotamia and the Near East, tin was a rare and precious commodity, sourced from distant lands. It was the vital ingredient that transformed soft copper into the hard, durable metal that defined an age. The search for tin, therefore, drove vast, intricate trade routes across the ancient world. The Sumerians, masters of metallurgy, would have known exactly where bronze is born, meaning, specifically, where the tin required for bronze was mined or traded. Ancient tin routes, as evidenced by archaeological finds and historical records, often pointed eastward from Mesopotamia, stretching into Central Asia. Regions like Afghanistan and modern-day Uzbekistan were known sources of tin during the Bronze Age, making them centres where bronze is born in terms of its raw materials. Now, add the phrase, 7 days' journey. This isn't an abstract measure, it's a very specific practical unit of travel time in the ancient world. It denotes a measurable distance, a known duration of travel by caravan or on foot, from a recognised source or trading hub of tin. If we trace the ancient tin trade routes from the centres of Sumerian civilization, and then project 7 days' journeys from a known tin source in Central Asia, we begin to define a very precise geographical radius. When we bring all three of these ancient clues together, a remarkable geographical convergence begins to emerge. The mountain where the sun enters, combined with the river that flows backward into stone, strongly points us towards the dramatic, karst-rich landscape of the Zagros Mountains. And then the third clue. 7 days' journey from where bronze is born, drawing on the ancient tin trade routes of the Bronze Age, pulls our focus further eastward, linking this mountainous region to the areas of Central Asia that were rich in the very metals that powered Sumerian civilization. This convergence lands us, quite astonishingly, in a specific region, the Zagros foothills, stretching eastward and bridging into what is today known as the Fergana Valley. This valley, situated in Central Asia, at the crossroads of ancient trade routes, has long been recognized as a melting pot of cultures and a region of significant early metallurgical activity. The Zagros Mountains, with their deep caves and hydrological anomalies, extend towards this very area. Here, at the junction of these profound geographical and historical clues, the ancient Sumerian map comes alive. It points to a mountainous frontier, rich in metals, riddled with subterranean passages, and marked by unique natural phenomena, a convergence that suggests a precise physical entrance to Kerskes. The Sumerians weren't writing fairy tales meant for idle amusement. They were drawing a map, embedding critical, almost scientific, geographical instructions within their epic narratives. These aren't just metaphors, they are precise directions, waiting for us to follow. And as we consider this remarkable convergence, this ancient blueprint leading us to a very real place, the question deepens: if such a place exists, what kind of underground structures might we find there? What could have truly been beneath, prompting such detailed and persistent descriptions? That, as you gently drift deeper into these ancient mysteries, is where our journey will lead us next. You find yourself descending, step by slow step, into a silence so profound it feels as though the very air is thick with ancient memory. The stone around you is cool, dry, meticulously carved, not by natural forces, but by intentional, deliberate hands, long, long ago. You pass through archways, through narrow tunnels, each passage drawing you deeper into the heart of the earth, away from the sun, away from the familiar world of the surface. This is not a natural cave. This is an engineered marvel, a subterranean city, a sprawling, hidden world. Imagine this place, deep beneath the undulating plains of Cappadocia in modern-day Turkey. In 1963, a local man, renovating his basement, knocked down a flimsy wall, only to discover not another room, but a vast, silent tunnel. That tunnel led to another and another, until it unveiled an astonishing, multi-layered underground city, Derinkuyu. This city plunges 18 levels deep into the earth, extending over 280 feet down, a dizzying vertical maze carved with an almost unbelievable scale. It was designed to house, to protect, to sustain a population of up to 20,000 people, along with their livestock and provisions, for months, perhaps even years on end. As you mentally navigate its cool, echoing passages, you find vast chambers for living, intricate ventilation shafts that bring fresh air from the surface, deep wells for water, communal kitchens with blackened hearths, and even wineries and stables carved from the soft volcanic rock. And notably there are massive, perfectly circular stone doors, weighing hundreds of pounds, designed to roll into place from the inside, sealing off entire levels, entire sections, from any intruder. These heavy, deliberate seals echo the Sumerian descriptions of the 7 gates into Kerskis, not as metaphorical barriers, but as tangible, formidable points of entry and defence. Derinkuyu, a real, verifiable underground city, perfectly mirrors the kind of structured, protected subterranean environment the Sumerians described as Kuurek. It's a physical testament to ancient people seeking refuge, or perhaps even residing, beneath the surface. This impulse, this memory of an underground world, is not unique to the Sumerians or the builders of Derinkuyu. It is a profound, recurring pattern woven into the very fabric of human civilization across continents and millennia. Journey with your mind now to the dense jungles and towering pyramids of ancient Mesoamerica. Here, the Aztec and Mayan peoples held sacred myths of human emergence from the deep earth. Their stories tell of ancestors not descending from the sky, but ascending, emerging from caverns, from the very womb of the earth, to populate the surface world. These aren't tales of a faraway heaven. They are profound memories of an underground origin, a birth from the silent, fertile darkness below. Across the great ocean, in the ancient world of Greece, mystery cults, like those dedicated to Demeter at Eleusis, conducted their most sacred rites in underground chambers. These subterranean spaces, carved and consecrated, were believed to be gateways, places of profound transformation and revelation, where initiates would experience death and rebirth, descending into the earth to commune with primordial forces. The secrets revealed in these deep chambers were said to connect participants to the very origins of life and knowledge, knowledge whispered from the depths. Even today, far across the vast American continent, the Hopi people of the southwest hold to their sacred traditions of the Sipapu. This is a specific physical emergence point, a hole in the earth, which represents the location where their ancestors, in ancient times, emerged from the previous lower world into this current one. It is not just a story, it is a profound, living memory, a sacred site connecting them directly to an underground origin, a physical link to the ancient earth's hidden pathways. The pattern is undeniable, consistent and global. Almost every major civilization across the planet, whether in ancient Mesopotamia, Mesoamerica, the Mediterranean, or the Americas, carries a deep, persistent memory. This memory is either of an underground origin for humanity, a sacred place of emergence, or a subterranean refuge during a great cataclysm, a place of safety and survival during times of unimaginable floods or global upheavals. The Sumerian accounts of Kurs, with its 7 gates and vast waters, where the Anunnaki retreated during the Great Flood and from which they emerged, suddenly align with a far wider universal human experience, a shared, ancient memory of what truly was beneath. And these Anunnaki, these beings from Skurkur, are also consistently linked in Sumerian texts to a particular kind of knowledge, knowledge that delves deep into the earth's very essence. They are credited with teaching humans the profound secrets of metallurgy. Imagine, if you will, the early humans, guided by these powerful instructors, learning to identify specific ores, to extract copper from rock, to find the rare tin that creates bronze. They were taught to build furnaces, to control the fierce heat of fire, to smelt, to purify, to forge these raw elements into tools, weapons, and symbols of power. The Sumerians spoke of this knowledge as understanding, the secrets of the earth's blood, referring to the shimmering molten metals drawn from the depths, transformed from inert stone into living, flowing material. This profound connection between the Anunnaki, their subterranean origin in Skurkur, and their teaching of metallurgy, reinforces the idea of a deep, ancient wisdom tied directly to the geological heart of the planet. It suggests that their place of origin, this Skurkur, was not just a hiding place, but perhaps a vast underground laboratory, a resource-rich domain where these advanced skills were already mastered. The metals, the knowledge of how to work them, flowed upward from Skurus, transforming human civilization on the surface. What modern archaeology sometimes labels as the independent invention of metalworking, ancient texts describe as an intentional, deliberate instruction from beings who understood the deep earth intimately. As you let these intricate connections settle in your mind, the reality of Derinkuyu, the echoes of Aztec emergence myths, the sacred Greek chambers, and the Hopi Sipapu, all converge with the ancient Sumerian map of Skurkur. They paint a compelling picture of a world beneath our own, a world of intricate tunnels, vast chambers, and guarded passages, a place of refuge and of profound transformative knowledge. And as these images gently guide you, the quiet question surfaces. If these places exist, if these memories persist, what forces might have worked to seal them, to classify their findings, to deny access to their secrets over the long, silent march of history? That is the hidden story that awaits us next, in the deepest quiet of the night. The intricate tunnels and vast, silent chambers of Derinkuyu, the underground city, continue to echo softly in your mind, a profound testament to an ancient human impulse to burrow deep, to seek refuge within the very stone of the earth. Yet this remarkable city in Cappadocia, discovered by chance, is but one compelling example of a far grander, more universal pattern, a shared human memory woven through the tapestry of civilizations across continents and countless millennia. It is a pattern that resonates deeply with the ancient Sumerian descriptions of Skurkur. This pattern reveals itself with astonishing consistency. Across the globe, almost every major civilization remembers an underground origin, a sacred place of emergence from the deep earth, or a subterranean refuge during a time of immense catastrophe, a place of safety and survival, when the surface world was consumed by flood or fire. Think back to the Mayan and Aztec myths, where humanity ascends from sunless caves, from the primordial depths, into the light. Picture the solemn hidden chambers of the Greek mystery cults, where seekers of ancient wisdom descended into the earth, believing they were reconnecting with the very source of life and profound knowledge. Imagine the Hopi, whose enduring oral traditions speak of the Sipapu, a sacred opening, a physical emergence point that connects them to their ancestors who rose from a previous world, a world beneath this one. These are not disparate, isolated tales. They are threads of a single, enduring memory, a primal imprint across the human psyche that points to a consistent narrative. There was a time, long ago, when deep underground spaces were not just caves, but functional, accessible, and life-saving environments. For the Sumerians, this memory was concrete, detailed, and directly linked to Earth's curse, Kursk, the place from which the Anunnaki came, and to which they retreated when the Great Flood raged above. It suggests that the belief in a viable, structured, subterranean world was not a poetic invention, but a shared understanding, passed down through generations, across vast geographical divides. What modern archaeology sometimes labels as myth, these ancient narratives powerfully suggest was a lived experience, a crucial aspect of early human and pre-human history. And so, this enduring memory leads us to another profound facet of the Anunnaki's interaction with humanity, a facet directly tied to their subterranean origin in Uskirk, their role as instructors in the art of metallurgy. Remember our third geographical clue from the tablets, 7 days' journey from where bronze is born. This phrase anchors our understanding firmly in the Bronze Age, an era defined by the revolutionary transformation of dull ore into shining, useful metal. The Sumerian texts consistently describe the Anunnaki, not merely as worshipped deities, but as beings who actively taught, guided, and instructed humanity. Imagine these powerful beings, emerging from the depths of Kursk hiding, early humans to the specific veins of copper and the elusive deposits of tin, the very ingredients needed to create bronze. You can almost feel the weight of the raw ore in your hands, dull and heavy, before witnessing its miraculous transformation. They taught the ancient peoples the precise temperatures needed for smelting, how to construct the proper furnaces, how to purify the raw elements, and how to combine them in the correct proportions to create the harder, more durable alloy that was bronze. This was not a simple or accidental discovery. It was a complex process, demanding sophisticated knowledge of geology, chemistry, and engineering. The Sumerians called this knowledge the secrets of the earth's blood, a poetic yet profoundly accurate description of the molten metals flowing from the crucible, shimmering with an inner life, extracted and refined from the deepest parts of the planet. Copper, with its warm reddish gleam, and tin, with its silvery sheen, were painstakingly drawn from the embrace of the earth, transformed into the very sinews of civilization. Consider the profound implication of this connection. If the Anunnaki originated from Kursk, a subterranean realm deep within the earth, then their intimate knowledge of the planet's geological composition, its mineral veins, and the secrets of its metallic blood becomes not only logical but almost inevitable. They would be the ultimate metallurgists, masters of the deep earth, for whom mining, smelting, and forging would be intrinsic to their very existence. Their domain, Kursk, would not just be a refuge, but a vast hidden resource, a subterranean workshop, where such advanced techniques were practiced and perfected long before they were imparted to humanity on the surface. This transfer of knowledge, these fundamental lessons in how to extract and work with metals, represents a critical leap in human development, one that ancient Sumerian texts attribute directly to the Anunnaki. It explains, in part, why the phrase, "where bronze is born," would serve as a precise geographical marker on an ancient map leading to Kursk. It points not only to the source of raw materials, but also to the source of the advanced metallurgical knowledge itself. The fertile ground of the Zagros foothills, bridging into the Fergana Valley, a region known for its ancient mineral wealth and pivotal role in Bronze Age trade, suddenly acquires another layer of significance. It becomes a potential nexus, a bridge between the surface world and the deep, silent realm of Kursk, a place where the secrets of the earth were first unveiled. The sheer consistency of these narratives, the worldwide memory of underground refuges and origins, combined with the specific, detailed accounts of the Anunnaki teaching metallurgy from their home in Kursk, weaves a compelling tapestry. It suggests a shared, ancient past, where the world beneath our feet played a far more central and active role than conventional history often allows. It transforms the Sumerian cuneiform, that simple pictograph of a mountain representing a skirse, into an invitation, a challenge to look deeper, to reconsider what might truly lie hidden beneath the layers of time and forgotten history. And as these thoughts gently settle in your mind, a new question begins to surface. If such profound knowledge and hidden places existed, what forces, both ancient and modern, might have worked to seal them off, to classify their findings, to guard the secrets of the deep earth from our contemporary gaze? That is the quiet revelation that awaits us next, in the deepest quiet of the night. The profound echoes of Derinkuyu, the chilling consistency of emergence myths across cultures, and the ancient narratives of the Anunnaki retreating into Erskirek and teaching metallurgy from its depths, all converge into a single, compelling question. If such a vast, intricate, and technologically significant subterranean world truly existed, why have we not found more of it? Why does it remain so profoundly hidden, so resolutely out of reach? The answer, perhaps, lies not only in the passage of millennia and the shifting sands of time, but also in more recent efforts to deliberately conceal, to classify, and to seal away these enigmatic underground realms. You close your eyes now, and imagine not the ancient texts, but the dust settling on modern geological survey reports, reports that are stamped, unequivocally, as classified. Deliberate acts of officialdom in the 20th century, where deep cave systems, sites of unusual geological or archaeological interest, were not celebrated or explored openly, but quietly, efficiently, placed behind impenetrable bureaucratic walls. Throughout the mid-20th century, particularly in regions that lay along ancient trade routes, or within the vast mineral-rich mountain ranges like the Zagros, Soviet geological surveys, for instance, often classified their findings, sometimes for strategic reasons, sometimes for reasons that remain profoundly obscure. The precise coordinates, the depth measurements, the structural anomalies, all vanished into government archives, sealed away from public scrutiny. Consider the implications. If a team of geologists, perhaps exploring for minerals or water, stumbled upon a vast ancient underground network, one that did not conform to conventional archaeological understanding, their findings would pose uncomfortable questions. They might find evidence of advanced engineering where only primitive tools were expected. They might discover traces of habitation or construction in depths thought to be inaccessible to ancient man. And so the simplest, most effective way to manage such a paradigm-shifting discovery is often not to reveal it, but to classify it, to deem it for official eyes only, and to let the silence of official secrecy slowly bury it once more. These aren't just theoretical musings. There are documented cases, whispered among independent researchers, of ancient cave systems, once known and perhaps even used by local populations, being suddenly, inexplicably, sealed off. The cave was sealed in 1957, a local villager might tell you, their voice hushed, officially for safety reasons. But the reasons often felt more profound, more deliberate, than a simple concern for public welfare. Was it unstable rock? Or was it something else, something within those ancient depths, that someone, somewhere, deemed too important, too sensitive, or too challenging to established narratives to remain open? Permits to access certain remote cave systems in the Zagros and other ancient mountainous regions, for example, often remain pending for years, or are simply denied without transparent explanation, creating a veil of inaccessibility around sites that could potentially hold the keys to humanity's hidden past. What modern archaeology often calls myth, tales of underground cities, of hidden refuges, of non-human instructors, ancient miners and deep-earth explorers might have called a workplace, or at least a highly significant, well-documented location. The distinction is crucial. One perspective dismisses, the other acknowledges a tangible physical reality. If these subterranean complexes were indeed the physical manifestation of Kursk, the place from which the Anunnaki came, and to which they retreated during cataclysms, then their historical significance would be immeasurable, their potential contents unfathomable. The control over such sites, the decision to open or close them, to reveal or conceal their secrets, becomes a profound act of shaping humanity's understanding of its own origins. This brings us to a more subtle, yet equally compelling aspect of official secrecy, the way certain narratives are encouraged, while others are quietly, systematically discouraged. We are often taught to view ancient texts as mere fables, delightful stories of gods and heroes, but not as literal geographical or historical documents. This interpretation creates a kind of intellectual seal, preventing deeper inquiry, dismissing precise details as poetic license rather than potential clues. The Sumerian cuneiform for Irkutsk, that pictograph of a mountain, is comfortably interpreted as a generalized underworld of the dead, rather than a specific physical place beneath the surface, a place with actual gates and waters, as the texts so meticulously describe. This comfortable interpretation acts as its own kind of cover-up, a subtle redirection of inquiry, away from the concrete, toward the abstract. And yet the persistence of these underground memories, these tales of emergence and refuge, continues to whisper from the deep. They hint at a time when humanity's relationship with the subterranean world was far more intimate, far more critical, than it is today. They suggest a network of ancient sites, perhaps interconnected by ancient trade routes, or even by natural subterranean passages where communities found sanctuary, where knowledge was preserved, and where beings unlike ourselves once resided. As these thoughts gently swirl in your mind, consider for a moment another remote and mysterious region, a place that continues to capture the human imagination with its icy, unexplored depths, Antarctica. While we must resist the urge to leap into sensational hollow earth theories, it is worth noting the intriguing, almost haunting references found in the personal diary of Admiral Richard Byrd, the famed American naval officer and polar explorer. In 1947, during Operation High Jump, Byrd embarked on a massive expedition to Antarctica. His diary, if one examines its accounts, contains enigmatic mentions of the land beyond the pole, of strange internal journeys, and observations that seem to defy conventional geography. He speaks of a world within, a place of profound mystery and unexpected warmth. Now, again, to be clear, we are not suggesting a hollow planet with an inner sun. Instead, let these whispers from the ice, these personal observations from a renowned explorer, simply spark a quiet connection in your mind. If a place like Antarctica, shrouded in ice and mystery, could hold references to hidden lands or profound geographical anomalies, what other vast uncharted territories might exist, not only at the poles, but beneath the mountains, closer to ancient civilizations? What secrets, both natural and engineered, might still be waiting, undisturbed beneath the surface, protected not only by geology, but by layers of classification, by denied permits, and by the comforting, yet perhaps misleading, label of myth? The truth, perhaps, is not a grand, impossible, hollow planet, but something equally profound, equally paradigm-shifting, a sophisticated network of Bronze Age underground sites, intricately connected, perhaps along those ancient tin trade routes we discussed, harbouring not just the remnants of forgotten peoples, but also a collective cultural memory of refuge during unimaginably violent cataclysms. The Sumerians, in their earliest writings, weren't simply inventing fairy tales. They were, in essence, drawing a map. And somewhere beneath a mountain we have perhaps forgotten how to find. The entrance they described, leading to Urkerol, is likely still there, perhaps still sealed, certainly still waiting. Sleep well tonight. We'll keep looking. The pervasive quiet of the deep earth, a silence punctuated only by the soft echoes of forgotten history, continues to settle around you. We have journeyed through the intricate descriptions of Kura found in Sumerian tablets, explored the astonishing reality of places like Derinkuyu, and traced the universal human memory of subterranean origins and refugees. Yet, as these profound ancient whispers grow clearer, a modern silence, a more deliberate one, often presses in, obscuring what might truly lie beneath. This is the silence of things sealed, things classified, secrets held carefully away from the curious gaze of the surface world. Imagine, if you will, The geological surveys conducted in the mid-20th century, particularly by nations with vast remote territories and a strategic interest in mapping every inch of their subterranean domains. Soviet geological surveys, for instance, in the vast mineral-rich mountain ranges that stretch across Central Asia, regions intimately connected to our ancient map of Kirka, often classified their findings. These were not always simple rock formations or mineral deposits. What if these surveys, penetrating deeper than any had before, stumbled upon anomalous structures, vast carved spaces, or even evidence of ancient sophisticated engineering deep within the earth? Such findings would have been deemed highly sensitive, their details stamped with official secrecy, vanishing into archives where permits remained pending for decades, if ever granted. The cave, perhaps, was sealed in 1968, officially for safety reasons, but the whispers from local communities tell a different story, a more unsettling tale of something profoundly significant being hidden away. This deliberate act of sealing, of classification, echoes a pattern that stretches far beyond modern governments. It speaks to a long, almost ancient tradition of guarding the deep, of recognizing certain subterranean sites as immensely powerful, or perhaps immensely dangerous. What modern archaeology sometimes labels as myth, stories of subterranean cities, of long-lived kings from an age before the flood, of non-human instructors from below, ancient miners and explorers. Perhaps even those antediluvian kings themselves would have simply called a workplace, a place where their unique skills were honed, where resources were abundant, where refuge could be found, a place of immense tangible reality. The distinction is crucial. It shifts our perspective from fantasy to functional geography, from abstract belief to concrete existence. Consider the human impulse to explore, to uncover. Yet, at certain thresholds, that impulse is met with an unseen barrier. Expeditions proposing to penetrate deep into certain remote cave systems in the Zagros foothills, for example, regions that perfectly align with our Sumerian map, frequently find their permits denied, or they languish indefinitely in bureaucratic limbo. This pattern of denied access, of sites being mysteriously blocked off, creates an aura of profound mystery around places that could very well hold the keys to humanity's earliest chapters, to the physical reality of curse. It prompts the quiet, persistent question, what, precisely, is being protected from our sight? The very act of interpreting ancient texts also plays a role in this subtle cover-up. By consistently framing the Sumerian epic of Inanna's descent to the netherworld as purely symbolic, as a metaphorical journey of the soul, we neatly sidestep its precise geographical descriptions. The 7 gates, the explicit staircase descending into darkness, the great subterranean waters, these tangible elements are softened, rendered abstract, losing their power as literal directions to a real location. The cuneiform pictograph for Kursk, the mountain, is made to mean a nebulous underworld, rather than a physical place beneath a mountain, as the Sumerians themselves implied. This intellectual sealing of the texts, this interpretive barrier, is just as effective as any physical stone door in preventing deeper, more challenging inquiry. And as we ponder these layers of official silence and interpretive bias, our thoughts might drift to other enigmatic references, other whispers from unexplored territories. Think, for a moment, of the diaries of Admiral Byrd, the renowned polar explorer. In 1947, during his famed Operation High Jump in Antarctica, Byrd's personal accounts speak of remarkable, almost unbelievable observations. He mentions the land beyond the pole, descriptions of a world within, a profound internal journey, observations that seem to challenge conventional geographical understanding. While we must carefully navigate away from the realm of extreme hollow earth conspiracy, these intriguing snippets from a highly credible source serve as a gentle reminder. They hint that even in the most remote, officially surveyed corners of our planet, there might be realities, geographical anomalies, and hidden lands that defy our current understanding, kept from public knowledge for reasons still unknown. The truth, in all its quiet immensity, probably isn't a hollow planet, teeming with impossible life, as some sensational theories suggest. Instead, the profound, consistent evidence from ancient Sumer, echoed across countless cultures, and hinted at by modern geological and historical anomalies, points to something far more plausible, yet equally paradigm-shifting. It suggests a network of sophisticated Bronze Age underground sites, vast and interconnected, perhaps along those ancient tin trade routes we discussed, harbouring not just the physical remnants of forgotten peoples, but also a deeply ingrained cultural memory. This is a memory of refuge during unimaginably violent cataclysms, floods, continental shifts, cosmic events, a time when going underground was not just an option, but a necessity, a means of survival for early human civilization and for the Anunnaki themselves. The Sumerians, the very first people to leave us written records, weren't simply recounting fairy tales meant for idle amusement. They were, in the most profound sense, drawing a map embedded with specific geographical clues, the mountain where the sun enters, the river that flows backward into stone, the journey from where bronze is born. These were not metaphors, they were directions, and somewhere, perhaps nestled deep within the dramatic cave-riddled expanse of the Zagros Mountains, or in the vast ancient foothills leading to the Fergana Valley, beneath a specific mountain whose solar-aligned entrance we have perhaps forgotten how to find, the entrance they described, leading to Kurska, is likely still there. It is still sealed, still waiting. Sleep well, we'll keep looking. Revised 1961, ETCSL 1.41, Inanna's Descent to the Netherworld, Oxford, Atrahasis. Epic, Lambert and Millard, translation, 1969, Sumerian King. List Jacobson translation, Klaus Schmidt, Göbekli Tepe excavation. Reports for the Circe section. For description, Kramer, S.N. Sumerian mythology. Welcome to Sapiens Untold Live. Settle in for a continuous journey through lost civilizations, ancient mysteries, forgotten peoples, and the deep story of humanity. From the first firelit camps to vanished cities beneath desert, jungle, ice and sea, the past is still speaking. You are watching Sapiens Untold, streaming ancient history and sleep stories, day and night. There is a silence at the beginning of our story. Not an absence, something far stranger. Modern humans have walked this earth for 200,000 years. 200,000. But the first city, the first written word, the first king who ever called himself a god, those are only 5,500 years ago. 5,500 years out of 200,000. So what were our ancestors doing for the other 194,500 years? The textbook answer is hunting and gathering, surviving, waiting, somehow, for civilization to begin. But the deeper you look, the less that answer holds, because the silence is not empty. It is full of things we were never supposed to find. Wherever you are listening from tonight, a flat in London, a porch in Lagos, a small bedroom on the other side of the world where the lights are already low, welcome. Welcome to Sapiens Untold. We explore the corners of our human story, where the evidence asks questions we have not yet answered. Settle in. Pull the blanket up. Where in the world are you? And what time is it where you are? Leave a comment if you feel like it. The community on this channel is strange and gentle, and it is growing every night. If mysteries like this pull at you the way they pull at me, hit like and subscribe. It helps the story travel a little further into the night. Now, Let us walk back 200,000 years. Picture it as a single day, the full span of our species pressed into 24 hours. At midnight, in the cold dark of the very beginning, our species first walks the earth. We breathe, we see. We are anatomically modern. We have the same brain you carry behind your eyes right now, the same hands, the same capacity for grief and song. We migrate across continents, we cross oceans, the day grows long, noon, afternoon, the shadows shift, and then at 23 hours and 20 minutes, only 40 minutes before the day ends, something flickers in the dust of southern Iraq, a wedge-shaped reed pressed into wet clay. The first written word. 40 minutes before the end of a 24-hour day, our species invented writing. Everything you have ever read in a history book. The rule. Every revolution, every page of every novel ever printed, all of it sits inside those last 40 minutes. The other 23 hours and 20 minutes are silent. Or so the books say. Here is the thing that keeps me up at night about this. 23 hours and 20 minutes is not a side note. It is not a footnote at the bottom of the page. It is the page. The other 40 minutes are the footnote. Civilization, as we usually count it, is the punctuation at the very end of a sentence we have forgotten how to read. So what was our species doing for those 23 hours and 20 minutes? The textbook answer is gentle, patient, slightly condescending. They were hunter-gatherers, the textbook says. They lived in small bands, they followed the herds, they knapped flint into edges, they shared meat around fires, they survived. And, the textbook adds with a quiet smile, they were waiting for civilization to begin. But that is not what the evidence says. That is what the evidence used to say, in the years when our deepest dig was a Roman foundation, and our oldest writing was the Iliad. The evidence has moved. It has moved enormously. In Morocco in 2017, a team of archaeologists led by Jean-Jacques Hublin redated a set of fossils to 315,000 years old, anatomically modern Homo sapiens. Tools. Hearths. We were here, fully ourselves, before the textbook said we existed at all. In southern Greece, a skull found inside a limestone cliff turned out to be 210,000 years old. Already 150,000 years ahead of the schedule the textbook had given us. In a cave on the South African coast, a small block of red ochre was found. Carved into it, by a hand that knew exactly what it was doing, was a deliberate crosshatch pattern, 75,000 years old, the oldest known abstract symbol made by a human being. 85,000 years before Sumer claimed to invent writing, somebody at Brombos Cave was already marking a stone with a pattern that meant something only to them. In Israel, in caves called Kafse and Misliah, archaeologists found burials 100,000 years old. Abandoned bodies. Abandoned bodies. Deliberate burials, the child laid carefully on her side, deer antlers placed near the head. They mourned. They imagined something after. They cared. To get there, our ancestors had to cross open ocean, stretches of water where the far shore could not be seen from the near. They built rafts. They made the crossing 50,000 years before the Phoenicians supposedly invented seafaring. In a hill in southeastern Turkey called Göbekli Tepe, a temple was carved out of stone 9,500 years before the present, 6,000 years before Sumer, built before pottery, built before agriculture, built before writing, carved with foxes and scorpions and vultures, with pillars weighing more than 10 tons each, by people the textbook insists were primitive nomads. None of these places are alone. None of these dates are wrong. None of these dates are wrong. None of them is fringe. They are mainstream archaeology, peer-reviewed, carbon-dated, uranium-thorium dated, slowly redrawing the picture we used to have of ourselves. And here is what they add up to. When you set them side by side, civilization, the way we usually use the word, is not the beginning of human accomplishment. It is the end of a much longer accomplishment we have stopped looking at. By the time the first Sumerian scribe pressed reed to clay in the marshes of Eridu, our species had already buried our dead with care. The drawn abstract symbols on stone already crossed oceans we should not have been able to cross, already built temples that should not exist, already survived a winter that almost ended us, and walked out the other side, slightly fewer in number, slightly stronger in resolve. We had been ourselves for a very long time before they wrote our first names down. So why do we not know this story? Why does the textbook still start at Sumer, with a small map of Mesopotamia, and a date in the 4-digit thousands? Part of the answer is simple. We are uncomfortable with the idea that almost the entire run of our species was lived without us knowing the names of any of the people who lived it. There is something vertiginous about 1,000,000 quiet centuries. Tonight we are going to walk back through that silence, carefully, site by site, date by date. We are going to stand at Jebel Irhoud, at Apidima, at Kafse and Mislia, at Blombos, at Pinnacle Point, at Majed Bebe, at Göbekli Tepe. We are going to hold up the small things our ancestors left for us, the ochre, the beads, the antlers, the carved stone, and we're going to ask simply what they tell us about the people who made them. And by the time we arrive at Sumer, at the Anunnaki, at the first cuneiform tablet in the marsh, we will see those tablets a little differently. Not as the beginning of our story, but as the moment our story finally began to be written down. 200,000 years walked before us, most of them in the dark, most of them in the dark, most of them without names. But not, it turns out, in silence. The silence is full. We just have to know how to listen. So let your breathing slow. Let the room around you go quiet. Let the weight of the day settle into the floor beneath you. Tomorrow can wait. There is something far older than tomorrow waiting to be remembered. Let us begin. There is a small clay object, about the size of a grapefruit, kept in a glass case in a museum in Oxford. It is a prism. The tetraprism, four-sided, covered on every face with rows of dense cuneiform writing. The clay is the colour of old honey, baked hard by a fire that swept through a Sumerian house thousands of years ago. Move closer, and the wedges resolve into something like a list. The list is in fact a list. It is the Sumerian king list, and it is one of the strangest documents our species has ever written about itself. The list begins like this. After kingship was lowered from heaven, kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 28,800 years. Read that line again. 28,800 years. Then the next king, Alaugar. He ruled for 36,000 years. He ruled for 43,200 years. Then more kings, more impossible reigns. The list runs through 8 kings, all ruling for tens of thousands of years apiece, in 5 different cities, before something interrupts it. The interruption is a single line. Elis mostly, some of them just a few years. The names become recognizable. Etana, Enmebaragisi, Gilgamesh. The Sumerians, in other words, did not believe their own civilization was the first thing on earth. They believed something had come before, something that was washed away, something whose kings had ruled in a deep time so long it could only be expressed in numbers that no longer behave like our numbers. And after that drowned world ended. Our world began. Now, modern scholars do not take those reign lengths literally. 28,000 years is a poetic number, not an audit, but the structure of the list is not poetic. The structure of the list is not poetic. The Sumerians, in their oldest surviving document about themselves, chose to begin not with their own civilization, but with the civilization that had come before their civilization. They chose to write down, as the very first thing, that they were not the first. Tonight we are going to take that ancient Sumerian intuition seriously. Not the literal 28,000-year reigns, but the underlying claim something existed before Sumer, something that the people of Sumer remembered, even if only as a story their grandparents had told their grandparents, even if only as a flood and a list of names that no living person could pronounce anymore. Walk with me a little further inside the museum. Move past the King List prism. Stand in front of the case that holds the Anunnaki tablets. The Anunnaki in Sumerian theology are the high gods. The word means, roughly, princely seed, the offspring, that is, of the great-grandfather god An, the Lord of the heavens. The Anunnaki are described in the tablets as having come from somewhere else. They came down. They organized the marshes of southern Iraq. They taught humans how to farm, how to build, how to govern. They gave kingship. Now, this is where modern interpretations split. Some readers see the Anunnaki as straightforwardly mythological, no different from the Greek gods or the Hindu devas. Some readers see them as personifications of natural forces, dressed up in royal vocabulary. A more recent set of readers, particularly since the work of writers like Zecharia Sitchin, has argued that the Anunnaki were literally extraterrestrial visitors, and that everything in our story is downstream of them. We're not going to argue any of that tonight. What is interesting for our purposes is something simpler, and something that everyone agrees on, regardless of which interpretation they prefer. The Anunnaki in the texts that describe them are described as arriving, not creating, not beginning, arriving. Were the people who, in some versions of the texts, had to be retaught the things they had once known and forgotten. Few to pull tonight. The question of who the people were before the Anunnaki arrived. The question of what was already happening on this planet, in our species, in our hands, in our minds, before Sumer wrote down its first version of the story. Because here is the thing that keeps me up at night. About the Sumerian king list. The Sumerians wrote it 5,500 years ago. They believed they had inherited a world that had recently ended, and that their civilization was the rebuilding. They were trying to make sense of their own arrival inside a story they were already too late to fully recover, and they were right that something had come before. They just did not know how much. By the time the first scribe in Eridu pressed reed to clay to begin the king list, our species had been on this earth for something like 310,000 years. 310,000, not the 28,000 of King Alulim. More than 10 times that, and almost all of it had been lived in landscapes the Sumerians never knew, by people the Sumerians never named, in fires that had burned out 1,000 centuries before the first cuneiform mark was made. The flood, the king list remembers, may or may not have been a real flood. We will come back to floods, but the deep time the king list gestures toward, the long before, the centuries that pile up underneath the foundations of Sumer-like geological strata, that part is real. We can date it. We can hold its tools in our hands, We can stand in the caves where it was lived and smell the limestone, so step back from the museum case. The brack from the wedge marks and the fired clay, the Sumerians have told us the truth in their own way. Something came before us. We rebuilt on top of it. Now we are going to find out what. Where do we start? Not in Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia is the destination of this story, not its beginning. We start much further west and much further back. We start on a hillside in Morocco that nobody had paid much attention to until, in the middle of the last decade, a quiet redating exercise rewrote the entire timeline of our species. 315,000 years ago, in the limestone country of northwestern Africa, a small group of human beings huddled around a fire and ate a meal. Their bones are now in a museum in Frankfurt. Their tools are now in a museum in Rabat. The hillside where they lived is called Jebel Ehud, and it is the place where the long story we are about to walk through begins. So leave the museum. Leave the Anunnaki tablets in their case. Leave the king list on its shelf. Step out into the long afternoon light. We are going to Morocco. We are going to walk back to the very beginning. 200,000 years was an underestimate. The real number is older, 315,000, and we have only just learned to count that high. The hillside is called Jebel Ehud. It sits about 100 kilometers west of Marrakesh, in the dry limestone country between the high Atlas Mountains and the Atlantic coast. There is no town here. There is no road that goes directly. The wind comes off the ocean in the late afternoon and carries the smell of warm rock and dust and, faintly, salt. You feel the limestone underfoot, soft and porous, eaten by 10 million years of weather. Around you, scattered across the hillside, are loose boulders, scrub, occasional stunted argan trees holding on to whatever moisture still rises from the rock. There is a quiet here that is not the quiet of an empty place. It is the quiet of a place that has been still for a very long time. Halfway up the hillside you reach an opening in the rock, a small overhang, a shallow cave, a place where the hill folds in on itself and provides a little shelter from the wind. This is where it happened. In 1961, a barite mining operation working this hillside accidentally cut into a buried cave. Inside, the miners found bones, human bones. They reported the find, and over the following decades, archaeologists came and went, recovered fragments, dated what they could, and reached a tentative conclusion. The bones were old, maybe 40,000 years. Maybe a little older, probably Neanderthal adjacent. Worth studying, but not earth-shaking. Not yet. Then, in 2017, the German paleoanthropologist Jean-Jacques Hublin and an international team returned to Jebel Ehud with new dating methods. They re-examined the original fossils. They excavated more of the cave. They found additional bones, additional teeth, and crucially, additional layers of sediment containing burnt flints. burnt flints can be dated very precisely by a technique called thermoluminescence. The technique reads the radiation absorbed by minerals since the moment they were last heated. The last heating, in this case, was the original cooking fire. The dates came back, 315,000 years, give or take, a few thousand. The Hublin team published the result in Nature, and a great deal of the human story had to be rewritten in a single issue of a single journal. Until that paper, the consensus was that anatomically modern Homo sapiens had emerged in eastern Africa, somewhere around 200,000 years ago, most likely in Ethiopia, where slightly older fossils had been recovered from sites at Omo Kibish and Herto. The Jebel Irhoud find shifted everything. The first thing it said was that we are at least 115,000 years older than the textbook had us. Not just a little older. Not by a margin of a few thousand. By more than 50% older in deep time terms, by the same amount the Roman Empire is older than your house. The place we appeared was not where we thought. We were already 315,000 years ago living in northwestern Africa. Living which means either our species emerged across multiple regions of Africa simultaneously, or it spread across the continent within geological eye blinks of its first appearance, or both. The simple out of East Africa story stopped being simple. It started being something stranger and more interesting. Stand inside the small cave at Jebel Irhoud. The light from outside reaches in maybe 10 meters before the rock swallows it. The air is cool. The walls are pale and slightly damp where condensation has settled in cooler hours. On the floor of the cave, in the layer that the Hublin team excavated, are signs of a hearth. A circle of darker sediment, charred animal bones around it. Burnt flints. The remains of a meal, not just one meal, but many meals, eaten by the same hands over centuries, in this same shelter. Picture the meal. The light is failing outside. The fire is small. Someone, an adult, possibly a woman, possibly a man, kneels at the edge of the fire and turns a piece of meat skewered on a long bone. A child watches. Another adult is striking flakes from a stone core in the back of the cave, the rhythmic tap of stone on stone, working with a level of precision that you would only learn through 10,000 earlier strikes. The meat smells good. The cave is warm. The night outside, the night that is 315,000 years before the present, is cold and full of stars unfamiliar to us. These were people. These were our people. We share their genome. The face that bent over that fire had the same general proportions as your face. The forehead was a little lower, the brow a little stronger, but a paleontologist can show you, side by side, a Jebel Irhoud skull and a modern human skull, and they belong to the same species. Not a precursor. Not an ancestor. Us. Pause for a moment to appreciate the scale of this. The first Sumerian king pressed his name into clay roughly 5,000 years ago. The first agricultural village we know of, in the Levant, dates to maybe 10,000 years ago. The cave painters of Lascaux drew their bulls and their horses about 17,000 years ago. Each of those numbers is enormous in a human lifetime. Each of them is small compared to 315,000. If you take the entire run of recorded history, every empire, every alphabet, every coin, every book ever written, stack them end to end. Roman, medieval, modern, contemporary, repeat 57 times, then double the stack and a bit more, and you arrive at the night the family at Jebel Irhoud cooked their meal. There is something dizzying about that. There is something almost vertiginous about the idea that everything we usually call history is a thin layer of water on top of a deep, deep well of unrecorded human time. And yet it is the truth. The bones are real. The hearth is real. The flints are real. The dates are real. The Hublin paper is peer-reviewed. The samples have been retested. 315,000 years. Now ask the obvious question. If we were already ourselves at Jebel Irhoud, fully sapiens with our brains and our hands and our fires, what were we doing for the next 300,000 years? The standard answer is, again, hunting and gathering, slowly, carefully, locally. Maybe so. But the next site we are going to visit suggests that we were not nearly as local as the standard answer assumes. 105,000 years after the family at Jebel Irhoud finished their meal and let their fire die down, somebody whose ancestors had walked out of Africa was sleeping in a cave on the other side of the Mediterranean, 210,000 years before the present, inside a limestone cliff above the Aegean Sea, anatomically modern Homo sapiens, already in Europe. The cave is called Apidima. It is on the southern coast of Greece. We are going there next. The Mani Peninsula is one of the strangest landscapes in Europe. It is the middle of three rocky fingers that reach south from the Greek mainland into the Mediterranean. Steep, dry, the colour of old paper. The wind off the sea is sharp even in summer. The villages are built of stone, the same colour as the hillsides. There is almost no soil. There is almost no water. There is instead limestone. And inside the limestone there are caves. And inside the caves there are sometimes things that we have only just learned how to see. Tau, it is on the western coast of the peninsula, about 200 kilometers south of Athens. To reach it you walk down a path from the cliff above. The Mediterranean is below you, deep blue, almost violet in the late light. The cliff face is honeycombed with small openings, ledges, hollows where the limestone has dissolved out over millennia. Apidima is not the largest of these. It is one of several caves on this stretch of coast, but it is the one that holds the skull. The cave was first explored in the late 1970s by a Greek-led expedition. Inside the deeper recesses, embedded in the wall, sealed in a thick mineral crust called calcite, the team found 2 skulls. 2 human skulls. They were given the names Apidima, 1 and Apidema 2 in the order they were catalogued. The team brought them out, took them to the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, and stored them while they figured out what they were looking at. For decades, very little happened. The skulls were difficult to study. They were partly fragmentary. They were embedded in their calcite matrix. Dating methods at the time could not give a confident answer. The initial guess was that they were Neanderthal, perhaps 100,000 years old, perhaps a little less. They sat in a museum drawer for the rest of the century. Then, in 2019, an international team led by Katerina Harbati of the University of Tübingen revisited the skulls with techniques that did not exist when the original team excavated them. Computed tomography to map the geometry beneath the calcite. Three-dimensional reconstruction. Uranium-thorium dating, which reads the slow decay of uranium isotopes inside the calcite itself, telling you how long the calcite has been growing on top of whatever it grew on top of. Apidema 2, the second skull, came back as Neanderthal, dated to about 170,000 years before the present. Apidema 1 was anatomically modern Homo sapiens, not Neanderthal, not a precursor. The same species you and I belong to, and the calcite around it had been growing for more than 210,000 years. 210,000 years before the present. Anatomically modern Homo sapiens, in southern Greece. The textbook had said that our species left Africa for the first time around 60 to 70,000 years ago. That is the migration that supposedly populated Europe and Asia. Apidema 1 said no. Apidema 1 said that at least one group of our ancestors had already crossed into Europe 150,000 years earlier than the textbook said was possible. The genetic line probably went extinct, but they were here. They had walked, somehow, out of Africa, around the eastern Mediterranean, and into the Greek peninsula, 200,000 years before the cuneiform tablet I described to you a few minutes ago in Eridu. Stand at the cave mouth. Below you, the Mediterranean is the same Mediterranean it was 210,000 years ago, more or less. The coastline reached further out. The cave was higher above the sea than it is now, but the limestone was the same limestone. The light was the same light. The salt smell on the wind was the same. What was that small group doing here? We do not know. We have only the skull. We do not have tools confidently associated with this individual. We have one face, frozen inside a limestone wall, calcite growing slowly over the bones for 2,000 centuries, mineral preserving what time would otherwise have erased entirely. But the implication is enormous. The implication is that human movement, human curiosity, human reach is older and longer and stranger than we have been telling ourselves. 210,000 years ago, While one branch of our species was huddling around fires at Jebel Irhoud and learning to knap flint with finer and finer precision, another branch had pushed north and east and crossed into a different continent. There is a reason this finding rattles people. It is not that the date itself is shocking, although it is shocking. It is that we built the entire architecture of our modern story of ourselves around the idea that we left Africa once in a single great wave around 60,000 years ago, and that this wave is the source of every non-African human alive today. That story is mostly still true. The genetics support it. Almost everyone outside of Africa carries DNA traceable to that single migration window. But the Apidema skull says that wave was not the only wave. There were earlier waves. They went out and they did not come back. The Ewell explored the Whirlicrod Sea Straits, already lived in caves that look from a certain angle exactly like the caves of Greek mythology, in a peninsula that thousands of years later would be the birthplace of the Western imagination. Here is the thing that haunts me about Apidema. They ate food we cannot identify. They thought thoughts in a language nobody alive knows how to translate. They had a name, almost certainly. Other people in their life called them by that name. And then they died in this cave, and their head settled into a shallow depression in the limestone floor, and over the next 2,000 centuries the calcite grew slowly over their bones until the skull and the wall became the same thing. Nobody who knew them survived. Nobody who spoke their language survived. Nobody who shared a memory with them survived. They were absorbed, like the calcite absorbed their bones, into a deeper continuity. We can hold their skull in our hands now. We can see the curve of their forehead. We can measure the size of their cranial cavity. But we cannot reach them. They are inside the silence we are trying to walk through tonight. So here is the picture so far. 315,000 years ago at Jebel Irhoud, anatomically modern humans were already cooking meat over hearths in the limestone hills of Morocco. 100,000 years later, in southern Greece, anatomically modern humans were already inside a cave on the European side of the Mediterranean. We had not waited until civilization to begin moving. We had not waited for agriculture. We had not waited for anything. We had been moving the whole time. But movement is only one half of the inner life. Movement is what the body does. The other half is what the mind does. The questions of belief, of grief, of imagination. And for that part of our story, we have to leave the Greek peninsula and walk a little east. Across the sea. Into the Levant, into a limestone cave in northern Israel, where, almost 100,000 years before the present, somebody buried a child very carefully and laid red ochre over the bones and placed a pair of deer antlers at the head and walked away. The cave is called Kafse. We are going there next. Mount Carmel rises gently from the coastal plain of northern Israel, a low ridge of limestone that runs along the Mediterranean shore. From a distance, it looks unremarkable. Admiral Byrd monen agent, I be a live full of human time. Almost every cave on the western flank of the ridge has yielded human remains, stone tools, hearths, traces of long, layered occupation. People have been sleeping in these caves, on and off, for hundreds of thousands of years. 2 of those caves are the ones we're visiting tonight. The first is called Mislia. It is on the western slope of Mount Carmel, about 12 kilometers south of the modern city of Haifa, looking out toward the sea. To reach it, you climb a steep path through holm oak and carob trees. The air heavy with resin and warm dust. The cave itself collapsed thousands of years ago, and what is left is more like a rock shelter than a cave proper. But the floor of that shelter is still there. The hearths inside it are still there, and the things buried in those hearths have been telling us, very recently, a story we did not know how to listen to before. In 2018, a team led by the Israeli archaeologist Israel Hershkovitz published the dating of a human jawbone, a partial maxilla with several teeth still in place, recovered from Mislia. They used 3 independent dating methods on the surrounding stratigraphy: uranium-thorium on the calcite, thermoluminescence on the burnt flints in the same layer, electron spin resonance on the tooth enamel itself. All 3 methods converged on a single answer. The jawbone was 194,000 years old. Anatomically modern Homo sapiens. Outside Africa, older than any of our previous dates, for sapiens beyond the African continent, by at least 50,000 years. That is one of the small, quiet earthquakes in the history of our story about ourselves, not the only one. But one of them, Mislia, pushed the timeline of our migration into the Levant, back into a deeper past than we had previously imagined was possible. The textbook again was wrong, or at least the textbook was incomplete. Now move a few kilometers south and east, around the shoulder of the ridge, into the valley below. There is another cave here. It is called Kafsa, and it has been excavated on and off for the better part of a century, ever since the French archaeologist René Neuville first dug it in the 1930s. Kafsa has yielded the remains of more than 15 individuals, some of them adults, several of them children. The remains are around 100,000 years old. But what makes Kafsa different, what makes it important for our walk through the silence tonight, is not the bones themselves. It is the way the bones were treated. Inside the cave, on the floor of one of the deeper chambers, the team found a young child, probably a girl, maybe 12, 13 years old. She was not laying randomly where she had fallen sick or been killed. She had been positioned. Her body had been arranged in a deliberate posture, on her side, knees drawn up gently, hands folded near her head. Around her bones, sprinkled across her remains, was red ochre, powdered iron oxide, the same pigment our species has used for tens of thousands of years to colour our walls and our skins and our dead, and next to her head, placed there carefully by hands that meant the gesture, were a pair of deer antlers. Stop. Breathe. 100,000 years ago, in a limestone cave in what is now northern Israel, a community lost a child, we do not know how. We do not know her name. We do not know what they called her in life. But we know they loved her, because we can see what they did when she died. They washed her body. They folded her into the position the human body takes when it is sleeping. They covered her with the colour of blood, the colour our species has reached for again and again across the millennia, when we want to mark something as sacred, and they placed the antlers near her head, perhaps because she had loved deer, perhaps because she had been quick like a deer, perhaps because deer were what their world meant by gentle. They did not return for the body. They left her there, in the cave, with the ochre and the antlers, and the limestone floor that would, over the next 1,000 centuries, fold quietly over what they had done. This is, for our purposes tonight, one of the most important moments in our entire long walk back. Because what the Kafse burial proves is not just that human beings 100,000 years ago were physically the same as us. We already knew that from Jebel Ehud and Apidima. What the Kafse burial proves is that human beings 100,000 years ago were already engaged in the kind of behaviour that marks our species as something more than a clever animal. They imagined a future in which the body still mattered. They imagined a continuity, a meaning, a presence that did not end with the breath. They believed in some form, in something after. You do not bury a body with red ochre because you think it is meat. You do not place antlers near a child's head because you think death is final. The very gesture of burial, deliberately in a particular position, with particular objects, is a statement that the dead are not nothing. They are someone. They will continue to be someone in some way, even after the breath stops. 100,000 years before the first cuneiform tablet was pressed into clay in Sumer, our ancestors had already worked out that the human story does not end where the body ends. They had already begun to invent the inner life of our species, the grief, the ritual, the first religious gestures, the first idea that there is a difference between matter and meaning. The Anunnaki tablets, when they were eventually written, would talk about gods who descended from heaven, and gods who buried other gods, and a goddess who went down into the underworld to retrieve a beloved dead. Those stories did not come from nowhere. They are the literary echo of something that was already old when the first Sumerian scribe was born. The intuition that the dead matter. The intuition that the dead persist, the intuition that grief is the most intelligent response a species can make to its own mortality. Kafse is the oldest deliberate burial of an anatomically modern human anywhere on Earth, as far as we currently know. There may be older ones we have not yet found, but this is the oldest one we can confidently date. In a layer we can confidently read, in a cave we can confidently read, in a cave we can confidently stand inside today and see the marks of what was done. She is not in the cave anymore, of course. The bones are now in a museum, kept carefully, studied carefully, photographed and scanned and described in journals. Nobody outside the field will ever read, but the cave is still there. The depression where her body was placed is still there. The traces of red ochre in the floor are still there, faint pink stains in the pale limestone, the colour of the inside of a shell. 100,000 years before Sumer, somebody loved a child enough to do this, and somebody else, perhaps the parent, perhaps the grandparent, walked out of this cave at the end of that day into the Levantine evening, into the sound of cicadas and the smell of warm dust, and kept living, with the loss carried inside them. The same way you would carry it. The same way I would carry it. Because the human shape of grief is the oldest unbroken thing about us. Belief is one half of the inner life. The next thing we are going to find at the southern tip of the African continent, 10,000 kilometers away from Mount Carmel, is the other half. The art. You meant something, but the cave is called Blombos. It is on the coast of South Africa. We're going there next. The southern coast of South Africa is one of the strangest stretches of coastline in the world. The land falls into the sea as a series of tall sandstone cliffs, the colour of pale honey in the morning, the colour of dark amber in the late afternoon. The Indian Ocean is below you, broad and grey-blue, the kind of sea that runs all the way to Antarctica without interruption. The wind never stops. There are seals on the rocks. There are dolphins in the swells. The light is enormous. The cave is called Blombos. It sits about 300 kilometres east of Cape Town, on the De Hoop Nature Reserve coastline, halfway up a cliff face above the sea. To reach it you walk down a steep path in the dunes, past the Finbows, past the Proteas, until the cave mouth opens above you in the rock. It is not a large cave. The ceiling is low. The floor is a layer of fine sand and shell mitten, deposited over hundreds of generations by the people who lived here, slowly, on and off, between about 140,000 and 70,000 years ago. This is where the South African archaeologist Christopher Hensherwood, working with international colleagues, began excavating in 1991. Due impatiently and patiently for more than 30 years now, the cave has yielded one of the richest archaeological records of early modern human cognition anywhere on Earth. And among the things it has produced, there are three findings that we need to sit with tonight, because together they redraw the whole question of when our species became, recognizably, the kind of mind that you have, the kind of mind I have, the kind of mind I have, the kind of mind that asks questions and answers them. In symbols, the first finding is a small block of red ochre, about the size of a thumbnail, recovered from a layer dated to about 75,000 years before the present. On the surface of the block, carved into it with a sharp point, is a deliberate crosshatch pattern. Two sets of parallel lines crossing each other to form a series of small diamonds. The pattern has a clear geometric structure. It was not made by accident. It was not the natural result of the ochre being scraped against something. This is, as far as we currently know, the oldest abstract symbol made by a human being anywhere on Earth. 75,000 years old, 85,000 years before the first cuneiform tablet, somebody at Blombos held a piece of red ochre between two fingers and pressed a sharp tool against it and made a pattern that meant something to them. We do not know what it meant. That is part of what makes it so haunting. The pattern is meaningful in the sense that it was made deliberately, with care, with intention. It is therefore in some sense linguistic, in the sense that a pattern made deliberately by a human mind is the kind of thing minds make when they are using one part of the world to stand in for another part. But we will never know what the symbol referred to, whether it represented a place, a person, a number, a clan, a constellation, a story. The thing the crosshatch was a sign of has been lost. Only the crosshatch survives. The second finding is a paint mixing kit, recovered in 2008 from a layer dated to about 100,000 years before the present. The kit consists of a pair of abalone shells used as small bowls. Inside the shells, archaeologists found residues of red ochre, charcoal, ground bone, and animal fat. The bone had been used to grind the pigment to a fine powder. That had been used as a binder. The mixture had been pressed into the shells and allowed to dry. There is even a small bone tool nearby, used for stirring. This is, in effect, a paint factory. 100,000 years ago, somebody at Blombos was sitting on the cave floor, mixing pigments for a purpose. Almost certainly with another purpose in mind, beyond the mixing itself. Paint is something you put somewhere. On a wall, on a body, on an object. The third finding is the beads, hundreds of them. Some recovered at Blombos itself, others at a sister site nearby called Sibudu, small marine snail shells perforated at one end, the holes worn smooth by the friction of a cord that had once been threaded through them. Stained with traces of red ochre. Around someone's neck, on someone's wrist, around a child's ankle. 75,000 years before the present, our species had already invented jewellery, already begun to use the body as a surface for self-presentation, already understood that what you wear says something about who you are. Stand inside the cave at Blombos. The ocean is loud below you. The same ocean it was 100,000 years ago. The cave smells of cold sand and salt. The walls are pale, smoothed by centuries of human bodies pressing against them. There is no painting on the walls now. The mound, if what survives is what was buried, the ochre. The air is dim, the fire is small. A man or a woman sits cross-legged on the floor, holding the small block of ochre in their left hand. In their right hand is a sharp piece of bone or stone. They press the point against the ochre and draw a line. The ochre is soft. It scratches easily. They draw another line, parallel to the first. Look, we will never know. Maybe it was a tally. Maybe it was a map. Maybe it was a sign that this particular block of ochre belonged to this particular person. Maybe it was the first beat of a song, and the maker was just keeping time on the surface of a stone. Maybe it was nothing more than the deep human impulse to make a mark and see what happens when a mark is made. But here is what is important. 85,000 years before the Sumerians invented cuneiform, somebody on the southern coast of Africa was already doing what cuneiform would eventually do. They were already taking a piece of the world and using it as a surface for thought. When the Anunnaki tablets describe the gods teaching humans how to keep records, the tablets are wrong. We did not need to be taught. We had already been keeping records, in our own way, in our own materials, for tens of thousands of generations. The gift the gods supposedly gave us was a gift we had already given ourselves and merely refined, and merely written down. Look back at the long line we have walked so far tonight. 315,000 years ago, anatomically modern humans cooking around a hearth at Jebel Irhut. 210,000 years ago, anatomically modern humans inside a cave above the Mediterranean in southern Greece. 100,000 years ago, deliberate burials with red ochre and deer antlers in the Levant. 100,000 years ago, a paint kit and a deliberate abstract crosshatch on the South African coast. This is not a slow ramp. This is not a gradual rise. This is, by deep time standards, an explosion. Across the African continent, across the rim of the Mediterranean, across multiple branches of our species' early diaspora, the same things are emerging. Tools. Fires, burials, pigment, beads, our species was, in plain sight, already itself. But every story has its winters, every long line has its breaks, and in the deep middle of our long walk back, between the early symbol makers of Blombos and the eventual ocean crossers we are about to meet, our species came as close as it has ever come to ending. The sky went dark, the temperature dropped. The numbers, the actual count of how many of us were alive on this planet, fell to something like 10,000 individuals. The volcano was called Toba. The eruption happened 74,000 years ago. We are going there next. There is a moment in the deep middle of our story where everything almost ends. We do not talk about it much, in part because the evidence is scattered across multiple sciences, in part because the implications are uncomfortable. But it happened. It is one of the best attested events of the late Pleistocene, and it touches every human alive today. To get there, we first need to walk through one more long occupation cave site, because what happens at this site is the bridge between the symbol makers of Blombos and the survivors of the Great Winter. It sits about 200 kilometers east of Blombos, on the same southern coast of Africa, in the same kind of sandstone cliffs, above the same Indian Ocean. The cave was excavated under the direction of the American archaeologist Curtis Moran, beginning in the early 2000s. Pinnacle Point is older than Blombos. The deepest occupation layers date to about 165,000 years before the present. The cave looks out over the sea, the same wind, the same finbows crowding the cliff edge above. But what was happening inside this cave, that long ago, is something that genuinely surprised the field when it was published. Brown mussels, in particular, the same species that local fishermen still pull from the rocks today. The shells were charred. The dating put this practice at 165,000 years ago, which made it the earliest known evidence of marine resource use anywhere in our species record. Before this find, we had assumed early modern humans were largely terrestrial foragers, working the savannah for game and tubers. Pinnacle Point said no. At least one population of our ancestors had already learned to read the tide, time the gathering, walk the rocks at low water, and bring back protein from the sea. They had become, in archaeological language, broad-spectrum foragers, meaning they were no longer specialists in any one food source. They could eat what was there. The flexibility of mind required for that is enormous. The second thing the team found was even stranger: tools made from a particular kind of stone called silkrete. Silkrete is hard, glassy, and difficult to work in its natural state. The flakes shatter unpredictably. The edges chip. It is, on first glance, a poor material for fine tool making. But the people of Pinnacle Point had figured out something. If you bury silkrete in a fire pit beneath the coals and let it heat slowly to about 350 degrees Celsius and then let it cool again, the internal structure of the stone changes. The crystal lattice rearranges. The stone becomes easier to flake. The tools become finer. The blades become longer. This process is called heat treatment, and it is one of the earliest known forms of materials engineering anywhere in human history. The technique requires understanding that heating something will change its inner properties even after it cools. It requires planning. It requires patience. It requires teaching generation to generation, because nobody figures heat treatment out by accident in a single afternoon. 165,000 years ago, on the southern coast of Africa, our ancestors were running a chemistry experiment that nobody alive today could replicate without instruction. Add in the broad-spectrum foraging, add in the use of red ochre, which Pinnacle Point also has, in deep stratigraphic layers going all the way down. What you have is a population that was already living complex, planned, foresighted lives, with technologies that required transmission, with food economies that required calendars and maps in the head. They were not waiting for civilization to begin. They were already doing the cognitive work that civilization, when it eventually emerged, would simply formalize. Now leave the cave. Walk back along the cliff path. Look out at the Indian Ocean. Imagine the wind is the same wind it was 165,000 years ago. Imagine the smell of wood smoke from the cave behind you, mingling with salt and the sharp herbal scent of finbows. Imagine the small group inside the cave working a heated silkrete blank, napping it gently, turning it in firelight, satisfied with the way the new tool is taking shape under their hands. Now hold that image in your mind, and let me take you forward in time. 90,000 years pass. Inside that 90,000 years, our species spreads. Some go north, some go east. The line of human occupation extends across more and more of the African continent, and across the Sinai land bridge into the Levant, and into the high steppes of Central Asia, and as far east as the foothills of the Himalayas. We continue to make tools. We continue to bury our dead. We continue to draw small abstract patterns on bone and shell and stone. And then, around 74,000 years ago, the sky goes dark. A volcano erupts on the island of Sumatra, in what is now Indonesia. The volcano is called Toba. The eruption is the largest volcanic event of the Quaternary period, which is to say, the largest of the last 2.5 million years. By volume of ejected material, Toba is roughly 50 times the size of Krakatoa. It throws ash so far that the Indian subcontinent is covered in a blanket several centimetres thick. We can still find the layer today, in the soil of central India, a band of fine grey volcanic glass that is dated, by every method we have, to 74,000 years before the present. For our species, the consequence is winter, not metaphorical winter, real, physical winter. The ash and aerosols from Toba reach the upper atmosphere and remain there for years. The sun is dimmed. The temperature of the planet drops by perhaps 3 to 5 degrees Celsius globally. Some regions drop by 10 or more. The growing season shortens. The rains shift. The savanna recedes. The animals our ancestors have been hunting begin to die back. The plants our ancestors have been cunding struggle to flower. How long the winter lasts is debated. Some climate models suggest a few years of severe cooling, recovering toward normal within a decade. Other models, drawing on lake-bed sediment cores from Africa and India, suggest the cooling persisted for centuries in some regions. The truth is probably somewhere in between, with severe early years and a long tail of disrupted weather. Here is the consequence for our species. Population genetics tells us very clearly that around this period our species passed through a severe bottleneck. The fancy term for the technique is mitochondrial Eve calculations and Y chromosome diversity reconstruction, but the result is simple. The genetic diversity of every human being alive today traces back to a very small founding population that lived around 70,000 years ago. Estimates of how small that population was vary, but the most cited figures put it at between 2,000 and 10,000 reproductive individuals. Total. On the entire planet, whether Toba alone caused this bottleneck or whether Toba combined with other pressures did the work, is debated. The bottleneck is not. The numbers are not. Our species, at 1.74 thousand years ago, came as close to ending as a thinking species ever does without ending. We were perhaps 2,000 people away from the silence becoming permanent. To 2,000, maybe 10,000 at the outside. The whole future of humanity, every emperor and pharaoh and poet and scientist and grandmother and child, every cathedral and every sonnet and every lullaby, depended on whether a few thousand cold, hungry, frightened people huddled around their fires somewhere in eastern or southern Africa, or possibly in pockets along the coast, could keep their fires lit through one more winter. We are here because they did. The line of breath connecting them to you, sitting in your room tonight, was that thin. Dew, the thing that keeps me up at night about Tober. The survivors did not stop being themselves. They did not lose the capacity to plan, to bury, to mark, to make. The genetic record shows the bottleneck. The archaeological record, where we can trace it through this difficult period, shows continuity. The same kinds of stone tools, whatever the survivors had to do to stay alive, they did it without losing the inner life of the species. They came out of the winter slightly fewer in number, but still themselves, and then, in the next 30,000 years, something extraordinary happens. The population recovers. The diaspora resumes. We move further and faster than before. We move into territories we have never been to. We cross water we have never crossed, as if the winter had pressed us, and the pressure had taught us something we did not know before about how to keep going. One of the places we go, very soon after the recovery, is across an ocean, not metaphorically, across a real ocean, on real boats, under real stars, to a real continent we had never seen. The continent is called Sahul. We know it today as Australia and New Guinea. We are going there next, 65,000 years before the present. The world looks different than the one you live in. The ice caps at the poles are larger. Whole stretches of continental shelf are dry land, exposed to wind and rain and the slow walking of animals. The map of the world, as our ancestors would have known it that night, is a map you would not recognize. In particular, look at Southeast Asia. The Indonesian archipelago is barely an archipelago. Most of the islands you know are joined together. Sumatra, Java, Borneo, the Malay Peninsula are all part of a single landmass that geologists call Sunderland. You can walk from what is now Bangkok to what is now central Java without getting your feet wet. Past the lowered coastline of Sunderland, across a stretch of deeper water that the lowered sea level has not drained, lies another giant landmass. Deal, Beel, Dupayand, all of them joined together, 65,000 years ago, into a single continent. Geologists call it Sahul. Between Sunderland and Sahul there is open sea. The shortest crossing, even with the lowered sea level, is something like 90 kilometers. That is the narrowest gap. Most of the possible crossings are wider, between 150 and 400 kilometers of open water, with strong currents, unpredictable weather, and a far shore that is not visible from the near shore. Until recently, the consensus was that the first humans reached Sahul somewhere around 50,000 years ago. Then, in 2017, an Australian-led team published the redating of a rock shelter in northern Australia called Majedbe. The site is in Mirarr country, in what is now the Kakadu region of the Northern Territory, on land traditionally owned and cared for by the Mirarr people, who continue to live there today. The team, led by archaeologist Chris Clarkson, used optically stimulated luminescence to date the deepest occupation layers at Majedbe. They found stone tools. They found ground-edge axes, which are technologies that elsewhere on Earth do not appear until much later. They found grindstones, used for processing seeds and pigments. They found ochre in fragments and powders, in deliberate associations with the tool layers. The dates came back at 65,000 years before the present. That is, by 10 or 15,000 years, the earliest confirmed human occupation of Sahul. And it pushes the question of how our ancestors got there into a deeper, more puzzling past than anybody had previously believed possible, because the only way to get to Sahul 65,000 years ago was across that water. There was no land bridge. There has never been a land bridge between Sunderland and Sahul, even at the lowest sea levels of the last million years. The deep ocean trenches between them are hundreds of meters below the sea floor. To cross from Sunderland to Sahul, our ancestors had to build something that floated, get on it, and survive the journey, stand on the beach of Sunderland that night. 65,000 years before the present. The sun is going down behind you, over the western horizon. To the east, across the open water, you cannot see the far shore. You only know it is there because sometimes, on clear days, smoke has been seen rising from beyond the horizon. Birds fly that direction in the morning. Birds return from that direction at night. Something with land and with smoke and with possibly food. Possibly a place to start again. Behind you on the beach are the rafts. They are simple. Bound bamboo, perhaps. Maybe with a small platform on top to keep the children dry. Maybe with a single pole or a fire-treated branch used as a paddle. Teal, they're the kind of thing you build when you have decided you are going to try. The kind of thing that says, my hands are not enough, but I have to use them anyway. The wind is steady from the west. The current beneath you, you have learned, runs east at this season, faster in the morning than in the afternoon. Above you, as the sun finishes setting, the stars begin to come out. The southern stars, the Coal Sack Nebula, the Magellanic Clouds. to know that another rises a little earlier each night as the season progresses. You have learned, in other words, to navigate. You push the raft into the water. You climb on. The current takes you. The far shore is invisible behind the horizon. You will paddle when you can, sleep when you have to, eat what you have brought with you, drink the rainwater when it comes. Some will be lost in the night, the bodies pulled apart, the children gone before anyone could reach them. But enough rafts will make it. Enough that, in the dawn light some days later, the people on those rafts will see, on the eastern horizon, a low, dark line. The far shore. You land. Nobody from your kind has ever set foot on. You drag the rafts up onto the beach. You light a fire. You look around at a country that smells different from the country you left, that sounds different, that has birds you have never seen, and trees you have never seen, and tracks in the sand of animals you cannot identify. The rocks are red. The light is sharp. There is no road, no trail, no sign that any human has ever passed this way before. Because no human has. Now, 65,000 years ago, the Phoenicians, who the textbook will eventually tell you invented seafaring, will not exist for another 63,000 years. The Vikings, who the textbook will tell you crossed the open Atlantic in their longships, will not exist for another 64,000 years. The Polynesians, who actually did invent the most sophisticated open ocean navigation system in pre-modern history, will not begin their great migrations across the Pacific for another 60,000 years. We have been crossing oceans since the late Pleistocene. Not just one ocean. Multiple oceans in different generations by different routes. There are also tantalizing hints, mostly genetic, of even earlier crossings into archipelagos like the Philippines and the Wallisan Islands, where the deep water made walking impossible. We were a species that, when faced with a horizon and a body of water, regularly chose to find out what was on the other side. The Mirarr people, who care for the land Majid Bey sits on, have always known their ancestors arrived in the deep past. They tell stories about it, songs about it. Their oral traditions describe coming from somewhere across the water, in a time when the world was still young. The science is now catching up to what they have always said. Before we move on, sit with the size of this. 65,000 years ago, our species was already the kind of species that does this, crosses oceans, reads stars, builds rafts, trusts a wooden platform with the lives of its children, plants ground-edge axes in the sand of a continent it has just discovered, names the country it has just arrived in a language we will never recover, with words that still echo faintly in the songlines that the Mirarr people sing today. 195,000 years before the first cuneiform tablet, our ancestors were already reading the night sky. 195,000 years before the first cuneiform tablet, our ancestors were already crossing oceans on faith and a paddle. The Anunnaki, when their tablets are eventually written, will speak of teachers from heaven who showed humanity how to plant seeds and build cities. Listen to that claim from the perspective of Majedbe. Listen to that claim from the perspective of the small group on the beach of Sundaland, paddling toward an invisible continent. We did not need teachers. We had each other. We had the stars. We had the patience to fail, and the courage to try again the next year, and the love for the children we were taking with us. By the time the first scribe in Eridu pressed reed to clay, the mirror had been on Sahul for 60,000 years. 60,000. More than 10 times the entire run of recorded history. They had developed languages, songs, ceremonies, mythologies, ecological knowledge, so detailed that modern Australian researchers still consult Mirror elders to understand the country. The deep silence we are walking through tonight was never silent. It was full of voices. We just did not write them down. We have one more place to go before we close the loop and return to Sumer. One more site. The site, that is, more than any other on this planet, the bridge between the long, deep time we have been walking and the historical world that we usually call ours. It is called Göbekli Tepe. It was built 9,500 years before the present, by people the textbook will insist were primitive nomads. We are going there next. It is just before dawn on a hilltop in southeastern Turkey. The sky is a deep indigo, beginning to pale at the eastern edge. The air is dry, a little cold, the way the air at this latitude always is in the hour before sunrise, even in summer. Below you, in every direction, lies the high plain of Thanilorfa province, ancient Mesopotamia by another name, the land that drains south into the Tigris and the Euphrates. The plain stretches further than you can see in the dim light, a low rolling carpet of grass and stubble, broken here and there by the dark line of an irrigation channel or the cluster of a small village. The hill you are standing on is called Göbekli Tepe. The name means, in Turkish, Potbelly Hill, after the gentle rounded shape of the rise itself. It is not a large hill, 60 metres perhaps above the surrounding plain. Local farmers have tended their flocks across this hill for as long as anyone can remember. They have always known there were stones in the ground here. Strange stones, stones that pierced the soil at odd angles, stones that looked carved when the light was right and the dust had been blown away. For most of human history, these stones meant nothing in particular. In 1994, a German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt came to Göbekli Tepe with the small idea that the site might be worth a closer look. Schmidt had been working in southeastern Turkey for years. He knew the region. He knew the way the stones broke surface here. He thought there might be a buried structure underneath. He had no idea what. When Schmidt and his team began excavating, they found not a structure but a complex, a series of large circular enclosures ringed with massive T-shaped pillars carved from limestone set upright in the ground, each one weighing between 10 and 20 tons. The pillars stood up to 5.5 meters tall, fixed in stone sockets, arranged in deliberate concentric circles, with 2 larger central pillars in the middle of each ring. The pillars were not plain. Foxes ran across them, scorpions clung to them, vultures spread their wings on them, snakes coiled along their lengths, wild boars rooted at their bases, a kind of stone bestiary rendered in low relief, animal after animal, ring after ring, hill after hill. Down them plus or minus a few hundred years. 9500 BCE in the calendar we usually use. For comparison, Sumer, the world we visited at the beginning of this journey, was founded around 3500 BCE, 6000 years after Göbekli Tepe was built. The Egyptian pyramids were built around 2500 BCE, 7000 years after Göbekli Tepe. Stonehenge was raised around 3000 BCE, 6,500 years after Göbekli Tepe. The temple on this hilltop is older than every other monumental construction we know about, by margins that are not small. But the date itself is not the most extraordinary thing about Göbekli Tepe. The most extraordinary thing is what was not yet present at the moment of construction. Pottery had not yet been invented. The earliest pottery vessels do not appear in the archaeological record until about 1,000 years later. The builders of Göbekli Tepe stored their food in skins and baskets, not in pots. Agriculture had not yet been invented, or rather, agriculture in the full settled village sense of the word, with cultivated fields and domesticated grains, did not appear in the surrounding region until roughly 500 years after Göbekli Tepe was already standing. The builders of this temple were not farmers. They were hunter-gatherers. The textbook category we usually associate with primitive nomadism, with small bands, with the supposed inability to coordinate large-scale projects. Writing had not yet been invented. They could not have left a design manual for the next generation. Whatever was in the heads of the original builders was passed forward in song, in story, in apprenticeship, in the slow accumulation of muscle memory across teams of stonecutters and stone lifters. And yet, despite the absence of pottery, agriculture, writing, the wheel, the cart, metal tools, despite all of these absences, these hunter-gatherers quarried 20-ton blocks of limestone. They moved them across the landscape without draft animals. They shaped them, carved them, raised them upright in deliberate geometric patterns. They did this multiple times. There are at least 20 enclosures at Göbekli Tepe, only a fraction of which have been excavated. Geophysical surveys suggest that there may be many more buried beneath the hill. The construction continued in waves for perhaps 1,000 years. Stand inside one of the excavated rings as the dawn light begins to reach in over the eastern lip of the enclosure. The pillars rise around you, pale limestone, faintly orange in the new light, the carved figures coming gradually into view. A fox crouches on the inside face of one of the central pillars, mid-stride, its ears pricked, its tail straight behind it. On a pillar just to your left, a snake coils downward. On the next pillar, a procession of cranes, their long necks extended, walking in a line. On the next, a vulture lifting a small round object that some scholars have suggested might be a human head. These are not generic animals. These are particular animals, observed carefully by people who knew them. The proportions are right. The behaviors are right. The fox is a real fox, not a symbol of a fox. The vulture is a real vulture, not a stylized abstraction. Whoever carved these had spent thousands of hours watching these creatures live, hunt, mate, die on the same plain you can see stretching out below the hill. Klaus Schmidt died in 2014 before excavation could complete. He spent the last 20 years of his life on this hilltop. He used to say in interviews that Göbekli Tepe was first and foremost a temple, a place built for ritual, not for living. A gathering point where dispersed bands of hunter-gatherers came together at certain times of year, contributed labour to the construction, performed whatever ceremonies the rings were built to host, and then dispersed again. The food remains found at the site support this. Vast quantities of butchered gazelle bones. Auroch bones. The remains of feasting on a scale that no single small band could have generated alone. Some scholars have speculated that the building of Göbekli Tepe is what triggered settled agriculture, rather than the other way around. The traditional model is that agriculture comes first, generates surplus, frees up labour, and that labour then builds monuments. Göbekli Tepe inverts the model. The need to feed the construction crews requires more reliable food than the surrounding savannah can provide. So somebody figures out, around the same time, how to deliberately plant the wild einkorn wheat that grows in the local hills. Within a few centuries, settled agricultural villages appear in the surrounding region. The temple, in other words, may be the parent of farming, not the child. Whether that exact causal story is right or not, the fact remains. At least 11,500 years ago, our ancestors built a temple of carved stone, larger than anything else they had ever built, with no recognized reason and no recognized technology, on a hilltop in southeastern Turkey. They did this 6,000 years before Sumer. They did this without the writing the textbook insists they would have needed. They did this knowing that the temple would be used by their grandchildren, by their great-grandchildren, by their great-grandchildren, by people they would never meet. And then, sometime around 8000 BCE, 1,000 or 1,500 years after the first ring was raised, the builders of Göbekli Tepe deliberately buried it. They walked away. Bel Re Berit. We have several theories. None of them are conclusive. Maybe the ceremony that the temple supported had run its course. Maybe a new ritual demanded a new site. Maybe the people who had built it understood that the world they belonged to was changing, that agriculture and settlement were beginning, that the older forms had to be put to rest before the newer forms could be built. Maybe it was a kind of farewell performed at the moment a way of life was ending. We will never know. What we know is this. By the time the first cuneiform tablet was pressed into clay in Sumer, Göbekli Tepe had been buried, undisturbed, for 5,500 years. The Sumerians, when they wrote their story, knew nothing of it. They could not have. The site was already older to them than they are to us. Its builders were 300 generations gone. And so we arrive at the moment we have been walking toward all night. Sumer, with its wedge-shaped writing and its lists of gods and its tablets that name the Anunnaki, sits on the surface of a deep, deep history that the Sumerians themselves only half glimpsed. Beneath them is Göbekli Tepe. Beneath Göbekli Tepe is the long Pleistocene, the deep walking, the ocean crossings, the buried child at Kafse, the painted shells at Blombos, the high cave at Apidima, the small fire at Jebel Irhoud. We have walked the full distance back from the museum case in Oxford to the limestone cave in Morocco, from a tablet 5,000 years old to a hearth 315,000 years old, from the Anunnaki to the people who came so long before the Anunnaki that the gap between them and the gods of Sumer is more than 50 times the distance between the Sumerians and us. It is time now to come back to stand once more on top of the long line we have walked, and to ask gently what the whole shape of it means, what it tells us about ourselves, what we are inheriting every night when we lie down inside our own skins and listen to the silence that runs back through us like a thread. The Anunnaki, when their tablets are read carefully, were never the beginning, they were the punctuation at the end of a sentence we have just learned how to read. Let us bring the story home. Step back from the hill. Step back from the T-pillars. Step back from the carved foxes and the buried temple, and the men who, 11,500 years ago, did something the textbook says they could not do. Step back and look at the long line we have walked tonight. It begins 315,000 years ago, in Morocco, on a limestone hillside above a quiet wadi. 5 faces in the dust at Jebel Irhoud. The first faces, the first sapiens, tools beside them, hearths beside them. Then the line moves north and east. 210,000 years ago, a single skull comes to rest inside a limestone cliff in southern Greece. We are already in Europe, already crossing seas, already 150,000 years ahead of the schedule the textbook gave us. Then to the Levant. 194,000 years ago at Mislia, 100,000 years ago at Mislia, 100,000 years ago at Kapse, the first deliberate burials. Red ochre over a child, deer antlers placed at her head, belief already in something after. Pinnacle Point at 165,000 years. Coastal foragers heat-treating stone, gathering shellfish from the tide pools, blombos at 100,000 years and 75,000 years. The Penkit, the shell beads, the crosshatch, the first hand that drew a line that meant something only to itself. Then the winter. Toba, 74,000 years ago. The genic bottleneck. The Neku Dilding du his. The whole future of our species held in a few thousand pairs of lungs breathing under a grey sky. We almost ended. We did not. Biwadu. 65,000 years ago, at the edge of Sunderland, a small group looking out at an ocean and choosing to go. Majed Bay. The first humans to set foot on a continent that had never seen us, 50,000 years before the Phoenicians supposedly invented seafaring. 9,500 years ago, on a hilltop in southeastern Turkey, our ancestors carved 20-ton pillars and stood them in a circle and decorated them with foxes and scorpions and vultures. They did this before agriculture, before pottery, before writing. They did this because something in them needed it done, and then, only then, after every one of those moments, after 300,000 years of small fires and patient hands and brave crossings and quiet burials, only then did the first scribe in Eridu press a reed into wet clay and begin to write our story down. And here is the soft thing about the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki are not the heroes of this story. The main good of the end of a sentence we have just spent 2 hours learning to read. The Sumerians, when they wrote about the Anunnaki, were not telling us how civilization began. They were telling us how civilization first looked at itself and called itself by a name. The Anunnaki were how Sumer made sense of its own arrival inside a much longer story it had already half forgotten. And listen to what Sumer's own tablets actually say. Yuliud. It begins in deep time. 8 kings before the flood, the list says, ruling for tens of thousands of years. Then a flood comes and washes everything away. Even Sumer, even at the moment of writing itself into being, remembered that something had come before, remembered that there had been a flood, remembered that the line of human time had been broken once, and that the people of the river were the inheritors of a story whose beginning they could no longer reach. The Greeks remember Deucalion riding out the same waters. The Hindus remember Manu in his fish-drawn boat, saving the seeds of every living thing. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia remember a dream time when ancestral beings walked the world before this one. The Maya remember 3 previous creations before this one. Every culture, on every inhabited continent, remembers a first time that came before the first time. A world something the river of generations could just barely keep alive in story, even after the names of the people who lived it had been worn smooth by the long water of time. Maybe those memories are myth, in the modern dismissive sense. Maybe they are nothing. Maybe they are coincidence. Or maybe, and this is the question we are leaving with you tonight, not as a claim, but as a possibility. Maybe those memories are the last echoes of the silence we walked through. Maybe somewhere inside the deep run of our species, a small piece of every long-vanished world was carried forward in song, in story, in the gestures by which a parent buries a child with red ochre, in the muscle memory of how to make a fire on the worst night of the worst winter our planet has thrown at us. Maybe what was preserved was not the names. Names are the first thing time takes. What was preserved was the shape of remembering, the shape of beginning again, the shape of standing on a beach somewhere and pointing your boat at a horizon you cannot see across. The pattern returns. Civilizations fall. The silence absorbs them. And then, gently, in some quiet part of the species that has survived, somebody picks up a piece of red ochre and draws a line on a stone, and the long story begins again. Sumer was not the first time we did this. It was only the first time we wrote it down. Tel is worth taking with you imtim, paldim, and some pave. You are the inheritor of every silence we walked through tonight. The hand that lit the first hearth at Jebel Irhoud is your hand. The hand that placed the antlers in the burial at Kafse is your hand. The hand that drew the crosshatch at Blombos is your hand. The hand that pushed the raft off the beach at Sunderland is your hand. The hand that lifted the T-pillar at Göbekli Tepe is your hand. None of them carry your name. None of them know you exist. But every one of them is part of the long, unbroken pattern that arrives, at this moment, in the small, warm body that is breathing right now in the room where you are listening. We were not first. We will not be last. But we were here. We are here. And the next person who builds a temple then calm bemerkt. We started this story 200,000 years ago, in a silence that the textbook said was empty, and we ended it where every story ends, with us. Still here. Still asking. The Anunnaki may have been the first to write their names on tablets, but they were not the first to live. That has been our story all along, so now let the questions rest. Let the names of forgotten places drift somewhere just behind sleep. Jebel Irhoud, Apidima. We are the inheritors of every silence, every survival, every first hand that drew a line. Wherever you are in the world, thank you for letting us tell you a story. Comment your country and your time below. Welcome to Sapiens Untold Live. Settle in for a continuous journey through lost civilizations, ancient mysteries, forgotten peoples, and the deep story of humanity. From the first firelit camps to vanished cities beneath desert, jungle, ice and sea, the past is still speaking. You are watching Sapiens Untold, streaming ancient history and sleep stories, day and night.
The clay tablet speaks in a language that has been silent for 4,000 years. Its message pressed into the earth of ancient Iraq is simple and profound. Before the Great Flood, kingship was lowered from heaven, and after the Great Flood swept over the land, kingship was lowered from heaven a second time. You're standing in a quiet, climate-controlled room. The air, sterile and cool, hums with a low electric stillness. This is not the sun-scorched plain between the Tigris and Euphrates, but a gallery in the British Museum, a library for things that have outlived their worlds. Before you, under a focused beam of light, rests a fragment of baked mud, the Weld-Blundell prism. It is a piece of the Sumerian king list. Your eyes follow the wedge-shaped whispers of cuneiform, a script so precise it seems less written and more engineered. You read the names of kings who ruled from cities whose dust has long since returned to the desert: Eridu, Bad Tabira, Larak. Then you see the numbers: a reign of 28,800 years, another of 36,000, and one, Alulim, the first king, who ruled for 8 Shah, a period of 28,800 years. Who are these kings? And what kind of history begins with an age of rulers who lived longer than our own species has known civilization? Hold that image in your mind. The stillness of the museum, the impossible numbers on the clay. Before we descend deeper into this quiet mystery, take a moment to settle back into the space you're in now. Feel the chair beneath you. Notice the quality of the light in your room. This is where our story begins. Wherever you're listening tonight, a late-night drive through the quiet hills of Kentucky, a high-rise apartment overlooking the lights of Singapore, a small room where the only sound is the rain against the window. Welcome to Sapiens Untold. In the comments, let me know where you are in the world and what time it is for you. There is a certain kind of magic in knowing we are all here together, in this shared space, looking back into the deep past from our scattered points in the present. So get comfortable, dim the lights if you can. If you feel a pull towards these forgotten histories, towards the questions that echo from the ruins of civilizations we barely understand, consider hitting like and subscribing. It is the modern way of telling the world that these ancient whispers still have something important to say. Now. Let us return to that silent gallery in London. Let us lean closer to that piece of clay, to that impossible number that challenges everything we think we know about who we are and where we come from. The glass case in the museum vanishes. You're no longer in London. You're in a library of ghosts, a silent archive where history is kept. The air is still and smells of dry dust and time itself. The shelves are filled not with books, but with memories pressed into clay. Most are ledgers of grain, contracts for silver, the mundane pulse of a civilization learning to count its wealth. But one scroll of clay, unrolled in your mind's eye, is different. It is the king list. The orthodox view is simple. The early names are myth. They are symbolic, cosmological, a way for a young culture to invent a past of divine grandeur. The impossible numbers, the reigns lasting for millennia, are dismissed as priestly exaggerations or metaphors for power, but the clay doesn't lie. It remembers. You trace the lines of cuneiform and you feel the hand of the scribe. This is not the language of myth. It is the cold, factual tone of an accountant. The list is a single, unbroken continuity. It doesn't say, here ends the age of legend and here begins the age of men. It flows. Alulim rules for 28,800 years. Then Alalngar for 36,000. 8 kings, 5 cities, a total of 241 years. The scribe records this with the same dispassionate precision he uses for a king who ruled for 25 years last century. There is no distinction. And then a single, devastating line cuts through the chronology. Then the flood swept over. It is an event, a hard border in time. After the flood, kingship is lowered from heaven again. The reigns are shorter, but still impossibly long, over 1,000 years. Then, generation by generation, they shrink. 900 years, 400, 126, until they settle into the believable lifespans of mortal men. Why would a civilization record its myths with the sober precision of a census, unless perhaps they were not recording myth at all? What if they were preserving a memory, a distorted, faded memory, of a history so ancient it operated on a scale we can no longer comprehend? You are in Berlin, in a hall so vast your footsteps echo against the silence. The air is cool and still, carrying the faint, dry scent of ancient stone and dust. Before you rises a wall of impossible blue, the reconstructed Ishtar Gate of Babylon, its glazed bricks gleaming under the gallery lights. Lions and dragons moulded in relief stride across its surface, their muscles tense with a life that has been frozen for 2,500 years. This is the architecture of empire, of absolute power, of a civilization at the zenith of its confidence. It is a statement. But the deepest statement in this room is not this monumental wall. You turn away from its grandeur toward a small, quiet display case. Inside, on a simple pedestal, lies a tablet of hardened mud, no bigger than your palm. It is from a time much older than the gate, from the very dawn of Sumer. This clay is not a king's decree or a priest's prayer. It is a school text. Your eyes, unable to read the cuneiform, can still sense the order in the tiny, precise indentations. Here are multiplication tables, calculations of area, solutions to geometric problems. On other tablets like it, scribes practiced lists of constellations, medical procedures, legal codes, and the names of distant lands. This is the heart of the anomaly. The schoolbooks of Sumer are not the work of a civilization in its infancy. There is no long, slow, clumsy evolution from primitive markings to sophisticated mathematics. The system arrives whole. It appears in the archaeological record already complete, with a complex sexagesimal, or base 60 system, that we still use to measure our minutes and our circles. How did they learn so much so quickly? Where are the thousands of years of trial and error? The archaeological record is silent. It's as if the teachers arrived on the first day of school with the textbooks already written, the curriculum already set, as if they were not inventing civilization, but restoring it from a set of instructions. Now you find yourself in an altogether different space, not a museum, but a university archive. The air here is alive with the soft rustle of turning pages and the low murmur of academic debate. Sunlight thick with dust motes streams through a high window, illuminating rows of scholarly journals. You pull one from the shelf. It's a study in historical linguistics, and it details a puzzle even more profound than the mathematics. The Sumerian language. It is what is known as a language isolate, a linguistic orphan. It has no known ancestors, no descendants, no cousins. The languages that surrounded it, Akkadian and the other Semitic tongues, are from a completely different family, with a different grammar and vocabulary. Languages, like species, are supposed to evolve. They have family trees. English is a branch on the great Germanic tree. Latin is the parent of the Romance languages, but Sumerian stands alone. Imagine a biologist discovering a species of wolf in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, a wolf with no genetic connection to any other canine on Earth. That is the scale of the anomaly. Where did this language come from? Its grammar is agglutinative, meaning it strings together concepts to form single, long words, a structure more similar to Turkish or Japanese than to any of its ancient neighbours. It appeared in the historical record as a fully formed, complex system of communication, capable of expressing everything from poetry to celestial mechanics, and then it vanished, leaving no children behind. The later civilizations of Mesopotamia, the Akkadians and Babylonians, adopted Sumerian cuneiform for their own languages, but the original tongue became a dead classical language, studied only by priests and scribes, like Latin in the Middle Ages. It is an island in the river of time, a voice that speaks from a past so remote it has no relatives. It is the language of a people without a history, or perhaps a history we have not yet found. You are deep now, far from the public galleries. You follow a curator down a narrow corridor lined with steel shelves that reach from floor to ceiling. The air is cool and dry, filled with the scent of acid-free paper and ancient clay. This is a vault, a kind of suspended animation for the past. He stops before a row of shallow drawers, pulls one open with a soft metallic glide. Inside, nestled in custom foam cutouts, lie dozens of cylinder seals. They are tiny, no bigger than the top joint of your thumb, carved from lapis lazuli, carnelian, obsidian. He carefully lifts one with gloved hands and places it on a velvet cloth. Under the focused light of a desk lamp you see an entire world carved in miniature. Gods with horned helmets, priests making offerings, mythical beasts locked in combat. This was their form of signature, their art, their cosmology, all rolled into one. But then your eyes catch a detail on one seal, a depiction so strange it feels like a glitch in the historical record. You see a familiar arrangement, a large central star surrounded by smaller bodies. It is our solar system, but there are discrepancies. Between Mars and Jupiter, the Sumerians carved another planet. They show Neptune and Uranus, planets invisible to the naked eye, planets we didn't discover until the invention of the telescope in the 18th and 19th centuries. And their depiction places Pluto not as a planet but as a moon of Saturn, a theory some modern astronomers have argued for. How? How did they know? The standard explanation is that these are merely symbolic representations of gods, that the number and placement of the celestial bodies is coincidence. But the precision is unnerving. Why did they map the heavens with such familiarity, as though they were remembering a chart, rather than discovering the stars for the first time? This tiny stone cylinder in a quiet vault doesn't just ask a question, it screams one. To find the answer the Sumerians themselves gave, you must leave the vault and enter the world of their words. You sit in a research library now, the only sound the quiet turning of pages. The book before you is a translation of the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian epic of creation, which drew heavily from older Sumerian sources. You read the story. Before humans, before kings, before cities, there were the gods. They call them the Anunnaki. The name is chillingly specific. It translates to those who from heaven to earth came. The texts do not describe them as ethereal spirits or abstract principles. They are physical beings. They wear clothes. They eat food. They pilot skyboats. They wield terrible weapons. They conduct genetic experiments. They have councils and conflicts and betrayals. They are brilliant, powerful, and deeply flawed. According to the tablets, these Anunnaki were the source of all knowledge. They taught humanity agriculture, metallurgy, astronomy, mathematics, and writing. They gave humans the blueprints for civilization. This is where the narrative splits. To a historian, this is the language of mythology, a primitive people's attempt to explain the world by creating powerful gods in their own image. But what if we read the text with a different kind of literalism? What if the Sumerians were not inventing gods, but describing beings so technologically advanced that their powers seem divine? The word God might be the only vocabulary a Bronze Age culture had for a scientist, an engineer, a pilot. This controversial reading of the text reframes the entire story. The sudden emergence of Sumerian knowledge is no longer a miracle. It is technology transfer. The impossible astronomical charts are not coincidence. They are inherited data. The king lists pre-Diluvian rulers are not metaphors. They are the Anunnaki themselves, beings with lifespans that dwarf our own. It is a radical, unsettling idea. But it is an answer that fits the facts in a way that coincidence and primitive genius somehow do not. You stand on a windswept tell in southern Iraq, the ruins of the ancient city of Uruk. The sun is white-hot, beating down from a cloudless sky. The air hums softly with heat, and the horizon shimmers, blurring the line between the pale earth and the paler sky. Around you are the broken stumps of mud-brick walls, the ghosts of streets, the faint outline of a ziggurat that once tore a hole in the heavens. This is where it all began. The world's first city, the first writing, the first laws. According to the standard model, this is ground zero for civilization. But as you walk through the dust of Uruk, another thought takes root, nourished by the anomalies we've seen. Was this a beginning, or was it a recovery? Consider the sheer breadth of Sumerian knowledge. They were not just brilliant mathematicians and astronomers. Their medical texts describe surgical procedures, including the removal of cataracts. Their legal codes, like that of King Onamu written centuries before Hammurabi's, established principles of justice, fair trial, and restitution. They had a sophisticated system of agriculture with complex irrigation, a bicameral legislature, and a vibrant literary tradition filled with epic poems and wisdom literature. All of it appearing in a historical blink of an eye. For a society to develop this level of complexity from a baseline of hunter-gatherer tribes should take 10,000 years, a slow, painful crawl of discovery and failure. The Sumerians seem to have done it in 1,000. What if we are looking at the evidence all wrong? What if the suddenness is not a miracle of human ingenuity, but the sign of something else entirely? What if this was not a dawn, but a frantic effort to rekindle a light that had almost been extinguished? A desperate act of preservation. The Sumerians were not inventing. They were remembering. They were rebuilding. The desert sky above Uruk is a black velvet dome, so clear and so dark that the Milky Way spills across it like a river of diamonds. You stand where the ziggurat priests once stood, and you look up. The constellations are sharp, eternal. To understand the depth of Sumerian astronomical knowledge, you must grasp one of the sky's slowest and most profound movements, the precession of the equinoxes. As the Earth spins on its axis, it also wobbles like a dying top. This wobble causes the position of the Sun against the backdrop of the stars on the spring equinox to shift backward, very slowly, through the 12 constellations of the zodiac. It spends roughly 260 years in each constellation, completing a full cycle, a great year, in just under 26,000 years. To discover this cycle requires meticulous, continuous observation over centuries, if not millennia. It requires a stable civilization, accurate star charts, and a sophisticated mathematical framework. The Greeks, with Hipparchus, are credited with its discovery around 127 BC, and yet the Sumerians knew. Their myths and their calendars are structured around the zodiacal ages. Their stories of gods like Dumuzi the shepherd are tied to the age of Taurus the bull. Their god Marduk's rise to prominence coincides with the dawning of the age of Aries the ram. Their entire cosmological clock was based on a celestial mechanic they should have had no way of knowing. To observe even 1 degree of precessional change takes 72 years of perfect record-keeping. To identify the pattern would take far longer. How did a civilization, in what we believe to be its infancy, possess knowledge that takes lifetimes to acquire? It is a question that hangs in the cold desert air, a silence as profound as the star-filled darkness. It suggests a continuity of knowledge that stretches back, far back, into the time before the flood, into an age of impossible kings and forgotten science. You're in a planetarium. The lights dim, and the familiar constellations fade into view on the curved ceiling above you. You're surrounded by the quiet whir of projectors and the soft murmur of hushed voices. On a screen, an astronomer brings up a digital reconstruction of a particular Sumerian artifact, a clay disc discovered in the library of King Ashurbanipal in Nineveh. Catalogued as Tablet K8538, it is widely considered to be an ancient astrolabe, a map of the stars. The disc is divided into 8 sectors, filled with complex geometric shapes, lines, and cuneiform characters. For years, it was dismissed as a simple star chart, perhaps a tool for agricultural planning. But in 2008, 2 British researchers, Alan Bond and Mark Hempsel, proposed a different interpretation. They argued that the tablet was a precise, contemporaneous observation of a massive asteroid impact that occurred over the Austrian Alps on June 29th, 3123 BC. Using computer simulations, they mapped the star patterns on the tablet, correcting for precession. The match was uncanny. The tablet, they claimed, was a copy of a Sumerian astronomer's nightly notes, recording the trajectory of an object as it streaked across the sky, culminating in an explosion with the force of over 1,000 tons of TNT. But this raises a staggering problem. The mathematics required to make these kinds of calculations, projecting the path of a celestial object based on observational data, is trigonometry. It is a level of geometry that we did not formally develop until the ancient Greeks, nearly 2,000 years later. How could a Sumerian scribe, a contemporary of the first pharaohs of Egypt, possess this knowledge? The clay is not a schematic, it is data, hard data. It is a pulse of memory frozen in mud, a record of a specific night 5,000 years ago, and it speaks of a scientific sophistication that history tells us should not exist. It is another thread in the tapestry, another piece of evidence suggesting that the Sumerians were working from a forgotten blueprint. The planetarium's projection shifts. You're no longer looking at an impact event, but at a calm, orderly map of our solar system. The planets glide on their orbital paths, elegant and predictable. You see the 5 celestial bodies visible to the naked eye: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, planets known to nearly every ancient culture. But the Sumerian record, as we saw on that tiny cylinder seal, contains more. It contains ghosts, planets that should not have been there. Uranus can, under absolutely perfect conditions of a dark sky, clear atmosphere and exceptional eyesight, be glimpsed as a faint star. But Neptune is forever lost in the glare of the cosmos, a pale blue dot utterly invisible without a telescope. William Herschel discovered Uranus in 1781. Johann Galler found Neptune in 1846 by following mathematical predictions. Yet the Sumerians seem to have known them. Their texts speak of them. Their cylinder seals depict them. They are associated with specific gods in their pantheon. Anu, the supreme sky father, is linked with Uranus. His brother Enki, god of the waters and of wisdom, is linked with Neptune, a poetic and uncannily accurate association, given Neptune's deep blue colour. This is not just a casual anomaly. It is a profound challenge to the narrative of scientific progress. To chart the orbits of these distant worlds requires 2 things: advanced optical instruments and a heliocentric model of the solar system, where the sun is at the centre. The Sumerians possessed neither, at least not according to our version of their history. The alternative is that their knowledge of the heavens was not the result of their own observations, but a legacy, a dataset handed down from a source that saw the solar system not from the dusty plains of Mesopotamia, but from a perspective of far greater clarity, from a perspective that could see the whole board, not just the nearby pieces. You're now in a modern materials science laboratory. The air is cold and clean, vibrating with the low thrum of machinery. There is no dust here, no echo of ancient voices, only the quiet focus of research. A technician places a sample under the lens of a scanning electron microscope. It is a fragment of Sumerian jewellery, a delicate bead of gold recovered from the royal tombs of Ur. On the monitor, the view zooms in, magnifying the object hundreds, then thousands of times. You expect to see the clumsy, hammered-out marks of early metalworking. Instead, what resolves on the screen is breathtaking. You see evidence of granulation and filigree, techniques that involve soldering tiny grains and wires of gold onto a surface. It is a process that requires precise temperature control, a deep understanding of metallurgy, and tools of incredible fineness. But it gets stranger. Other artifacts, analysed with mass spectrometry, reveal alloys of a startling complexity. Gold bonded with platinum, copper hardened with antimony. These are not simple metals smelted over a charcoal fire. They are recipes, formulas requiring knowledge that we, in our timeline, did not rediscover until the late 19th century. Some Sumerian depictions, especially on cylinder seals, show figures wearing what look for all the world like wristwatches. This has, of course, been dismissed as symbolic ornamentation, but what if it isn't? What if it is a memory, a cargo cult artifact echoing a technology they once saw but could no longer replicate? This is where the evidence becomes deeply uncomfortable. The astronomical knowledge could perhaps be explained by millennia of observation. The mathematics could be the product of a singular genius, but the material science, the knowledge of alloys and fabrication techniques that require a technological infrastructure far beyond anything a Bronze Age society should possess. This doesn't just challenge our timeline, it breaks it. It is a ghost in the machine of history, a signal of knowledge that arrived far too soon. You are in a workshop now, a place not of analysis but of creation. The air smells of hot metal, charcoal and flux. A master goldsmith, a specialist in ancient techniques, is attempting to replicate the Sumerian granulation seen in the tombs of Ur. He leans over a small charcoal furnace, his face illuminated by the orange glow. To make the tiny golden spheres, he melts gold dust on a bed of powdered charcoal. To affix them to a surface without melting the entire piece requires a eutectic solder, a mixture of copper salts and a plant-based glue. When heated, the charcoal pulls oxygen from the copper, creating a microscopic layer of copper-gold alloy that bonds at a temperature lower than the melting point of the gold itself. It is a breathtakingly delicate and counterintuitive process. It took modern jewelers centuries of experimentation to rediscover it. The Egyptians used it, the Etruscans perfected it, and then, for nearly 2,000 years, the secret was lost. And here is the crucial point. The Sumerians were doing it 500 years before the Egyptians. This is not a technology that can be discovered by accident. It is not like finding a new kind of rock or a new plant to eat. It is a multi-stage chemical process that requires abstract thinking, controlled experimentation, and the transmission of complex instructions. Watching the goldsmith work, you realize the immense intellectual leap this represents. It is chemistry, it is materials engineering, and it appears fully formed at the very beginning. How do you invent chemistry before you have a word for molecules? How do you master metallurgy without 1,000 years of failed experiments? This is the technological equivalent of finding a smartphone in a medieval castle. You can argue that a lone genius might invent calculus, but no single person can invent the entire infrastructure of knowledge required for microsoldering. That knowledge has to come from somewhere. It has to be taught. You're standing now beside an archaeological trench near the site of ancient Eridu, considered by the Sumerians to be the first city on Earth. The sand hides the colour of time. A geologist is examining a freshly extracted core sample, a long cylinder of earth that reads the past like a book. She points to a specific layer in the plastic tube. Your eyes follow her finger. You see strata of silt from ancient riverbeds, dark lines of organic matter from long-dead marsh grasses, and then a thick uniform band of sterile clay. It is about 3 meters thick. Beneath it, the signs of human habitation. Pottery shards, ash from cooking fires, resume. Above it, the same, but this layer in the middle is empty. It is a scar, the calling card of a massive, devastating flood. This is not a myth, it is geology. In 1920, the archaeologist Sir Leonard Woolley found this same layer at Ur. He found it at Kish. He found it at Shuruppak. A single, cataclysmic flood event that scoured the landscape of southern Mesopotamia sometime around 2900 BC. The water was so powerful it laid down a blanket of sediment up to 3.5 meters deep, burying everything. This geological fact aligns perfectly with the dividing line in the Sumerian king list. Then the flood swept over. The stories of Ziusudra, the Sumerian Noah, building a great boat to survive the deluge, are not just allegories. They are memories of a real event, an event that wiped the slate clean. This changes everything. It means the civilization that came after the flood, the one we call Sumer, was not a beginning. It was a restart. A group of survivors, clinging to the fragments of a world that had been washed away, trying to rebuild from a body of knowledge that was now nothing more than a ghost, a story, a collection of tablets carried onto an ark. You are in a radiocarbon dating lab now, surrounded by the hum and click of accelerator mass spectrometers. The silence here is heavy, the kind that surrounds precise, delicate work. A lab technician in a white coat explains the process. They take organic material, a piece of charcoal from a hearth, a seed from a clay pot, from just below the flood layer and just above it. They vaporize it, accelerate the carbon atoms to near the speed of light, and count the isotopes. It is the gold standard for dating the past, a clock that measures the slow, steady decay of life itself. The results come back, consistent across multiple sites. The civilization before. The flood layer dates back to at least 3500 BC, the civilization after. It begins again almost immediately around 2800 BC. There is no gap, no slow rebuilding over centuries, no return to a primitive state. The survivors, it seems, got right back to work. But this raises a terrifying question. If the post-flood Sumerians were this advanced, what was the civilization before the flood like? The one that had 240 years of unbroken kingship, according to their own records. The one that taught the survivors everything they knew. This is the central, haunting implication of the flood layer. Our entire understanding of Sumer is based on the echoes of a post-apocalyptic society. We are studying the equivalent of a culture rebuilding after a global nuclear war, using salvaged knowledge and fragmented blueprints. The sophistication we see in Sumer is not the peak of a civilization's climb. It is the desperate, heroic effort of a handful of survivors to preserve the memory of a world that was already ancient when their own story began. The sand of Iraq doesn't just hide cities, it hides the shadow of a far greater civilization, one whose true nature we may have only just begun to glimpse. You are back in the planetarium. The astronomer at the console is no longer showing you the present-day sky, but using software to wind back the celestial clock. The stars begin to shift. their movements accelerated by thousands of years per second. This is the power of precession, made visible. The constellations drift. Polaris moves away from the celestial pole. New stars take its place. He stops the simulation at 2500 BC, the age of Leo. He projects the star map of that epoch onto the dome. You see the Lion constellation rising on the spring equinox. You see the pyramids of Giza on the ground below, aligned perfectly with the belt stars of Orion as they reach their lowest point in the precessional cycle. Now he shifts focus to Mesopotamia. The Sumerians link the age of Leo with a great cataclysm, the Flood. Their epic poems describe a world-drowning event that coincided with a specific celestial alignment involving the constellation of the Lion. Modern geology has its own story of this period. 10,500 BC is near the end of the Younger Dryas, a geological period of extreme climate instability. Melting ice sheets from the last ice age caused catastrophic sea level rise and megafloods across the globe. Is this the source of the great flood myths found in hundreds of cultures worldwide? If the Sumerians inherited knowledge of precession, it means they inherited knowledge from a civilization that was sophisticated enough to observe the skies during the last ice age. A civilization whose existence is not accounted for in our history books. The astronomical knowledge encoded in their myths is not just a curiosity. It is a timestamp. It is a message from a drowned world, carried forward by survivors, a memory of a sky that no human has seen for 12,000 years. The knowledge was ancient when Sumer began. This is where the story truly breaks free of its conventional moorings and drifts into a deeper, more unsettling ocean of time. Let's leave the planetarium and step into a place of pure theory. An office, late at night. Books on astrophysics and ancient history are piled high on the desk. Outside the window, the city lights create a hazy glow that obscures the stars. Here, with a calculator and a pen, we confront the raw impossibility of the precession problem. To discover the great year of 25,120 years, a civilization needs to exist long enough and remain stable enough to keep meticulous records. Let's be generous. Let's say a culture of brilliant naked-eye observers could detect the 1-degree shift of precession every 72 years. To confirm the pattern and calculate the full cycle would require, at a bare minimum, observations spanning several zodiacal ages. At 2,060 years per age, we are talking about a continuous scientific project lasting 5,000 to 6,000 years. The entire recorded history of our species, from the first Sumerian cities to the mission on Mars, is only about 5,000 years long. There is no room in our established timeline for a civilization that old. We have evidence of hunter-gatherers, of early agricultural settlements, but nothing that suggests a global scientific culture capable of this kind of long-term project. Orthodox history simply has no candidate. This is not a small discrepancy. It is a gaping hole in the story of humanity. A 6,000-year scientific endeavor that ended before our own history began. Who were these people? Where are their cities, their tools, their graves? The silence from the archaeological record is deafening, unless the evidence is not silent, unless it is simply not being recognized for what it is, unless the megalithic structures of the ancient world, the stone circles, the aligned temples, are the fossilized remains of this very project, a global network of observatories built by a civilization we have not yet dared to name. You're back at the ruins of Eridu, the first city, but this time you're not looking at the visible remains. You're in a tent hunched over a laptop with a team of geophysical surveyors. The air is thick with the smell of dust and hot electronics. On the screen, a ghostly image is slowly resolving. It is the result of a ground-penetrating radar survey, a technology that sends radio waves into the earth and maps the structures hidden beneath the sand. As the image becomes clearer, your breath catches. Beneath the oldest foundations of the known city, there is something else. The radar shows the clear geometric outlines of much larger, more complex structures, walls, courtyards, a vast planned complex that predates the city of Eridu itself. This is the archaeological frontier. The evidence for the pre-Diluvian world is not in the history books, because we have only just invented the tools to see it. What the radar shows is a city beneath a city, not just a few primitive huts, but a settlement of significant size and sophistication. And here is where it connects. The Sumerian king list states that before the flood, the city of Eridu was the seat of the first two kings, Alulim and Alalngar, who together ruled for 64,800 years. For centuries that was myth, a fantastic story, but the radar doesn't see myths, it sees foundations, it sees architecture, and it is telling us in the cold language of data that the Sumerians were right. There was something here before, something that was buried, not just by sand, but by a cataclysm so profound it nearly erased its memory from the world. We're no longer digging for the beginning of civilization. We're searching for the ruins of a lost chapter of humanity, a chapter that may hold the key to who we are and who taught us to be civilized in the first place. The geophysical survey tent at Eridu feels like an infirmary for a dying theory. The patient is the standard model of history, and its vital signs are failing. You stare at the radar plot on the screen, at the ghost city sleeping beneath the sand. This buried layer presents a stark physical challenge to the narrative of slow linear progress. Archaeology works by excavation. It is slow, painstaking, and expensive. Only a tiny fraction of a site like Eridu has ever been properly dug. It's possible, even probable, that the answers to all our questions are right here, meters below your feet, waiting for a shovel or a drill. But what happens when we combine this new data with the old? When we overlay the radar map with the king list? The story that emerges is radical. The texts say kingship was established at Eridu. The radar shows a city that existed before the city we knew. The texts say a great flood wiped the slate clean. The geological core samples show the physical evidence of that flood. The texts say civilization was lowered from heaven a second time. The archaeological record shows a sudden, fully formed culture re-emerging from the mud with inexplicable knowledge. Each piece of evidence on its own can be explained away. The king list is myth. The astronomical knowledge is coincidence. The metallurgy is the work of a few isolated geniuses. But when you put them all together, the coincidences start to look like a conspiracy of evidence. The fragments of clay, the whispers from the ground, the light from distant stars, they all begin to tell the same story. A story of loss and of a desperate, magnificent attempt to remember. A story that suggests we are a species with amnesia, and the Sumerians were the first to try and write down the dream they could barely recall. You are thousands of miles away now and thousands of meters higher. The air is thin and cold, and the sun has a fierce, unfiltered intensity. You stand on the shore of Lake Titicaca, a vast sapphire sea cradled high in the Bolivian Andes. The water stretches to a horizon serrated by snow-capped peaks. According to local Aymara tradition, this is the place where the creator god Viracocha appeared after a great flood and began to fashion a new race of humanity from stone. He was described as a tall, pale-skinned, bearded figure who came to teach the arts of civilization. He was a culture bearer, a teacher. The similarities to the Sumerian stories of Enki are unmistakable. You look across the water at the monumental ruins of Pumapunku and Tiahuanaco. Here, massive blocks of andesite and diorite, some weighing over 100 tons, are cut with a precision that defies modern explanation. The cuts are perfectly straight, the angles impossibly sharp, the drill holes machined with a regularity that suggests power tools. The orthodox dating for these sites is around 500 AD, but some geologists, examining the sediment layers in the lake bed, have argued that Tiahuanaco was a port city when the lake was 30 meters higher, a condition that hasn't existed for at least 12,000 years. This is the same Ice Age cataclysmic time frame hinted at by the Sumerian astronomical data. Here, on the other side of the world, a continent away from Mesopotamia, you find the same story. A great flood. A bearded teacher god who brings the seeds of civilization to the survivors, and megalithic ruins of impossible precision that whisper of a lost technology. It is as if the same event left its traumatic memory seared into the consciousness of cultures that should have had no contact with each other. It is an echo in a cave, a story that reverberates across oceans and millennia. You sit in a quiet university library surrounded by the smell of old paper and leather bindings. You're in the ethnography section, a catalogue of humanity's stories. You pull down volumes from every corner of the globe. The Greek story of Deucalion, the Hindu tale of Manu, the Hopi emergence myth, the Australian Aboriginal stories of the Dreamtime. From hundreds of cultures separated by oceans and thousands of years, the same story emerges, told in 1,000 different tongues. There was a former age, an advanced golden age. A global cataclysm, usually a flood but sometimes a fire or an ice age, destroyed that world. A handful of people survived, often warned by a benevolent god or spirit, and after the cataclysm, the survivors were visited by a teacher, a civilizing hero, who taught them the rudiments of the new world, how to plant crops, how to build shelters, how to read the stars. The mainstream anthropological view is that these are archetypes, products of a universal human psychology, that a flood is a natural metaphor for destruction and rebirth. But this explanation feels thin, dismissive. It ignores the specificity of the details that repeat across cultures, the 7 sages who survive, the warning from a god, the saving of knowledge on tablets or in an ark, the connection of the cataclysm to a celestial event. Could these stories be what they claim to be, not myths but memories, a preserved, shared trauma, passed down through countless generations, distorted by time and translation, but still retaining the core elements of a true event? If so, then the Sumerian story is not unique. It is simply the oldest written version we have found so far. It is the first time a survivor of the Great Forgetting managed to write down what everyone else was struggling to remember. The flood was not a local event, it was the end of a world, and Sumer was its first echo. You are now in the humid green of the Mexican jungle. The air is thick and alive, buzzing with insects and the calls of unseen birds. Sweat traces paths down your temples. You stand at the foot of the Temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza, a stone pyramid that functions as a massive, intricate calendar. The Mayans, like the Sumerians, possessed a startlingly advanced understanding of astronomy and mathematics. They calculated the length of the solar year to an accuracy of 99.99%. They tracked the synodic period of Venus with an error of only a few hours over 500 years, and at the heart of their cosmology was a familiar figure, a bearded, pale-skinned god who came from across the sea. They called him Kukulkan, or Quetzalcoatl. He brought them writing, mathematics, and the calendar. He forbade human sacrifice and taught a message of peace. Then he departed, promising one day to return. You look at the carvings that adorn the temples. You see feathered serpents, a symbol of this teacher god. The serpent is a curious symbol, found worldwide in connection with ancient wisdom. In Sumer, the god Enki was often depicted as a serpent and was credited with creating modern humans. In the Bible, a serpent in the Garden of Eden offers Adam and Eve the fruit of the tree of knowledge. In ancient India, the Naga were a race of serpent beings who were custodians of profound wisdom. Is this another coincidence? Or is the serpent a symbolic marker, a calling card left by a single, globe-spanning group of teachers in the deep past? Could the Anunnaki of Sumer, Viracocha of the Andes, and Quetzalcoatl of Mesoamerica all be different names for the same visitors? The thought is dizzying, a heresy against the established model of isolated cultural development. But the patterns carved in stone and preserved in myth are there. They are waiting for us to connect the dots. You leave the jungle heat of Mexico for the monsoonal humidity of Cambodia. You stand before the Bayan Temple at Angkor Thom, its stone towers carved with hundreds of serene, smiling faces. This vast temple complex, swallowed by the jungle for centuries, is a masterpiece of sacred geometry and astronomical alignment. And here, too, you find the serpent. Massive stone balustrades in the form of 7-headed Nagas line the causeways leading to the temples. In the lore of this region, the Naga were a race of intelligent, semi-divine, serpentine beings who lived in a subterranean kingdom. They were the guardians of ancient wisdom and were said to have intermarried with the first Khmer kings, their blood flowing in the royal lineage. This pattern, this global motif of serpentine teachers, is too specific to be a simple archetype. The serpent is not just a symbol of evil or temptation, as it has become in some Western traditions. In these ancient cultures, it is a symbol of knowledge, of healing, of cosmic forces, and of the teachers who brought that knowledge to humanity. The caduceus, the modern symbol of medicine, is 2 serpents entwined around a staff, the symbol of the Sumerian healing god Ningishzida, the feathered serpent of the Maya and Aztec, the Naga kings of Southeast Asia, the serpent god Enki of Sumer. What are we to make of this? Is it possible that we are seeing the faint mythologized footprint of a single coherent group, a group that used the serpent as its emblem, and who, in the aftermath of a global cataclysm, travelled the world to restart the civilizational project? It is an extraordinary claim, one that lies far outside the bounds of conventional history. but it is a theory that elegantly connects a vast and disparate body of evidence that, until now, has been treated as a collection of beautiful but unrelated fairy tales. You are back on the Bolivian Altiplano, nearly 4,000 meters above sea level. The wind is relentless, a thin, cold razor against your skin. The sky is an intense, bruised blue. You stand amidst the ruins of Pumapunku, a site that looks less like a temple and more like a cosmic catastrophe. Giant slabs of red sandstone and diorite lie scattered like a child's abandoned toys. But these are not toys. The largest block weighs an estimated 131 metric tons. To move it here from its quarry would have required technology and logistics that beggar belief. But the weight is not the greatest mystery. The mystery is in the workmanship. You kneel beside a fallen H-block, one of the site's signature features. You run your gloved hand over its surface. It is smooth as polished granite, with sharp 90-degree interior angles. You see a groove running along its length, just 2 millimeters wide, with a series of perfectly uniform drill holes inside it. No bronze or stone tool could create this. Diorite is one of the hardest stones on Earth, nearly an 8 on the Mohs scale. To cut it with this level of precision today would require diamond-tipped power tools and laser-guided machinery. The local people, the Aymara, say that Pumapunku was built not by their ancestors, but by the gods, in a single night, using a technology that could make the stones soft and carry them through the air with sound. This is the physical evidence that underpins the myths. The Sumerians wrote about their teachers. At Pumapunku you can touch their work. The stone doesn't just remember, it bears witness. It is a silent, immovable testament to a level of technological capability that has no business existing in the ancient world. It is the hardware to the Sumerian software, a physical anomaly that echoes their intellectual one. You pull out a set of architectural plans. On one side, a layout of a Sumerian temple from Kafaja in modern Iraq. On the other, a plan of the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan, Mexico. You place them side by side. The similarities are striking. Both are built on raised platforms. Both feature a central shrine with smaller subsidiary rooms arranged symmetrically around it. Both are oriented to the cardinal directions. You do the same with a drawing of a ziggurat from Ur and a stepped pyramid from Saqqara in Egypt. The architectural grammar is the same. Now you look closer at the construction details. At Pumapunku you see complex interlocking joints, where stones are fitted together with a precision that makes the structure earthquake-proof. You see the same technique in the megalithic walls of Cuzco and Ollantaytambo in Peru. You see it again, halfway across the world, in the Osirion at Abydos, Egypt, and in some of the oldest polygonal masonry in Greece. How is this possible? The standard model of independent invention requires us to believe that cultures separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years, all by sheer coincidence, arrived at the same highly specific and complex architectural solutions. It's like finding that cultures who never met all independently invented the sonnet, with the same rhyme scheme and meter. A more logical, if more challenging explanation is that they were all working from a common blueprint, that the builders of these enigmatic sites were all heirs to a single, ancient tradition of stonework, a tradition that was global in its reach. This does not mean that the Sumerians sailed to Peru. It suggests that both the Sumerians and the pre-Incan cultures of the Andes were the descendants of an even older parent civilization, one that had mastered these techniques long before the flood, and whose scattered survivors carried the knowledge with them to the far corners of the New World. You travel north now, into southeastern Turkey. The landscape is arid, rolling hills under a vast, empty sky. You stand on a rounded hilltop, a potbelly hill, which gives the site its name, Göbekli Tepe. For decades, this was thought to be nothing more than a medieval cemetery. Then, in 1994, a German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt began to dig. What he found shattered the timeline of human history. You stand now within one of the excavated stone enclosures. Massive T-shaped pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, are arranged in circles. They are carved with exquisite stylized reliefs of animals, foxes, boars, cranes, and snakes. This is the world's oldest known temple. Radiocarbon dating places its construction at 9600 BC. That is 7,000 years before the Sumerians, 6,000 years before Stonehenge. It was built by people who were supposed to be simple hunter-gatherers, with no pottery, no writing, no metal tools. You run your hand over the cool, rough limestone of a pillar. You trace the outline of a vulture, its wings outstretched. On this pillar, known as Pillar 43, researchers have identified a complex series of astronomical symbols. The vulture, they argue, represents the constellation Sagittarius. The scorpion carving corresponds to Scorpius. The animal figures are not just decoration, they are a star map, and they record a specific date, a cataclysmic comet impact, the same event that geologists believe triggered the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe around 10,150 BC. The builders of Göbekli Tepe, it seems, were not just hunter-gatherers. They were sophisticated astronomers, heirs to a scientific tradition that was already ancient 12,000 years ago. They built this temple not just as a place of worship, but as a memorial, a message carved in stone to warn future generations of a cosmic truth they had learned at a terrible price, that the sky can fall, and the civilization that taught the Sumerians, perhaps it was not destroyed by a flood after all, perhaps it was destroyed by fire from heaven. The wind whips dust across the hilltop at Göbekli Tepe. It is a lonely, exposed place. You feel a profound sense of temporal vertigo standing here. This site redefines the word ancient, but perhaps its greatest mystery is not its age, but its end. Around 8000 BC, after nearly 2,000 years of use, the entire complex was deliberately and carefully buried. Millions of tons of earth, stone, and animal bones were brought in to entomb the temples. It was an undertaking on the scale of the original construction. Why? Why would a people go to such lengths to bury their most sacred site? An archaeologist on site offers the conventional theory. It was a ritual act, a way of putting the temple to rest as their society transitioned to agriculture and moved on. But there is another, more haunting possibility. What if Göbekli Tepe was not put to rest, but put to sleep? What if it was buried for preservation? The builders knew that any structure left to the mercy of the elements would eventually crumble to dust. But a buried structure could survive for millennia. It could become a time capsule. Perhaps the message carved on Pillar 43 was not just a memorial, but a warning. A warning that the cosmos is not a benign clockwork mechanism, but a place of violent, unpredictable events. Perhaps the builders, the last inheritors of a scientific tradition from a lost world, understood this. Perhaps they buried their temple as an act of hope, a hope that a future civilization would one day be advanced enough to find it, to understand its message, and to relearn the forgotten science of the stars. It connects back to Sumer. It is the same pattern. Not just a restart, but a conscious, deliberate effort to pass knowledge across the abyss of a cataclysm. A message in a bottle, thrown into the ocean of time, waiting 12,000 years to be found. The journey takes you now to the American Southwest. You're in a kiva, a circular subterranean prayer chamber, sitting on a cool stone bench. The air smells of dry earth and juniper smoke. An elder of the Hopi nation sits across from you, his face a roadmap of deep time. He speaks, not of myths, but of history as it has been passed down to him. He tells of the previous worlds, and the destructions by fire and ice that ended them. He tells of how the Hopi ancestors emerged into this, the fourth world, through a sipapu, an opening in the earth. He speaks of the Kachinas, the powerful and benevolent spirit beings who taught the first people how to live in balance with the land, how to plant corn, and how to read the sacred patterns of the sky. His voice is quiet, measured. This is not folklore to him. It is memory, preserved through generations of careful oral transmission. You ask him about the ant people, who sheltered the Hopi ancestors underground during one of the destructions. You see depictions of them on ancient rock art panels, slim-bodied figures with large heads and huge eyes. They look unnervingly like the popular image of extraterrestrials. The elder simply smiles. The stories, he says, are what they are. This is what haunts you. Western academia is built on the written word. It dismisses oral tradition as unreliable, as prone to distortion. But what if it is not? What if these cultures, these knowledge keepers of Turtle Island, have preserved a chronicle of events that stretches back far beyond our own written records? What if their histories of world-ending cataclysms and sky god teachers are not metaphors but eyewitness accounts? It would mean that the Sumerians were not the only ones to remember. It would mean the memory of the lost world is everywhere, hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to learn how to listen. You leave the quiet kiva and return to the Library of Clay. You're holding two narratives in your mind, two histories from opposite ends of the earth, one written in cuneiform, the other spoken in the Hopi language. Both tell of ancestors who came from a drowned world. Both speak of powerful beings who taught the survivors the arts of civilization, the Hopi Kachinas, the Sumerian Anunnaki. Both traditions record a deep knowledge of astronomy and celestial cycles. The Hopi calendar, like the Mayan, is one of extraordinary complexity and accuracy. Their cosmology is mapped onto the landscape, with villages and shrines built to reflect the positions of the stars. The parallels are too numerous, too specific to ignore. What is happening here? The academic world is built on specialization. The archaeologist who studies Sumer does not talk to the ethnographer who studies the Hopi. The geologist who drills ice cores in Greenland does not compare notes with the linguist who studies Proto-Indo-European. They live in different intellectual worlds. But what happens when you step back and look at the big picture? You see the same patterns repeating, the same stories echoing, the same fingerprints on megalithic structures all over the planet. The evidence is not pointing to dozens of isolated miraculous births of civilization. It is pointing to a single global event, a lost civilization, a cataclysm that destroyed it, and a concerted worldwide effort by the survivors to preserve its legacy. The Sumerians were not the beginning. They were simply the most successful of the restoration projects. The first to rediscover writing, and thus the first to write down the memory that all of humanity shared. They are the headwaters of our known history, but the river began much, much further upstream, in a landscape we are only now beginning to map. You are back in the cool, silent halls of the Museum of the Ancient Near East in Berlin. You walk past the monumental Ishtar Gate, past the displays of intricate jewellery and pottery, to a small, unassuming clay cylinder covered in cuneiform. It is an inscription of Nabonidus, the last king of Babylon who ruled in the 6th century BC. He was an antiquarian, a king obsessed with the deep past. The inscription describes his excavation of the foundations of a temple at Sippar. He digs deep, past the levels of his recent predecessors, past the legendary Sargon of Akkad, past even the earliest Sumerian kings. And there, deep in the earth, he finds the original foundation stone, laid by Naram Sin, who ruled 1700 years before him. But then he writes something extraordinary. He says that this foundation stone was itself a restoration, built upon an even older temple, one that had been built so long ago that its origins were lost to memory. Then you find another inscription, this one from an early Sumerian king, which reads, "I found the temple in a state of decay. I restored it. I cleared its foundations and rebuilt it according to the original plans." Again and again this theme appears in the ancient texts. The Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, they did not see themselves as inventors, but as custodians, restorers. They speak of rebuilding what was before, of consulting the drawings from the time before the flood. This is the narrative framework that makes sense of all the anomalies, the advanced knowledge, the impossible timeline, the global myths, the out-of-place technology. They are all echoes, fragments, salvaged pieces of a world that was lost. The Sumerians are not the dawn of civilization. They are the children of a great forgetting, the first generation to wake from a long, dark night, struggling to piece together the fragments of a dream. They are the beginning of our history, but not the beginning of the human story. They are simply the first chapter of the restoration. You are walking through the hushed halls of a natural history museum. The air is still and carries the faint, sweet smell of preservative chemicals. You stand before the skeleton of a mammoth, its great curved tusks sweeping towards the ceiling. This creature and the world it inhabited vanished from the earth around 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age. This is the moment in deep time that all the threads of our story seem to lead back to. The Younger Dryas, the astronomical alignments at Göbekli Tepe, the flood myths from every corner of the planet, the geological evidence of catastrophic sea level rise. Something happened, something terrible, an event or a series of events that plunged the world into chaos and nearly drove our species to extinction. The civilization we have been searching for, the one that taught the Sumerians, was a casualty of this event. It was a maritime civilization, whose cities were located on the coastlines of the world, coastlines that are now 100 meters underwater. Its knowledge of astronomy, of mathematics, of engineering, was not lost in a single moment, but drowned over a period of centuries. The survivors were scattered, traumatized. They became refugees on a hostile planet. Some, like the builders of Göbekli Tepe, tried to preserve the high science. Others, like the ancestors of the Sumerians and the Egyptians, carried with them the practical knowledge of statecraft, of law, of agriculture. And many more were reduced to a state of primitive survival, their only inheritance a collection of stories about a golden age before the flood. This is the new map of the ancient past that the evidence suggests, a map with a great drowned continent of lost time at its centre. We are the descendants, not of hunter-gatherers who miraculously discovered civilization, but of the traumatized survivors of a civilization that was lost. You're in a deep sea submersible, thousands of feet below the surface of the North Atlantic. The water outside is a perfect crushing black. The only light comes from the powerful lamps of your vehicle, illuminating a blizzard of marine snow. You're descending along the mid-Atlantic ridge. A geologist on the comm system explains what you're seeing on the sonar. About 12,800 years ago, at the start of the Younger Dryas, something slammed into the North American ice sheet. The evidence for this impact is overwhelming. A thin layer of molten glass, nanodiamonds, and extraterrestrial iridium found in sediment cores across 4 continents. The impactor, likely a fragmented comet, flash vaporized millions of tons of ice, triggering unimaginable floods and plunging the Northern Hemisphere into a 1,000-year winter. This is the kill shot. This is the event memorialized at Göbekli Tepe. The resulting sea level rise, a sudden surge that would have drowned coastal cities around the world, is the likely origin of the global flood myths. It was not a single biblical flood of 40 days and 40 nights. It was a centuries-long process of inundation, a slow, relentless swallowing of the land. The world of the Ice Age did not end gracefully. It ended in fire and water. The advanced civilization that tracked the stars and built megalithic wonders was not wiped out by a gradual climate shift they could adapt to. It was destroyed by a sudden, violent and cosmic event. The world of Ziusudra, of Manu, of the ancestors of the Hopi, was torn apart. The survivors were not just rebuilding a civilization. They were doing it in a world that had been fundamentally broken. And this is perhaps the greatest testament to their legacy. Not that their world was lost, but that any of its knowledge managed to survive at all. You are back in the library, the quiet heart of our investigation. You pull down the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the earliest surviving works of literature. In it, the hero king Gilgamesh, terrified of his own mortality, seeks out Utnapishtim, the survivor of the Great Flood, the Sumerian Ziusudra. When Gilgamesh finds him, Utnapishtim's story is not one of divine deliverance. It is a story of trauma. He speaks of the terror of the storm, the cries of his people as they drowned, the horror of seeing the world turned back into a featureless ocean. He speaks of the gods themselves cowering in fear from the deluge they had unleashed. When you read this ancient text through the lens of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, it transforms. This is not myth. It is a survivor's account. The terror is real. The descriptions of a world-ending catastrophe are not poetic exaggeration. They are journalism. The Anunnaki are no longer distant, all-powerful gods. They are the leaders of a technologically advanced civilization, faced with a cosmic disaster they cannot control. Some, like the god Enlil, argue for letting humanity perish. Others, like Enki, work in secret to save a handful of them. This is not a story about gods and men. It is a story about a hard choice in the face of annihilation. Who do you save? What knowledge is essential? How do you ensure that the spark of civilization is not extinguished forever? The Anunnaki of the texts begin to look less like gods and more like the administrators of a lifeboat, making impossible choices in the final hours of a dying world. The fragments of clay no longer whisper of myth. They scream with the urgency of a preserved memory, a final report from a world on the brink of oblivion. You're in a cartography room, surrounded by maps of every conceivable kind. Satellite images of ocean floors, geological surveys, ancient Portolan charts. You unroll a map of the world as it was during the last ice age, 13,000 years ago. The coastlines are utterly alien. With sea levels 120 meters lower, vast areas that are now seabed were dry land. The Persian Gulf did not exist. The Tigris and Euphrates rivers flowed out into a fertile plain that stretched all the way to the Strait of Hormuz. The islands of Indonesia were part of a massive continent called Sunderland. A land bridge connected Siberia and Alaska. This is the lost world. This is the map of the civilization we have been searching for, a global, maritime culture whose great cities and ports are now lost beneath the waves. The story we have been taught of civilization beginning with the Sumerians in Mesopotamia is not wrong. It is just incomplete. It is like starting a biography in the subject's middle age. The Sumerians did not invent civilization in a vacuum. They inherited it. They were the beneficiaries of a rescue mission, a concerted effort by the survivors of the Younger Dryas cataclysm to replant the seeds of knowledge in the most fertile ground they could find. Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers, was one of those places. The Nile Valley in Egypt was another, the Indus Valley a third. The story of human civilization is not a single, steady ascent. It is a story of a catastrophic fall and a long, slow, painful climb back up. We are not the first. We are the children of the survivors, and our history is haunted by the ghost of the world they lost, a world whose true grandeur we are only now beginning to comprehend. The clay doesn't lie. It simply waited for us to learn how to ask the right questions. You are back in the office, the desk littered with maps and books and translations of ancient texts. The city outside is quiet now, the traffic a distant whisper. You look at the evidence laid out before you, a vast and fragmented puzzle. The comfortable story of humanity's slow, steady march from cave to city lies in ruins. In its place is a far stranger, more dramatic and more humbling narrative, a story of cycles, of great peaks of civilizational achievement, followed by catastrophic collapses and long periods of forgetting. The Sumerians were not the first peak. They were the beginning of the recovery from the last great valley. This new model of history does not answer every question. In fact, it raises even more profound ones. Who were the people of this lost civilization? Were they a branch of Homo sapiens like us, or something else? If their teachers, the Anunnaki, were not gods but advanced beings, were they survivors of that same lost civilization? Or were they visitors from somewhere else entirely? These are questions that, for now, we cannot answer. The evidence is too fragmented, the silence from the deep past too profound. But the questions themselves are important. They force us to reconsider our place in the cosmos, to question the arrogance of our belief that we are the pinnacle of creation. They ask us to be humble in the face of the vastness of time. The story of Sumer is a reminder that what we call history is just the latest chapter, and that the book of humanity is far longer and far stranger than we have ever been taught. We are a civilization with amnesia, trying to understand ourselves by reading only the last few pages of our own autobiography. The rest is lost in the dark. You are back in the dusty archive of the British Museum, in a room filled with the quiet rustle of paper. A historian unrolls a large colour-coded chart. It is a cross-cultural comparison of flood myths. On it, you see the story of Ziusudra from Sumer, Noah from the Hebrew Bible, Deucalion from Greece, Manu from India. In each story, a hero is warned of an impending flood, builds a boat, and saves a remnant of humanity. But now you notice a deeper, more specific parallel. The Sumerian texts speak of the Apkallu, 7 semi-divine sages who lived before the flood and gave humanity the foundations of culture. After the flood, they are said to have reappeared to help the survivors rebuild. In India, the Vedas tell of the Saptarishi, the 7 sages who survived the cosmic flood in a boat with Manu and bring sacred knowledge into the new age. In ancient Egypt, the pyramid texts refer to the Shemsu Hor, the followers of Horus, a group of wise beings who ruled in a golden age before the first pharaohs. This is a recurring motif, a specific number, 7, a group of wise beings who act as the repositories and transmitters of civilization's essential knowledge across the boundary of a cataclysm. Is this another coincidence? Or are these traditions all preserving the memory of the same group? Perhaps the civilizer gods, the Anunnaki, Viracocha, Quetzalcoatl, were not a pantheon of deities but the leaders of this rescue operation. And the 7 sages were their specialists, the scientists, engineers and architects tasked with preserving the core data of their civilization. This framework does not require us to believe in gods or aliens. It asks us to consider a far more terrestrial and perhaps more plausible scenario, that an advanced human civilization, faced with extinction, took deliberate and extraordinary measures to ensure its knowledge would survive. The Sumerian texts, in this light, become the most detailed record we have of that survival plan. They are the field notes from the dawn of the Restoration. You're in the cartography room again. The map of the Ice Age world spread out before you. The pieces of the puzzle are all here now, scattered across its unfamiliar continents. You begin to place them. The 7 sages, the Apkallu, emerge from the drowned coast of the Persian Gulf, carrying their precious tablets of knowledge. Ziusudra, their chosen pupil, becomes the first post-Diluvian king. They establish Eridu as their first headquarters, rebuilding what was there before. From this beachhead of restored civilization, a mission is launched. Enki, the leader of the scientific faction, goes west to the Nile Valley, where he becomes known to the Egyptians as Ptah, the god of craftsmen and architects. His counterpart, Enlil, head of the administrative faction, remains in Mesopotamia to oversee the development of Sumer. Other members of this cadre, these Anunnaki, travel further. One goes to the Andes, where he is remembered as the bearded god Viracocha. Another to Mesoamerica, where he becomes Quetzalcoatl. This is, of course, a speculative reconstruction, a heresy. But it is a narrative that honours the evidence in a way the standard model does not. It explains the suddenness of Sumer. It explains the impossible knowledge of precession. It explains the flood myths, the teacher gods, the shared architectural motifs, the out-of-place technologies. It frames the Anunnaki not as aliens, but as the human survivors of a human cataclysm. Terribly advanced, godlike in their powers compared to the traumatized hunter-gatherers they encountered, but human nonetheless. The story is no longer about gods descending from heaven. It is about a desperate global mission undertaken by the last scientists of a drowned world. A mission to restart the human story, to ensure that the great forgetting was not absolute. A mission whose first and most successful chapter was written in the mud of ancient Sumer. Our journey ends where it began. You are back in Iraq, standing once more before the ruins of Uruk. The sun is setting, painting the sky in violent shades of orange and purple. The crumbling ziggurat is a black silhouette against the dying light. The heat of the day is finally bleeding out of the earth, and a cool breeze whispers through the broken walls. This place, which once seemed like the beginning of everything, now feels like something else. An end, an echo, a monument to a memory. You look at the cuneiform tablets in your mind's eye, at the impossible numbers of the king list, at the star charts from a sky 12,000 years gone. You see the flood layers, the out-of-place technologies, the myths that are not myths. You see the ghost of a civilization so old its ruins lie beneath the sea, and its memory survives only in the stories of its scattered, traumatized children. The Sumerians were the first to write it all down. They were the ones who took the fading oral traditions of the post-cataclysmic world and fixed them in clay, creating a library of the forgotten. Our history books call them the cradle of civilization, but the evidence suggests they were the cradle of our amnesia. They were the generation that could still remember the dream, but could no longer recall the waking world that preceded it. They knew they were restoring something, but they had forgotten what, precisely, had been lost. Their stories are a message to us. They are a call to remember, a call to look deeper into our own past, to question the comfortable stories we tell ourselves, and to accept the humbling, terrifying, and ultimately magnificent possibility that we are not the first great technological civilization this planet has produced. We are simply the latest, and perhaps the most forgetful. You are alone now, sitting on the highest tier of the crumbling ziggurat at Uruk. The sky is full of stars, the same stars the Sumerian priests watched from this very spot 5,000 nights ago. The wind is a low moan across the desert. All the evidence, all the threads of this vast and tangled story settle around you in the cool darkness. We are left with a choice. We can accept the standard model, with its miracles of sudden genius and its vast collection of inexplicable coincidences. We can believe that dozens of unconnected cultures all happen to invent the same flood myths, worship the same serpent gods, and build the same kinds of astronomically aligned temples, all by chance. Or we can accept the story the ancients themselves told us, a story of a former world, a great cataclysm, and a heroic effort to preserve the flame of knowledge for a future they could only hope would one day exist. This second path is harder. It requires us to abandon the comforting idea of linear progress. It forces us to confront the possibility that we are not the smartest our species has ever been. It opens the door to a human story far deeper, more dramatic, and more mysterious than we have ever imagined. It suggests that our civilization is not a fortress on a hill, but a fragile sandcastle on a shore, and that the tide has gone out before. But it is a story that fits the evidence. It honours the testimony of the ancients. It connects the dots between the flood layers in Iraq, the star maps at Göbekli Tepe, the machined precision of Pumapunku, and the sudden, blazing dawn of civilization in Sumer. The questions that remain are immense. They are the work of generations to come. But perhaps the most important first step is simply to admit that there is a mystery to be solved, to accept that the clay tablets, the standing stones, and the oral traditions of the world are not just the quaint artifacts of a primitive past, but a library of survivor testimonies from a chapter of our own story that we have forgotten how to read. You are in your own room. The journey is over. The sounds of museums, laboratories, and windswept ruins have faded, replaced by the familiar quiet of your personal space. The sun may be rising or setting outside your window. You are at the threshold of sleep. It is in this quiet space that the full weight of the journey settles. The story of Sumer is not just a historical curiosity, it is a mirror. It reflects our own anxieties about the permanence of our world. We believe we are the masters of this planet, the pinnacle of its evolution. We have split the atom, walked on the moon, mapped the human genome. Our cities gleam with electric light. Our knowledge is stored in a global digital network. We feel permanent, invincible. But what if we are not? What if our civilization is just as fragile as theirs was? The Younger Dryas was triggered by a cosmic impact. We live in a cosmic shooting gallery. We know that another such impact is not a matter of if, but when. We are facing a climate crisis of our own making, a slow-motion cataclysm that threatens to flood our own coastal cities and destabilize our food supply. What would survive us? What fragments of our knowledge would a traumatized band of survivors carry into a new dark age? Would they remember our science, our art, our history? Or would it all degrade into myth? Would our astronauts become sky gods? Would our scientists become the seven sages? Would our global network become a half-remembered story of a golden age when all the world's knowledge was available at a touch? The Sumerian story is a profound and humbling cautionary tale. It is a whisper from the deep past, a reminder that even the greatest civilizations can fall, and that memory is the most fragile treasure we possess. It is the story of a species with amnesia, forever dreaming of a world it can no longer remember, and in that perhaps lies the key. History is not a line, it is a cycle, and we are asleep, dreaming that we are awake. You close your eyes. The room around you dissolves. You're standing on a precipice at the edge of time. Behind you, shrouded in mist, is the lost world of the Ice Age, a civilization of impossible achievements, its cities now drowned, its science now myth. Before you, stretching out into the vastness of the future, is our own world, fragile and bright, and in between, standing at the dawn of our own historical memory, are the Sumerians. They are the bridge, the survivors, the keepers of a fading memory. All the evidence we have explored on this journey, the suddenness of their knowledge, the impossible numbers in their king lists, their sophisticated astronomy, their flood stories, their accounts of the Anunnaki, it all points to a single, profound conclusion. We have been reading our own story with the first chapter missing. History is a kind of sleep. We drift through the ages, unaware of the worlds that came before, convinced that our own fleeting dream is the only reality. But sometimes, in the quiet moments between sleeping and waking, we catch a glimpse, a fragment of a memory, a half-recalled image, a story that feels older than the language it is told in. The Sumerian records are that glimpse. They are the dream diary of a species trying to wake up. They remind us that we are part of a story far grander and more ancient than we know. They challenge us to become archaeologists of our own memory, to dig past the comfortable narratives and to search for the foundations of the world that was, the world that sleeps beneath the floodwaters of forgotten time. The clay tablets do not hold all the answers, but they teach us finally how to ask the right questions, and that perhaps is the most precious knowledge of all.
Welcome to Sapiens Untold Live. Settle in for a continuous journey through lost civilizations, ancient mysteries, forgotten peoples, and the deep story of humanity. From the first firelit camps to vanished cities beneath desert, jungle, ice and sea, the past is still speaking. You are watching Sapiens Untold, streaming ancient history and sleep stories, day and night.
12,800 years ago, something struck Earth from space, triggering global catastrophe.
Advanced civilizations may have thrived before impact. The survivors called it the Great Flood.
Temperatures plunged 15 degrees in decades. Continent-sized wildfires. Ice sheets collapsed into oceans.
What if human history is far older? What if we have forgotten our own apocalypse?
Welcome to Sapiens Untold. If you enjoy these explorations of humanity's mysteries, please like and subscribe. Where are you listening from tonight? It's dawn at Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, and you're standing among 11,000-year-old megaliths that shouldn't exist. The cool morning air carries the scent of dry earth as you gaze upon colossal T-shaped pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, intricately carved with enigmatic animals, vultures, scorpions, snakes, rising from a landscape that feels impossibly ancient. These structures predate the accepted timeline for settled human civilization by thousands of years, pushing the very definition of what we believed Stone Age hunter-gatherers were capable of. You run your hand along the rough, sun-warmed stone, contemplating the precision required to quarry, transport, and erect these monumental works with no known metal tools. Mainstream archaeology attributes Göbekli Tepe to a sophisticated cult of hunter-gatherers, but alternative researchers ponder if it's far more. This site's earliest layers date to around 600 years ago, placing its construction before or during Asterisk, a pivotal and catastrophic period in Earth's history, the Younger Dryas event. Imagine, if you will, a world suddenly plunged back into an ice age. Geological evidence suggests that around 12,800 years ago, a cosmic impact, a comet or asteroid fragment, struck Earth. This event is hypothesized to have triggered a global cataclysm, initiating a catastrophic climate reversal in mere decades. Temperatures plummeted by up to 15 degrees Celsius across vast regions, continent-sized wildfires raged, and massive ice sheets began an accelerated melt, leading to unprecedented floods. The whispers of meltwater echoed across the globe. This 300-year deep freeze, the Younger Dryas stadial, interrupted a period of rapid warming after the last ice age, reshaping the planet and potentially erasing the footprints of any advanced cultures that thrived in the warmer epochs. What if Göbekli Tepe isn't the beginning asterisk of civilization, but a monumental effort by survivors asterisk of such an apocalypse? Perhaps a sanctuary built to preserve knowledge, or to commemorate a lost world. The site's intentional burial suggests a profound desire to protect something, or perhaps to hide it from a future generation ill-equipped to understand. As you stand before these silent sentinels, you wonder what catastrophic event compelled ancient hands to move mountains of stone, and what profound secrets they buried beneath the dust of ages. You feel the dry wind whisper across the Anatolian plateau as you walk among the ancient circles of Göbekli Tepe, the shadows of the megaliths lengthening with the advancing day. Here the sheer scale of the effort becomes more apparent. Imagine the labor. No draft animals known, no wheels, no complex metallurgy. Yet stone pillars, some twice your height, stand aligned, their surfaces adorned with intricate carvings of animal totems and abstract symbols that resonate with a powerful, forgotten cosmology. Mainstream archaeology often attributes this astonishing feat to highly organized, but still Neolithic, hunter-gatherer communities. You lean in, examining the precise flaking marks on the colossal stones, evidence of patient, skilled stonemasonry. How did such groups, typically focused on daily survival, mobilize thousands to quarry, transport, and intricately carve these massive structures? The conventional narrative suggests a sudden, unprecedented surge of societal complexity. But what if the story is far more intricate, woven from threads of both destruction and preservation? Consider the context. Göbekli Tepe arose at the cusp of, or even during, the Younger Dryas cold snap. Geological evidence suggests that a cosmic impact around 12,800 years ago plunged the planet into chaos. This event may have triggered continent-sized wildfires, dramatic glacial ice sheet collapse, and a catastrophic climate reversal, plummeting temperatures 15 degrees Celsius in mere decades. Imagine advanced human societies, perhaps thriving during the relatively warm period just before this cataclysm, suddenly facing global fires, floods, and a 1-300-year deep freeze. What if the hunter-gatherers of Göbekli Tepe were not solely inventing civilization from scratch, but rather were survivors, guardians of a fragmented knowledge, rebuilding from a more technologically sophisticated past? The sheer sophistication of this site, predating agriculture and pottery, challenges the notion of linear human progress. You ponder the astronomical alignments some researchers propose within these ancient stones, suggesting a knowledge of the cosmos far beyond what we typically associate with this era. Could these monuments be a cosmic clock, a warning, or perhaps a desperate attempt to record a global catastrophe for future generations? The questions echo in the vast silence, hinting at a human history far older and more profound than we currently allow ourselves to imagine. You plunge beneath the warm turquoise waters off the coast of Yonaguni Island, Japan, the sunlight dappling through the clear depths. Before you, a monumental structure emerges from the ocean floor, a vast, stepped pyramid, its sheer faces and sharp angles almost defying belief. This is the Yonaguni Monument, an underwater enigma that stretches over 50 meters in length, with terraces, platforms, and perfectly right-angled features suggesting deliberate carving. The currents gently tug at you as you hover, tracing the impossible geometry with your eyes. Orthodox geology largely attributes these formations to natural processes, a spectacular example of erosion and tectonic activity shaping sandstone. You can certainly observe natural fractures and bedding planes within the rock. However, proponents of the artificial structure hypothesis, including marine geologist Masaaki Kimura, point to compelling details. Perfectly straight edges, 90-degree corners, vast flat surfaces, and what appear to be steps and carved pathways. You perceive features resembling a giant relief sculpture of an animal, and what some call stadium seating. These are not common attributes of natural rock formations. The crucial element to consider is sea level. Approximately 12,800 years ago, at the onset of the Younger Dryas, global sea levels were considerably lower, by as much as 120 meters. This monument, sitting currently at depths up to 25 meters, would have been above water during the pre-Younger Dryas period. Could this submerged complex be a relic from a sophisticated human society that existed before the catastrophic cosmic impact? The impact hypothesis suggests this event caused rapid glacial melt, massive flooding from meltwater, and a subsequent sea level rise that inundated coastal regions worldwide. What if civilizations flourished on coastlines, now lost beneath the waves? Yonaguni presents a tantalizing possibility. A massive structure, seemingly constructed with advanced planning, and perhaps even astronomical alignment, now submerged, a silent testament to a world transformed by cataclysm. You drift slowly around a massive, intricately cut block, feeling the cold, silent weight of ages, pondering the ingenuity of hands long turned to dust, or the astonishing artistry of nature itself. This submerged mystery challenges our understanding of human history, and invites us to consider what else lies hidden beneath the oceans. The hot desert wind whips sand around your ankles as you stand before the Great Sphinx of Giza. Its colossal form rising from the desert floor, its enigmatic gaze fixed on the eastern horizon. You feel the ancient limestone, pitted and worn, contemplating the deep furrows and undulating patterns that etch its enclosure walls. Mainstream archaeology firmly dates the Sphinx to the Old Kingdom, attributing its construction to Pharaoh Khafre around 400–500 years ago, alongside his pyramid. Its presence here is a testament to the power of early dynastic Egypt, yet a closer inspection of the weathering patterns sparks a profound question. Geologist Robert Schoch, among others, contends that the primary erosion visible on the Sphinx and its enclosure walls is not consistent with millennia of wind and sand, but rather with prolonged, heavy rainfall. You trace the deep, vertical fissures and rounded, undulating surfaces on the limestone, patterns distinctly different from the horizontal striations typically left by wind-blown sand. Such extensive water erosion would require a climate far wetter than Egypt has experienced in the last 8,000 years. This geological evidence suggests a much earlier origin, potentially pushing the Sphinx's construction back to the end of the last ice age, a period that aligns eerily with the Younger Dryas cataclysm. Imagine the landscape during that time, not the parched desert you see today, but a region capable of sustaining significant rainfall, perhaps fueled by the massive meltwater pulses following the glacial collapse. Around 12,800 years ago, a cosmic impact is hypothesized to have initiated a catastrophic climate reversal, leading to continent-sized wildfires and immense flooding as glacial ice sheets destabilized. Such a tumultuous period would have brought dramatic weather shifts, including sustained periods of torrential rain to regions like ancient Egypt. If the Sphinx predates dynastic Egypt by thousands of years, what does that imply about human civilization before the Younger Dryas? Could this monumental sculpture be a survivor, a silent witness to a lost, sophisticated culture that vanished in the flames and floods? Its precision and scale certainly suggest a developed society. While skeptics argue other factors might explain the weathering, proponents point to these anomalies demanding re-evaluation of our historical timeline. You feel the sun on your face, the wind carrying whispers of a hidden past, and wonder what other secrets the Sphinx's timeless gaze conceals about a world irrevocably changed by cataclysm. The crisp Andean air bites at your cheeks as you stand on the high plain overlooking Cusco. Before the monumental walls of Sacsayhuaman, sunlight glints off the massive, intricately fitted stones that form its lower ramparts. You feel the cool, rough texture of the grey limestone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, seamlessly interlocking without mortar. The precision is breathtaking. You run your fingers along a joint and find it almost imperceptible. This cyclopean masonry, a hallmark of what some call polygonal or megalithic construction, defies easy explanation, even with modern tools. Mainstream archaeology attributes Sacsayhuaman, with its upper, smaller stonework, to the Inca Empire, built perhaps 500 to 600 years ago, as a fortress or ceremonial site. However, the foundational layers, with their colossal, perfectly fitted stones, present an enduring puzzle. These lower courses exhibit a construction style far more sophisticated and ancient-looking than typical Inca work. Some researchers, including Graham Hancock, suggest these foundations might be remnants of a much older civilization, later incorporated and built upon by the Inca. The Inca themselves attributed many such megalithic structures to a legendary, earlier race called the Viracocha. Consider the sheer engineering challenge. How were these enormous stones quarried, transported kilometers, and then lifted and shaped to fit so flawlessly? Modern estimates suggest such feats would require thousands of workers and advanced techniques. Yet conventional understanding of the pre-Inca Andean cultures does not include the tools or organizational capacity for such construction. This anomaly raises profound questions, especially when viewed through the lens of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. If a cosmic impact around 12,800 years ago caused a global cataclysm, massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, and a sudden climate reversal, what would have survived? Perhaps only the most robust, precision-built structures, What if sophisticated human societies thrived in the Andes during the warm period before this event? Such a civilization could have possessed the knowledge and technology for precision megalithic construction, only to be largely erased by the subsequent 300-year deep freeze. The enduring foundations of Sacsayhuaman then become more than just ancient walls. They are a possible echo of a lost world, a testament to an earlier, perhaps forgotten, chapter of human ingenuity before the great cataclysm. You feel the silent power emanating from these impossible stones, sensing a deep, hidden history beneath your feet. The vast, shimmering desert floor stretches before you as you gaze up at the pyramids of Giza. Their immense scale, almost overwhelming. The sheer precision of their angles and alignments, particularly the Great Pyramid, has captivated observers for millennia. You feel the weight of history in the dry air, touching the massive, finely dressed limestone blocks that form the outer casing, now largely gone but still visible at the base. Mainstream Egyptology dates these pyramids to the 4th dynasty, around 400–500 years ago, built as tombs for pharaohs, and testament to the organizational power of early dynastic Egypt. Yet, a closer look reveals remarkable astronomical correlations that challenge the conventional narrative of primitive knowledge. Researchers like Robert Borval highlight the precise alignment of the 3 Giza pyramids with the 3 stars of Orion's belt. Crucially, this alignment is not exact for the pyramids' accepted construction date, but rather perfectly reflects the constellation's position as it appeared around 12,500 years ago. You contemplate the long, narrow shafts within the Great Pyramid, which point directly to specific stars, Orion and Sirius, key celestial bodies in ancient Egyptian cosmology, but again, precisely aligned to a much earlier epoch. What could explain such sophisticated astronomical knowledge, seemingly encoded into structures whose official dating post-dates the celestial alignments by thousands of years? This temporal discrepancy opens a door to the possibility that these alignments are a legacy from a far older, more advanced civilization. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis offers a compelling framework for this idea. If a cosmic impact around 12,800 years ago caused a global cataclysm, wiping out advanced cultures, what survived? Perhaps not cities, but knowledge, encoded in enduring monuments. Imagine a sophisticated society existing before this event, possessing advanced astronomical understanding. When disaster struck, massive floods from meltwater, continent-sized wildfires, a sudden climate reversal, they might have sought to preserve their most vital knowledge. Building enduring structures, aligned to cosmic clocks, could have been their way of passing down a warning, a message across the vast gulf of catastrophe. The Giza pyramids, with their impossible precision and ancient stellar maps, could be such a message in stone, a silent echo of a forgotten age when humans looked up at the same stars and understood their profound movements with a wisdom we are only now beginning to rediscover. The dawn light paints the desert in hues of gold and ochre as you ascend, gazing down upon the vast, arid plain of Nazca, Peru. Below, etched into the rust-colored earth, are the enigmatic Nazca lines, hundreds of colossal geoglyphs depicting animals, geometric shapes, and long straight lines stretching for miles. You feel a sense of awe as the intricate designs, invisible from the ground, fully reveal themselves from this vantage point. The hummingbird, the spider, the monkey, each a marvel of ancient artistry and engineering. Mainstream archaeology attributes these monumental artworks to the Nazca culture, who flourished in this region between 200 BCE and 600 CE. It is believed they were created for religious or astronomical purposes, perhaps as pathways for ceremonial processions or as giant calendars. You consider the painstaking process, removing the dark surface rocks to reveal the lighter soil beneath, maintaining scale and proportion over vast distances without an aerial perspective. This alone speaks to incredible organization and ingenuity. However, the sheer scale and the necessity of aerial viewing provoke deeper questions. What if their purpose extended beyond mere ceremony or calendar keeping? Some researchers, including Maria Reicher, who dedicated her life to studying the lines, suggested astronomical functions, but others propose a link to older lost knowledge. Could some of these geoglyphs be far older, perhaps surviving from a civilization preceding the Younger Dryas catastrophe? The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis posits a cosmic collision 800 years ago, triggering a global cataclysm, massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, and a sudden climate reversal. This event could have wiped out advanced societies, leaving only fragments of their legacy. What if the Nazca lines are not solely the product of the Nazca culture, but rather an echo of earlier, more advanced astronomical or cartographical knowledge preserved and reinterpreted? If civilizations existed that possessed sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics, they might have created such enduring markers. These massive ground etchings, aligned to celestial events or marking ancient pathways, could be a desperate attempt to record critical information, visible from above, meant to survive a global deluge and climatic upheaval. As you hover above this immense outdoor gallery, you are left to wonder about the eyes that conceived these designs, eyes that perhaps sought to communicate across the eons, warning future generations of a lost world. The chill of a winter solstice morning wraps around you as you stand before the massive mound of Newgrange in Ireland, feeling the ancient cold emanating from its earth and stone. This prehistoric passage tomb, radiocarbon dated to approximately 3200 BCE, is a masterpiece of Neolithic engineering. You run your hand over the giant curbstones, intricately carved with spirals and lozenges, sensing the profound artistry of its builders. Mainstream archaeology tells us Newgrange was built by Stone Age farmers, a ceremonial and burial site, aligned with the rising sun of the winter solstice. As the sun begins its ascent on this shortest day, you enter the long, narrow passage, the air growing heavy and still. You walk deeper into the earth, feeling the weight of millennia above you. Then, a miracle of ancient engineering. A beam of golden light pierces the darkness through a perfectly aligned roof box above the entrance, slowly illuminating the chamber's rear. This precise astronomical alignment, maintaining accuracy for thousands of years, speaks of an astonishing understanding of celestial mechanics. It implies a sophisticated grasp of the Sun's annual cycle and the Earth's orbital path, far beyond what is typically attributed to early agricultural societies. But what if this profound knowledge isn't merely the peak of Neolithic achievement, but a legacy, a fragment of wisdom, preserved from a much older, lost civilization? The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis suggests a cosmic collision, 800 years ago, triggered a global cataclysm, a 300-year deep freeze, massive floods, and continent-sized wildfires. This event, interrupting the warming trend after the Ice Age, may have erased sophisticated human societies that thrived during the preceding interglacial period. Consider the possibility that the builders of Newgrange inherited this astronomical blueprint, passing down critical knowledge through generations of survivors. Such monuments, enduring through millennia, could have served as cosmic clocks, navigational aids, or even warnings. Why does such precise celestial alignment appear globally in various ancient structures? Newgrange, with its enduring connection to the winter solstice sun, offers a powerful contemplative echo of a time when the heavens held profound and perhaps forgotten messages for humanity, a silent testament to a world irrevocably altered by catastrophe, where agriculture and civilization suddenly appear after the Younger Dryas, as if knowledge was preserved. The vast, empty expanse of the Pacific Ocean stretches to the horizon as you stand on Rapa Nui, feeling the constant sea breeze on your face. Around you, the colossal Moai statues, many toppled or unfinished, lie scattered across the volcanic landscape. You gaze at their stoic faces, carved from volcanic tuff, some weighing over 75 tons, and marvel at the mystery of their creation and transport. How did the ancient Rapa Nui people, isolated on this remote island, achieve such monumental feats of engineering with seemingly rudimentary tools? Mainstream archaeology dates the Moai construction to between 1250 and 1500 CE, attributing their decline to resource depletion and societal collapse. The prevailing theory suggests that the islanders cut down all their trees to transport and erect these statues, leading to an ecological disaster. You can see the evidence of quarrying at Rano Rereku, where hundreds of unfinished moai remain embedded in the rock, as if work suddenly stopped. Yet a persistent question lingers. Could some of these structures, or the knowledge to create them, be far older, perhaps surviving echoes of a more ancient past? The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis invites us to consider the possibility that sophisticated human societies thrived before the cosmic impact of 12,800 years ago, only to be catastrophically erased by global cataclysms. Massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, and a sudden climate reversal that plunged the world into a 1,300-year deep freeze. What if the initial settlers of Rapa Nui carried with them a fragmented legacy of advanced building techniques, or astronomical knowledge from a forgotten predecessor civilization? While the Moai themselves are not dated to the Younger Dryas, their sheer megalithic scale and the profound mystery of their transportation resonate with similar enigmas across the globe. Could the ecological collapse narrative be influenced by a lack of understanding of a potential earlier human presence on the island, a history lost to the catastrophic sea level changes and environmental upheavals following the Younger Dryas event? As you stand surrounded by these silent giants, facing the endless ocean, you sense a deeper, more tragic story embedded in their stone, a silent question about humanity's capacity to rise and to fall across the vast canvas of prehistory. You stand on the deck of a research vessel in the North Sea, the wind carrying the scent of salt and distant rain. Below, sonar scans reveal a submerged landscape, a vast ancient landmass known as Doggerland, now lost beneath the waves. You imagine it as it once was, a fertile plain connecting Britain to mainland Europe, teeming with life, crisscrossed by rivers, and inhabited by Mesolithic hunter-gatherers. Marine archaeology, often accidental, has yielded artifacts like tools, bones, and even fossilized human footprints from these sunken lands, providing glimpses into a vibrant prehistoric existence. Mainstream archaeology meticulously pieces together the picture of these early Europeans, adapting to the rich, dynamic environments of Doggerland during the last glacial period. Yet, the story of its submersion is profoundly intertwined with the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. Around 12,800 years ago, a cosmic collision is proposed to have triggered a global cataclysm, a sudden climate reversal, and crucially, massive glacial ice sheet collapse. This led to rapid meltwater pulse events, causing global sea levels to rise dramatically and irreversibly inundating vast coastal plains like Doggerland. You consider the profound implications. If Doggerland was once a thriving populated land, what happened to its inhabitants when the waters rose? What knowledge, what advancements, what cultural complexity was swept away by the rising tides? The disappearance of entire landmasses challenges our perception of human history, reminding us that much of our past now lies hidden, inaccessible beneath the oceans. We know that 200-plus cultures globally recount remarkably similar flood myths, describing an apocalyptic deluge in the same time frame as these meltwater pulses. Could these not be mere coincidences, but collective memories of a shared, catastrophic global event? The scientific detective story of Doggerland involves piecing together fragments from the deep, submerged riverbeds, traces of settlements, evidence of human activity now found on the seabed. It asks us to consider what was lost when the Earth itself underwent a catastrophic transformation. What if civilizations, perhaps not megalithic in scale like Göbekli Tepe, but certainly sophisticated in their understanding of their environment, thrived in these now lost coastal regions? Their existence erased by fire and flood, their stories consigned to the silence of the deep, leaving only geological evidence and the echoes of ancient myths. The raw, untamed beauty of the Scottish Highlands stretches around you, the wind carrying the scent of heather and damp earth. You stand before the remnants of a hill fort, its stone walls scarred and blackened. As you approach, you run your hand across a section of the stone, feeling a distinctly glassy, vitrified texture. This isn't just fire damage. Here the rock has been fused, melted at temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Celsius, transforming it into a hard ceramic-like material. These vitrified forts are found across Scotland, Ireland, and continental Europe, presenting a profound archaeological puzzle. Mainstream archaeological explanations for vitrification typically involve deliberate burning, where intense heat from massive timber structures or bonfires was applied to stone walls, perhaps as a defensive strategy or a method to strengthen fortifications. This process would require immense, sustained heat, and its effectiveness as a construction technique is debated. You gaze at the sheer scale of the vitrification, wondering about the purpose and the destructive power behind it. Yet, an alternative, more catastrophic interpretation emerges when considering the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. Around 800 years ago, a cosmic collision is proposed to have triggered a global cataclysm, including continent-sized wildfires of unprecedented intensity. Imagine the atmospheric temperatures generated by such widespread conflagrations. The black matte layer found across North America, rich in carbon spherules, nanodiamonds, and other impact markers, bears testament to such an event, suggesting widespread fires across an entire continent. Impact markers have been found globally, indicating a truly worldwide catastrophe. Could the vitrified forts be evidence not of intentional human construction with fire, but of structures caught in a global inferno of cosmic origin? What if these ancient fortifications were not designed to be vitrified, but simply survived, albeit scarred, a period when temperatures soared to unimaginable levels? The Younger Dryas impact event led to a sudden climate reversal, plunging temperatures 15 degrees Celsius in decades, massive flooding, and a 300-year deep freeze. For a time, however, a global firestorm may have engulfed vast swathes of the planet. These vitrified walls stand as silent, glassy witnesses, hinting at a forgotten epoch of fiery destruction, urging us to question whether they survived a deliberate human act or a cosmic catastrophe. The cool, damp air immediately envelops you as you descend into the subterranean city of Derinkuyu in Cappadocia, Turkey. You navigate narrow, hand-carved passages, each turn leading deeper into the earth, revealing vast chambers, stables, wineries, and ventilation shafts that plunge hundreds of feet. This colossal underground complex, capable of housing tens of thousands of people along with their livestock and food supplies, extends for at least 18 levels beneath the surface. You run your hand over the soft volcanic tufa rock, worn smooth by countless hands over millennia. Mainstream archaeology dates Derinkuyu's expansion and primary use to Byzantine times, around the 7th to 12th centuries CE, built as a refuge from Arab-Byzantine wars. However, evidence suggests earlier phases of construction, with some researchers positing origins as far back as the Phrygians, around 800–700 BCE. You notice the immense stone rolling doors, designed to seal off passages, and the ingenious ventilation system that ensures fresh air even at the lowest levels, a testament to sophisticated engineering. The sheer scale and defensive nature of Derinkuyu beg a profound question. What kind of threat would compel a civilization to build such an extensive, self-sufficient city underground? While later invasions certainly provided motivation, the magnitude of the effort suggests a more fundamental, existential fear. This leads us to contemplate the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. If a cosmic collision around 12,800 years ago triggered a global cataclysm, continent-sized wildfires, plummeting temperatures, 15 degrees Celsius in decades, massive flooding from meltwater, and a 300-year deep freeze, what would survivors do? They would seek shelter, perhaps precisely like Derinkuyu. What if these subterranean cities, found in various forms across the globe, are not solely responses to conventional warfare, but rather a desperate attempt to survive an environmental apocalypse? Imagine the immediate aftermath of a cosmic impact, widespread devastation, a global firestorm, and a sudden onset of extreme cold. Going underground would have been a viable, perhaps the only survival strategy. Could the earliest phases of Derinkuyu, perhaps much older than currently accepted, represent a sanctuary for those who remembered the devastation of the Younger Dryas, a place to preserve knowledge and culture until the surface became habitable again? As you stand in the silent depths, the cool air presses in, and you wonder about the ancient fears and incredible resilience that drove humans to carve entire cities from the living rock, seeking refuge from a world gone mad. The hot Egyptian sun beats down as you stand in the ancient granite quarries of Aswan, gazing into the vast bedrock where the unfinished obelisk lies embedded. This colossal monolith, if completed, would have been over 40 meters tall and weighed an astonishing 200 tons. You run your hand over its smooth, unreleased surface, contemplating the immense scale of the intended project and the abrupt halt in its production. Cracks visible along its length suggest why it was abandoned, but the effort to carve it remains staggering. Mainstream Egyptology dates the unfinished obelisk to the reign of Queen Hatshepsut around the 15th century BCE. Archaeologists explain its quarrying using a combination of dolerite pounders, wedges, and immense manual labor. You can almost hear the rhythmic chipping of tools, the shouts of thousands of workers, as you observe the deep, narrow trenches carved around the obelisk. This effort speaks to the remarkable engineering capabilities of dynastic Egypt. Yet a profound question surfaces: how could such an enormous stone be quarried, and then moved without shattering it, especially given the density of granite? What if the techniques used were not as primitive as often assumed? Or what if the knowledge for such feats predates dynastic Egypt by millennia? The sheer scale of many Egyptian megaliths often sparks debate about the limits of their ascribed technology. This leads us to consider the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. If a cosmic collision around 12,800 years ago triggered a global cataclysm, wiping out advanced civilizations, what remnants of their knowledge or techniques might have persisted? Agriculture and civilization appear suddenly after the Younger Dryas, as if knowledge was preserved, implying a discontinuity rather than a purely linear progression. Could the techniques necessary to manipulate such immense stones have been a legacy passed down from a pre-cataclysmic civilization, adapted and re-employed by later cultures like the dynastic Egyptians? The unfinished obelisk, frozen in time, represents a tantalizing glimpse into a lost craft, a technological how that remains largely unexplained by conventional narratives. It stands as a monument to both an ancient vision and a possible forgotten ingenuity, hinting at a world where colossal feats of engineering were more commonplace, perhaps before the Great Fire and Flood. The sheer magnitude of the Roman temple complex at Baalbek, Lebanon, is breathtaking as you walk across its vast courtyard. You feel the warm stone beneath your feet, dwarfed by the remaining Corinthian columns that soar skyward. Yet, it is not the Roman superstructure that truly commands attention, but the colossal, underlying foundation. Here, embedded within the Roman platform, are megalithic blocks of stone unlike anything else. You trace the lines of the trilithon, 3 stones, each weighing an estimated 800 to 1,000 tons, perfectly fitted together. You try to slide a sheet of paper between them. It's impossible. Mainstream archaeology credits the Romans with the entire construction, arguing that their advanced engineering, including cranes and roller systems, allowed them to maneuver these immense stones. You can appreciate the Romans' impressive capabilities, but the scale of the trilithon, and another nearby block known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, weighing over 1,000 tons, remains an engineering marvel that even modern technology struggles to replicate with ease. The precision with which these multi-ton blocks are cut and placed beggars belief for their accepted construction era. This profound mystery invites us to look beyond conventional timelines. What if these deepest, most colossal foundations predate the Roman presence, serving as remnants of a far older, unknown civilization? The local legends speak of giants, or a divine race constructing these foundations in an unimaginably distant past. Indigenous oral traditions describe a great flood wiping out early inhabitants, correlating eerily with the global meltwater pulse events during the Younger Dryas. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis posits a cosmic collision 800 years ago, triggering a global cataclysm of massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, and a sudden climate reversal. What would survive such an event? Perhaps only the most robust precision-built structures designed to withstand immense forces. If advanced civilizations existed before this impact, their most enduring works, like the megalithic platform at Baalbek, might have served as foundations for later cultures. Could the precision megalithic construction here be a forgotten legacy, a testament to a world transformed by catastrophe, where an earlier sophisticated culture encoded its knowledge in stone to defy obliteration? As you stand before these impossible stones, you feel the profound weight of forgotten history, silently challenging our understanding of human capabilities in prehistory. The warm night air of the Yucatan Peninsula is still and thick with the scent of ancient stone as you stand before El Castillo, the primary pyramid at Chichen Itza. Above, the clear, star-dusted sky is a breathtaking canopy. Mainstream archaeology attributes Chichen Itza and its sophisticated astronomical alignments to the Maya civilization, flourishing between roughly 600 and 1200 CE. You trace the intricate carvings on the stone, contemplating the brilliant minds that designed this structure to interact so precisely with celestial events. The pyramid is a monumental calendar designed to cast a serpent's shadow during the equinoxes. The caracol, a nearby observatory, aligns with the extreme positions of Venus. You can feel the mathematical precision encoded in these structures, reflecting a deep understanding of cycles of time, planetary movements, and cosmic phenomena. This astronomical knowledge is undeniably impressive, but what if it speaks to a legacy far older than the Maya themselves? Consider the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. A cosmic collision 800 years ago, triggering a global cataclysm, massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, and a sudden climate reversal. What if sophisticated human societies thrived before this event, possessing advanced astronomical knowledge, and were catastrophically erased? The appearance of agriculture and civilization seemingly, suddenly, after the Younger Dryas, as if knowledge was preserved and then reapplied, is a curious fact. Could the advanced astronomical knowledge demonstrated at Chichen Itza be a direct inheritance or a rediscovery of wisdom from a pre-Younger Dryas civilization? What if the survivors of this global cataclysm encoded critical warnings or fundamental scientific understanding into monuments and oral traditions, hoping to preserve it for future generations? The Maya, with their profound interest in cosmic cycles, might have been heirs to such a legacy, painstakingly reconstructing and re-embodying this ancient knowledge in their architecture. As you gaze up at the stars above Chichen Itza, feeling the silent hum of ancient wisdom in the air, you wonder about the cosmic clocks that align not just to the Maya, but to a deeper, more profound timeline of human understanding and a world that was reborn from fire and flood. The vast, desolate expanse of the Sahara Desert stretches beneath you as you fly over Mauritania. And then, an astonishing sight emerges. The Richat structure, often called the Eye of the Sahara. It's a colossal geological formation, nearly 50 kilometers in diameter, comprising a series of concentric rings and domes that ripple across the desert floor. You gaze down at its immense, almost perfect circularity, feeling a sense of profound wonder at its scale and precise geometry. Mainstream geology classifies the Richat structure as a deeply eroded domal uplift, a symmetrical anticline formed by the uplifting of deeply buried rock layers. Over time, erosion has carved away the softer rock, revealing the harder concentric rings. This process is understood as entirely natural, a testament to geological forces. You can see the various rock strata, clearly visible from above, representing different geological eras. However, the Richat structure's striking resemblance to Plato's description of the lost city of Atlantis, a city of concentric rings of land and water, surrounded by mountains and open to the sea on one side, has captured the imagination of alternative researchers. While there's no archaeological evidence of human settlement on that scale, the geological features invite contemplation. Consider the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. If a cosmic collision around 800 years ago triggered a global cataclysm, including massive floods and sea level changes, what might have once been a coastal region could now be a desert. The Sahara was once a green, fertile land, particularly during the African humid period, which began around 500 years ago, and ended around 5,000 years ago. Before the Younger Dryas, a thriving environment could have existed there. What if sophisticated human societies thrived during that warm, wet period and were catastrophically erased by the impact and subsequent climate reversal? Could the Richat structure, even if a natural formation, have once been utilized or adapted by an advanced civilization, perhaps as a giant harbor, a ceremonial site or a navigational marker, before it was swallowed by the desertification process that followed the Younger Dryas stadial? The scientific detective story here grapples with the interplay of geology, climate, and the tantalizing possibility of a forgotten past. As you hover over this magnificent eye, you're left to wonder if its silent rings hold a secret about a civilization lost to fire, flood, and shifting sands, a profound question etched into the very face of the earth. The oppressive heat of the Sind Desert hangs heavy in the air as you wander through the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro, a once flourishing city of the Indus Valley civilization. You stand by the Great Bath. Its meticulously brick-lined walls and waterproof bitumen layers a testament to advanced engineering and urban planning, dating to around 2500 BCE. You feel the smooth, ancient bricks beneath your hand, marveling at the standardized street grids, sophisticated drainage systems, and multi-storied houses that suggest a highly organized, prosperous society. Mainstream archaeology explains the eventual decline of Mohenjo-Daro and the broader Indus Valley civilization through a combination of factors: shifts in river courses, deforestation, and possibly invasion. Yet, the abandonment of such a highly developed urban center, seemingly without clear reasons for a rapid decline, leaves many questions unanswered. You consider the massacre layer, skeletal remains found scattered, not buried, suggesting a sudden, violent end for some inhabitants, though this is debated. But what if the seeds of this decline, or the memory of even greater catastrophe, lay much further back in time? The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis posits a cosmic collision 800 years ago, triggering a global cataclysm, massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, and a sudden, 300-year deep freeze. This environmental catastrophe interrupted warming after the Ice Age, reshaping the planet and potentially wiping out advanced prehistoric civilizations. The sophistication of Mohenjo-Daro, which appears relatively suddenly in the archaeological record, be a flourishing re-establishment of civilization, perhaps by descendants of survivors from a pre-Younger Dryas advanced culture. The city's advanced hydraulic engineering and urban planning suggest a deep understanding of environmental challenges, perhaps born from a collective memory of past cataclysms. The worldwide flood myths, shared by over 200 cultures, correlate eerily with the timing of the Younger Dryas meltwater pulse. What if the Indus Valley people and other early civilizations were rebuilding on the ashes of an even more ancient world, a world erased by fire and flood? As you gaze into the dry basin of the Great Bath, imagining its ancient waters, you sense the echoes of a profound past, a narrative of human ingenuity and catastrophic loss that still whispers through the sands of time. The chill Andean breeze sweeps through the sacred valley as you ascend the terraces of Ollantaytambo, a monumental Inca fortress and ceremonial site. You stand before the formidable Wall of the Six Monoliths, where massive reddish-pink porphyry blocks, some weighing over 50 tons, stand shoulder to shoulder, meticulously carved and fitted. You run your hand along the incredibly smooth, almost polished surfaces, marveling at the precision. These stones, quarried from a mountainside several kilometers away and across a river, speak of a profound engineering challenge. Mainstream archaeology attributes these colossal structures, like those at Sacsayhuaman, to the Inca Empire, constructed around the 15th century. Explanations involve immense manpower, ropes, ramps, and the careful shaping of stone using harder rocks. You can envision the incredible labor, but the precise fitting and the movement of such immense stones up a steep mountainside remain a subject of awe and debate among engineers and archaeologists alike. Yet a recurring pattern emerges. The earliest, most megalithic layers often display an unparalleled level of precision. What if these deepest, most impressive sections of Ollantaytambo, like similar sites across the Andes, belong to a much older construction epoch, predating the Inca? Indigenous Andean oral traditions speak of a golden age before a great deluge, of master builders using a forgotten technology. This brings us back to the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. If a cosmic collision 800 years ago triggered a global cataclysm, massive floods from meltwater, continent-sized wildfires, and a 300-year deep freeze, what sophisticated human societies might have thrived during the warmer period before this event? And what traces would they leave behind that could survive such an apocalypse? Precision megalithic construction, designed to withstand immense environmental forces, might be one such legacy. Could the foundations of Ollantaytambo be remnants of a pre-Younger Dryas civilization, its advanced knowledge and techniques partially preserved and later adopted or reinterpreted by cultures like the Inca? These walls guarding the sacred valley stand as silent sentinels, enduring through millennia. They prompt us to consider how we find evidence of civilizations erased by fire and flood, and what survives a global cataclysm. As you gaze at the colossal stones, etched by time and mystery, you wonder if they are not just walls, but a profound and enduring testament to a lost world, its echoes resonating through the mountains. The humid jungle air hangs heavy around you as you wander through the sprawling galleries of Angkor Wat, Cambodia, its weathered sandstone carvings coming alive in the dappled light. You trace the intricate bas-reliefs depicting Hindu myths, historical events, and celestial beings. This monumental temple complex, dating primarily to the 12th century, is a masterpiece of Khmer architecture, a testament to a powerful empire and profound spiritual devotion. Mainstream archaeology attributes the construction of Angkor Wat to the Khmer Empire, reaching its zenith under King Suryavarman II. The vast scale, sophisticated hydrology, including an enormous surrounding moat, and incredible artistry were products of a highly organized and advanced society. You feel the cool, carved stone beneath your hand, marveling at the sheer number of skilled artisans and laborers required to create such a complex. Yet, a recurring theme among these ancient sites is the embedded astronomical knowledge. Angkor Wat itself possesses remarkable alignments. Some researchers suggest it mirrors the constellation Draco at a specific point in time, and its layout is thought by some to reflect the movements of celestial bodies. While these alignments are typically dated to the Khmer period, the question arises, is this a wholly indigenous invention, or a continuation of an older, perhaps forgotten, wisdom? The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis invites us to contemplate, what if sophisticated human societies thrived before the cosmic collision of 800 years ago, possessing advanced astronomical understanding, only to be catastrophically erased? The global cataclysm, massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, a sudden climate reversal, would have destroyed much, but critical knowledge might have been preserved. Could the advanced astronomical and engineering prowess displayed at Angkor Wat be a legacy, or a rediscovery, of fragments of knowledge passed down from a pre-Younger Dryas civilization? What if the survivors, or their descendants, carried warnings encoded in myths and celestial observations, hoping to guide future generations? Angkor Wat, with its intricate cosmic symbolism and enduring stone, stands as a silent testament to cycles of creation and destruction, echoing a time when humanity perhaps understood the profound forces shaping our planet and our history. The jungle whispers secrets, and you wonder how many times civilization has risen and fallen, its knowledge hidden within enduring monuments. The cool, silent air of the Hal Saflieni Hypogeum in Malta presses in around you as you descend into its labyrinthine depths. This extraordinary subterranean complex, carved into limestone, dates back to approximately 4,500 BCE. You run your hand over the smooth, ancient rock, noticing the remarkable precision of the carved chambers, some mimicking surface architecture, with corbelled ceilings and finely dressed masonry. This site served as a necropolis and a temple, holding the remains of thousands, and featuring intricate acoustic properties. Mainstream archaeology attributes the hypogeum to the prehistoric temple builders of Malta, a sophisticated Neolithic culture known for their megalithic temples. The acoustic properties are considered either accidental or a byproduct of functional design. You can feel the unique resonance in certain chambers. A low male voice, for instance, can reportedly reverberate throughout the entire complex, creating an almost hypnotic effect. This deliberate manipulation of sound implies an astonishing understanding of acoustics and architecture. But what if this advanced acoustic and architectural knowledge isn't a singular invention of Neolithic Malta, but a fragment of a much older, more profound scientific understanding? The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis asks us to consider the possibility that sophisticated human societies thrived before the cosmic collision of 800 years ago, possessing knowledge that was catastrophically erased by global cataclysms. The 300-year deep freeze, massive floods, and continent-sized wildfires would have shattered global cultures. What would survivors do if they knew another impact was coming? Exactly what ancient myths describe them doing: seeking shelter and preserving knowledge. Could the hypogeum, with its deep protective chambers and sophisticated acoustic design, be a legacy of such a time, or a profound reimagining of a forgotten earlier purpose? Perhaps its acoustic properties were not just for ceremonial chanting, but for some forgotten form of communication, a way to focus thought or preserve wisdom in a world that remembered cataclysm. As you stand in its echoing silence, feeling the ancient hum, you wonder if these depths hold not just the dead but the echoes of a lost science, a desperate message from a forgotten epoch of human civilization. The thin, cold air of the Bolivian Altiplano chills you as you stand amidst the scattered, monumental ruins of Pumapunku, near Tiahuanaco. You gaze upon the massive, intricately carved stones, many weighing tens or even over 100 tons, lying as if thrown by some unimaginable force. Most striking are the H-blocks, perfectly uniform, modular pieces of andesite, carved with such precision that their internal and external angles are almost flawless right angles. You run your fingers along the smooth, hard stone, feeling the almost industrial-level exactitude. Mainstream archaeology attributes Pumapunku's construction to the Tiwanaku culture, dating to between 500 and 1000 CE. Explanations for the precision often involve sophisticated use of abrasive tools and an advanced understanding of geometry. However, the exact methods for achieving such perfectly flat surfaces and precise interlocking features in hard andesite, without visible tool marks or known metal tools capable of this work, remain debated. The nearest andesite quarry is miles away, across the flat plain. But what if the Tiwanaku builders were not the original creators of Pumapunku's precision, but rather inheritors, or reusers, of an older, more sophisticated legacy? Indigenous oral traditions in the Andes speak of a time of creation before a great flood, where the site was built by a divine race or beings with advanced knowledge. This narrative aligns remarkably with the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. A cosmic collision around 12,800 years ago is theorized to have triggered a global cataclysm, massive floods from meltwater, continent-sized wildfires, and a sudden one, 300-year deep freeze. The Altiplano itself shows geological evidence of a massive flood event in its ancient past. What if sophisticated human societies thrived during the warmer period before this impact, possessing advanced engineering capable of creating these impossible stones? Pumapunku's scattered state could be a result of such a cataclysmic event, its precision construction enduring where other, less robust structures would have been utterly destroyed. The H-blocks with their interlocking features speak of modular design, perhaps intended for assembly or repair by a culture that truly mastered stone. Could this site be a testament to a world transformed, a blueprint from a forgotten era of human ingenuity, encoded in hard stone to survive the fires and floods? As you contemplate the scattered, precise fragments of Pumapunku, you are left to wonder what knowledge was lost, and what warnings remain, from a civilization erased by a cosmic force, its legacy hinting at a human history far longer and more tragic than we typically imagine. The dry, dusty air of Peru's Supe Valley carries faint echoes of a forgotten past as you stand before the ancient pyramids of Caral. You gaze upon these monumental earthen structures, some reaching heights of 60 feet, arranged around plazas and residential buildings. Caral Supe, dating back to approximately 2600 BCE, is recognized as the oldest known civilization in the Americas, flourishing in a period often called the pre-ceramic. You can feel the age emanating from the carefully placed stones and woven fiber bags, or shikra used in their construction. Mainstream archaeology credits the Norte Chico civilization, with Caral's advanced urban planning, sophisticated irrigation, and ceremonial architecture. The city's growth is explained by the development of maritime resources and agricultural practices, leading to a complex, hierarchical society. You observe the precise layout, the astronomical alignments of certain structures, and the evidence of a thriving culture that predates the Olmec by over a millennium. Yet a profound question arises: how does such a sophisticated civilization appear seemingly somptuous ex nihilo? Caral Supe's sudden emergence with fully developed urbanism, without clear precursor stages, challenges the linear progression of cultural development we often assume. Could this be more than an isolated phenomenon? This leads us to consider the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. If a cosmic collision 12,800 years ago triggered a global cataclysm, massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, and a sudden climate reversal, what if sophisticated human societies thrived during the warmer period before this event, and were catastrophically erased? The 300-year deep freeze, known as the Younger Dryas stadial, would have interrupted the trajectory of any advanced culture. What if Caral Supe represents not a first civilization, but a first rebuilding asterisk, after such an apocalypse? Agriculture and civilization appear suddenly after the Younger Dryas in many regions, as if knowledge was preserved and then reapplied by survivors. The precision and advanced planning seen at Caral might be an echo, a re-emergence of principles from a lost age, rather than an entirely new invention. The silent pyramids of Caral Supe, standing testament to ancient urbanism, hint at a past more complex and resilient than we currently understand, inviting you to wonder how many times humanity has risen from the ashes of catastrophe to build anew. The vast plateau of Teotihuacan, Mexico, hums with an ancient energy as the setting sun casts long shadows over the colossal pyramids of the sun and moon. You stand on the Avenue of the Dead, its monumental scale stretching into the distance, flanked by pyramids, temples, and residential compounds. This ancient city, dating from around 100 BCE to 550 CE, was once the largest in the pre-Columbian Americas, its origins and eventual demise shrouded in mystery. Mainstream archaeology credits the Teotihuacanos, an unknown indigenous group, with building this highly planned city. Its precise urban layout, advanced astronomical alignments, and sophisticated engineering are seen as a peak of Mesoamerican civilization. You feel the massive, worn stones of the pyramids, contemplating the incredible effort required to construct them without metal tools. The Avenue of the Dead, for instance, is not truly aligned to a cardinal direction, but to a specific point on the western horizon, where the Pleiades star cluster, set in ancient times. This profound astronomical and urban planning, seemingly emerging without clear predecessors, presents a fascinating puzzle. How did such a master plan come into being? And what if it speaks to a deeper, older lineage of knowledge? This leads us to the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. If a cosmic collision around 800 years ago triggered a global cataclysm, massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, and a sudden climate reversal, what if sophisticated human societies thrived before this event and were catastrophically erased? The 300-year deep freeze, the Younger Dryas stadial, would have profoundly disrupted any advanced culture. Could the precise alignments and urban sophistication of Teotihuacan be a legacy, a re-embodiment of principles from a pre-Younger Dryas civilization? What if survivors of this global cataclysm, or their descendants, carried fundamental knowledge about celestial mechanics and city planning, carefully preserving it through generations? The scale and enduring nature of Teotihuacan, rising mysteriously from the landscape, suggests a profound purpose, perhaps a remembrance of a lost world. As the last rays of sun illuminate the Avenue of the Dead, you wonder if this city is not just a testament to a Mesoamerican empire, but a subtle echo of an even more ancient, erased past. Its master plan, a silent warning encoded in stone. The vast, open plain of Salisbury, England, stretches around you, feeling the cool, damp air as you approach the iconic circle of Stonehenge. You gaze upon the massive sarsen stones, some weighing up to 50 tons, standing upright in solemn formation, their lintels perfectly balanced atop. Interspersed within this grand design are the smaller, yet still substantial, blue stones, transported from Preseli Hills in Wales, over 150 miles away. You can feel the quiet power radiating from these ancient stones, imagining the rituals that once took place here. Mainstream archaeology dates Stonehenge's construction in several phases, from approximately 3000 BCE to 2000 BCE, crediting Neolithic and Bronze Age peoples. The monument is widely believed to be an ancient observatory, precisely aligned with the summer solstice sunrise and winter solstice sunset. You appreciate the incredible effort involved in quarrying, transporting and erecting these stones, using only primitive tools and sheer manpower. a testament to the ingenuity of early agricultural societies. Yet, the bluestones present a particularly profound mystery. Their distant origin, and the incredible effort required to move them across land and water, beg the question of their significance. And what if the knowledge embedded within Stonehenge's alignments is older than its current configuration suggests? This leads us to the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. If a cosmic collision around 12,800 years ago triggered a global cataclysm, massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, and a sudden climate reversal, what if sophisticated human societies thrived before this event? What knowledge would they have sought to preserve? Astronomical alignments in 12,000-plus-year-old sites, like Göbekli Tepe, demonstrate a profound understanding of the cosmos far earlier than previously thought. Could the underlying principles of Stonehenge's astronomical purpose, or the veneration for specific types of stone like the bluestones, be a legacy passed down from a pre-Younger Dryas civilization? What if the Neolithic builders were re-erecting or redesigning a site whose original purpose, and some of its materials, dated back to an age of forgotten wisdom? The bluestones, known for their unique acoustic properties, might have held deeper significance for a civilization that experienced and remembered a cosmic upheaval. As you feel the subtle vibrations of Stonehenge, you wonder about the ancient knowledge lost, and then perhaps painstakingly recovered, by survivors seeking to understand their new world, a world dramatically reshaped by fire and flood. You glide through the cool, clear waters off the coast of Laconia, Greece, the sunlight shimmering down to reveal the remarkably preserved streets and buildings of Pavlopetri. This submerged city, dating back at least 5,000 years, is considered the oldest known sunken city in the world, with its precise layout of houses, courtyards and tombs still discernible beneath the waves. You trace the lines of ancient walls, feeling a profound sense of stepping back into a lost moment of time. Mainstream archaeology dates Pavlopetri's flourishing period from the late Neolithic to the Middle Bronze Age, suggesting it was gradually abandoned or submerged due to seismic activity or incremental sea level rise. You can visualize the bustling port town it once was, a hub of maritime trade and early civilization. Its discovery offers invaluable insight into the urban planning and societal complexity of early European cultures. Yet, its profound state of preservation and the nature of its submersion invite deeper questions, especially when considering the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. Around 12,800 years ago, a cosmic collision is proposed to have triggered a global cataclysm, including massive glacial ice sheet collapse and rapid meltwater pulse events. This led to a dramatic global sea level rise, inundating coastlines worldwide. While Pavlopetri's currently accepted age postdates the Younger Dryas, its very existence as a sunken urban center serves as a powerful reminder of how readily land can be claimed by the sea. What if there were countless other coastal cities, perhaps even more ancient, that thrived during the warmer period before the Younger Dryas, and were catastrophically erased by its associated sea level changes? Underwater structures found off coasts that were above water pre-Younger Dryas hint at this possibility. Pavlopetri, though younger, stands as a proxy for these lost possibilities. It teaches us how to find evidence of civilizations erased by flood, forcing us to consider what other sophisticated human societies might lie hidden beneath the world's oceans, direct victims of the global cataclysm and its aftermath. As you swim silently above its ancient streets, you are left to contemplate the vast, unexplored chapters of human history, swallowed by the rising waters, their stories now only whispers in the deep. The cool, dry air of the underground labyrinth of the Serapeum at Saqqara, Egypt, envelops you. As you descend into its vast, carved passages, you walk past alcoves containing enormous, highly polished sarcophagi, each cut from a single block of granite or diorite. These immense boxes, weighing up to 100 tons, are finished with an astounding precision. You run your hand along the surface, feeling its glass-like smoothness and perfectly flat planes. The corners are impossibly sharp, the interiors hollowed with baffling exactitude. Mainstream Egyptology dates the Serapeum to the New Kingdom around 1400 BCE as a burial place for sacred Apis bulls. Archaeologists suggest that copper tools, abrasive sands, and immense manual labor were used to carve and polish these boxes. However, the anomalous precision, measured to tolerances typically associated with modern machining, remains a profound puzzle. You observe the apparent lack of tool marks that would be expected from primitive methods, leading some to question how these were truly achieved. The sheer difficulty of this work, manipulating such hard stone with such perfection, prompts a deeper inquiry. What if the techniques used here are a legacy from an earlier, more technologically advanced civilization? The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis offers a compelling framework for this possibility. If a cosmic collision 800 years ago triggered a global cataclysm, destroying sophisticated human societies, what knowledge might have been painstakingly preserved or rediscovered by survivors? The sudden appearance of advanced construction techniques and precise engineering after the Younger Dryas, seen in sites like Göbekli Tepe, and then later in dynastic Egypt, suggests a discontinuity rather than a purely linear progression. What if the builders of the Serapeum inherited fragments of a lost science, a mastery of stone cutting and polishing, that defies our current understanding of their capabilities? The granite boxes, some found seemingly unused, could represent a repository of an ancient art, a method passed down through a forgotten lineage of master craftsmen who understood how to work stone with an impossible precision. As you stand in the silent, cool chambers, contemplating these perfect artifacts, you wonder if they are not just tombs, but a tangible echo of a lost world's technology, a testament to what humanity was capable of before the great fire and flood, knowledge that was tragically erased. The hushed quiet of a Cairo museum hall surrounds you as you gaze into glass display cases filled with artifacts from pre-dynastic Egypt, dating to before 3100 BCE. Among the crude pottery and early tools you notice a startling anomaly. Exquisitely crafted vases, bowls and plates made from incredibly hard stones like diorite, basalt and granite. You lean closer, marveling at their thin, symmetrical walls, perfectly smooth surfaces, and complex interior curves, some featuring narrow necks and wide bodies that appear almost impossible to carve without advanced turning technology. Mainstream archaeology attributes these objects to early Egyptian artisans, suggesting they were painstakingly shaped using abrasive sands, stone grinders, and immense patience. Yet, the precision and intricacy of some of these vessels, particularly those made from stones rated 6 or 7 on the Mohs hardness scale, harder than the copper tools typically ascribed to this period, present a profound puzzle. You contemplate the sheer technical mastery implied by these artifacts, a level of skill that seems to defy the conventional timeline of technological development. This anomalous craftsmanship prompts a deeper question. What if these objects are not simply the zenith of early dynastic craftsmanship, but fragments of a much older, lost technological tradition? The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis asks us to consider the possibility that sophisticated human societies thrived before the cosmic collision of 800 years ago, possessing advanced knowledge and craftsmanship that was catastrophically erased. The global cataclysm, massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, a sudden climate reversal, would have destroyed much, but not all. What if the survivors of this global upheaval carried with them a fragmented legacy, a trickle-down, of advanced skills that allowed later cultures to achieve feats that seem impossible for their era? The appearance of precision stone working in pre-dynastic Egypt, seemingly out of place in the archaeological record, could be one such echo. These enigmatic artifacts, found among simpler tools, challenge our linear understanding of human progress and hint at a profound loss of knowledge. As you stand in the quiet hall, surrounded by these silent, beautiful objects, you wonder what other secrets they hold about a human history, far longer and more tragic than we can currently imagine, a history scarred by fire and flood. The dry, thin air of the Colorado Plateau chills you as you stand on a high cliff, overlooking the intricate cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde. Below, nestled into vast alcoves, lie stunning multi-story structures of stone and mortar, built by the ancestral Puebloans between 600 and 1300 CE. You gaze at the incredible ingenuity of these people, creating complex villages like Cliff Palace and Spruce Tree House, perfectly adapted to their unique environment. You can almost hear the echoes of their lives within the silent stone. Mainstream archaeology suggests that environmental factors, primarily prolonged drought and resource depletion, led to the sudden abandonment of these incredible dwellings around the late 13th century. It is believed that the ancestral Puebloans migrated south, dispersing their culture. You contemplate the immense labor and social organization required to build such structures into the cliff face, an architectural marvel. Yet the abrupt and complete abandonment of such well-established and defensible communities prompts a deeper question. Was drought the sole catalyst? Or was there a deeper, perhaps older, memory of catastrophe that influenced their choices? The Anasazi, as they were formerly known, were masters of water conservation, suggesting they were resilient to climatic shifts. This leads us to consider the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. If a cosmic collision around 800 years ago triggered a global cataclysm, massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, and a sudden climate reversal, what if humanity carries a collective memory of such profound environmental upheaval? While Mesa Verde itself is much younger, the idea of populations being forced to relocate or adapt drastically due to sudden environmental shifts resonates powerfully with the Younger Dryas event. What if cultures, particularly those in North America, where the impact is hypothesized to have occurred, inherited warnings or strategies for survival from pre-Younger Dryas societies? The Clovis culture, which flourished just before the Younger Dryas, mysteriously disappeared around the same time as the megafauna extinction of 35 genera. Most of the cliff dwellings, offering protection from both weather extremes and potential cataclysmic events, represent a later adaptation of ancient survival wisdom. As you look out over the silent, empty windows of Mesa Verde, you wonder what deeper, unwritten history lies embedded in the landscape, a history of resilience and adaptation in the face of forces that might repeat themselves. The wild, bracing sea air of the Antrim coast invigorates you as you stand upon the incredible interlocking basalt columns of the Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland. Thousands of hexagonal pillars, perfectly formed and tightly packed, descend into the ocean, creating a natural walkway of impossible precision. You run your hand over the smooth, dark rock, feeling its cool, dense texture, marveling at the geometric regularity that seems more crafted than natural. Mainstream geology confidently explains the Giant's Causeway as a product of ancient volcanic activity. Around 50 to 60 million years ago, successive flows of molten basalt cooled rapidly, contracting and fracturing into these distinct polygonal columns. You can see the different heights and diameters of the columns, a testament to varying cooling rates. This is a powerful demonstration of Earth's natural forces at work. Yet, local folklore tells a different story, one of giants building a bridge to Scotland, a narrative echoing the universal human tendency to attribute the incomprehensible to superhuman agency. The sheer perfection of the hexagonal forms, often resembling intricately laid paving stones, does spark a momentary question: could this be more than just geology? While the causeway's geological age far predates any human civilization, its uncanny geometric precision invites a metaphorical contemplation in the context of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. If a cosmic collision 800 years ago triggered a global cataclysm, destroying advanced prehistoric civilizations, what would their legacy be? Perhaps not always monumental architecture, but possibly a profound understanding of natural phenomena, of sacred geometry, or even a different relationship with the Earth itself. What if humanity, in a pre-cataclysmic era, possessed a more intimate, sophisticated understanding of natural forces, perhaps even an ability to sculpt or guide natural processes in ways we no longer comprehend? This is, of course, a speculative thought, but the Giant's Causeway pushes the boundaries of what we accept as naturally formed. It challenges our perception of natural versus engineered perfection. As you feel the cold, hard geometry beneath your feet, you are left to ponder the thin line between natural wonder and ancient art, and the vast, unknown chapters of Earth's history that might contain stories of human ingenuity far beyond our current imagination, stories that survived the fires and floods in unexpected forms. The crisp, clear air of a Macedonian morning greets you as you stand atop the volcanic rock formations of Kokino, a site designated by NASA as one of the oldest astronomical observatories in the world. You gaze upon the carefully carved markers and rock-cut thrones, feeling the weight of over 800 years of human observation. Mainstream archaeology dates Kokino to the Bronze Age, around 1800 BCE, identifying it as a sophisticated celestial calendar used by local communities to track solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles for agricultural and ceremonial purposes. You observe the markers etched into the rock, which align precisely with various celestial events. Imagine the long nights spent observing the stars, meticulously charting their movements. This ancient ingenuity, seemingly born from early agricultural societies, speaks to a profound connection with the cosmos and the development of sophisticated observational astronomy. Yet, as with many sites exhibiting advanced astronomical knowledge, a deeper question emerges. Is this knowledge solely an independent invention of Bronze Age peoples, or does it echo a more ancient, perhaps universal, understanding? The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis invites us to consider, what if sophisticated human societies thrived before the cosmic collision of 800 years ago, possessing advanced astronomical knowledge that was catastrophically erased? The global cataclysm, massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, a sudden climate reversal, and one 300-year deep freeze would have shattered global cultures. What if survivors, or their descendants, carried warnings encoded in myths and celestial observations, hoping to preserve vital knowledge? The appearance of precision astronomy in various cultures after the Younger Dryas, like Göbekli Tepe's enigmatic carvings, 600 years old, suggests a pattern. Could sites like Kokino be a re-establishment or continuation of a legacy of cosmic understanding that survived the Younger Dryas event? As you stand among these ancient markers, looking out at the vast sky, you consider the possibility that these Bronze Age astronomers were not just observing their present, but were also connecting to a much older past, a time when humanity keenly understood the cyclical nature of cosmic threats. Kokino stands as a silent testament to enduring human curiosity and the profound questions that remain about the knowledge lost, and then painstakingly recovered, across the vast unfolding narrative of human history. The brackish air of the Black Sea washes over you as you stand on its eastern shores, contemplating the deep, ancient history of this enclosed body of water. Geological evidence suggests that around 800 years ago, at the onset of the Younger Dryas, the Black Sea was a freshwater lake, significantly smaller, and located hundreds of feet below its current level. You can almost feel the presence of a vast, fertile plain stretching out from this coastline, now submerged beneath the sea. Mainstream geology and oceanography propose that around 600 years ago, a catastrophic inundation occurred. Rising global sea levels, fueled by glacial melt, finally breached the Bosphorus Strait, causing the Mediterranean Sea to spill into the Black Sea basin with immense force. This event is believed to have submerged vast tracts of land, displacing early Neolithic communities and transforming the freshwater lake into a saltwater sea. Yet this event, while much later than the Younger Dryas impact itself, resonates profoundly with its long-term consequences. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis posits a cosmic collision 800 years ago, triggering a global cataclysm, including massive glacial ice sheet collapse and rapid meltwater pulse events. These processes contributed to the overall rise in sea levels that, centuries later, would lead to the Black Sea inundation. You contemplate the implications for any human societies that thrived on the fertile plains around the freshwater Black Sea. What if advanced prehistoric civilizations, or at least highly developed settlements, existed there during the warm period before the Younger Dryas? They would have been catastrophically erased, first by the climate reversal, and then by the relentless rise of the ocean. The worldwide flood myths, shared by over 200 cultures, correlate remarkably with these meltwater pulses and subsequent inundations. The Black Sea flood in particular is often linked to the biblical story of Noah. This region becomes a powerful example of how we find evidence of civilizations erased by flood. Underwater archaeology in the Black Sea has already begun to uncover ancient shorelines and potential settlement sites. What knowledge, what cultures were lost beneath these waves? As you stand on the salt-encrusted shores, feeling the vastness of the sea before you, you are left to wonder about the profound impact of rising waters, not just on geography, but on the very fabric of human history. The dense, humid air of the Costa Rican jungle envelops you as you push through the foliage, emerging into a clearing. Before you lie extraordinary stone spheres, perfectly round and varying in size from a few centimeters to over 2 meters in diameter, weighing up to 15 tons. You run your hand over the incredibly smooth, symmetrical surface of a large sphere, feeling its cool, dense granite. These diquospheres, numbering in the hundreds, are a profound archaeological mystery. Mainstream archaeology dates the spheres to between 200 BCE and 800 CE, attributing their creation to the Dikis culture. It's believed they were carved using a combination of heating and cooling, precise pecking with harder stones, and then painstaking polishing. Their exact purpose remains unknown, though theories range from astronomical markers, ceremonial objects or status symbols, to grave markers. You consider the immense labor and geometric understanding required to achieve such spherical perfection. Yet, the precise, almost machine-like roundness of many of these spheres, especially the largest ones, challenges the notion of primitive tools. How did an ancient culture achieve such geometric perfection and move these colossal objects through dense jungle terrain? The absence of clear quarry sites for all the spheres and the mystery surrounding their transportation invite deeper questions. This leads us to the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. If a cosmic collision 800 years ago triggered a global cataclysm, massive floods, continent-sized wildfires, and a sudden climate reversal, what if sophisticated human societies thrived before this event and were catastrophically erased? The 300-year deep freeze would have profoundly impacted any advanced culture. Could these spheres, or the knowledge required to create them, be a legacy passed down from a pre-Younger Dryas civilization? What if survivors, or their descendants, preserved fragments of advanced geometric or engineering knowledge, later reapplied in different cultural contexts? The precision megalithic construction seen globally, and the curious appearance of advanced techniques after the Younger Dryas, suggests a pattern. These enigmatic stone spheres, silent and perfectly formed, challenge our linear view of history. As you stand among them, feeling the jungle's breath, you wonder if they are not just local artifacts, but a profound and enduring echo of a lost world's mastery, a testament to knowledge that somehow survived the global cataclysm, subtly encoded in stone across the planet. The air inside the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid of Giza is thick and still as you stand before the enormous granite sarcophagus. Its lid is missing, its interior empty. You run your hand along the cool, smooth stone, feeling the inexplicable precision of its cut, even more baffling given it's harder than the surrounding limestone. This massive, meticulously carved box of red Aswan granite presents one of the pyramid's enduring mysteries. Where is the body, and what was its true purpose? Mainstream Egyptology identifies the sarcophagus as the burial place for Pharaoh Khufu, the builder of the Great Pyramid, around 400–500 years ago. Its emptiness is often attributed to ancient tomb robbers, who would have had to navigate the pyramid's intricate passages. Yet, the sarcophagus itself is too large to have been brought in through the existing passages. It must have been placed during construction. Its precise dimensions, its resonant qualities when struck, and the advanced craftsmanship of the hard granite continue to puzzle researchers who assume only primitive tools were available. This anomaly invites us to consider a more profound, alternative interpretation. What if the Great Pyramid, and by extension this empty granite box, served a purpose far beyond a pharaoh's